Chapter 1. When Yin Xi's parachute, manipulated by her, was tossed into the ocean by turbulent winds, she was forced to make a water landing. As the parachute, now laden with water and exceedingly heavy, pressed her down into the sea, Yanxi realized her fate was sealed. The distance was too great, rescue would not arrive in time. In a state of panic, she struggled to untangle the parachute's cords. Yet, the more frantic she became, the slower her movements grew, until ultimately she was dragged beneath the waves by the parachute. Yanxi managed only a deep breath at the last moment. The waterlogged parachute and her clothing weighed her down further, pulling her towards the ocean floor. Air in her lungs dwindled, and her attempts to free herself became increasingly sluggish. She gazed upward, the sunlight filtering through the water, piercing her eyes with its brilliance. She was dying. With an unmistakable clarity, she felt the truth of her impending demise. In the final moment before she closed her eyes, she seemed to glimpse a pair of enormous crimson vertical pupils. Was that death? This thought flickered through Yin Xi's mind as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Beneath the surface, currents swirled, and the moment she appeared, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils snapped open. It wasn't until the creature before her lay still that the dazzling red stirred into action. A massive serpentine body glided towards the peculiar being that had suddenly appeared in its watery domain. Was this a female? A drowning, pure, human female? Could it be that there existed pure, human females in this world? Certainly, he had never encountered one before. Without a second thought, the colossal creature coiled its powerful tail around her body and swam upwards. Sensing the resistance from the parachute, it conjured an ice blade from its form, severing the very cords that had ensnared Yanxi beneath the water. With that layer of resistance removed, the serpent swiftly propelled Yin Xi to the surface. Using its immense tail, it placed the unconscious Yin Xi upon a large stone. Its otherworldly vertical pupils gazed down at the female who had unexpectedly entered its realm, perplexed as to her origin. It glanced at the waterfall from which she might have descended, but she could not possibly have fallen from there apart from the sound of the waterfall. No other splashes had been heard. She had materialized in this pool without warning? How could that be? Yet none of this was a primary concern. The immediate priority was to revive this pure human female. It was well known that females were exceedingly rare in the beast world. Each one must be safeguarded. The serpent shook its massive form. Its scaled head shed its outer layer, revealing smooth, pale skin akin to that of a human. A strikingly handsome face was adorned with enchanting red vertical pupils, and its long, fiery hair cascaded down its back, presenting an aura reminiscent of a predator's gaze. Beneath a solid and muscular chest lay defined abdominal muscles, complemented by long arms. It had transformed into a being that possessed a human upper body and a serpentine lower half. Night Chung leaned down, checking for Yin Xi's breath, only to find her devoid of life. He lowered his ear to her chest and detected a heartbeat. Rising, he pressed his hand against her abdomen. From the depths of his mind, he unearthed a fragment of vague, ancestral memory. How was a drowning beastman to be revived? While he possessed this hazy recollection, it was not his own. It had been passed down from his father, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. After all, serpent beastmen were born swimmers, capable of holding their breath for days without harm. Pressing her abdomen yielded no results. Night Chung then noticed the female's clothing was excessively tight, hindering his efforts. With swift, sharp claws, he cut away her garments in two deft motions. Before him lay a delicately unveiled form. Night Cheng's eyes flickered. Ultimately, saving her was paramount. He paid little heed to her exposure. If pressing her abdomen proved ineffective, then he would attempt to stimulate her heart. Yet, as soon as he applied pressure, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Startled, he withdrew his hand abruptly. To his dismay, a portion of her chest had caved in. Could it be that in his attempt to save her, he had inadvertently killed a precious female? Such an accusation would be grave. He had not realized her bones were so fragile. He had exerted little force, yet her ribs had broken. If pressing her heart was futile, then he would resort to mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. From his father's ancestral memory, Knight Ching knew this method could also revive a drowning individual. Having just freed the young female from her bindings, he noted that she bore no markings of other male beastmen. She had evidently never formed a bond with anyone. In the beast world, when a pair of partners bonded, their respective markings would appear on each other's bodies. Yet, she bore none at all. Having reached maturity several years prior, Knight Chung had been seeking a mate who would accept and compliment him. He gazed at the female upon the stone. Pinching her nose, he tilted her chin upwards and leaned down. After a few breaths, the female beneath him coughed and sputtered, and Knight Chung lifted his gaze to her. She coughed reflexively, but did not awaken. Checking her breath again, he found it still absent. He gently pressed on her stomach, avoiding her ribs, fearful of further harming this precious female. Seeing her expel more water, he checked beneath her nose and found a faint breath returning, yet she remained unconscious. Knight Chung leaned down once more, continuing to breathe life into her. Yin Xi, in a muddled state, felt her eyelids weighed down as if they were burdened by 1,000 pounds, with fragmented images flashing through her mind, eluding her grasp. Were these her memories? Had she perished? Surely, she must have. She had plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters, swept to the ocean's surface by turbulent winds, and succumbed to the weight of her parachute as it pressed her into the depths. In her frantic attempts to free herself, the resistance of the water had proven overwhelming, and ultimately, her strength had waned, leading to her descent into the abyss. Before losing consciousness, she had glimpsed those crimson vertical pupils, mistaking them for death itself. In her final moments, she had inhaled a unique fragrance, and thereafter, her awareness faded. That scent was unlike any perfume available on the market, and she had found it delightful. At this moment, it seemed she could catch a whiff of it once more. Was that a scent? If she could still smell, did that mean she was not dead? She had been saved. Yanxi furrowed her brow, striving to pry her eyes open. Suddenly, her sense of touch returned. She felt something cool against her lips, offering breaths of air. Had she truly been rescued? Someone was performing artificial respiration on her. Yet, her chest ached terribly. It must have been her ribs that were injured, for each breath she attempted caused her pain, and only the one providing her with breaths made it bearable. Noticing the small female beneath him stirring, Knight Chung deduced that she was nearing consciousness. Just as he prepared to rise, Yanxi seemed to sense his intention to depart. In her heart, she screamed, "Don't go." If only she could draw in oxygen, she would not require his aid with respiration. But her chest throbbed painfully, and she feared he might be unaware of her injuries. In any case, he could not leave now. In a moment of desperation, Yanxi bit down on the rescuer's lip. A drop of crimson liquid flowed into her mouth. Knight Chung paused, his lips still caught between her teeth. A sharp pain shot through his neck, and from the source of the pain radiated a brilliant light. Such brilliance also appeared on the female's neck and forehead. In that instant, he and the female were marked by one another. With determination, Knight Chung rose, and Yanxi abruptly opened her eyes, grasping his departing form. "Don't go, I can't breathe." After uttering those words, she fainted once more. Though Knight Chung could not comprehend her words, he noticed her hand, which had pressed against her heart, slackening, indicating her discomfort. Having been inexplicably marked by her, Knight Chung felt a mix of bewilderment and exasperation. This female was undoubtedly lovely, her sin alluring, yet being marked without any forewarning left him somewhat unsettled. At that moment, he found himself reluctantly compelled to ensure her survival. Carrying her back to his temporary dwelling in a cave, he listened to her faint breaths. Yet, Knight Chung was at a loss as to how to revive her. His knowledge of herbs was scant, and he lacked the skills of a shaman. Thus, he could only offer her a sip of water and wait for her to recover on her own. If all else failed, he would have to take her to a larger beastman tribe in search of a shaman. Having been marked by her, he was now bound to her fate. He had never anticipated that females could be so fragile. During this season of blooming flowers, he became acutely aware that his rut was approaching. Seeking solace, he found a secluded pond, contemplating the prospect of enduring his estrus in its tranquil waters. As a cold-blooded beastman, he possessed an advantage over his furred counterparts. His rut was not as arduous. He could easily find a shadowy refuge that would effectively aid him in navigating the challenges of his impending heat. However, who could have foreseen that the sudden appearance of a female would shatter his peace? In a bid to rescue her, he unwittingly became ensnared himself. Gently tracing the distinct markings on her neck, he noted the pure, human, beastly sigil imprinted there. Previously, as the radiance faded, a petite figure had emerged, curled up and assuming a human shape. Yi Cheng recognized the significance of this mark. It indicated that he had bonded with this pure, human female, their mutual markings symbolizing a connection that would render him forever devoted to her alone. This sigil, emblematic of her lineage, could not be revealed to others otherwise. The beastman would discern her true nature as a pure human. Yi Cheng sensed that his future would be fraught with complications. A pure, human female. How long had it been since such a being graced this continent? He could unearth only vague memories from the ancestral legacy passed down from his forefathers. 3 centuries had elapsed since the last pure human male perished, leading to the complete transformation of this land into a realm dominated by beastmen. Now, with the unexpected arrival of this pure human female, should she come into the gaze of the beastmen, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil and peril. He was the one who would bear the brunt of these challenges and dangers, having become her first beastly husband marked by her, albeit unconsciously. Glancing down at the unconscious female, whose brow was furrowed in distress, he noted her exquisite scent and her fair, supple skin. Her physical form was entirely unlike his own. Within the annals of ancestral memory, pure humans were depicted as fragile and difficult to sustain, unlike their beastman counterparts. In the beastly realm, life was categorized merely as beastmen and prey. Beastmen could transition between their various forms beastmen, half-beastmen, and beastly form, while prey were merely sustenance for the beastmen. He felt a pang of anxiety regarding what the future held. As he slightly lifted his gaze, he observed the fading glow at the nape of the small female's neck, revealing his own beastly sigil imprinted there as well. This placement stirred a sense of discontent within him. In the world of beastmen, when a male and female bonded, their respective sigils would indelibly mark each other's bodies, a sign of their recognition by the beast god as legitimate mates. In this realm, where males significantly outnumber females, a female could bear the mark of multiple male beastmen, while male beastman could have but one female throughout his lifetime, pledging unwavering loyalty to her. The visibility of a male beastman's sigil depended on his significance in the female's heart. Some marks appeared on the arms, others on the abdomen or back. If a female beastman held her male counterpart in the highest regard, his sigil would manifest on her chest. Conversely, a female sigil would appear on the most vulnerable part of the male's body, typically the neck. The placement left or right was arbitrary in his case. The sigil emerged on the left side of his neck. Curiously, his sigil mirrored that of the female's, both marked upon the same spot. The nape of the neck, a conventional placement for a female's first beastly husband, held no romantic affection, merely signifying a bond established under peculiar circumstances. Thus, he exists as a presence of indifference for her. Neither love nor hatred. Yi Cheng, having become a wandering beastman since childhood, is accustomed to his solitary existence. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of this small female in his territory, and had he not been inexplicably marked while attempting to save her, he would not have impulsively taken her back to his abode. In doing so, he feels he has relinquished his entire life. Yet he perceives it as a loss that he then glanced at the illuminated spot on her forehead. As the glow faded, he observed a leaf-like shape between her brows. Rarely encountering females, he was uncertain of its significance, but he surmised it must be a benefit she acquired upon becoming his mate. In the beast world, why do female beastmen accept so many male counterparts? It is because they themselves can also obtain advantages. Some may gain a specific skill or trait from their chosen male, while others might advance their own innate talents or perhaps acquire other benefits. Of course, not all female beastmen who mate with males receive such rewards. Most do not. However, one thing is certain. The higher the innate talent of the male beastman, the greater the chance of receiving the blessings bestowed by the beast god. This particular female, it seems, must have gained some advantage from him. though it is for her to discover. Observing the indentation in her ribcage, Yi Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. If he were among the beastman tribes, they would never permit him to approach such a precious female after knowing he had harmed her. In the beast world, it is strictly forbidden for male beastmen to inflict harm upon any female. Failure to comply would result in expulsion from the tribe, rendering one a wandering beastman. Such outcasts are among the most despised and wicked beings on the continent. That's why Yi Cheng resolved that when the female awakens, he must thoroughly explain that his actions were unintentional. He had merely wished to save her, unaware of her fragility. Yes, he thought, rising to leave, he needed to hunt for food, so when the small female awakens, she might forgive him for her injuries upon seeing the delicious meal he brings. With a serpentine tail and human form, Yi Cheng awkwardly slithered out of the cave, leaving the still unconscious Yanxi behind. Yanxi awakened due to the pain. As she opened her eyes, she realized she was in motion. The speed at which she was moving was beyond description. She struggled slightly, feeling something constricting her waist, and the sharp pain in her chest intensified. With another jolt, she felt a sweetness in her throat, and blood surged forth, causing her to cough violently. The motion abruptly halted, wiping the blood from her lips. She finally managed to breathe more easily. However, she quickly comprehended that she was ensnared by a claw as large as an excavator's arm belonging to a scorpion beastman. Yanxi raised her hand to cover her mouth, suppressing a terrified scream. The scorpion beastman, noticing that the pure human female had awakened, rudely tossed her onto the grass. Yanxi's delicate skin was scratched by the rough terrain of this primitive society, resulting in several shallow wounds that bled slightly. Despite the pain, she had no time to dwell on it, as her attention was consumed by the terrifying spectacle before her. The blood seeping from her wounds seemed to further incite the beastman's primal instincts. He shook his massive body, transforming an observable speed into a human-like figure resembling Yin Xi. This creature, now humanoid, was large in stature, with a death character branded upon his forehead. Yin Xi's pupils widened in shock. What manner of being is this? Is this even human? The scorpion beastman, seemingly unfamiliar with his new bipedal form, swayed unsteadily as he approached Yanxi. Crouching down before her, he grasped her chin, noticing the beastly markings of a red-bellied serpent on her neck, and narrowed his dangerous eyes. With a lewd smirk, he leaned closer to Yanxi's neck, inhaling deeply with possessive desire, proclaiming, "You smell exquisite. I could devour you whole. What luck I have today to stumble upon a female while hunting." His skin, dark and gleaming, exuded a foul odor, repelling Yanxi, who yearned to escape. Yet, escape was impossible. The monster continued, "You are still a pure human female. I was merely a moment too late, allowing that stinking serpent to mark you first. No matter, you shall belong to me from now on. I am the wandering beastman Zhang, your sole beast husband from this day forth. You remember?" As he finished speaking, the scorpion beastman leaned in to kiss Yanxi's lips. Filled with dread and resistance, Yanxi found herself unable to react, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could not comprehend the creature's words, yet the malice radiating from him was unmistakable. Thoughts raced through her mind. Where exactly had she awakened? She had merely parachuted into the sea, pulled underwater by her parachute. After narrowly escaping, what was this situation? Why had she awakened in such a bizarre place? Here, scorpions the size of excavator arms could transform into human forms. In retrospect, the pair of mesmerizing red vertical eyes that had rescued her were perhaps not those of a normal being. Just as the scorpion beastman was about to kiss Yanxi, he suddenly sensed danger. He shoved her aside and leaped back. In that instant, a wooden stick the size of Yanxi's thigh plunged deeply into the ground with a resounding thud. She heard the rush of wind, followed by a loud crash. When she looked up, she saw a large piece of wood embedded where the scorpion beastman had just crouched. She raised her head to the distance, witnessing a creature with a human upper body and serpent tail engaged in an intense battle with the scorpion beastman before her. Each punch landed with force, creating a strong gust that tousled Yanxi's hair. The speed of the two creatures was so rapid that she could hardly follow with her eyes. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Yanxi screamed internally, "What on earth is this place? Everything here was terrifying. She longed for death once more, having just finished her college entrance exams and planning a graduation trip with classmates. She never expected to parachute into this nightmarish realm. Yanxi felt tears welling up. She wanted to return home. She missed her parents, her grandparents, and yearned for the peaceful times of her former life. This place was too frightening. Yet, despite the turmoil in her mind, her eyes remained glued to the battlefield. The thought of fleeing was utterly impossible, for her legs felt weak, rendering her incapable of movement. The human-snake hybrid monster ruthlessly overpowered the scorpion beastman. She watched as the scorpion beastman was enveloped by the chilling aura released by the human-snake creature. Once the cold dissipated, the scorpion beastman was frozen into an icy statue. With a swift strike of its tail, the scorpion beastman shattered like crystal, blue blood encased in the ice, and some splattering onto the grass. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of death, and the acrid scent of blood made her gag. What kind of monster is this? How can it wield powers of nature? She had thought the previous sight of the vertical pupils was merely a figment of her imagination. But witnessing the battle between the snake and the scorpion, her doubts vanished. This, perhaps, was the true beginning of her nightmare, when the seductive red vertical pupils of the human snake creature turned toward her. Yin Xi felt as though she had been targeted by some monstrous force. Would he, too, tear her apart like he had the scorpion beastman? Her pupils trembled as she watched the hybrid creature. Its upper body human and lower body serpentine slithered toward her. It possessed long, straight red hair, a fair and handsome visage, and a pair of enchanting red vertical eyes that bore a cold, lazy expression laced with mockery. Upon seeing its human form, she felt a glimmer of solace. After all, seeing someone who resembles herself does provide her with a modicum of reassurance. However, upon noticing that his lower half remains serpent-like and is slithering towards her, Yanxi is filled with a profound sense of repulsion. She understands that this creature, with a human upper body and a serpentine tail, is fundamentally different from her. She sits on the ground, staring blankly as the creature gradually approaches. Regardless of her overwhelming fear and the paralyzing terror coursing through her, she finds herself unable to rise. The monster draws nearer, seemingly unscathed and unperturbed after their earlier confrontation. He gazes down at the small female seated on the grass, acutely aware of the fear reflected in her eyes. Yet, it is precisely this vulnerable expression that makes his heart flutter, as if struck by an unseen force. Though it brings no pain that a voice within him incessantly repeats, "She is beautiful." Among all the females he has encountered, she is the most exquisite. Observing the bloodstains on her arm, inflicted by the grass, he furrows his brow, reflecting, the delicate flesh of this female is so tender that even the grass can injure her. He feels a pang of regret for having so ruthlessly dispatched the rogue beastman. He reaches out, intending to wipe away the tears streaming from her eyes, disliking the sight of her in such distress. When Yanxi sees his hand approaching, she instinctively recoils. Knight Chung frowns deeply, unfazed by her resistance, and his long arm encircles her, lifting her so that her entire body rests against him. The icy sensation jolts Yanxi back to reality, prompting her to struggle and attempt to push him away from her chest. However, as she exerts herself, a sharp pain radiates through her body. Her rib has fractured, rendering her immobile. Observing her protectively clutching her injured side, Knight Chung experiences a moment of guilt, realizing that her abduction by the rogue beastman was a consequence of his oversight. In the past, he had never considered leaving a defenseless human female alone in a cave would attract the attention of such predators. Yet now that he has retrieved her, and she has not strayed too far from the rogue beastman, why does she continue to resist him? Why did she not exhibit such defiance in the presence of that scorpion beastman? Seeing her in pain softens Knight Chang's heart once more. Ultimately, it is he who has caused this predicament. In a low voice, he states, "Do not move. I shall take you back." Upon hearing his voice, Yanxi feels a surge of tears, overwhelmed by fear as she struggles to comprehend the situation. Knight Chung, noting her silence, allows her to rest upon his arm and carries her home. Yanxi taps his shoulder, acutely aware that if her rib is not attended to, she may soon succumb to her injuries. Knight Chung observes her with confusion, uncertain of her intentions as she struggles to free herself. Eventually, he sets her down gently to his astonishment. Yanxi begins to touch her concave ribcage, and with a crack, she astonishingly realigns her fractured rib. Witnessing her finally breathe with ease, Night Chung is left in awe. He comprehends what she has accomplished, having witnessed shamans resetting bones for beastmen in a similar manner. This pure human female is, in fact, a healer. His head swims with concern. He cannot fathom how to protect her. Now, he discovers that she possesses such remarkable skills, he contemplates whether he ought to find her a larger tribe for protection. Perhaps that would be the wisest course of action. Having restored her rib, Yanxi looks around, noting the dense foliage surrounding her, a sight unlike anything she has previously encountered. She softly murmurs to herself, "Where on earth am I?" Night Chung is momentarily taken aback, as this is the first time he hears her voice. Her tone is melodious and gentle, yet he remains unable to understand her words. Observing that the creature does not seem inclined to harm her, unlike the previous scorpion beastman, she cautiously attempts to communicate. I wish to return home. Can you take me back? I can offer you a great deal of money." Uncertain if he comprehends the concept of money, Night Chung furrows his brow, squatting down to scrutinize her more closely. It dawns upon him that the small female cannot understand his words, just as he cannot decipher hers. Complicating matters further, Yanxi, suppressing her fear, meets his eerie, crimson gaze and repeats, "I ask, can you take me home?" Home. Do you know what that means? It is a place where one resides. Yes, she gestures. Night Chung watches her place 2 fingers together, mimicking a roof. This action leads him to deduce that she is referring to a dwelling. Relieved, he realizes that this pure human female possesses some intelligence, and she is not mute. Her beauty, combined with her delicate and fragrant demeanor, reassures him as she expresses her desire to communicate. He is relieved to avoid encountering the troublesome females he has known from his tribe, who would only bring him worry in his later years. Although he understands that her notion of home may differ from his, it does not deter him from bringing her to his own dwelling. Thus, when Yanxi sees the red-haired creature leading her back to his cave, she feels a surge of despair. Realizing that communication has proven futile, she sinks into melancholy, seated upon the stone bed in solitude. The outside world is perilous, yet this cave offers little safety. Who knows what the half-human, half-serpent creature might do if he were to grow hungry? The language barrier exacerbates Yanxi's feelings of insecurity. Moreover, her parachute attire has vanished, leaving her vulnerable. Engaging with this male, if one may dare to call him that, fills her with shame, a sentiment she cannot voice. Unsure if this peculiar world lacks fabric or if her situation is merely a cruel twist of fate, she finds no desire to linger even a moment longer. She longs to return, yet the truth remains. She has no recollection of how she arrived here or the path back home. Tears threaten to spill once more. Just then, the red-haired creature enters, bearing a chunk of raw, bloody meat, offering it to Yanxi as if expecting her to eat. Overwhelmed with repulsion, she shakes her head and retreats to the farthest corner of the stone bed. Believing she does not comprehend how to consume it, Night Chung tears off a piece and chews it himself before extending the remaining portion towards her. Yanxi continues to refuse, adamantly shaking her head. She has no desire to partake in raw flesh. Perhaps sensing her aversion, Night Chung, frustrated, consumes the entire piece himself, remaining silent as he exits the cave. Within, he reflects, caring for a female is quite troublesome. If she won't eat meat, what will she consume? She has gone too long without food. Once he leaves, Yanxi, relieved not to be pressured into eating raw meat, breathes a sigh of relief. However, the reality of her predicament soon engulfs her in despair. She yearns to go home, to see her parents, her grandparents, her classmates, and teachers, to return to the peace of the 21st century. Lost in thought, she eventually drifts off to sleep upon the stone bed. When she awakens, it is the red-haired creature who stirs her from slumber. In her drowsy haze, Yanxi is startled to see a stranger before her, prompting her to scramble back against the stone wall. Warily observing Night Chung, his heart aches at her evident distrust, thinking, females are indeed a handful. I must take greater care in nurturing her. He places a few fruits down silently and steps out of the cave once more. Yanxi, glancing at the fruits on the stone bed and the empty mouth of the cave, wonders, did he just go pick fruits for himself? She still guarded herself against him, feeling inexplicably that her reaction was somewhat excessive. Perhaps this individual should be referred to as an orc. It would have been even better had he been a snake. Although he was undeniably more handsome than all the celebrities she had ever encountered combined. His beauty could not deter her resolve to leave this place and return to her own world. Yanxi crawled over and picked up a blue fruit, roughly the size of her fist. Taking a hearty bite, it was crisp and slightly sweet, reminiscent of the taste of jujube. This delightful flavor awakened her appetite, having gone several meals without food. Yanxi, who was hiding outside the cave, let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the little female finally eat. When he was a child living in the tribe, he had observed that the young females had a fondness for fruits. However, as he grew older and was cast out by his father, becoming a wandering beastman, he seldom encountered any females in his adult years. His inherited memories became laden with countless recollections of his parents' relationship. He longed to see his mother before reaching maturity, but each time he approached the tribe, his father, who shared his bloodline, would learn of it in advance, mercilessly beating him and forbidding him from returning. Upon reaching adulthood and experiencing his first heat, he realized that he might never be able to return to the tribe. From his inherited memories, he understood why his father had always driven him away so ruthlessly. Beings of the serpent kind are inherently greedy, particularly the red-bellied fragrant snake clan, who consider their mothers as their mates due to the complete inheritance of their father's affections for their mother. Yet, Yanxi was an exception. Before reaching adulthood, he merely desired a fragment of the scarce maternal love as an adult. During his first heat, he only wished to flee far away. Hence, he became a wandering beastman, never returning to his former tribe until this heat cycle brought him face to face with Yanxi. Inside the cave, having satisfied her hunger, Yanxi's mind finally began to function properly. It seemed she had not perished, but rather traversed into a strange world. The body she inhabited remained her own. The mole on the back of her right wrist was still there. This world appeared akin to the primitive society she was familiar with, populated by beastmen capable of shifting between animal and human forms. These beastmen possessed supernatural abilities, living as savages, perhaps uneducated and resembling wild men. Yanxi was uncertain if there existed any human civilization further afield, but the thought of living in such a place for a lifetime would drive her to madness. Nevertheless, her immediate concern was to find a piece of fabric to cover herself. Unlike these beastmen, she was an educated modern woman, and even in this uncivilized foreign world, she could not bear the thought of being unclothed. However, after searching the cave thoroughly, she found nothing resembling fabric. Reluctantly, she could only hope for the snake beastman outside the cave, as he was the only one she felt somewhat familiar with, since he was the first person she encountered upon waking. She wanted to ask him if he had seen her belongings. Lacking the courage to call out to someone while naked, she resolved to shout from the cave instead. Although it felt somewhat awkward, she still called out, "Hello, could you come in for a moment?" Yanxi had excellent hearing. He immediately heard her call. To his astonishment, he realized he could understand her words. With a hint of suspicion, he set down the half-dissected scorpion beast carcass and entered the cave. Upon seeing the little female, he pondered for a moment before attempting to introduce himself. "I am Yanxi. What is your name? And why did you call me in?" Sitting on the stone bed, Yanxi stared at Yanxi in shock, momentarily forgetting why she had beckoned him. The realization that she could comprehend his speech left her bewildered. Why could she understand him now? How had this sudden communication barrier vanished? She glanced at the fruit pits scattered around her. Had it been just those fruits she consumed that enabled this understanding? A wave of fear washed over her. What kind of sorcery was this? Would she ever return to her own world? Regaining her composure, she spoke excitedly, albeit somewhat incoherently. "Hello, I am Yanxi. Yin as in language, Xi as in cherish. My mind feels a bit muddled right now. That I want to ask, can you understand me?" Her primary concern was to confirm this newfound ability to communicate. She gazed at Yanxi with longing, hoping for a confidant with whom she could share her thoughts without the barrier of language. A prospect that was immensely important to her at that moment. Yanxi, not disappointing her, nodded. "I can understand you. You're Yanxi, that's so. What do you need from me?" Yanxi had a plethora of things she wished to convey. After contemplating for a long while, she exclaimed in excitement, "I am not from here. I want to go home. Can you take me back? I can offer you a great deal of money, whatever you desire. I can provide. Yanxi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know where you are from. You appeared suddenly in my water pool, and I have no idea where to take you. I also have no desires. Yanxi faltered, realizing she was dealing with someone so devoid of wants, leaving her at a loss. Yet she was unwilling to give up. I could ask my parents to buy you a villa, establish a company for you, provide you with an abundance of wealth, money that would last you a lifetime, that if you desire beautiful women, I could have my uncle find some for you. He has many resources in that regard. As Yanxi spoke fervently, Yanxi remained silent, his expression hinting at growing impatience. Desperation welled up within her, and she felt tears threatening to spill. I want to go home. I don't want to be here. It's too frightening. There isn't a single normal person. Can you help me? Yanxi, with a heavy heart, shook his head resolutely that I cannot help you. The notion of going home was impossible. They had already become partners. Her desire to return to her previous home was simply unattainable. He had already examined her. Aside from his beast mark, she bore no other marks of male beastmen, indicating that he was her first beast husband. Although their union had been accidental, he hoped she would choose to remain with him and live happily together. In the future, he would do everything in his power to protect her, ideally to see her bear his offspring. If that proved impossible, it would not matter. He simply wished to keep her by his side. Upon hearing his words, Yanxi burst into tears, covering her face. If he wouldn't help her, how could she ever return home? She didn't even know where she had initially appeared in this world. Yanxi, hardened by his resolve, ignored her cries and stepped outside to process a piece of the scorpion beast he had taken. He needed the scorpion's large pincers for his own purposes. Meanwhile, Yanxi, exhausted from her tears, gradually calmed down. After venting her emotions, she felt somewhat better. Remembering her initial request for him to enter, she curled her legs to cover herself and asked, "By the way, have you seen my clothes? And my gear, the clothing I was wearing, and a backpack I had on my back?" When she parachuted, her valuable belongings, including her identification and phone, had been stored in a small leather backpack she carried. She had awakened several times without seeing her clothes or backpack. Yanxi, being the first beastman to find her, should have seen her belongings. Upon hearing Yanxi's inquiry, Yanxi's expression stiffened, and his movements halted. Those items had been damaged out of curiosity, and fearing Yanxi's ire upon waking, he had discarded them. Now, faced with her question, should he speak the truth or remain silent? Seeing his silence, Yanxi added, "If the backpack is lost, that's fine, but I really want my previous clothes. Being bare like this is quite uncomfortable." Upon hearing her mention clothes, Yanxi seemed to recall something and stood up, heading deeper into the cave. Before long, he approached Yin Xi, cradling a collection of vividly colored, fabric-like materials, and casually tossed them at her. "This is my previous snake shed. It's all for you to Why snake shed for this year hasn't yet arrived, but once it does, I will craft you a new garment to wear." Among the serpent-like male beastmen, it was customary for them to use their shed skins to make clothing for their female counterparts. Previously, he had no female, but now that he did, what he once deemed useless had suddenly found purpose. Surrounded by a heap of vibrant snake sheds, Yanxi observed their cylindrical forms, varying in length due to inadequate preservation, leading to creases and wrinkles. Only a few appear to be freshly shed and relatively intact. Yet compared to the lack of fabric in primitive society, these snake sheds were perfectly suited for clothing, cool, quick drying, and lightweight. Each shed seemed to possess a natural dye, glistening with sheen, adorned with diamond or oval scales. Their junctions marked by white, slightly crumpled or indented. The underbelly displayed a pearly white or slightly yellow hue, with rectangular scales arranged in a shingle-like pattern. The material was light and somewhat resilient, providing a silky and elastic feel when squeezed, producing a soft, rustling sound that also carried a unique, pleasant fragrance reminiscent of yicheng, though not as potent. Yanxi inhaled deeply and remarked, "It smells wonderful." Noticing her fondness for his shed, Yicheng produced a piece he had shed during last year's windy season, declaring, "I shall make you a garment." Surprised, Yanxi inquired, "You can sew? Why not make something for yourself? It's rather glaring to be so exposed, don't you think?" Yicheng detected her discreet appraisal of his physique, and, upon realizing she had noticed, he quickly withdrew, Amused at the situation, he understood that she might be frightened by his beastly form. So he had transformed into a beastman shape akin to hers upon entering the cave. Hearing her comments, he explained, "I seldom present myself in this form. If it troubles you, I could fashion a beast skirt for myself." He also intended to create a collar to conceal the pure human beast mark she had left on him, as anyone with keen eyes would recognize her secret from the mark on his neck. Unaware of Yi Cheng's concerns, Yanxi eagerly nodded. Yes, we should cover up. Please do it quickly." She genuinely felt uncomfortable in her current state, which left her feeling vulnerable. Why Yi Cheng nodded and retrieved a rough bone needle. Tearing a strand of hair from his own head, he threaded the hair through the needle, assessed Yin Xi's figure, and began cutting the snake shed into an appropriate size with his sharp fingernails. Starting to sew, Yin Xi watched as he utilized his own hair for thread and thought to herself, what a waste. His long, red hair was exceptionally well maintained, seemingly better than her own dark locks, which she had spent a fortune to care for. The image of a stern-faced male beastman sitting on the cave floor stitching clothing for a female felt incongruous. Before long, the rudimentary skirt was complete. Yi Cheng snipped the last thread with his sharp nails and presented the skirt, saying, "Come down and try it on." Yanxi's lips twitched, despite having been in front of him like this for quite some time. She still felt a sense of modesty. "Just toss it over. I'll put on myself." Yet Yi Cheng was unyielding, pulling her from the pile of snake sheds and guiding her to stand on the stone bed to wear the skirt. "These sheds are unprocessed and quite stiff. Putting it on yourself may harm your skin. This side is softer, and tomorrow I will treat the rest to ensure they become pliable, so you won't injure yourself in the future." Though she was initially irked by his forcefulness, she ultimately acquiesced, allowing him to dress her in the skirt he had crafted. It was a half-length red skirt, slightly lighter than his own coloration. Fitting perfectly at the waist and reaching her knees, the elastic nature of the snake shed alleviated any concerns about it falling off, and it was easy to put on and take off. The bottom was wide and loose, offering breathability and convenience for physiological needs. However, the open design left her feeling somewhat exposed, which contributed to her insecurity. Aside from the somewhat coarse stitching, the skirt was quite practical and aesthetically pleasing, especially with the natural fragrance reminiscent of Yi Cheng. With her arms crossed and a smile on her lips, she looked up at Yi Cheng and said, "Thank you. I love it. Could you possibly make me a top as well?" "I am not comfortable like this." Why Yi Cheng's gaze fell upon the area she was covering. Previously, to save her, he had broken one of her ribs. Being so fragile, she indeed required protection. Even if his own shed fell away, it would still provide adequate coverage. Bluntly, he stated, "Let go. I need to see what size to make." Yanxi, what brazen words! Feeling inexplicably ashamed under his scrutinizing gaze, she turned away, presenting her pristine back to him, saying, "Do as you please." Observing her slender back and its delicate curves, Yi Cheng beheld one of the most beautiful sights of his life. Her waist, barely larger than his palm, was framed by her long, dark hair cascading down her back, while she wore the snake shed skirt he had just made. This sight filled Yi Cheng with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, wishing that she would wear his shed from head to toe. Enveloped in his scent, he was more than willing to cater to her every small desire. Returning to the ground, he picked up the remaining snake shed and began crafting a top, with the current season being one of blossoms. Soon to transition into the rainy season followed by the heat, he used a minimal amount of shed, focusing only on the two areas she specifically requested a cover. He fashioned straps from a specially treated, softer shed to tie around her neck, ensuring it wouldn't slip down. This process was swifter than making the skirt. This time, without asking Yanxi, he pulled her closer, prying her hand apart to help her dress. Yanxi was furious, glaring at him in silent indignation. Why Yi Cheng, however, remained unfazed, quickly fastening her outfit. Defeated, Yanxi conceded. She couldn't contend with such a rogue, for she was not rogue enough herself. Once dressed, she stepped back to a safe distance, away from him, and declared, "I'm hungry." Why Yi Cheng's vertical pupils seemed to blaze with intensity as he focused on Yanxi, instilling an inexplicable fear within her. Yet, he ultimately refrained from crossing any boundaries and exited the cave. Yanxi thought to herself, "How frightening. His eyes are too terrifying. When will I ever return home?" She had no desire to remain in this strange place for even a moment longer. Even with a strikingly handsome companion, she felt it was best to keep her distance. If only this creature would exhibit a touch more chivalry, she might consider staying a while longer to admire his looks. However, some things were perhaps best appreciated from afar, for up close, they revealed numerous flaws. As Yanxi sat on the stone bed, contemplating, she absent-mindedly scratched at her slightly itchy arm. She initially attributed the irritation to the dryness of this world, lacking any moisturizing products, but as the itch intensified, she turned her head to inspect her arm, discovering a swollen bump the size of a thumb. Red and inflamed. Had she been bitten by some insect? It itched terribly, and she worried. Am I going to die? With such a large bump, what could have bitten me? In this primitive society, the insects were notoriously venomous. Would her arm be rendered useless? Just as tears of desperation began to well in her eyes. Yi Cheng returned. Having experienced her abduction by the scorpion beastman, he made it a point to shorten his outings, ensuring she remained safe in the cave. Upon entering and seeing her on the verge of tears, he asked, "What's wrong? Hadn't she been fine just moments ago?" Yanxi lifted her tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. "I think something bit me. It itches terribly." She showed him the sizable bump on her arm. Yi Cheng grasped her arm, inspected it, and frowned, saying, "You've been bitten by a mosquito beast." Upon observing the stark white skin marred by a sizable swelling, Yi Cheng felt an inexplicable surge of displeasure. Had he known that a thoughtless little insect had bitten her, causing her such discomfort, he would undoubtedly have dismembered the wretched creature. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Wait for me. I shall return momentarily." With that, he set down the fruit and exited once more. Internally, he mused, his skin is tough and resilient, impervious to the pricks of mosquitoes, and they cannot siphon his blood. Yet he had forgotten that Yanxi was a delicate human female with soft skin. She was an inviting target for those vile mosquitoes, akin to a moving repository of blood. He gathered several sprigs of mosquito-repellent herbs outside the cave, crushing them in his hands to extract their juices. Upon returning, he applied the liquid to her reddened, swollen, and itchy skin, ensuring that every exposed area was treated, even those not visible to the tea first, and she was curious about the herbs he had applied. The moment the concoction touched her itchy, tear-inducing spots, the irritation vanished instantly. Just as she was about to inquire about the nature of the herbs, she noticed him applying the excess potion to his own arm. She thought to herself, "This could work." Mosquitoes were the most bothersome of creatures. She certainly did not wish to be covered in unsightly welts. She would rather be the color of the Hulk than endure such indignities. However, as his hands grew more restless, she grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Is that enough?" Yet Yi Cheng pulled away, continuing to apply the mixture, explaining here, "The mosquitoes are as large as your fist. If one feasts upon you, you'll feel faint. I am not deceiving you. Thus, you must apply this potion all over, including the hair-covered crown of your head." Why Yi Cheng harbored a personal motive, seeking to render her unattractive until he could secure her a place among a more powerful tribe. Of course, he would never divulge this to her, fearing she might compare herself to the pampered females of her tribe and demand the impossible. Yanxi was indeed taken aback by his words. A mosquito the size of her fist? She resigned herself to the situation, allowing him to coat her entirely in the green potion, transforming her into a veritable slime. She found little reason to resist as long as the mosquitoes spared her. The potion bore a minty aroma, yet it was more potent than mere mint, its color a deep hue compared to the lighter essence of peppermint. Yanxi dubbed it enhanced mint. Whether it effectively repelled mosquitoes remained uncertain, but the relief it provided from the previous bites was immediate and palpable. Feeling more at ease, she indulged in the fruit Yi Cheng had gathered for her. When he inquired, "Do you truly not eat meat?" She felt tears welling in her eyes. It was not that she refused meat, but rather that she could not abide raw flesh. Shaking her head, she replied, "You eat. Do not mind me." While it was undoubtedly unwise to forsake meat entirely, she was reluctant to yield just yet, wishing to see if she could find a way back. Upon returning to the 21st century, there would be no shortage of meat, braised, steamed, stir-fried, or fried. After their evening meal, darkness enveloped the cave, and Yi Cheng continued to fashion a bee-skin skirt for himself. Observing him work without light, Yanxi asked, "Can you see?" Without lifting his gaze, he tied off the last thread, stood, and secured the garment around his waist, inadvertently concealing his well-defined physique from her view, even draping a neckpiece around himself. In this sweltering heat, she could not fathom why he would wear such an accessory. Though perplexed, she respected his choice and refrained from questioning him further. Then he stated, "Beastmen possess night vision capabilities, implying they could see as clearly at night as during the day." She felt a swell of admiration. She could not boast of such abilities. As night fell, she was rendered virtually blind, seeing only a sliver of moonlight streaming through the cave entrance. Once Yi Cheng finished his final task for the night, he suggested, "It is late. Let us rest." Rest? She felt as though she had heard a sensitive topic and asked, "How do we sleep?" The cave appeared to offer only a stone bed in the darkness. She heard Yi Cheng chuckle softly. Suddenly, she felt herself being swept off her feet, cradled in his arms. Panic surged within her as she protested, "What are you doing? Please do not." Yet, she quickly realized that in this desolate place, her cries would be futile. As she contemplated how to navigate the situation, Yi Cheng gently placed her upon the stone bed and lay down beside her, remaining still. She felt an intense wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing for a crevice to slip into. Finally, Yi Cheng spoke. "I retrieved you from the water. At that moment, you were inhaling less and exhaling more, on the brink of perishing." She interjected, "I know, my chest ached, perhaps due to a rib fracture from my fall into the water. Yet, I am fortunate to have survived. Although the rib healed, I must refrain from strenuous activity to ensure proper recovery." The Yi Cheng contemplated her words for a lengthy moment, ultimately refraining from admitting that he had broken her rib. Instead, he clarified, "What I mean to convey is that you suddenly appeared in the pond." Seizing upon this, she sat up to scrutinize his silhouette in the darkness, asking, "You fished me out of the pond?" "Not from the sea." Yi Cheng remained still, eyes closed, and replied, "The Great Mountains are 30 days' flight from the sea. Walking takes 6 times as long." The implications of his words struck Yanxi. She had transitioned from her oceanic world to a pond in this beast realm. The journey to the coast would take 30 days by air or 6 months on foot. Such a leap across time, space, and geography was beyond her comprehension. Could this truly be the kind of time travel depicted in novels? She dared not imagine it. Rarely did stories feature a character who traversed to another realm only to return to their original time. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Yet, Yi Cheng seemed oblivious to her turmoil, drawing her closer into his embrace. Yanxi, startled like a frightened rabbit, pushed against him, despite his handsome features that could easily captivate her. She felt it inappropriate for such familiarity. "Please, this is not right. We're not that close yet," she stammered at why Yi Cheng paused, but ultimately retreated, stating, "We are already partners. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. However, I cannot promise to refrain from intimacy forever, so it would be wise to accept reality sooner rather than later." The sudden wave of melancholy enveloped Yanxi. She had yet to grasp the situation and was being asked to accept an unfathomable truth. When had they become partners? Was this a title he had unilaterally bestowed upon them? "When did we become partners?" she inquired, why Yi Cheng unveiled the beast mark she had left upon him, recalling how she had been unable to see in the dark. "When I saved you, you bit my lip, and my blood entered your body. That was the moment. Is that all? Who decreed that a drop of blood signifies partnership?" she challenged. "The beast god did," he replied. She was taken aback by the weight of his explanation. Why should she adhere to the dictates of a potentially fictitious being? Yet, she was mindful of the unseen forces that might govern her fate. Despite her grievances, she felt a deep sense of injustice, and a cloud of despondency settled over her. Yi Cheng regarded her furrowed brow and said, "Do not dwell on returning. I will care for and protect you." He was now her beast husband, and all his loyalty would be devoted to her in this lifetime. Yanxi, with tears in her eyes, whispered, "Could you take me to that pond tomorrow?" This is indeed her primary objective. Upon hearing her persistent desire to depart, Yi Cheng felt a twinge of annoyance. That pool of water was utterly mundane, devoid of any intriguing features that I wish to see it. If I find nothing of interest, I shall agree to stay here and be your partner. However, If they reached the pool tomorrow and she can return, then her words today would hold no weight. Yanxi instinctively avoided the possibility that she may never return. Yi Cheng, upon hearing her declaration, felt a flicker of joy, yet he pondered whether she truly wished to remain. Troubled, he replied, "Very well. Let us sleep now. I shall take you to the pool tomorrow." The water source was not far from his cave, where he typically fetched water, making the journey quite convenient. Yanxi anticipated a restless night, for regardless of her status as a rich heir or not, the rigors of China as college entrance examination were impartial to all. Moreover, in her quest to gain admission to her dream university, she had toiled late into the night throughout her final year of high school. Consequently, a muscle memory of late nights had formed. Yet, as she inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance emitted from the man beside her, she found herself slipping into a dreamless slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, she discovered her sleeping posture to be rather unbecoming. Having kicked Yi Cheng to the edge of the stone bed while occupying a substantial amount of space, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was aware of her poor sleeping habits, but who could blame him for sharing the bed with her? Yi Cheng, on the other hand, had not slept well throughout the night. That it was not solely because she had displaced him to the edge of the bed, but rather due to his mating instincts and the presence of a pleasantly scented female nearby. If he were able to sleep soundly, he would hardly be a normal male beastman. His expression darkened as he saw her awaken, and he said, "Get up, I will take you to the pool. And along the way, I will gather some fruits to quell your hunger." Yanxi nodded awkwardly and followed him down from the stone bed. Without shoes, walking on the earth felt akin to traversing a bed of nails. Yi Cheng turned to witness this scene and, with a resigned sigh, lifted her into his arms, intending to place her upon his back. Yanxi wrapped her arms around his neck and interjected, "Please don't put me on your back. Can you carry me instead?" The ground was littered with stones, making each step painful for her. Yet, she was reluctant to be on Yi Cheng's back, as she felt an urgency to relieve herself. She feared that any sudden jolt might lead to an embarrassing situation. Why, Yi Cheng mused, am I destined to carry a female for the rest of my life? It doesn't seem too bad, after all. With this thought, he transformed his tail into that of a serpent, cradling her in a manner akin to holding a child as he glided away. Yanxi was startled by the sight of his serpentine tail, instinctively tensing up and tightening her grip around his neck. Perched upon his arm, Yi Cheng sensed her unease. "Are you afraid?" He was aware that their hairless, cold-blooded kind were not particularly favored by female beastmen. Yet he hoped Yanxi would appreciate him. After all, they had become partners, and he would devote himself entirely to her well-being. Yin Xi, oblivious to Yi Cheng's thoughts, merely cast a fleeting glance at his mesmerizing slit pupils before hastily averting her gaze. Did that not make her even more frightened? Although she concealed her fear well, the sensation of touching something reptilian with such a cold skin was indeed daunting. She radiated an aura of rejection. "Do not be afraid of me," he urged, playfully pinching her waist. Yanxi, annoyed, swatted his hand away. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Yanxi, that was indeed a sensitive area. Did he not know that a woman's waist should not be touched indiscriminately? Yi Cheng was taken aback by the force of her instinctive reaction, which was rather strong. Although it did not hurt him, it revealed a new, spirited side of her. Why, Yi Cheng smiled at her pouting expression, unfazed by her reaction. Yanxi's instinctive response to being touched was to retaliate, yet he remained cheerful despite her strike. That a thought crossed her mind. Could this beast have a penchant for pain? Yi Cheng buried his handsome face in the crook of her neck, planting a gentle kiss there as he murmured, "Do not fear me." Yanxi, unaccustomed to such proximity, pushed his head away, saying, "Focus on walking properly." How could such an aloof serpent, who had monopolized his bed for an entire night, suddenly exhibit such a different demeanor? While she feared this beastman was genuine, she also recognized that he would not harm her or consume her. It was precisely for this reason that she dared to speak to him so candidly. Yet at times his otherworldly appearance instilled a primal fear within her. Why, Yi Cheng extended his forked tongue, lightly licking her neck, and declared, "You must not fear me." Yanxi shivered, goosebumps erupting across her skin. She slapped his head, exclaiming, "Do not lick me. I dislike it." Yi Cheng in high spirits replied, "But I enjoy it. You smell delightful. such a fragrant and soft little female. He found himself quite enamored. It was as if Yanxi were his personal plaything. Yanxi shot him an exasperated glare. Fragrant indeed. She had rolled around in the grass yesterday, cried for an extended period, and was still covered in the scent of sweat, with no fragrance to speak of. Where did he perceive her scent? As Yichang continued his playful antics, Yanxi resisted him with all her might. In roughly 10 minutes, they reached their destination. By this time, Yanxi had shed any lingering fear of him, replaced instead by a desire to strangle him. Yichang set her down on a large stone, and without hesitation, she left a nail mark on his arm. Yichang felt no pain. Her feeble grip merely tickled him. He gestured towards the pool. This is the place. It was from this very pool that I fished you out yesterday. Yanxi paused, turning her gaze towards the water. It was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, though the area beneath the waterfall appeared deeper. Yichang had been lurking beneath the waterfall yesterday. She had not fallen from the waterfall, for he had not heard the sound of splashing water. She had mysteriously appeared within the pool, and by the time he opened his eyes, she had already ceased her struggles when he swam to her side. She was unconscious. With his sharp claws, he had sliced through the parachute, entangling her, bringing her to the surface and administering breaths to her. Ultimately, it was her alluring scent that inexplicably compelled him to bond with her, and he deemed her quite pleasing to the eye, thus bringing her back to his cave. As for what transpired afterward, she was well aware. Yanxi took a few steps forward, executing a flawless diving posture as she leaped into the water. Yichang was taken aback and hurriedly followed her into the water. From above, the pool appeared clear, yet beneath the waterfall lurked a whirlpool, which posed no threat to him. However, for the delicate body of a female, it was a perilous spot. He safeguarded her as they explored the entirety of the pool, but when he noticed her nearly drowning once more, he coiled his tail around her and propelled her towards the surface. He placed her upon a large stone, and just as he was about to scold her, he observed her staring blankly, mumbling to herself. How could this be? How did it come to this? Am I truly unable to return? Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented. But I miss my parents. I still wish to attend university, but I made a promise to my grandparents to become the heir of a traditional Chinese medicine family. There are so many things I have yet to accomplish. Finally, she gazed at Yichang, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. I want to go home, but if I disappear, my parents will undoubtedly be heartbroken. I am their only child, and my grandparents will be equally sorrowful. I promised them I would study medicine, attend medical school, and become a doctor who saves lives, for the first time in the 6 scorching seasons he had endured alone. Yichang witnessed a female's eyes brimming with tears, invoking a profound sense of compassion within him. He leaned down, gently wiping her tears away, and said, "Do not cry. I cannot assist you." Such sorrow only caused his heart to ache, as though her tears were constricting his very heart. Her every joy and sorrow tugged at his nerves. Upon hearing his words, Yanxi burst into tears, no longer concealing her fear that Yichang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Did she truly wish to leave this place so desperately? He enveloped her in his embrace, guiding her towards the cave. Once they returned, her tears showed no sign of abating. Yichang procured an array of fruits, placing them upon the stone bed, yet not a single one was touched by her. Regardless of his attempts to placate her, she lacked the vitality to venture to the water pool. She resembled a soul on the brink of death. Devoid of any spirit, a sense of inexplicable fear crept into Yichang. He preferred her weeping over this desolate state. Watching her refuse sustenance for an entire day was more painful than any wound he could inflict upon himself. He seized a fruit, cupping her chin and forcefully inserting it into her mouth, feeding her. Yanxi struggled, striking and kicking at him, spitting out the fruit and glaring at him as though he were a nemesis. Noticing a flicker of spirit in her demeanor, Yichang swept the fruit to the ground, stepping closer to press her shoulders down and capturing her lips with a fervent kiss. Yanxi fought back with all her might. Releasing her, he heard her indignant cries. "Get away. Just go." Cradling her face, he replied softly, "You cannot return. You promised me you would stay and be my partner. You gave your word." Yanxi, disregarding him entirely, shook her head vehemently, declaring, "I regret it. I don't want this anymore. Such a sentiment was not permissible. Yi Cheng was determined to claim what he desired. Yanxi retaliated with fists and feet. Her legs ensnared by his serpentine tail, her hands pinned beside her head, rendering her immobile. All she could do was bite down on his shoulder until the metallic tang of blood filled her mouth. Stunned, she quickly released her grip. She had never experienced such fury, enough to draw blood, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just so frightened. I want to go home, she stammered at Yi Cheng, undeterred by her anger. Gently cupped her face, soothingly murmuring, I'm not hurt. Please, stop thinking about that home of yours. A fledgling bird that does not leave its parents will never know it can soar. If you desire a home, I will provide one for you, filled with many companions, ensuring you shall never feel fear again. His deep, melodious voice seemed to possess a magical quality, calming Yin Xi's frantic emotions. A tender kiss brushed against her lips, absorbing the remnants of her blood's metallic taste. When her tongue inadvertently encountered his, the kiss transformed. Yi Cheng gazed at Yin Xi, whose eyes darted away, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, is that acceptable? Yin Xi felt an uncharacteristic tension, clutching his soft hair that hung over her, pulling it tightly while still apprehensive to speak. With a sigh, Yi Cheng turned away, choosing not to pursue further. She remained fearful of him. He had hoped their beginning would not unfold in such a manner. Yanxi turned to face him, curling up like a shrimp, her hand resting on his strong arm. Silent tears cascading down her cheeks as she lamented, I'm so scared. Could you grant me a little more time? She understood the significance of his protection in this perilous realm. Yet the abruptness of being thrust into such a foreign environment and the expectation to accept an unfamiliar man as her husband was overwhelming. This was not a matter of gradual acquaintance, but rather an immediate leap into commitment. Yi Cheng clearly intended to achieve a home run, and she was unprepared for such a leap. Yi Cheng turned back, disliking the sight of her tears, preferring the more spirited version of her he had encountered on their journey to the water pool. Petulant, endearing, and undeniably charming. She was but a young female, newly come of age. Facing her, he proposed, if you smile, I will refrain from any further advances. He cherished her laughter, even if it was tinged with irritation, far more than this frightened visage. Yanxi hesitated, surprised by how simple it seemed. Gazing at the silhouette of Yi Cheng against the night, she sensed the first stirrings of safety emanating from him. Wiping her tears away, she offered him a beaming smile. That night, Yanxi slept soundly. But upon awakening, she inadvertently kicked Yi Cheng to the far edge of the stone bed, feeling somewhat embarrassed at why Yi Cheng, ever good-natured, said nothing, only mentioning he would gather fruits for their breakfast. Once he had departed, Yanxi seized the opportunity to sneak out of the cave, seeking a secluded spot to address her urgent needs. Barefoot, she had scarcely returned to the cave when she heard a sound behind her. Turning, she saw Yi Cheng sniffing the air, his gaze locking onto the very spot where she had just relieved herself. And she thought to herself, they say beasts have keen noses, but can it really be so acute as to detect even this? Apprehensively, she watched him doubt why Yi Cheng averted his gaze, furrowing his brow in resignation. How had he not considered that, like himself, Yanxi, a pure human female, would also need to relieve herself? Yet their waste bore different scents. This region had previously only carried his scent, a territory no other beast dared to tread for fear of death. Yet now, with Yin Xi's presence, the scent of a female lingered. Male beasts were acutely sensitive to the waste of female beasts, able to discern whether a female had matured or entered her heat cycle from such scents. Thus, this place was no longer safe. Seeing the seriousness on Yi Cheng's face, Yanxi assumed he was disapproving of her actions and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to do it here. I simply couldn't hold it any longer. Yi Cheng approached, lifting her into his arms and carrying her back into the cave, stating, I am not angry with you. It's just that male beasts can identify a female's maturity and heat through her waist. Therefore, this place is no longer safe. I will carry you inside to address this matter. After breakfast, we shall leave. Yanxi paused, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't know any of this. I feel terrible for causing you to leave your home. Yi Cheng regarded her apologetic demeanor with curiosity, having never encountered a female beast apologizing to a male. Were pure human females always this polite? After a sufficient pause in her apologies, he said, "This is not my home. I'm a wandering beast. I belong to no tribe and have no home. This is merely a temporary dwelling that in truth, he was not the best sanctuary for her. Neither could provide her with a stable residence." "Then where do we go?" Yin Xi inquired, the Yi Cheng pondered before responding. "We shall seek a tribe strong enough to provide you with a superior life. Will they accept us?" Yin Xi asked tentatively. Humans are social creatures. She yearned to reside among her kind. Though perhaps no civilization had yet evolved to include humanity, she still believed communal living suited her best. Yi Cheng replied, "My talent is red, and I possess special abilities. No tribe would refuse the addition of a powerful male beast and a young female." This last thought remained unspoken, but Yin Xi questioned, "But didn't you say you disliked joining tribes?" Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, not realizing she had noted this detail. Indeed, for 6 previous fiery seasons, he had not belonged to any tribe. Now, for the sake of his partner, he found himself compelled to join one, yet he deemed this sacrifice worthwhile. He could not protect her alone, and altering some of his lifestyle habits was acceptable. However, Yi Cheng's subsequent words served as a dire warning. Your fragile body cannot survive in the beast world without the protection of a formidable male. Otherwise, you may end up like that exiled scorpion beast that captured you before. You must never reveal your humanity to anyone you cannot fully trust. This is crucial that in the beast world, the hierarchy of male beasts ranges from highest to lowest. Black gold, gold, silver, purple, red, green, orange, blue, and cyan. Male beasts with red talent or above possess one or more unique abilities. My talent is ice-based, that I am a red-bellied, fragrant snake. My father possesses purple talent, and my mother hails from the powerful bluebird clan, endowed with silver talent, that I will evolve further and grow stronger. However, my singular abilities may not suffice to safeguard you, which is why we must find a powerful tribe to settle in. Otherwise, she would encounter the exiled scorpion orcs as she had before. With my current red talent, I can defeat 10 green-talented scorpion orcs in one go. Beyond that, I might face some difficulties, especially since I must also carry you to safety. Therefore, for your own protection, the most prudent course of action would be to join a powerful tribe." Yanxi fell into silence, realizing that Yi Cheng might be right. In a world where a single scorpion claw is as large as an excavator, she was utterly defenseless compared to the combat-capable scorpion orcs in Yi Cheng's group. Without the protection of a male orc, she would have no means to survive in this beastly realm. Moreover, they would not offer their assistance without cause. The best strategy was to become a companion, just as Yi Cheng suggested that if she refused, she might not even manage to take a few steps before being seized by a suddenly appearing orc. If death were immediate, she might even be grateful for a quick end, avoiding prolonged suffering. Yet to be left in a half-alive state, or to be captured by malevolent orcs and reduced to a mere vessel for their desires, would truly render her existence a torturous struggle. Furthermore, the red-talented Yi Cheng seemed to possess ice-type abilities. Those familiar with supernatural tales know that ice powers are inherently formidable, and he mentioned he could evolve, which would only enhance his strength further. As a male orc tasked with the protection, he might indeed suffice. Noticing Yanxi's prolonged silence, Yi Cheng ventured outside, using his aura to conceal her waist before returning to the cave. Seeing her still lost in thought, he reassured her, "Do not worry. The orcs of the tribes in this beastly realm tend to be quite united. In such a brutal land, survival hinges on camaraderie." "What poses the greatest danger in this beastly realm?" Yanxi inquired. "Mostly the harshness of the environment. Additionally, threats arise from unfamiliar exiled and wandering orcs." Confused, Yanxi asked, "What is the difference between exiled and wandering orcs?" Yi Cheng, hoping to enlighten her about the intricacies of this beastly world, explained, "Exiled orcs have either committed acts of violence against females or have wronged their tribes, resulting in their banishment, marked by a brand on their foreheads. They are exceedingly dangerous, often driven to madness, and will not hesitate to harm females. Therefore, if you ever encounter an exiled orc, flee at once. If escape is impossible, seek refuge until I come to your aid. As for wandering orcs, their sole distinction from the tribe's male orcs is their aversion to communal living or having lost their parents at a young age. There are also those like me. younglings banished by their fathers, who learned to survive alone and became wandering orcs in essence. Wandering orcs are somewhat safer than exiled ones, as they can still trade with tribes for necessities using their hunted prey. However, exiled orcs do not engage in such exchanges. They prefer to take by force. Yanxi nodded, indicating her understanding. She had often heard him mention exiled and wandering orcs, but struggled to differentiate between the two. Now, after his clarification, she recognized which of the two, despite their minor name differences, posed a greater threat and which was relatively safer. He was not to say that wandering orcs were entirely devoid of danger. Nor was Yi Cheng a symbol of safety. Hence, one could not generalize. Facts must dictate the truth. After such lengthy discourse, Yi Cheng felt a pang of thirst. He picked a fruit for Yanxi, taking a bite himself before offering the rest to her for breakfast. Yanxi looked at the fruit with a hint of hesitation. "May I request some water to freshen up? I wish to cleanse my mouth and wash my face." She had quickly discerned that resources here seemed rather scarce. Over the past couple of days, she had not witnessed Yi Cheng kindle a fire. Was it that he could not, or was it simply unnecessary? Yi Cheng paused, then went to gather fruits for Yanxi and procure his own meal. After finishing and freshening up, he returned with the fruits, yet he had not thought to bring her water for washing. "I will fetch you water now," he declared, turning to leave, having never had a companion before. He was unfamiliar with these routines, but he would remember for the future. The little female, upon waking, needed to freshen up before breakfast, when Yi Cheng returned with a large leaf filled with water. Yanxi expressed her gratitude. Nevertheless, she felt a deepening sorrow for the backwardness of her current existence. Would she truly have to endure life in such conditions? No, she lamented. She was not accustomed to this. Lacking a toothbrush or a washcloth, she managed to rinse her mouth and splashed her face with the cold water. The icy liquid sent shivers through her. "It's so cold," she exclaimed, trembling, upon hearing her complaints. Yi Cheng stepped back, holding the large leaf filled with water. "Do not move," she urged. "You mentioned it was cold," he replied. "The little female should not wash with cold water in the morning. It would surely chill her." He needed to remember all her habits to care for her better. While the water was indeed cold, did he not have the means to boil it? Discarding the cold water, Yi Cheng remarked. "The blooming season has just begun. While daytime temperatures are bearable, the nights and mornings remain rather chilly, and the river water is quite frigid. If we leave, I can borrow fire from a nearby tribe to heat water for you to wash. Will it be quick? We must wait for the sun to rise. If we go too early or too late, they may mistake me for an enemy." He was a wandering orc, not belonging to any tribe, and had limited interactions with them. However, now that he had Yanxi by his side, he had to learn the things he previously did not know in order to care for her properly. "Then never mind. I will wash with cold water," she decided, feeling hunger gnawing at her and dismissing her discomfort. Sitting on the stone bed, she began to nibble on the fruit for breakfast. Yi Cheng watched her with a hint of sympathy and said, "Once I acquire fire, I will ensure you have hot water to wash." Hearing him mention fire several times, and recalling his primitive way of eating, she inquired, "Is fire so difficult to obtain?" Fire is typically only found within the orc tribes. There are orcs specifically tasked with guarding it. Others must trade for fire using their hunted prey. What a hassle. "Then do not bother. I can teach you to start fire." Yi Cheng turned to her in surprise, asking, "You know how to make fire?" Recalling her sudden appearance by the pond, her healing skills, and her purely human identity, he wondered, could it be that you were a divine messenger sent by the beast god? Although he had never believed in such tales, Yanxi's unexpected arrival lent credibility to her being a messenger of the beast god. Yanxi was at a loss for words. Just knowing how to make fire made her a messenger? Ignorance was indeed frightening. Making fire is not a monumental feat. If my bag hadn't been lost, I would have had something to ignite it more swiftly. Yi Cheng inquired, "Did the beast god grant you items in your bag?" Yanxi sighed. There was no avoiding this topic, was there? Yet that bag held significant importance for her. "Sort of," she replied. Yi Cheng stood up, declaring, "I will retrieve it for you. Stay here and do not move. I will return shortly." True to his word, he returned in under 5 minutes, carrying her bag, which had a large tear in it. Upon seeing her bag, Yanxi's spirits lifted, but upon closer inspection through the sunlight streaming into the cave, She noticed the gaping hole, as if it had been slashed by a sharp object. She took Yi Cheng's hand, aligning his sharp fingernail with the tear in her bag, and glared at him, saying, "Did you ruin my bag?" Yi Cheng instinctively blinked, wanting to deny it. Yanxi raised the bag to his face, stating, "Do not even think of arguing. I have seen how sharp your nails are," with no way to refute her claim. Yi Cheng conceded, "I will sew it up for you." Yanxi emptied the contents of her bag and tossed the damaged one at him, saying, "Then hurry and stitch it. Make the stitches fine and neat." She arrived at this place with only a handful of belongings, which can be considered her entire fortune. It was no surprise that she felt angered when Yi Cheng inadvertently damaged and lost some of her possessions. Yi Cheng, despite his grievances, diligently repaired her bag. Out of curiosity, he had carelessly torn it open, yet he thought to himself that he hadn't exerted much force. However, he dared not voice this thought in front of the delicate female. Yanxi perused the scant resources she had brought to this beastly world. Among them was a bank card issued by her parents using her ID, containing over 2 million in pocket money, a Chinese identity card, a passport, a small pack of tissues, a package of wet wipes, a hair claw, a bundle of hair ties, an oval-shaped cushion brush, a temperature-sensitive color-changing lip balm, a flip mirror measuring 20 centimeters, a pack of sanitary napkins, a windproof lighter she had used to light candles for a classmate's birthday, a pencil, a notebook for jotting down her thoughts, a set of house keys, a power bank, a charging cable, a charger, and lastly, her mobile phone. Upon catching sight of the mirror, the beauty-conscious Yin, she picked it up to examine her reflection. "What is this?" She noticed a faint green leaf-shaped mark on her forehead, about the size of her pinky nail. Rubbing it with her fingertip, she found it wouldn't budge. She was certain that she had not possessed such a mark before. "Could this be my golden finger?" she mused. Just as this thought crossed her mind, sitting on the stone bed, she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes, akin to a video transition, and she found herself standing on a patch of black soil, with a water well nearby. Observing the sky, she noted the absence of the sun, yet it was as bright as day. Where am I? Have I traversed realms once more? Wasn't I just seated on the stone bed? Recalling the stone bed, in the next moment, as if another video transition had occurred, she was back on the stone bed within the cave. Yi Cheng, in a state of near panic, was almost ready to upturn the entire stone bed in search of her. Upon her sudden appearance, he pulled her into his embrace, anxiously inquiring, "Where did you go?" Yanxi paused, her heart leaping with joy as she declared, "I discovered a marvelous place. Let me take you to see it." With that, she grasped Yi Cheng's hand, silently invoking the space within her mind. They both materialized in a realm of 2 acres, entirely composed of black soil. To her astonishment, she realized she had acquired a space suitable for cultivation. Yi Cheng, equally astonished, had never encountered anything so mysterious before. It seemed that all of this began after he met Yin Xi. Releasing Yi Cheng's hand, she approached the edge of the well, which was not very high, and scooped some water to drink. It was extraordinarily sweet, refreshing her spirit. After drinking, she noticed that her recently fractured ribs, which had yet to heal properly, no longer pained her. Her breathing was no longer labored, nor did she feel short of breath. Additionally, the wounds inflicted by the feral beast that had captured her earlier, along with the bites from mosquitoes, had healed completely, and she suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself. Unable to hold back any longer, Yanxi said, "Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back." She felt an urgency she hadn't experienced in 18 years. She dashed 100 meters away from Yi Cheng, and unable to restrain herself any longer, she shielded herself with her skirt and squatted down, letting it all out. The sounds echoed, and she feared Yi Cheng, even 100 meters away, might hear her. Thus, she could only close her eyes and feign death. After what felt like an eternity, once she sensed her stomach was empty, she opened her eyes only to be confronted with another dilemma. She had no tissue to wipe herself. There was a package on the stone bed outside, but just as she thought this, a pack of tissues appeared before her, precisely the one she had left on the stone bed. Turned out this space had its advantages. She could access items from the outside, even while within it. The significance of the distance was uncertain, but that was a trivial matter for now. She needed to resolve her embarrassment first. Once she had composed herself and was about to return to wash her hands at the well, she discovered Yi Cheng standing just 2 meters behind her. Yanxi felt as though she might burst from embarrassment. Yi Cheng stepped forward, took the used pack of tissues from her hands, and asked, "This is quite a handy item. How was it made? I can make some for you." Yanxi's lips twitched at that moment. She wished for nothing more than to vanish. Noticing her face redden like a certain beast's posterior, Yi Cheng finally realized her discomfort and ceased his inquiries, guiding her to the well to wash her hands. "How did you drink this water?" And suddenly, Yanxi raised her damp hand to cover his mouth, stating, "No more talking." Reminded of what her hands had just touched, she hurriedly dropped her hand, her eyes darting as she said, "This well water is remarkable. After drinking it, the pain in my recently healed ribs vanished, my wounds have healed, and I feel invigorated. Why, Yi Cheng, you should try some too." She washed her hands and offered him a handful of well water to drink. Why, Yi Cheng, rarely witnessing her such initiative, accepted without suspicion and drank a handful of the water she provided. When Yanxi saw he showed no reaction, she speculated that perhaps his larger physique meant it would take longer for the effects to manifest. She continued to offer him more water until he finally grasped her hand. Seemingly experiencing the urgency she had just felt, with a speed akin to flight, he dashed away to address his own physiological needs. Yanxi watched his retreating figure, initially intending to tease him. But finding the distance too great, she opted to wait for his return. When Yi Cheng approached again, he held an empty tissue packet, and upon seeing Yanxi's unabashed smile, he realized she had deliberately sought to embarrass him. Which sparked his irritation. He stepped forward, embraced her, and planted a firm kiss, as if intending to devour her whole. Yanxi was genuinely frightened. His gaze resembled that of a predator fixated on its prey. At that moment, she felt a primal fear. She ought not to provoke the male beastmen of this world. Although Yi Cheng vowed to protect her, it did not grant her the liberty to toy with him. Yi Cheng, sensing her body tremble, refrained from further teasing, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson as he struggled against the urge to escalate their interaction. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "This water is extraordinary. It can restore stamina, heal injuries, and even purify the innate talents of beastmen to aid in their advancement." Concerned that Yanxi might become frightened of him again, he shifted the topic to divert her attention. In truth, the well water was far more potent than he had described. Its full potential had yet to be uncovered. This seemingly endless source would, with just a sip daily, swiftly elevate one's level from red to purple. His father, possessing a purple talent, had conceived him with her mother. Thus, he was born with a red talent. One tier lower than his father's 0.1 tier could easily overpower a beastman of a lower tier, which was why he had often been the one to receive his father's beatings in the past. Why Yi Cheng grasped Yanxi's arm, his tone grave as he declared, "This place must never be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, it could bring you countless unforeseen dangers." Seeing his seriousness, Yanxi nodded in understanding, aware of the adage that possessing something precious could lead to peril. Why Yi Cheng, satisfied with her response, stated, "Let us depart." Yanxi continued to nod, pulling Yi Cheng out of the space. Why Yi Cheng, feeling a sense of unease, offered her several reminders before returning to his previous spot to resume his task of sewing the bag. However, his mind was preoccupied with their future together. That Yanxi's identity as a pure human was exceptionally unique, and although he could conceal that aspect relatively well, the myriad of unknown and mysterious elements surrounding her, much like this black soil space, posed a greater challenge. If the effects of the water in her space were discovered by other beastmen, it could lead to unforeseen troubles for her, but he needed to swiftly find a powerful tribe to integrate her into their community, thus ensuring her protection. Of course, there was another option, to find several formidable beastmen to safeguard her. Yet, the mere thought of sharing her with other male beastmen stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Yi Cheng. He glanced at the little female sitting on the stone bed. Blissfully unaware of the potential dangers that lay ahead, he envied her innocent ignorance. Indeed, females should live carefree lives like hers. As for the other matters, he would handle them as a male beastman. Yanxi remained completely oblivious to the dangers that might befall her. She felt relieved when Yi Cheng had momentarily paused his actions instead of imposing something upon her. In truth, if he were to act against her will, she would be utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, she was grateful that he allowed her time to adapt during her moments of insecurity. She continued to examine the contents of her small bag. Her phone was waterproof, and to her surprise, it still had 60% battery life. However, there was no signal, rendering her unable to receive or send messages. Even emergency calls were out of reach. The power bank had 90% battery. But without a signal, the power was of little use. Yanxi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She looked up at the man sitting on the ground, diligently stitching her bag, glancing at her phone. She recalled that it was her first boyfriend and thought it would be nice to take a photo as a memento. Moreover, he was quite handsome, disregarding the fact that he was a beastman. Didn't he exude an overwhelming aura of masculinity? She took out her phone, activated the camera, moved behind Yi Cheng, and draped her arm around his neck, saying smile at the phone. Why Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. And Yanxi pressed the shutter. The photo captured a bewildered Yi Cheng in the foreground, while a playful, half-squinting Yanxi embraced his neck from behind, freezing the moment in time. Why Yi Cheng, perplexed, wondered why their figures appeared in that small box. Yanxi, however, had no intention of explaining. She simply said, "Continue with your work. Don't mind me. While the phone still has battery, I'll take a few more pictures of you." Why Yi Cheng nodded, ignoring her, as he quickly finished the last touches on the project. Handing the bag back to her, saying, "Take a look. How does it fare? I've added a layer of my snake skin inside for added durability that if you wish to change bags, you can use my snake skin. It's more resilient than this one. His snake skin, even when detached from its body, was tough enough to withstand cuts from ordinary beast claws." Yanxi accepted her bag, inspecting it inside and out. Although the repairs were not aesthetically pleasing, it was indeed sturdy. She placed everything she had just emptied back into it, tucking it away in the innermost part of the stone bed, holding her phone. She approached him, saying, "Let me show you your photo. I'm not bragging, but my photography skills are quite good." She squatted beside him, displaying the picture she had taken. Each shot emanated a sense of artistry. Primarily because the subject was undeniably photogenic from every angle. Why Yi Cheng had long been curious about the device she held, but since she hadn't explained, he refrained from asking further questions. Watching her swipe through images, he reached out to touch it and inquired, "Is this from your world?" Yanxi replied proudly, "Yes, it's a technological marvel from my world. Just this tiny device allows us to see and speak to one another across thousands of miles." "Isn't that amazing?" Yi Cheng nodded, listening attentively. Seeing his genuine interest, Yanxi became even more animated, sharing about the creatures that fly in the sky, swim in the water, and run on land. Anything that came to her mind. Eventually, she spoke until her throat felt parched, prompting Yi Cheng to offer her a juicy fruit. Yanxi paused, smiling as she accepted it and took a bite. Why Yi Cheng remarked, "Your parents raised you well." In her world, were all females pampered in such a manner? It was no wonder she was reluctant to stay here. Yanxi nodded vigorously, replying, "Indeed, but I also worked hard. I am the sole heir to my grandparents and parents. So their expectations for me were quite high to master those subjects. I endured many hardships. Yet compared to those who perform laborious tasks, I find my intense studying far less burdensome, besides my essential studies. I also helped my grandfather maintain the medicinal garden, learn traditional handicraft from my grandmother, engage in my father's business affairs, and learn etiquette from my mother to shine in social gatherings. That I must excel in all these endeavors, which is quite taxing. Here, you don't have to study anything. Whatever you need, I will do for you." It was unreasonable for her to follow him and still live a life worse than before. If that were the case, it would be an affront to him as a male beastman. Yanxi shook her head, saying, "My grandparents and parents taught me that to obtain something, one must rely on their own efforts. A partner can be your harbor, but you cannot remain in the harbor forever. Don't underestimate me. Just because I'm a girl, I have grand ambitions." However, the thought of being in this desolate place made her realize that her aspirations might soon fade away. Noticing her sudden shift in mood, likely a reflection on the disparity between her past and present, Yi Cheng asked, "Have you eaten enough? If you have, let us go." Yanxi nodded, finishing the last bite of the fruit. Discarding the pit, shaking off the juice from her hands, and slinging her small bag on her back, finding it quite simple. Why Yi Cheng, on the other hand, was even simpler, leaving without taking anything with him. Yanxi, puzzled, asked, "Are you really leaving like this? Not taking anything at all?" Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, then nodded. He approached the stone bed, selected a few intact snake skins, and tied them together with one. indicating that he would discard the rest. Binding the snake skins around his waist, he picked up Yanxi, letting her sit on his arm, his feet transforming into a serpentine tail as he prepared to leave. Yanxi called out for him to wait, reluctant to part with the remaining snake skins on the stone bed. She quickly gathered them into her black soil space and asked him to remove the snake skins from his waist to store them as well. Yicheng suddenly realized how convenient Yanxi's space was for carrying items. He then inquired if she wanted to take the stone bed as well, as finding another one that was so flat and spacious would be challenging, and remaking it would take time. Yanxi considered that there was still ample space in her black soil space and nodded, effortlessly storing the stone bed within. Once the stone bed was removed, the cave was rendered empty. Exiting the cave, Yicheng instructed Yanxi to store the 2 pairs of large pincers and the scorpion tail he had dissected from the scorpion beastman into her space. He carelessly discarded the scorpion beastman's body outside the cave. After everything was settled, Yicheng lifted Yanxi and chose a direction to walk. Yanxi turned to look back at the cave, which was receding into the distance, and asked, "Aren't you going to miss it at all?" Yicheng, gazing into the distance, replied, "In the future, wherever you are, I will cherish those memories." Yanxi was taken aback, her curiosity piqued by the weight of his words, making her hesitant to respond, fearing she might disappoint him. However, Yicheng turned to her with a smile, saying, "The beast world is like this. You will become accustomed to it." Yanxi indicated that she did not comprehend. Yicheng pondered briefly and explained in terms she could understand. "You mentioned that in your world, a male and a female form a partnership, which is because the ratio of men to women is relatively balanced." Yanxi shook her head, saying, No, not in our time and space. There are still more men than women, and many men remain single. However, a portion of women also choose not to marry, resulting in many singles among both genders, with a rough gender ratio of about 4:6. After hearing her elaborate, Yicheng understood that the genders she referred to were equivalent to male and female beastmen in his understanding. He remarked, "In your world, the gender ratio is 4:6, but in the beast world, the ratio is 2:8, or perhaps even less than that. Due to the harsh living conditions in the beast world, it is ill-suited for females and their young to thrive. Consequently, the number of females continues to dwindle. Along with the population of offspring that in 100 or so orc-sized tribes, there are often no more than 2 or 3 females, including both the young and the elderly. This stark reality highlights the significance of females within a tribe. It can be said that the male orcs of a tribe revolve entirely around the female orcs. Any male orc may become a mate of a female orc if she so desires." Yanxi expressed her astonishment. "Is it a polyandrous system?" Yicheng nodded in affirmation. "Essentially, yes," still grappling with the concept. Yanxi asked, "Can the selected male orcs refuse?" "They can, but such is the nature of the beast world. Male orcs have little choice. There are only a handful that might be deemed acceptable as they continue to choose. Male orcs age, their combat prowess diminishes, and without the prospect of offspring or a supporting family, their eventual fate is often grim." Yanxi swallowed hard and inquired, "I wish to know if there are females who do not desire multiple mates, or those who do not wish to have mates at all. Are they coerced by the male orcs?" Yicheng regarded her with a knowing glance, sensing her apprehension. After all, was she not in a similar predicament? He understood the fears that haunted her, reminiscent of her abduction and the scorpion-like orc she encountered. Such instances do exist, yet any male orc who forcibly claims a female without her consent would be exiled from the tribe, becoming a rogue orc. Much like the scorpion orc you once saw, he is now a wanderer. Rogue orcs bear a mark inscribed with the character for death on their foreheads, signifying their malevolent nature, rendering them unwelcome wherever they go today. As for whether females can be coerced into mating with male orcs, in my experience, all unions are consensual. Thus, you need not fear that any male orc would attempt to force a bond with you. No orc would dare do such a thing unless they wished for their own demise." Understanding dawned upon Yanxi. She indeed recalled seeing the character for death on the forehead of that scorpion orc when he transformed into human form. Nodding, she acknowledged her comprehension. Yet, for her own safety, she ventured one more question. In the tribe, might there be subtle pressures for females to choose several males as mates for the sake of reproduction? Yicheng queried, "Are you expressing a desire for multiple mates?" "Certainly not. I am merely asking if there's an expectation in the tribe for females to select multiple mates. If I refuse, can I still reside in that tribe? Though she harbored secret thoughts of a harem, she had never taken any tangible actions, thus, she would never cross the moral line. That would be irresponsible for her. Such a situation could arise, but if you are unwilling, you may refuse as for being part of tribe. As long as you do not commit any wrongs against it, the orcs would not cast you out. Even if I do not wish for multiple mates, I can still remain in the tribe, correct? Indeed, hearing what she longed to hear, Yanxi sighed in relief. She feared being subjected to coercive arrangements, where her desire for safety would leave her powerless to refuse, leading to a most frustrating existence. With her questions answered, Yanxi glanced around the desolate area and asked, "Where are we headed?" Without turning his head, Yicheng focused on the path ahead. There lies a small tribe of rabbit orcs a day's journey from here. We shall visit them to see if they possess any items you desire. I will trade my game for them. However, before that, we must make a stop at the waterhole. What purpose does the waterhole serve? Yanxi inquired. Why Yicheng remained silent, but soon she understood the reason for their visit. Arriving at the waterhole they had previously visited, Yicheng set her down and retrieved the remnants of the parachute fabric he had cut during her rescue, along with the torn pieces of her clothing. That he noted the fondness she held for these items. Having discarded them earlier, he sought them out now that they were preparing to leave this place. Upon seeing the parachute fabric, Yanxi felt a surge of joy. Although it could not be fashioned into clothing, it would serve excellently for a raincoat or a tent. Additionally, her parachute attire consisted of a moisture-wicking quick-dry shirt, an insulated down jacket, and a soft fleece outer layer, all topped with a windbreaker. It was astonishing that such layered clothing had been rendered useless by a mere scratch from Yicheng's fingernail. Fortunately, he had also managed to find her lost pair of shoes. Though her socks were missing, the damp items were still a welcome recovery, as having shoes meant she could walk independently once more. She stored the other items in her black soil space, knowing that with some time, she could sew them back together with a bone needle, and the quick dry shirt could double as a towel. However, she refrained from placing her shoes in the black soil space, eager to dry them quickly so she could wear them. She did not plan to remain in Yicheng's arms for the entirety of their journey. These garments are quite unique and warm. Oh, you know what materials they are made from? I could find suitable alternatives to create something for you. Why Yicheng observed her reluctance to part with even the thinnest piece of clothing, watching as she carefully cut it into several pieces, preserving even the smallest remnant in her black soil space. She took the remaining square of fabric, wet it, wrung it out, and used it to wipe her face. This square of quick-dry fabric would now serve as her face cloth. After washing her face, Yanxi wrung out the quick-dry cloth and, realizing there was no place to hang it, asked Yicheng to carve 2 branches into hooks and fashion a straight stick to create a simple drying rack, which she would place in her black soil space. This way, her face cloth could dry without fostering bacteria. With everything in order, they continued on their journey. Yanxi remarked, "This fabric is made from cotton, a type of plant that is white and flower-like, yet feels incredibly soft. That as we travel, if we come across any, I will indicate it to you, and you can help me gather some. I now have a planting space to collect cotton seeds and see if I can cultivate it myself. If successful, I will never have to worry about a lack of cotton for clothing again." Why Yicheng nodded, committing to memory the description of the flower-like, white substance called cotton. They pressed on, and not far along the path, Yicheng picked some fruit from the roadside and wrapped it in leaves for her. Yanxi accepted it without hesitation, wiped one on her clothing, and took a bite. After finishing the fruit, she idly tore at the leaf that had wrapped it, discovering a new treasure in the process. Excitedly, she patted Yicheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Where did you find this leaf?" Yicheng paused, turning to look at the leaf he had casually picked to wrap the fruit. "Do you want this leaf?" Yanxi nodded. "See how fibrous this leaf is? While it may not match cotton in quality, it should serve as excellent material for making fire starters." "Fire starters?" Yicheng appeared puzzled. "Yes, a portable fire source," Yanxi clarified for him. Why Yicheng examined the leaf. Intrigued, "This leaf can be used to create fire starters?" "Indeed, by adding a bit of flammable rosin, bulrush flowers, and charcoal, we can make fire starters. Along our journey, I have spotted many bulrush flowers growing exceptionally lush and tall. I have also seen remarkably large pine trees, and charcoal is easy to produce. We can simply burn some and crush it for use." These leaves are plentiful. We will surely encounter more as we continue our journey. Yicheng agreed. Then let us hasten. I also need small bamboo, about the size of a thumb, to make several fire starters. In the future, even without my lighter, I will be able to ignite a fire using them. Yicheng found it somewhat hard to believe that the orcs treasured the fire seed so dearly. Yet it was so effortlessly uttered from her lips. Along the journey, the pair, one human and one beast, had collected nearly all the necessary materials, with only charcoal remaining. Once they settled for the night to camp, they could burn some wood to produce the charcoal needed for the fire sticks. Yanxi focused her gaze downward, tallying the materials for the fire sticks. Yicheng reminded her, the path is treacherous. Hold on to me tightly. Instinctively, Yanxi wrapped her arms around Yicheng's neck, directing her gaze ahead. It was then she beheld a vast landslide, realizing there was no path to traverse, confirming Yicheng's warning about the difficulty of the journey. Feeling her grip tighten around his neck, Yicheng summoned all his strength. His sliding tail propelled him forward as if equipped with springs, launching him over 10 meters in a single leap. He repeated this maneuver, and after approximately 10 minutes, they finally traversed the expanse of the landslide. Yanxi, still somewhat in shock, glanced back at the path they had taken. Yicheng explained, this landslide was likely caused by last year's heavy rainy season. It could have been worse. Is this really considered mild? Yanxi remarked, recalling the distance Yicheng had leaped across that extensive landslide. She shivered at the thought. Had she encountered such a massive landslide, she would have perished. The rainy season not only brought floods, but also the threat of seawater inundation, a true calamity for the land-dwelling beasts. Yanxi swallowed hard. Seawater inundation? Does that mean what I think it does? You mentioned it takes a month to fly from here to the sea. Can seawater truly reach inland? What do you mean by a month? Yicheng inquired. It refers to the months of time calculation. Approximately 30 days. Yicheng nodded, stating, in your world, a month consists of 30 days, while in the beast realm, we refer to it as 30 solar days. During the rainy season, seawater does indeed overflow, with only elevated mountain peaks remaining visible. The entirety of the rainy season lasts for 60 solar days, which you would perceive as 2 months. 2 months? How do the inhabitants survive? I mean, how do the orcs manage to get by? Yicheng took a deep breath, sighed, and smiled at her, reassuring, do not worry. I will find sufficient food for you. You shall not go hungry during the rainy season or the snowy season. Yanxi swallowed again, contemplating the prospect of food shortages. Reflecting on her initial fortune of possessing a planting space, she felt truly blessed. Are you afraid? Yicheng asked. Yanxi frowned and retorted, aren't you afraid? I am accustomed to it. He replied. Yanxi pondered his response. What a profound reply. Yicheng continued. We serpent-like orcs fare slightly better than other orcs. When seawater inundates, we can dive beneath the surface. The underwater world is considerably calmer than the tumultuous surface. We must exercise caution when avoiding flash floods, but we can hold our breath for about 3 months. You can go for 3 months without food? She asked, if I eat my fill once. I can survive for 4 months without sustenance. Yicheng responded. He endeavored to explain in terms she could comprehend, allowing Yanxi to better understand him and the harsh realities of the beast realm. I cannot live underwater. I can only manage 1 or 2 minutes at best, which is approximately the time it takes me to consume a piece of fruit. Yicheng nodded, understood. When the rainy season arrives, I will ensure your safety. Yanxi felt a surge of fear. How could she entrust her life to another? Was she truly prepared to compromise and bind Yicheng to her side as a partner in this perilous realm? Yet the nature of partnership bore no legal constraints. How could she convince a male orc of the beast realm to protect her with his very life? Noticing her silence, Yicheng lifted her chin gently and reassured her. I will keep you safe. Yanxi managed a faint smile, but did not fully absorb his words. Such assurances seemed insufficient. In simpler terms, her sudden arrival in this world left her feeling insecure. Yet she also recognized that a measure of security must be self-provided. Although she was unaware of the weight of Yicheng's promise, he was acutely aware of it. His loyalty to her was solidified the moment they became partners. Though he was a wandering orc, his fidelity to his female was unwavering. This was an intrinsic trait ingrained in the essence of every male orc in the beast realm, not merely empty words to placate. After a day of internal conflict over whether to concede and truly become a couple with Yi Cheng, Yanxi contemplated the advantages of having him assist her without discomfort. Relying on her boyfriend was undeniably easier than asking a mere stranger for help. However, lacking experience in romantic relationships, she was uncertain how to broach the subject with him, especially regarding whether Yi Cheng could grasp her intentions. As it turned out, even with a common language, some matters proved difficult to articulate. Yi Cheng, not overly perceptive, sensed her preoccupation but remained oblivious to her dilemma about pursuing a romantic relationship. What was love? He did not comprehend it. For him, the notion of partnership meant that if she wished to share a bed at night, it would be a beautiful occurrence. Yet, as she had not acquiesced, all he could do was wait, hoping that the wait would not be prolonged. As the sun began its descent, Yi Cheng, carrying the slumbering Yin Xi on his shoulder, approached the outskirts of the rabbit beastman tribe. Even at the periphery, they were intercepted by a male orc who resembled a rabbit but was several times larger, preventing them from advancing further into the tribe. Yi Cheng's formidable strength instilled a sense of dread in them. Without engaging in unnecessary conversation, Yi Cheng simply dropped their prey onto the ground and coldly stated, "We intend to stay here for a few days. Provide us with a place to rest." The two patrolling male rabbit orcs exchanged glances, noting the absence of a death mark on either's face and the fact that one of them was carrying a sleeping female. They deduced that he was likely not a dangerous male orc, yet they remained cautious. Seeing their hesitation, Yi Cheng's brow furrowed, his tone growing colder as he reiterated, "I require a place to stay." It was uncertain if his raised voice stirred the sleeping Yin Xi, but she awoke, rubbing her eyes. The speed with which Yi Cheng's expression shifted upon seeing her left the two patrolling male rabbit orcs astonished. "Yi Cheng, where have we arrived?" Yanxi inquired. Why? Yi Cheng gently patted her back, replying, "We have reached the rabbit beastman's tribe. I am negotiating for a place to stay." The two patrolling male rabbit orcs twitched at the corners of their mouths. "Big guy, you aren't merely negotiating for a place. Your expression clearly suggests that refusal would result in a bloodbath for their tribe." Upon hearing that they had arrived at the rabbit beastman tribe, Yanxi's interest peaked. "Oh, we can stay here for a while?" she exclaimed. "Why?" Yi Cheng, noting her excitement, confirmed, "Indeed, my shoes, are they dry yet?" "Want to get down?" Why? Yi Cheng unfastened her shoes from his waist, stating, "They are dry. You were sleeping, so I didn't wake you to— I want to get down, I want to get down." She had been in the beast realm for days and had yet to see the tribe. Her curiosity ignited. As Yi Cheng helped her put on her shoes, Yanxi stood on solid ground. Although she was much shorter than Yi Cheng, she was still considerably taller than the rabbit orcs. She quietly asked Yi Cheng, "Are they good orcs? Can I talk to them?" Yi Cheng hesitated. He was reluctant to let other male orcs see Yanxi. However, upon witnessing her yearning gaze for interaction, he ultimately nodded. Previously, he had scouted the tribe and found no male orcs with red traits, the most gifted among them possessing only green. Therefore, he was confident that even collectively, these orcs posed no threat to him. With Yi Cheng's approval, Yanxi approached the rabbit orcs with a beaming smile, initiating conversation. Her tone was far more courteous than Yi Cheng's, and the gentle demeanor of a female speaking to them elicited a more patient response from the two male rabbit orcs. Yanxi addressed them. "We are quite weary from our journey, and the night is drawing near. It is perilous to traverse the forest after dark. Would you be so kind as to allow us to stay in your tribe for a few days until we have rested sufficiently? We may submit our food." Yanxi said this while pointing at the prey that Yi Cheng had discarded on the ground. Her pitiable yet lively demeanor captivated the two male rabbit beastmen guards, who would gladly give their lives for her, let alone accommodate her for a few days in their tribe. They were so eager to lead Yanxi to their settlement that they completely disregarded Yi Cheng's presence. Yanxi turned back to glance at Yi Cheng and winked at him, feeling that the beastmen of the Beast World continent were exceptionally friendly. If Yi Cheng were aware of her thoughts, he would merely chuckle coldly. Did she not see the differing attitudes the rabbit beastmen held towards her and him? Nonetheless, the two were eventually brought before the rabbit beastman chief. Yanxi, still appearing quite pitiful, recounted her earlier words to the chief. The chief's intelligence was not to be compared with that of the two foolish young rabbit beastmen. His gaze flitted between Yanxi and Yi Cheng. landing on Yi Cheng's fearsome visage. He nodded and said, "Staying for a few days is acceptable, but you must provide a daily offering of prey weighing over 100 pounds. Additionally, our tribe will be attending a gathering of the ape beastmen in a few days, so you will need to vacate by then." Upon hearing the stipulation of 100-pound prey each day, Yanxi felt that the rent was exorbitant. After all, even when renting a house, the charges are typically calculated monthly, not daily. However, before Yanxi could open her mouth to negotiate, Yi Cheng readily agreed, saying, "Very well, lead us to our dwelling." Yanxi turned to look at Yi Cheng, wondering if he did not understand the meaning of bargaining. On the way to the dwelling provided by the rabbit beastmen, Yanxi was cradled in Yi Cheng's arms, and she leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Don't you know how to negotiate? You could easily be taken advantage of. Why did you agree so readily? That's 100-pound prey. It would take me 10 days, or even half a month to hunt one." Yanxi continued to scold him all the way. Eventually, the rabbit beastman, leading the way, pointed to a hand-dug cave, saying, "This is your residence. I will take my leave now." Yanxi gazed at the cave, which had an entrance barely as high as her waist. Feeling utterly speechless, she felt even more that this arrangement was not worth it. What could be done? 100-pound prey each day in exchange for such a cave? Was this not an outrageous scam? Yi Cheng set her down and said, "In this season, prey over 100 pounds is quite abundant. You stay here. I will expand the cave a bit, and then you can go inside." He certainly understood that the chief's terms were quite harsh. But as a wandering beast man, he was accustomed to such conditions. Only Yanxi continued to feel that they were at a loss. Standing outside the cave, Yanxi fumed, while Yi Cheng had already bent down and entered the cramped space to begin enlarging it. Yanxi kept busy, grumbling while searching for branches nearby to use for a fire later. When Yi Cheng emerged with the soil, he saw Yanxi gathering twigs around the cave and recalled that she could start fire. He said, "Just stay close to the cave and keep moving. Don't wander too far. I'll finish up inside shortly." Yanxi nodded. In truth, she did not dare to stray far. During their journey, she had spotted several rabbit beastmen watching them. At present, she only trusted Yi Cheng. Any random beastman could easily harm her, and she had no intention of running off. Once Yanxi had collected enough firewood, Yi Cheng also finished his work, enlarging the entrance to a height where Yanxi could walk in without bending. However, his tall frame still required him to stoop. Nevertheless, the interior was significantly more spacious. Why Yi Cheng clapped his hands and said, "I noticed a small stream not far from here. I'll go wash up and then gather some fruit for you." "I want to go too. I also wish to wash up." Having collected enough firewood for the night, Yanxi was a bit sweaty and wanted to freshen up. Upon reaching the stream, she noticed some bamboo nearby, which was a valuable resource. Bamboo could be fashioned into various everyday items, and she thought to dig some up to plant in her dark earth space, ensuring she would not have to worry about bamboo in the future. Thus, when they arrived at the riverbank, Yanxi asked Yi Cheng to help her dig up a bamboo plant. Yi Cheng found her request rather peculiar. When his female companion expressed a desire for something, he could easily fulfill it. Without much effort, he pulled out 3 or 4 stalks. Yanxi exclaimed in delight, "Are there any other people nearby? Can I put the bamboo into the dark earth space now?" Yi Cheng sensed the surroundings, frowning as he focused on a particular spot. Suddenly, muffled grunts and the sound of rustling vegetation echoed from that direction. Yanxi was startled and quickly grasped Yi Cheng's arm, asking, "Who is it?" Yi Cheng patted her hand and replied, "It's a beastman from the rabbit tribe. There is no need to fear that I've already intimidated them, and they fled. You can collect the bamboo now." Having already charged such a high rent, how could they still be watching her? Yanxi was already disgruntled about the daily prey rental fee, and the added surveillance only intensified her irritation. While speaking, she quickly placed 4 bamboo stalks into the dark earth space under the dim twilight. After completing this task, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Yi Cheng led her to the riverbank to wash her hands, saying, "No need to worry. All the beastmen in this rabbit tribe combined are no match for me. Stay here for a while. I'll hunt nearby to see if I can find any edible fruits for you." Yanxi opened her mouth, wanting to express her fear. Yet, as the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. After all, he was not her protector. She had no reason to demand he remain by her side. Unless she compromised and truly became his partner, she would not feel burdened when asking for his assistance. Yi Cheng sensed her troubled heart. but he knew that if he did not find food for her soon, she might go hungry that night. Resolutely, he departed. Yanxi watched his figure fade away, leaving the area in a profound silence, punctuated only by the gentle flow of water and the unknown nocturnal calls. The sky darkened completely, and the moon emerged. Though the moonlight was quite bright, Yanxi still felt a twinge of fear. Suddenly, she noticed something crawling by the stream. Startled, she focused her gaze and discovered it was a mountain crab about the size of her palm. Looking closer, she realized the water was teeming with crabs of various sizes. A smile crept onto Yanxi's face. She had not anticipated finding such large mountain crabs by the stream. Surveying her surroundings, she quickly tore off a few slender vines from the stream's edge and wove them into a makeshift basket. She then picked up 2 sticks to use as pincers, intending to catch a large crab. With a snap, the crab clamped down on the stick she had extended, easily breaking it in half. Yanxi was taken aback, retracting her stick to inspect the broken end, cursing under her breath. What incredible strength! Nonetheless, she was determined to catch this crab tonight. When Yi Cheng returned with his catch, he found Yanxi playfully poking a water bug with a stick at the riverbank. He could not help but smile wryly. He had expected to find Yanxi tearfully longing for his return, but the reality was quite different. Yanxi had managed to secure a mountain crab, and with 2 sticks, she successfully removed its formidable pincers, rendering it incapable of struggling against her. Now, she could lift the large crab easily. Surely, one would suffice for her meal. She planned to catch another one to share with Yi Cheng. It was a pity there was no salt available. As Yi Cheng set down his catch, Yanxi heard the sound and turned to see him, exclaiming in delight, "Yi Cheng, I discovered so many mountain crabs. I want to eat this one. Oh, you want a water bug?" He was taken aback, wondering why her culinary preferences were so intricate. "This is not a water bug. It is a mountain crab, and quite a sizable one at that. Capturing such a creature took an immense effort on my part. For their pincers possess tremendous strength, capable of snapping my wooden stick in 2 before I could finish my sentence." Yi Cheng struck down 4 or 5 large crabs with a single slap, rendering them utterly lifeless. That moment, I found myself enviously admiring Yi Cheng's ironclad palms. With such formidable shells, he was able to shatter them with ease. Why Yi Cheng, somewhat bewildered, sensed the admiration emanating from the little female. Thus, he became even more vigorous in his efforts, dispatching another 10 or so crabs. I quickly interjected, saying, "That's enough, that's enough. It's far too many." Yi Cheng nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment. Let me process this catch, and then we shall return. This is a gift for you." I accepted the fruits he offered, placing them on a rock, and said, "I'm not in a hurry. I still need to clean these mountain crabs before we roast them. Without any extravagant seasonings, roasting them is the most delectable option." Yi Cheng nodded in agreement as he began to skin the prey downstream, while I washed the crab meat upstream, by removing the excess shells from those crabs he had dispatched. It would make cooking them much easier later. Speaking of roasting, my thoughts drifted to boiling. Once I had cleaned all the crabs under the moonlight, I approached the stone, rinsed the fruits in the water, and began to nibble on them, asking the busy Yi Cheng, "How do the beastmen in the tribe prepare their meals?" As Yi Cheng meticulously cleaned the pelts, discarding the entrails of the prey, the flowing water carried away the remains, which the mountain crabs eagerly devoured. I observed the unfolding of the food chain. However, Yi Cheng misinterpreted my curiosity and asked, "Are you afraid?" I was taken aback, utterly perplexed, and replied, "What? Afraid of what? Are you not frightened by my ruthless actions of skinning and gutting the prey? The females in the tribe cannot bear to see such bloodshed. They are far too delicate." I shook my head, stating, "Isn't this merely a part of the food chain? Look at those mountain crabs. They are consuming the innards of the animals. This, too, is a crucial part of the food chain. Each element indispensable. Besides, you are not engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. You are only taking what you need for sustenance. I also consume meat, just not raw meat." Yi Cheng listened, increasingly convinced that she was unlike any female he had encountered before. Her thoughts were intriguing, and she found joy in activities he had assumed she would shy away from. Interacting with her was effortless. She was nothing like the pampered females of his tribe. In fact, her thoughts were quite predictable. It seemed as though he could read them in her lively eyes. With a smile, Yi Cheng stood and placed the fruits in my hands, lifting me effortlessly to sit upon his shoulders. The sudden elevation startled me, causing me to clutch his head in a flurry that I noticed he was balancing the clean prey in one hand and the freshly skinned pelts in the other, along with my basket of crabs. Clearly, he had no spare hands to carry me, and I was immensely grateful. Yet, I insisted I could walk on my own, albeit at a slower pace. Yi Cheng said, "Hold on tight. I'm about to leap." Though I had felt a bit awkward in this position, having witnessed Yi Cheng's jumping distance and speed, I quickly bent down to embrace his head for safety. Yi Cheng smiled, ensuring he did not rush the journey. Each landing was stable, sparing me from any anxiety. Upon returning to our temporary dwelling, Yi Cheng allowed me to dismount from his back, observing the multitude of items hanging from him. It was evident that he had difficulty maneuvering to set me down. Reluctantly, I grasped his arm to lower myself. As our skin brushed against one another, I distinctly noticed the smirk playing on his lips, as if he were mocking me. Frustrated, I pinched the soft flesh at his waist. He let out a soft grunt, and the look in his eyes shifted. Realizing I had crossed a line, I quickly exclaimed, "I'll go start the fire." This man was far too dangerous. Yi Cheng watched as I dashed away, not pursuing me. The fact that I could jest with him indicated progress. After I had kindled the fire, Yi Cheng found a large stone to set down the prey and pelt. He handed me the vine basket and asked, "What do you intend to do with this?" "Roast it. I need a stick to impale it and place it over the coals. Or you could fetch me a piece of Nan bamboo to create skewers. Using bamboo to roast the crabs over the coals would also suffice." "Wait here," Yi Cheng replied, swiftly heading to the creek to procure a piece of Nan bamboo for me. Following my instructions, he fashioned it into bamboo strips. I then threaded the clean crabs onto the bamboo slices, placing them beside the fire to roast. Yi Cheng also intended to use the bamboo strips to cook the game he had caught. I quickly called out to him, saying, "Let us make a rack. We should roast the whole prey." "All right." He was willing to accommodate my wishes. Yi Cheng constructed a large grilling rack, as per my request, skewering the entire cleaned prey onto a wooden stick, ensuring it would not burn by continuously rotating the skewer. Before long, the aroma of our roasting meat attracted a few rabbit beastmen, including their leader. Upon seeing our fire, they appeared overjoyed, as if they had not encountered flame in ages. They approached but did not come too close. Yi Cheng stood up and said to me, "Stay here. I'll go see what they want." I nodded, taking over the task of tending to the roasting prey. Shortly thereafter, Yi Cheng returned to inform me they wished to borrow our fire, offering one of the prey I gave them this afternoon in exchange. After pondering, I asked, "Do they have salt?" "We don't need their prey. Could we trade for salt instead? I crave food with a salty flavor." Yi Cheng nodded, understanding what needed to be done, and turned back to negotiate with the rabbit beastman. He did not require salt, but the little female desired meat seasoned with it. This salt was a necessity he must procure for her. Thus, when he returned, he held a piece of yellow coarse salt. Upon seeing its hue, I recognized it as rough salt, with large grains akin to rock candy and a yellow tint. I pinched a bit and tasted it. It was unlike any salt I had previously encountered, having a somewhat astringent flavor. Tea might require refinement to achieve the white salt I was familiar with. The rabbit beastmen borrowed the flame, their mouths watering at the enticing aroma of our food. Yet they did not voice any requests. As I savored the salted roasted crab, I found it to be utterly delicious. I took a generous piece of crab meat, rubbed it against the coarse salt to absorb a hint of saltiness, and offered it to Yi Cheng, saying, "Try this. It's absolutely delectable." Yi Cheng looked at the crab meat hovering near his mouth. Its scent was enticing, yet I had not eaten my fill before offering it to him. "Hurry and taste it. Though this salt is slightly astringent, it will suffice for now. Once conditions allow, I will refine it into white salt, making it easier for us to use. Now open your mouth. Why are you being so finicky?" Ultimately, Yi Cheng complied, allowing me to feed him the morsel of crab meat. As he chewed, his gaze met mine, filled with anticipation, and he smiled, exclaiming, "Delicious." He had no prior concept of gourmet delights, yet the fact that I had not satisfied my hunger before feeding him stirred something warm within his icy heart. It felt as though something had filled the emptiness that had lingered in his heart for years. That he declared, "If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like. I can still have roasted meat." Yanxi nodded slightly, not bothering to be polite. The food was simply exquisite. Even with nothing but salt as seasoning, she had managed to perceive a feast for the eyes. After consuming 3 crabs, she felt quite full. She informed Yi Cheng that she would take care of the remaining roasted game, urging him to finish off the leftover crabs. Yi Cheng, after patting her swollen belly to confirm her satisfaction, proceeded to tackle the remaining mountain crabs. It was a waste not to consume them. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Thus, when Yi Cheng finished all the crabs, Yanxi had already coated the game in salt water. The roasted skin now a golden hue, transforming the game into a meal. Yanxi swallowed, feeling she could still indulge a little more. Ultimately unable to resist temptation, she accepted a piece of roasted meat that Yi Cheng offered. However, after just 1 bite, she was nearly overwhelmed by the greasy fat. She returned the meat to Yi Cheng, saying, "This is all fat, it's unpalatable." This was indeed the most sumptuous piece of the game. That's fat, not delectable. Give me a piece of lean meat, preferably from the legs. Yi Cheng, with no other option, took the meat she had bitten into and chewed it in one swift motion. Yanxi, it was as if she had taken a bite. Never mind, seeing him swallow it down, she felt there was no need to comment that Yi Cheng tore off a piece of meat from the game's leg for her. Yanxi expressed her gratitude, blew on it, and began to eat. Yet after several chews, she found it impossible to bite through. Sitting upright, she refused to believe she couldn't handle a piece of meat. Grasping the meat strip that was as long as her forearm, she began to gnaw. Eventually, after much effort, her jaw ached, and she had only managed to grind down a small piece, nearly choking on it while swallowing. Gasping for breath, she returned the meat strip to Yi Cheng, rubbing her sore jaw as she lamented, "I can't bite through it." Yi Cheng looked astonished, replying, "I made it this small, and you still can't chew it?" Yanxi opened her small mouth, pointing to her molars. "The teeth inside are flat, meant for grinding food, while my front teeth are flat as well, only capable of tearing small bits of meat that I've tried. I just can't bite through this meat." "But you can't live on fruit alone. What about those water bugs?" Yi Cheng pondered, realizing how challenging it was to care for a young female. She didn't like raw meat, and the roasted meat was too tough. Even with his lack of experience in raising females and younglings, he understood that beastmen couldn't survive solely on fruit. Otherwise, they would fall ill. And she contemplated for a moment and asked, "How do the beastmen in the tribe prepare cooked food?" Yi Cheng, knowing the answer, replied, "Just like me, either roasted or tossed directly into the fire. There no beastman who uses pots or stone cauldrons to stew meat." When she was younger, while learning about herbs with her grandfather, he had explained that in ancient times, people first used stone tools for cooking, and only later did they develop pottery. In elementary school, her mother had enrolled her in a pottery class, where she crafted several teapots from clay for her grandfather. However, back then, she had the help of a teacher and convenient tools. Here, it was truly inconvenient to make things. I've seen ceramic pots at beastman gatherings, but they are all large, meant for holding water. No one uses them to cook food that I can make a stone cauldron, but it cooks things too slowly. Would you like one? Although Yi Cheng rarely interacted with others in the tribe, he had attended a few gatherings where beastmen exchanged goods. Yanxi nodded, saying, "I want that kind of pot, smaller, suitable for stewing food. With that tool, I should be able to manage the meat." Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, "In this season, I know of a place where there will be a beastman gathering in 15 Sundays. We can head there from here. Would you like to go?" Yanxi's eyes sparkled as she asked, "The beastman gathering you mentioned, is it the one the rabbit beastman spoke of this afternoon? Will we see many different races of beastmen there, and can we buy a lot of things?" Yi Cheng, not understanding her excitement, nodded. "Indeed, many beastmen from various tribes will attend to exchange what they need." "But what do you mean by buying things?" Yanxi said excitedly, "I mean exchanging items. I could trade herbs for the things I need, can I?" Yi Cheng was surprised. "You know about herbs? Are you a healer?" Yanxi hurriedly shook her head. "I'm not a healer. I just learned about herbs from my grandfather since I was little. That I aspire to be a doctor, like you said, a physician, but not a shaman." Yanxi's explanation was somewhat muddled, but it stemmed from her excitement, as it seemed she had discovered a skill that could sustain her. Yi Cheng nodded, re-evaluating Yanxi's worth at a pure human female with a pleasant aroma, knowledge of medicine, an understanding of herbs, and a cultivable space of black soil. Such a unique, Yin Xi was someone he, as a beast, might not be able to protect adequately. Perhaps during this gathering, he could assess which tribes had sufficient strength to allow him to bring Yin Xi into a powerful tribe, thus ensuring her better protection. After finishing their meal, Yin Xi retrieved materials for making fire starters from her black soil space. To make the fire starters more durable, additional ingredients were needed, but she hadn't encountered any today, so she opted for the simplest materials. She placed fibrous leaves and reeds by the fire to dry for later use. She also selected some charcoal from the fire, extinguished it, and ground the charcoal into a powder using stones. Yi Cheng watched her work, his chewing speeding up. He remarked, "You continue. Once I'm done eating, I'll help you." Although he could have swallowed the food in one bite, he preferred to eat gracefully in her presence to avoid her disdain. Yin Xi, without lifting her head, replied, "Take your time. These fire starters can't be made in an instant." Despite her words, Yi Cheng ate even faster, finishing the entire game in less than a quarter of an hour. He approached her, saying, "Tell me how to do it, and I'll handle it. You can just sit and watch." Yin Xi, her hands sore from grinding charcoal, ultimately entrusted the task to Yi Cheng. She instructed, "You need to grind the charcoal into powder, and also grind the resin into powder to mix with the charcoal." Once the leaves and reeds were dried, she combined the charcoal powder and resin powder with the reeds on the leaves. Carefully, she rolled the brittle leaves, gently inserting the rolled leaf strip into the bamboo tube that Yi Cheng had prepared earlier. After completing one, she lit it, covered the fire starter, extinguished the flame, then opened it again, blowing gently on the embers, which reignited immediately. Holding the sooty fire starter before Yi Cheng, she exclaimed, "Look, Yi Cheng, I did it! I told you this fire starter can last for about 2 to 3 days without going out. If better materials are used, there are fire starters that can last a year without extinguishing. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. With this fire starter, she wouldn't need to resort to using a lighter, which would attract unwanted attention." Though Yi Cheng generally disliked being near fire, he was genuinely astonished to see Yin Xi preserve the flame using leaves. He said, "Put that down. I'll take care of the rest. Once I'm done, I'll take you to the creek to wash your hands." Yin Xi shook her head. "Let us finish together. You still need to help me plant that bamboo." Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before nodding. The two quickly fashioned the remaining materials into fire starters, totaling over 20, which Yin Xi stored in her black soil space. Yi Cheng then led her to the creek to wash their hands. After washing, Yin Xi pulled 2 fruits from her waist, rinsed them in the water, ate one, and offered the other to Yi Cheng. She remarked, "Where did you pick this fruit? It's delicious, a bit like cherries. And I love cherries. Oh, you like them? If you do, tomorrow I'll take you to gather more to keep in your black soil space for leisurely enjoyment." Yin Xi grasped his arm, saying, "Why just gather a few? We could uproot the tree and plant in my black soil space, and we could have them any time. Oh, as we journeyed here, we could have collected everything we need and planted them in the black soil space." How could she not have thought of that? Yin Xi gently patted her small head and pulled Yi Cheng along, urging him to indicate the direction. They were set on digging for fruit trees. With a tender smile, Yi Cheng scooped her up, resting her upon his arm, and said, "Hold on tight. I shall take you there." The sudden appearance of this space took him by surprise. He had not anticipated such a convenient method. The fruit tree was not far from their current location. They beheld the extraordinarily large fruit tree. The moonlight cascaded down, revealing its branches adorned with an abundance of green and red fruits. Yin Xi turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, "With such a massive tree, can you really extract it?" Yi Cheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair before setting her down and instructing, "Stay right here." He then strode towards the fruit tree, shedding his beastly skirt to transform. His form visibly expanded, morphing into that of a serpent, coiling around the base of the tree. This was Yin Xi's first time witnessing his complete physique. Previously, during his battle with the scorpion beastman, he had assumed a half-human, half-beast form, which had left her astounded, yet nothing compared to the awe she felt at this moment. Yi Cheng's beastly form was impressive. With a girth of approximately 1.5 meters and a length of around 15 to 16 meters, his colossal serpent tail encircled the fruit tree, effortlessly uprooting it, just as Yin Xi had marveled at moments before. The enormous serpent head turned towards her, seemingly inviting her to acknowledge his prowess. Yin Xi was utterly taken aback. It seemed Yi Cheng had been mindful of her fear of his beast form, rarely revealing it before her. Most often, he would adopt a half-human, half-beast form while traveling, as it was swifter than walking on two legs. This was her first direct encounter with his towering beast form. Earlier, she had been astonished by the scorpion beastman, whose pincers were as large as a digger. Now, in comparison, he seemed like a mere child next to Yi Cheng. Even after returning to the cave, she found herself in a daze, gazing at the man who was preparing a stone pot beside her. He was such a formidable being, why Yi Cheng reveled in the admiration reflected in her eyes. Initially, when he had transformed into his beast form, he feared she might react with fright or even swoon. Yet now, witnessing her look of adoration, a smile graced his lips, and he basked in the moment. Yanxi poked at his firm arm and asked, "Will your body continue to grow larger and longer as you level up?" Yi Cheng nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed." "Wow, how impressive. I envy you. I wish to possess such formidable strength." She exclaimed. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback before saying, "You need not worry. I will protect you. I have finished preparing the stone pot. Let us move the fire pit into the cave and proceed," he suggested, noting that the hour was late and they still needed to plant fruit trees and bamboo. Yanxi nodded, and together they helped relocate the fire into the cave. Yi Cheng continued, "Take me to your space so that I may plant the fruit trees and bamboo for you." Yanxi agreed, but then pondered aloud. "Will our entrance here attract the attention of those rabbit beastmen? If they come and find the cave unoccupied, might they grow suspicious?" Yi Cheng contemplated this and replied, "I shall mark our territory. It will ensure greater safety for our slumber tonight." Yanxi, quick to ask, inquired, "How will you mark the territory? Will you urinate to mark it?" Yi Cheng paused for a moment. Then with a mischievous grin, replied, "Are you interested? I can take you along." Yanxi hurriedly shook her head, insisting, No, just go quickly," and returned at Yi Cheng. Not wishing to tease her further, assured her, "I shall return swiftly." Indeed, Yi Cheng returned promptly, carrying a substantial amount of water in large leaves, which he poured into the stone pot he had just prepared. He then constructed a simple stove beside the fire pit and placed the heavy pot atop it, adding more firewood as he stated, "Let us enter your space now." Yanxi nodded and led Yi Cheng into the dark earth space. Considering the rapid growth of bamboo, she decided to plant it separately from the fruit trees, thus designating two distinct areas for the Nan bamboo and the fruit trees. Once planted, he approached the well to wash his hands, only to find Yanxi using a piece of cloth to wipe her body. Yi Cheng recalled their exhausting day of travel and realized he had yet to attend to the shed skins of his serpents. He inquired, "Are you ready? Let us go outside to process these serpent skins. Once done, I will make you several garments for your use." Yanxi wrung out the quick-drying towel she had made and replied, "I'm ready, but how do you intend to soften these serpent skins?" "Well, we have boiling water in the stone pot outside. If we immerse the skins in the boiling water, they will soften, causing the hard scales to fall away, leaving behind the supple leather most suitable for clothing," he explained. Although he had never done this before, his inherited memories included knowledge of his father crafting garments from serpent skins for his mother. Thus, he was aware of how to create clothing for a female. Leading Yi Cheng back outside, they found the fire pit's flames dwindling, while the water in the stone pot had yet to boil. Yi Cheng cast all the serpent skins into the pot and continued to stoke the fire beneath. Yin Xi, seated beside him, inquired, "Why do these serpent skins come in various colors? Are they all yours?" Yi Cheng elucidated, "When I first emerged from my shell, I was white. Then I transformed to blue, orange, green, and now red. From my inherited memories, I understand these serpent skins are meant for the female who will become my mate. However, I have lingered in the red state for too long. Thus, the best preserved skins are the red ones." Yanxi nodded, commenting, "Red is quite beautiful." The dress she wore, despite its slightly coarse stitching, appeared quite lovely. Yi Cheng's clothing making serve a practical purpose while aligning perfectly with her aesthetic. Hearing her appreciation, he smiled but said nothing. Yin Xi, resembling a curious child, pressed on with her questions. "How long must we boil them?" Yi Cheng observed the water in the stone pot had yet to boil and replied, "I am uncertain. This is my first time processing them. If you wish to sleep, I can prepare the mosquito-repelling herbal liquid for you. You may rest first." This particular mosquito-repelling herb was common. Yi Cheng ventured outside to gather some. then returned to crush the herbs and apply the juice over Yin Xi's entire body. She felt a refreshing coolness and suggested, "We should gather some of this herb and plant it in my space, just in case we cannot find it elsewhere later." Wai Yicheng noted that her dark earth space was quite expansive, and planting merely one fruit tree seemed wasteful. He nodded and said, "You stay here and watch the fire. I will go dig some roots to bring back." Yanxi acquiesced, waiting for him to return while she took the rooted mint to plant in the dark earth space, leaving Yi Cheng to tend the fire and boil the serpent skins. Yi Cheng reflected on the limited size of her space. Though it was large, it was not overwhelmingly so. Having previously explored its confines, he felt assured allowing her to enter the dark earth space alone. However, once inside, Yanxi felt somewhat at a loss, as she lacked a shovel or hoe, making the task of planting quite arduous. How had Yi Cheng managed to plant such a sizable fruit tree and bamboo before? With no other option, Yanxi selected a spot and began to dig with her hands. After a short while, her hands ached terribly. She needed to find some usable tools. Otherwise, this was proving too difficult. After a fruitless search around the storage area for practical tools, she stumbled upon a glowing object where the serpent skins had previously been kept. Upon picking it up, she discovered it was a scale from Yi Cheng's shed skin, roughly the size of her palm, with edges that appeared quite sharp. This object seemed as though it could serve as a makeshift knife. Though somewhat diminutive, it possesses remarkable sturdiness. Here, there are no other tools available. Yanxi clutches the snake skin as she returns to excavate the soil. After planting all the mint, her hands have developed several blisters. The pain nearly brings her to tears, and recalling the restorative properties of the well water. She hastily discards the snake skin and rushes to the well to cleanse her hands. Once the mud is washed away, she gazes at her hands, only to discover that the blisters are visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In this moment, Yanxi truly comprehends the benefits of the well water. Previously, after drinking from the well, the minor wounds on her body, inflicted by the reeds, had all healed, leaving no scars behind. Now, the blisters on her hands are likewise recovering at a remarkable pace. Filling her with immense joy is only when the old skin peels away, revealing fresh pink flesh that contrasts slightly with the surrounding skin tone, that she retracts her hand. She muses, "I must seek out some herbal materials for making a moisturizing balm when I have the chance. In my small pouch, I only have a lip balm. There are no other skincare products. Luckily, I know how to use plants to create a moisturizer. Otherwise, in this world, I would surely become an old woman within a few years." Remembering that the newly planted herbs require watering, she realizes that the fruit trees previously planted by Yi Cheng also need hydration. Lacking tools, she can only dampen her quick-dry clothing and use it to water the few plants in her space. To her astonishment, the plants within her space begin to flourish rapidly after absorbing the well water. The mint plants, which are only as tall as her thigh, grow and multiply at a visible pace, soon forming a clump that towers over her. The effects of this well water are truly astonishing, Yanxi exclaims to herself. She returns to dampen her quick-dry clothing again and uses it to water the bamboo and fruit trees. Applying a bit of well water. Stepping back a few paces, she observes the bamboo's transformation. After absorbing the well water, it surprisingly sprouts 4 bamboo shoots. Turning her attention to the fruit trees, she notices that, perhaps due to their size, the water in her quick-dry clothing was insufficient, resulting in minimal change. However, it is evident that the leaves of the fruit trees are greener than before, and the fruits have taken on a deeper shade of red. Yanxi plucks a fruit that bends the tree and takes a bite. Whether it is her imagination or not, it seems crunchier and sweeter. She also picks 2 more fruits before exiting the black soil space. As soon as she emerges, Yi Cheng notices her presence. "Why were you gone for so long?" "I've already dealt with my snake skin," he remarks. Yanxi shakes her head and replies, "Oh, don't mention it. I had no tools, and my hands are blistered from digging. However, I discovered a great secret. The well water not only hydrates plants, but also promotes their rapid growth. Try this. This fruit tree was watered with well water, and it seems crunchier and sweeter." Yet, Yi Cheng does not accept her fruit. Instead, he takes her hand to examine it. The well water possesses healing properties, and the pink flesh on her hands reveals that they have recently been treated with it. "In the future, refrain from doing such tasks. Just call for me," He insists he had not anticipated her undertaking such endeavors. His sharp nails and tail make planting quite convenient, yet he had not considered how she would manage if she took on the task herself. Yanxi smiles and reassures him. It's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore. A soak in the well water has made it much better. In the beastly realm, females are often treated delicately. If they sustain even a minor injury, the entire tribe's beasts would be aware of it. Only Yin Xi, having endured so much hardship alongside this wandering beast, remains unfazed. But I am not one of your females from the beastly realm. She retorts, those female beasts are much tougher than you. Your hands are far too delicate. From now on, do not do anything. Just tell me what you want. I am your beast husband, and if you are injured, it would be the greatest insult to me. Yanxi awkwardly replies, it's not that serious. It is very serious. Yi Cheng responds earnestly. Yanxi scratches her forehead and says, there are some things I can manage on my own. I am quite capable. While she may not be able to handle heavy labor, she can certainly manage lighter tasks. After all, having arrived in this beastly realm, she must learn to take care of herself. While she may not claim to protect herself, at the very least, she should not starve. Seeing her insistence, Yi Cheng does not argue further, but instead says, you should go to sleep. Bring out the stone bed from the space. I will prepare the beast skins I processed earlier, so you can wrap yourself in them for warmth during the cold nights. Then aren't you going to sleep? You've traveled all day. She indeed feels the weight of fatigue. However, it seems that with her presence, Yi Cheng has even more responsibilities to shoulder. Yanxi foolishly inquires, with me around, will you find it not worth your while to take on more tasks? Yi Cheng gazes at her, momentarily taken aback, as if he had never contemplated this question before. After a long pause, he replies, this is my choice. I wish to provide you with what I deem the best, and I believe it is worthwhile. This response is profoundly powerful. In love. Many who are overly devoted might share a similar sentiment. I do this willingly. I find it valuable. Why Yi Cheng's unreserved kindness compels Yanxi to re-evaluate their complex relationship. Though their beginning may not have been perfect, the journey they share is undeniably rewarding. Even as she drifts into slumber, she contemplates how she should position Yi Cheng in her life moving forward. Upon waking the next day, Yanxi finds that Yi Cheng is no longer in the cave. However, she hears sounds outside. Rising from the stone bed and putting on her shoes, she ventures out of the cave. Yi Cheng has constructed several racks outside their dwelling to air out his colorful snake skins. The boiled snake skins, hung on the drying rack, flutter in the gentle breeze like delicate gauze, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Upon hearing her approach, Yi Cheng turns and finds Yanxi gazing in awe at his snake skins that he smiles and steps closer to her, asking, what color do you like? I can make clothes for you in that color. Even though these skins were shed from me, their protective quality far surpasses that flimsy bag of yours. Yanxi, undeterred by his comments about her not-so-sturdy backpack, beams with bright eyes and replies, can I have them all? I love them all. Of course. These are meant for you to make clothes. From now on, all my snake skins will be reserved for your garments. The skins of the red-bellied fragrant snake are traditionally reserved for one's partner. The thought of wearing clothing made from her own snake skins fills her with delight. These skins dry quickly. Once they are ready, I will take my time making you clothes, he assures her. Yanxi nods, reaching out to touch the fabric, which feels light and thin yet not transparent, mesmerized by the vibrant array of snake skins. She finds it hard to look away. Such a high-value material, even in her world, would be difficult to replicate with such dazzling brilliance. In her world, its worth could be measured in gold. Yi Cheng fills a large cup made from Nan bamboo with hot water from the stone pot. He calls Yanxi over for her morning wash. Previously lacking hot water, he now ensures that she has warm water ready for her morning routine. While Yanxi is still washing, several rabbit beastmen approach their vicinity. She pays them no mind, trusting Yi Cheng to greet them and prevent them from getting too close. However, as she finishes washing and enjoys the fruits that Yi Cheng had gathered early that morning, she observes the tense atmosphere as he negotiates with the rabbit beastmen in the distance. Seems the discussion has soured, and among them is a spoiled female with buck teeth, eyeing the snake skins with overt greed. Once the rabbit beastmen depart, Yi Cheng returns with a dark expression. Yanxi inquires what happened. Yi Cheng shakes his head, walks to the drying rack, inspects the skins, and upon confirming they are dry, collects them, and pulls Yanxi back into the cave. "We must leave here," he declares. "I ess it because they desire your snake skins? Are you not giving them?" Yi Cheng nods. "The skins of the red-bellied fragrant snake are meant only for one partner. I refused their request, and they insisted we leave today. Departing is simply departing. Such exquisite snake skins, we have not crafted garments for ourselves, so why should we offer them? Yesterday, they exacted a day's worth of prey from us, which I deemed excessive, yet I was astounded to discover their insatiable greed. We simply cannot leave now. We must catch a few mountain crabs, as they are simply delightful, but IT would be ashamed not to gather more. Yi Cheng, please fashion a large basket for me, and let us venture to the creek to catch some mountain crabs. Once we've gathered enough, we shall depart, though she may not consume in abundance at once." There is Yi Cheng, the voracious eater. Yi Cheng felt a pang of guilt for wanting to leave after just one night, yet she was more affected than herself. However, it is understandable. Females are not inclined to endure indignities. He relished asserting his authority with a hint of petty revenge in Yin Xi's words. "Yes, let us deplete the mountain crabs adjacent to their tribe." The two engaged in this childish act of retaliation. Yet both were eager to partake. Yanxi wished to leave not a single hair for the rabbit beastman tribe. Even the drying rack Yi Cheng had brought was commandeered by her for her own use. They meticulously tidied their belongings in the cave, and with makeshift baskets fashioned by Yi Cheng, they proceeded to the creek to flip stones. While Yi Cheng took charge of dispatching the mountain crabs, while Yin Xi collected them from behind. Before long, they filled 2 baskets and swiftly placed them in the dark soil space. Yanxi then discovered some smaller water celery by the creek, a true treasure. Had she possessed this water celery last night, she could have brewed a delightful crab soup. Without hesitation, she summoned Yi Cheng to uproot the entire patch and store it in the dark soil space. Additionally, she uncovered a wealth of bamboo shoots within the nearby grove. Seizing the opportunity, Yanxi urged Yi Cheng to gather the shorter ones, promising to prepare water celery stir-fried with bamboo shoots when they stopped for the night. They nearly stripped the entire grove of its bamboo shoots before departing the territory of the rabbit beastman. Satisfied, upon leaving the rabbit beastman's domain, Yanxi led Yi Cheng into the dark soil space to plant the water celery. Once planted, they would never lack this essential flavoring for their dishes. Yanxi filled a bamboo tube with well water to nourish the water celery. This simple act revealed that well water significantly enhanced the growth of the celery, previously only reaching her calf, now towering to her knee. Observing the impressive growth, Yi Cheng remarked, "This well water possesses numerous benefits. We must not waste it on plants." He had initially inspected this space, noting its modest size and the seemingly impenetrable membrane at its edges. He refrained from testing its limits aggressively, as it was, after all, Yanxi's precious sanctuary. "Let us resume our journey," he suggested. Yanxi nodded and grasped his arm as they exited the dark soil space. "Not far along," Yanxi lamented. "It is such a pity that the cave you painstakingly dug yesterday will now benefit those stingy rabbit beastmen. There is no need for regret. The soil there is not particularly stable. When the rainy season arrives, that cave will undoubtedly collapse. Even if someone attempts to occupy the cave I unearthed, they can only reside there for a month or 2, Yi Cheng reassured her. "True, I dislike living in caves. The lighting and ventilation are poor. In the future, can we construct a wooden house?" Yi Cheng hesitated, as he had never seen the wooden houses Yanxi described. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. "Once we determine which tribe we will reside with, tell me how you envision the house, and I shall craft it according to your specifications." Yanxi nodded vigorously, excited at the prospect of building a house from scratch. Returning to the 21st century was no longer an option, yet if given the chance, she would gladly return. That if not, she would make preparations for her life on this beastly continent. In such a primitive society, a secure shelter was indispensable. Yanxi had already begun to envision their future home. Lost in thought, she turned to him and asked, "Where shall we head next?" "To the orc gathering. You seem quite fond of it. At the gathering, many items can be exchanged. Would you like to accompany me?" Absolutely. She understood that to thrive in this land, essential supplies were crucial, especially pottery. She yearned for a ceramic pot for cooking. The stone pot they used took far too long to heat, thus making their attendance at the orc gathering imperative. Fresh crabs could not be kept for long, so they planned to consume them that very night. After a day filled with fruit, Yanxi felt an absence of meat in her stomach, leaving her unsatisfied. That evening, they sought a small cave, just large enough to accommodate their stone bed and a modest fire pit. Yicheng gathered firewood, while Yanxi washed the 2 baskets of crabs they had retrieved from the rabbit beastman tribe. Once Yicheng had constructed a simple stove and filled the stone pot with water, he placed it over the fire. He joined Yanxi by the creek to assist in washing the mountain crabs. After cleaning the crabs, Yanxi pulled out some water celery and several bamboo shoots, which she washed thoroughly. Returning to the cave, she placed the crabs into the stone pot filled with water. Yanxi tossed in a handful of water celery and asked Yicheng to slice the bamboo shoots with his sharp claws to cook alongside the crabs. She soon realized that cooking with the stone pot took an excessive amount of time and consumed too much firewood. Amidst their shared laughter, Yanxi recounted their petty thefts, even taking the drying rack. Yicheng found it amusing as well. In his solitary days, he had never cared for such trifles, perhaps never even considered making them. Yet, if Yanxi desired them, he would construct them for her. Now, reflecting on it, such branches were abundant in the beastly continent. They had taken them all. Yanxi laughed until tears streamed down her face. She had never cared for such things before, but today she had done so. Even with a twinge of spite, feeling she had struck gold by plundering from the rabbit beastman tribe, Yicheng wrapped his arm around her to prevent her from falling as she laughed. As she ceased her laughter, she noticed him tending the fire, adding more wood. From her angle, she could only see his profile. The contrast of his skin against his crimson hair made him appear exceptionally fair, while the flickering flames cast an enchanting glow on his mysterious slitted eyes. His long hair cascaded down when he bent to add more wood, becoming somewhat cumbersome. Yanxi retrieved her small bag from the dark soil space and pulled out her hair ties. An idea forming in her mind. "Let me tie up your hair," she proposed, while Yicheng nodded indulgently, allowing her to style his hair as she pleased. Yanxi first parted his red hair at the nape, using her cushion brush to smooth it further before braiding it. Once both sides were braided and secured, she playfully draped the braids over his shoulders, transforming him into a rural girl with long plaits. Upon seeing her handiwork, Yanxi burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. The juxtaposition of the rural girl's braids against his handsome face was comically delightful, and she could not contain her mirth. Yicheng, oblivious to the source of her laughter, inquired, "Is the water boiling? Can we eat now?" "Not yet. We must wait a bit longer. Crabs can harbor bacteria, so they need to be cooked thoroughly to eliminate any harmful microorganisms. Remember to add a pinch of salt. Just a little will suffice for the soup. The yellow salt blocks possess a remarkable advantage. They're significantly saltier than refined salt, allowing just a pinch to season an entire pot of soup." Yanxi also found her hair somewhat bothersome. She took a hairpin, gathered her hair, twisted it, and secured it at the back of her head while Yicheng was intrigued by her hairpin and watched curiously as she gathered her locks. Noticing his persistent gaze, Yanxi turned to show him the hairpin at the back of her head, explaining, "This is a tool from my hometown for securing hair. It is quite convenient for work. My hair is neatly rolled up and held in place, which is unobtrusive and practical." Yicheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is quite convenient. Is mine also practical for work, then?" Yanxi nodded, still amused by the 2 braids he sported, though a twinge of guilt stirred within her for teasing such a handsome man. Just as she contemplated undoing his braids, Yicheng instructed her to remain seated, as he needed to rise and check the crab meat beneath the stone pot. The cave soon filled with the enticing aroma of crab meat, prompting Yanxi to declare that it was time to eat, using a bamboo bucket as a bowl and hastily carved chopsticks. She extracted large crabs from the pot and began her feast. Having instructed Yicheng on how to eat crabs the previous day, he now consumed them even faster than she did. While it was unclear whether Yicheng was full, Yanxi certainly felt stuffed. She remarked, "Next time, if we lack a clay pot, let us avoid using the stone pot, as it takes too long to cook." Yicheng nodded, eager to reach the orc gathering soon to procure the clay pot that Yanxi had been yearning for. The following morning, as dawn broke, the 2 tidied themselves and packed their belongings, preparing to set forth. Breakfast was to be scavenged along the way, yet Yanxi felt a lingering lethargy. Observing her hairpin lying aside, Yi Cheng picked it up and, standing behind her, gently secured her hair in the same manner she had done the night before. Once he finished styling her hair, Yanxi felt more alert, relishing the services of her handsome companion. Noticing the braids still adorning his head, she suggested, "Let me restyle your hair with something more dashing." Last night's playful antics had resulted in a rather haphazard appearance. Given that they might encounter other orcs in the forest today, she felt that Yi Cheng's current look was somewhat unbecoming of his stature. Releasing his braids, she noticed that his hair had curled slightly from a night of being tied up, rendering him even more handsome. How fortunate she was to have such a striking young man as hers. Yanxi felt an inexplicable thrill. While Yi Cheng, aware of the young female's admiration for his appearance, smiled and awaited her styling expertise. With deft hands, Yanxi took 2 strands of hair from the side, braiding them into thinner plaits. Before parting the rest at the temples and gathering the upper hair into a simple half ponytail atop his head. This new arrangement revealed his handsome visage entirely, and the front strands would not obstruct his view, enhancing his attractiveness. If only she had a hairpin, it would have been perfect. Alas, none resided in her bag. Though slightly disappointed, she found the current style quite satisfactory. Noticing that Yanxi had been studying him intently, Yi Cheng leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Does it look good?" Yanxi, nearly entranced, nodded fervently, her cheeks flushing. While Yi Cheng lowered his gaze and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, quickly pulling away while his deep, captivating voice murmured, "It's all yours." Yanxi felt dizzy, overwhelmed by his charm, and covered her face, giggling. He was right. Such a handsome man was indeed hers. She began to enjoy this mode of interaction with Yi Cheng, finding it comforting and emotionally stabilizing. He was truly an admirable partner who would care for her well. However, having ventured only a short distance that day, Yanxi was bitten by a mosquito beast, only then realizing that she had washed off some of the minty green medicinal juice from her hands. Now, a large, itchy bump marred her skin, making her want to cry. Upon seeing the swollen bump on her, Yi Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to hunt down every mosquito beast in sight, wishing to crush them all. Unfortunately, despite slaying one after another, he couldn't pinpoint which creature had feasted on Yanxi's blood. Ultimately, he resorted to retrieving mint from her black soil space, mashing it into a medicinal paste and covering her entire body in a green, gooey layer. Yanxi stared at her reflection, bemused, wondering if she would have to face the world looking like this. Nevertheless, after applying the minty concoction, she was no longer bothered by the mosquito beasts to avoid becoming a mere blood bank for those large creatures. She reluctantly accepted her new slime-like appearance. As they continued their journey, a new task emerged. Yanxi wished to collect medicinal herbs along the way to sell or trade at the orc gathering. The flora of the Beast World continent was notably large, so whenever she identified a plant, she would ask Yi Cheng to help her gather more, intending to cultivate them in her black soil space. After a full day of foraging, Yanxi had amassed a considerable collection of herbs. However, she faced a challenge. The medicinal plants she recognized differed greatly from those in the beast world, as the local flora was generally larger. She needed to verify their identities through various methods before allowing Yi Cheng to excavate them for planting. Consequently, their pace slowed considerably, yet the bounty in her black soil space grew ever more abundant. The plants she cultivated thrived better in her black soil space than elsewhere. Even cuttings without roots would flourish with a little well water. They were nearing the point of filling an acre in her black soil space with herbs, including those for treating wounds, combating inflammation, and addressing internal ailments. She had even gathered numerous beauty-enhancing herbs. This place was akin to a treasure trove. Were it not for the constraints on her movements, she would have explored every inch of the Beast World forests. For those with a passion for cultivation, it was a veritable paradise. Yet, some plants bore distinctions from those she was familiar with, requiring her to spend considerable time discerning their identities, which delayed her progress. One morning, Yi Cheng picked several fruits for breakfast, while he himself ate nothing, focusing instead on their journey. After consuming the fruits, Yanxi found the sticky juice clinging to her hands uncomfortable and requested Yi Cheng to find a water source so she could wash up. By the water's edge, she discovered a plethora of wild scallions. These plants, thriving in the beast world, stood taller than she did. Though wild scallions existed in her own world, The ones she encountered here were quite different. After careful examination and comparison of scents, she confirmed that the extensive patch by the stream was indeed wild scallions. The lush growth was beyond her capacity to uproot alone, so she called upon Yi Cheng for assistance. As he pulled them from the ground, Yanxi shared with him the culinary uses of wild scallions. Yi Cheng, having heard only one question, asked, "Can this be eaten? Is it suitable for you?" While she couldn't consume much meat, she could certainly enjoy plenty of greens. Throughout their journey, she had him harvest an abundance of plants, which she cultivated in her black soil space. Yanxi nodded enthusiastically, saying, "These are excellent for stir-frying when boiling noodles. A sprinkle adds incredible flavor. Paired with the water celery I grew in my space, we could create a delightful dish. I find myself craving a bowl of carbohydrate-rich staple food, complemented by these vegetables. I could easily devour several bowls of rice. Please gather more of these scallions from my black soil space, so no matter where we go, we can enjoy them." Moreover, she discovered that any plant she casually sowed into the black soil space would thrive. After merely a few days of travel, she stumbled upon numerous medicinal herbs from the beast world continent that had long been extinct in her own realm. Each specimen was remarkably robust and aged. Had her grandfather been present, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement. Regrettably, from now on, these precious herbs would only be in the care of her half-baked, traditional Chinese medicinaire. Yecheng resignedly nodded, assisting her in her endeavors. However, after pulling out just one herb, he suddenly pulled Yanxi behind him, emitting a warning hiss akin to a serpent's flickering tongue in a particular direction. Noticing Yecheng's heightened vigilance, Yanxi understood the imminent danger and anxiously grasped his arm, refraining from uttering a word. The adversaries were two towering beastmen, exceeding 2 meters in height, with muscular physiques and well-developed limbs, clearly skilled hunters. Each bore a short hide strapped at their waists, exhibiting a level of civility far superior to Yecheng, the solitary wanderer. At least they had the decency to cover their modesty. The two beastmen observed Yecheng and Yanxi from a distance. As Yecheng unleashed the formidable aura of his red talent, intimidating his opponents, the adversaries retaliated with their own green talent aura, albeit of a lower tier than Yecheng's. After a prolonged standoff, it became evident that neither party harbored any overt malice. One beastman howled to his companions behind him, seemingly summoning his group. Shortly thereafter, a procession of around 60 to 70 beastmen emerged from that direction, each laden with various items, as if merely passing through their vicinity. This group moved cautiously, casting wary glances at Yecheng and Yanxi, gradually leaving them far behind. Such encounters have been frequent in recent days. Initially, they encountered small groups of just a few beastmen, which later grew into larger assemblies. According to Yecheng, these were the tribal beastmen heading to participate in the beastmen's gathering. Once the beastmen had vanished into the distance, Yanxi stepped out from behind Yecheng, patting her chest and urging, "Let us hurry. We must continue gathering the wild onions." Yecheng obediently bent down to resume his task, and when they had harvested a sufficient amount, he once again protectively drew Yanxi behind him. This time, their attention was drawn to another direction, where a middle-aged beastman with a similar red talent stood. Upon noticing Yecheng's imposing presence, the elder was taken aback. A wandering beastman with red talent, accompanied by a female? I advise you to find a tribe for her to reside in, lest she be taken by rogue beastmen and reduced to a mere object of desire. Keeping her with you like this is a disservice. Yecheng hissed softly, unleashing his powers, and with a sweep of his hand, an icy expanse spread out from where they stood. He growled, "Leave." The middle-aged beastman, astonished, had not expected such prowess from one so young. Especially with such formidable abilities, he had only ascended to his red talent in middle age, with his earth-based powers being significantly weaker than Yecheng's, which could freeze such a vast area in an instant. It was no wonder he dared to toy with a lone beast, accompanied only by a female. If such a powerful wanderer could be persuaded to join their tribe, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength considerably and provide more opportunities for their young males to find female companions. "Esteemed red talent male beast," the elder said, his tone more respectful, "please do not be alarmed. We are merely on our way to the beastmen's gathering. I am Yin Xi, red talent lion beastman from the lion beastman tribe in the Guangzhou Plains. We have over 300 beastmen here for the gathering, with 1,000 battle-ready adults, 23 females, and 2 shaman healers. Would you be interested in joining our tribe? We would welcome you warmly. Yin Xi, intrigued by Yin Shi's invitation, peered at the middle-aged lion beastman, who sported a rather unconventional mane of golden hair. Yin Xi possessed keen eyesight, and upon noticing the young female behind Yanxi, he felt a surge of joy. A young female was highly desirable, as her fertility would surpass that of older females. Moreover, it was clear that this female was under the protection of a red talent male, which would enhance the chances for the males in their tribe. Yanxi pressed Yanxi's head back behind him, addressing Yin Xi from a distance. I will consider it. We are also attending the beastmen's gathering that we shall see then. Yin Xi felt a wave of relief at Yanxi's response, realizing they were headed to the same gathering, but refrained from pressing further, understanding the solitary nature of wanderers. However, he was aware that having a young female nearby would likely lead to a request for assistance. Very well, I shall call my kin over. We are merely passing through, so do not worry. As the group of over 300 lion beastmen approached, even Yanxi dared not breathe a word, hiding behind Yanxi and clutching his arm tightly, too frightened to move. Once the beastmen had passed, Yanxi tugged at Yanxi's arm, insisting, "We have gathered enough. Let us leave." Yanxi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should depart swiftly while the coast is clear. Yanxi nodded, sweeping her hand over the wild onions they had gathered, storing them in her black soil space. There was no time to plant them now. She decided it best to have Yanxi lead her away from this place. After their departure, the area was soon filled with even more tribes of beastmen, all converging for the gathering. With the event approaching, the number of beastmen in the vicinity would only increase in the coming days. In crowded spaces, conflicts tend to arise, and this principle holds true even in the realm of beastmen. As the presence of beastmen swelled, chaos ensued. There was no order, no traffic enforcers, and certainly no city management. The environment was utterly tumultuous. Yet, each faction remained cautious of one another, preventing minor skirmishes from escalating into larger conflicts. Yanxi and Yin Xi had witnessed their fair share of such brawls. Yin Xi, timid by nature, urged Yanxi to hasten to the beastmen's gathering, having heard it was a large tribe with proper governance, undoubtedly safer than traversing the road. For several nights, while not traveling, Yanxi kept vigilant watch over Yin Xi, fearing rogue beastmen might attempt to abduct his young female. Yin Xi, too, struggled to find rest, waking intermittently, only to be soothed back to sleep by Yanxi, a cycle that left her increasingly fatigued. Eventually, Yanxi transformed into his half-beast form, carrying Yin Xi at a breakneck pace for 2 days, until they finally arrived at the tribe hosting the beastmen's gathering. They found themselves in a substantial valley inhabited by a group of 8 beastmen, in their human forms. Each stood over 2 meters tall, though slightly less imposing than Yanxi in his hybrid state. They were undeniably formidable as a wanderer. Yanxi received no special treatment in such a large tribe, even as a red talent male beastman. Typically, he would have no place to stay while attending the gathering. However, this year, with Yanxi accompanying him, he was compelled to inquire with the 8 beastmen about lodgings. After enduring scornful remarks from the 8 beastmen, who looked down upon him, Yanxi was nearly provoked into a confrontation on their territory. It was only Yanxi's timely intervention that prevented him from escalating the situation. She was genuinely frightened by the prospect of witnessing a fight among beastmen. The presence of a female softened the 8 beastmen's demeanor considerably. Yet they still offered no accommodations, merely providing them with a secluded stall and a pitiably small tent behind it. This meager tent had been acquired by Yanxi through a trade involving a pair of pincers and a scorpion tail from a previous encounter. The glimmer of greed in the eyes of the 8 beastmen upon seeing Yanxi's items was unmistakable, indicating their true value far surpassed that of the stall and tent. Nevertheless, in order to secure a stable place for Yin Xi to rest, Yanxi exchanged his possessions without a flicker of hesitation. As they settled at the stall, Yanxi felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. This was the lament of a wanderer, without the backing of a tribe. They were vulnerable to arbitrary bullying. Observing Yin Xi as she inspected the tent, he apologized. "I'm sorry for the hardships you've had to endure by following me. The rabbit beastman tribe is like this." And upon arriving at the 8 beastman tribe, The scene of sitting idly on the cold bench prompted Yanxi to nonchalantly remark, "This tent is infinitely better than the place we stayed at on the road, as it at least offers a shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, there are many beastmen here, so we need not worry about bad beastmen launching a nighttime ambush. This is already quite satisfactory. Let us tidy up this stall and arrange my medicinal herbs. Then we can exchange them for the necessities we required." Wai Yicheng nodded, realizing that Yanxi had far more plans than he did. He allowed her to sit inside the tent and enjoy some fruits while he took care of the stall. Although referred to as a stall, it was merely a demarcated patch of open space, and there were many such areas. Numerous stalls had already been set up by beastmen selling their wares, while theirs remained vacant and in need of cleaning. Yanxi closed the tent flap, retrieved her medicinal herbs from the black earth space, and placed them inside the tent. Once Yicheng cleared the stall, she would be able to display her herbs for sale. Uncertain of the market prices, she could only rely on Yicheng for the subsequent matters. It soon proved to be a grave mistake on Yanxi's part to entrust the selling of goods to Yicheng. She had assumed he had attended a few beastman gatherings and would at least have some knowledge of the prices. However, upon awakening from her slumber and stepping out of the tent, she discovered that not a single herb had been sold. Even when approached by curious individuals inquiring about the uses and effects of the herbs, he wore a sullen expression, seemingly indifferent to their interest. Yanxi stood behind him, utterly speechless, as she witnessed the two beastmen who had inquired about their goods about to leave. She quickly called out, "Gentlemen, we are selling medicinal herbs. May I ask what you are looking for?" Upon hearing Yanxi's voice, Yicheng hastily rose from the ground and approached her, saying, "You're awake. Did you rest well?" After days of travel, she had been unable to sleep soundly, and now that they had settled down, he urged her to take a nap while he watched over the stall. Yet, these individuals failed to recognize the value of her goods. Yanxi insisted that these were rare medicinal herbs, capable of curing all ailments, but when they showed no interest in exchanging anything and continued to ask questions, Yicheng lost all patience and refused to engage with such dim-witted individuals. The outcome was as Yanxi had observed. The two male beastmen were captivated by the sudden voice of a female. One of the male beastmen, upon seeing Yanxi, found himself unable to move. Wai Yicheng's jealousy was palpable. However, Yanxi was intent on conducting business and chose to disregard him. Pulling him to the back, she cheerfully approached the two male beastmen who had returned. One of them, younger in appearance, asked, "What ailments do your herbs treat? You must elaborate a bit, right?" Yanxi replied in a formal manner, "Indeed, take a look at this herb. It is called mint, which possesses excellent mosquito-repelling properties. Moreover, if one is bitten by a mosquito beast, applying this herbal juice can effectively alleviate itching." Upon finishing her explanation, Yanxi noticed the two were less than enthusiastic. She felt somewhat disheartened. It was Yicheng who, standing behind her, interjected, "Mosquito beasts only bite the thinner-skinned female beastmen. Male beastmen have tough skin that cannot be pierced. Thus, mint is virtually useless for them." Yanxi understood. Pointing to another set of herbs, she continued, "This one treats external injuries and can quickly stop bleeding from any wound. This one is for inflammation, aiding in the recovery of health. This one addresses diarrhea. It can be used if one has an upset stomach, and there's one for replenishing energy and nourishing blood, also enhancing beauty. So, what would you like?" Before the two male beastmen could respond, a female beastman with horns from a nearby stall inquired, "Do you have any medicine for diarrhea? Does it really work?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Yanxi recognized that the individual must have someone suffering from diarrhea. She turned and kindly asked, "Is the patient in your tent? I can examine him in person." The horned female beastman glanced back at the elderly man behind her, who nodded in approval. She then said, "Follow me." Yanxi promptly turned and walked towards their stall that if she could successfully treat the person with diarrhea, her medical skills would gain recognition, allowing her herbs to sell more rapidly, thus enabling her to acquire the item she desired. Entering the horned beastman's tent, she found it to be of similar size to their own. Several beastmen were seated inside, some elderly, some young, while the younger one stood outside. As Yanxi stepped in, she felt the air was thick and stifling. She turned to the horned female beastman and asked, "Can we open the tent flap? The air in here is not good." The horned female beastman nodded. "Yes, we can. The other horned beastmen hurriedly lifted the bee skins that formed the tent, and the air became significantly fresher. The horned female beastman addressed Yin Xi. My younger brother has been suffering from diarrhea ever since we set out. He has become so weak he can hardly eat, and everything he consumes comes back up. I'm truly worried for him. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, her heart aching for her younger brother, who was usually such a well-behaved child. Now, he lay motionless on the ground, and had it not been for the sight of his labored breathing, she might have thought he was about to leave them forever. Hearing the horned female beastman's words, Yanxi preliminarily deduced that it was a case of indigestion. She approached the motionless little white sheep by the ground and assessed the creature. Is this still a sheep? It bore a sheep's head, but had 4 tails, resembling those of a fox. Its fur was white and long, akin to the underbelly of a yak, with abundant long hair. Most astonishingly, apart from the pair of closed eyes on its head, it had another pair of closed eyes on its back, which were even larger than those on its head. Yanxi had never encountered such a creature before. She turned to the horned female beastman and asked, "Can it transform into a beastman?" She was not a veterinarian and could not examine such an odd sheep. The horned female beastman eagerly replied, "Yes, indeed. My younger brother is the most gifted, green-talented male beastman in our horned sheep tribe. He can transform into a beastman just a month after birth." The horned female beastman squatted down, gently stroking the little sheep's head, whispering, "You and Kinbo, I have brought a shaman to treat you. You no longer need to return to the embrace of the beast god. Quickly transform into a beastman, so the shaman can attend to you." The little sheep was likely very weak. Upon hearing his sister's voice, he did not even open his eyes, merely stirring slightly. His frail, beastly form visibly transformed into that of a young boy. He possessed skin whiter than Yanxi's, with hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes of the same hue. Lying on the ground, he exuded an aura of pure whiteness. His doll-like face was adorned with a pair of adorable horns, and his 4 ears drooped, indicating his frailty. Yi Chung, standing behind Yanxi, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, covering the lower half of the motionless little sheep with a piece of bee skin from their tent. The horned female beastman mistook Yi Cheng's gesture as an act of kindness, believing he was trying to keep her younger brother warm, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Yanxi glanced up at Yi Cheng, whose expression remained impassive, then smiled without saying a word. She turned back to continue examining the little sheep's condition. She inquired, "How long has he been in this state?" The horned female beastman replied, 6 or 7 days now. Yanxi was astonished. For 6 or 7 days, this beastman had not perished. One had to admit that the male beastmen in this world had remarkably resilient life forces. She reached out to lift the little sheep's eyelid, revealing a white eyeball that rolled slightly. Yanxi was taken aback, her hand trembling as she pinched his eyelid. Swallowing hard, she asked, "Is the color of his eyeball normal?" The horned female beastman responded, "Yes." "That's good." She had feared that the eyeball might be afflicted with cataracts. After inspecting the 2 eyes on the little sheep's head, she turned her attention to the eyes on its back. The horned female beastman explained, "My younger brother's back eyes have never opened. Is it all right if we skip examining them?" Yanxi promptly nodded. "That's fine." She was also afraid of encountering something she could not accept. Tugging down the animal hide that had covered the child's lower body, she revealed his abdomen. Yanxi curled her fingers and tapped gently on his belly, listening attentively to the sounds emanating from within. Finally, she proceeded to take his pulse. Upon this examination, Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. Rising to her feet, she declared, "I shall return with an item." She hurried back to their tent, retrieving a pencil and a notebook from a small pouch in the black earth space. Before returning to the tent of the horned sheep, sitting on the ground, she began documenting the condition of the horned sheep. Known as Yaojun.it, was a professional instinct. Upon encountering a patient, she felt compelled to create a medical record for future reference and experience. The horned female orc inquired, "Shaman, what are you doing?" Yanxi replied, "Recording. Or you may consider it prescribing a remedy." After completing the documentation of the patient's symptoms, she handed the pencil and notebook to Yi Cheng, who stood behind her, and rose to pluck a few leaves from the medicinal herbs scattered on the ground. She contemplated that, being orcs, their dosage might need to be larger than that of ordinary humans. Yanxi picked a few more leaves, feeling satisfied with the quantity. and instructed Yi Cheng to crush the leaves. She then applied the crushed herbal residue to the little sheep's navel and made the sheep drink the herbal juice from Yi Cheng's palm. Given the dire state of their medical conditions, she could only manage this much for the time being. Turning to the horned female orc, she said, "He will recover after sunset. If he cries out in hunger, do not feed him meat. Instead, provide him with liquid nourishment, specifically thoroughly cooked plant-based food. Yes, give him some edible plants, avoiding oily meats. His digestive system is currently quite weak and cannot handle anything hard to digest. He must consume easily digestible items." Yanxi felt a sense of helplessness as she spoke, as the communication barrier made her simple intentions difficult to convey. The orc could not grasp the meaning of liquid or thoroughly cooked. Ultimately, she could only refer to it as plants. Resigning herself to the situation, that the small horned orc, no more than 7 or 8 years old, approached Yanxi, holding an oval-shaped tuber. "Can Yaojun eat this?" Yanxi looked down in surprise. It resembled a potato, albeit much larger than any she had ever seen. She accepted it, instructing Yi Cheng to cut it open with his nail. Upon examining the interior and inhaling its aroma, she confirmed it was a primitive potato, and her excitement soared. This was a staple food. The elusive prize had come to her without effort. This can be given to him, but it must be thoroughly cooked first. Also, could you consider this as my payment for the treatment? I treated him, and you provide me with this, all right? Yanxi gazed at the horned female orc with sparkling eyes, making her request. The horned female orc was taken aback. Did the shaman not expect to exchange for prey in return for healing? Why did she only ask for a child's food? The horned female orc nodded, saying, "Respected shaman, if you wish for it, you shall have it. However, this token of gratitude is insufficient. We can hunt more for you." Yanxi hurriedly shook her head. No, this is enough. Remember to cook the food thoroughly before giving it to him. If any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. She then returned to their tent, discreetly tossing the potato into the black earth space where it would remain hidden from others, as long as the potato's eyes were not damaged. It could be divided into several pieces for planting. This potato, the size of her head, could yield dozens of pieces for cultivation. The growth time in the black earth space was significantly faster than outside, and soon enough, she would have staple food to eat. How wonderful! Lost in her delightful thoughts, Yi Cheng entered and announced, "CC, there are orcs outside wanting to exchange for our medicinal herbs." Upon hearing this, Yanxi immediately perked up, eager to engage in negotiations. The orcs seeking to purchase herbs were the same two who had previously inquired about their medicinal properties. They had witnessed Yanxi tending to the horned orc. Although they were uncertain whether she had succeeded in saving it, they found her modest request for payment curious. Furthermore, the young female orc was quite attractive, and exchanging some herbs with her seemed advantageous. Notably, she was willing to provide them with the entire plant and its medicinal properties, information that even the shamans of larger tribes would hesitate to share. This knowledge would allow them to understand what ailments could be treated with which herbs, enabling them to gather their own remedies from the mountains without hunting for a shaman. Thus, when they requested herbs for treating external injuries, Yanxi generously offered them additional anti-inflammatory herbs, and the transaction proceeded smoothly. After all, Yanxi was not asking for prey, but rather ceramic pots, as she was eager to eat meat. With ceramic pots, she could cook meat. Otherwise, she would be unable to chew it, although Yi Cheng could craft stone pots. Cooking with stone tools was slow, requiring at least several hours to stew meat. They did not have that much time on the road to cook meat in stone pots. At last, the coveted ceramic pots were within her grasp, and Yanxi was thrilled beyond measure. In exchange for a few herbs, she received 5 ceramic pots of various sizes. With the pots in hand, she instructed Yi Cheng to fetch water and gather firewood. As she was determined to cook meat, anyone who had gone without meat for over 10 days could understand Yanxi's current yearning for it. The fire was lit behind their stall, in front of their tent. When nearby orcs observed her effortlessly igniting a fire with a small bamboo tube, their admiration for her reached unprecedented heights. Some even began to bow down in reverence. Yanxi looked at Yi Cheng, feeling somewhat awkward. Yi Cheng, however, was far more assertive. With a display of his red talent's pressure, he simply commanded, "Leave." This effectively deterred many orcs who could only watch from a distance, unable to approach any closer. Yin Xi, using a makeshift stove constructed from a few stone slabs, washed the ceramic pots, placed them on the stove, added water, and cleaned the prey they had previously brought into the guerrilla orc tribe. Yi Cheng, using his nails, cut the meat into pieces to place inside the pots. She then returned to the tent, retrieving water celery, wild scallions, and salt to enhance the flavor of the broth. Water celery helped eliminate the gamey taste of the meat. Salt added flavor, and wild scallions made the soup more aromatic. Though the seasonings were limited, Yanxi gazed at the bubbling broth with eager anticipation. Adding a handful of firewood to the stove, she awaited the moment when the meat would become tender enough to eat. To enjoy a proper meal, one could not do without bowls, chopsticks, and soup spoons. Yanxi retrieved bamboo-made bowls and chopsticks from the tent, and the spoon she had crafted during their previous stone pot crab soup venture was now ready for use. The novel cooking method intrigued the orcs, and the increasingly rich aroma of the meat wafting from the ceramic pot was utterly enticing. Yanxi stirred the soup with the spoon. The broth had turned a milky white and was ready to be savored. She ladled a spoonful, blew on it, and took a sip. It was the first taste of meat broth she had enjoyed in over 10 days, and the flavor lingered on her palate. Although the seasonings were few, the taste was delightful. She scooped another spoonful and held it to Yi Cheng's lips, saying, "Yi Cheng, you must try this. It is absolutely delicious." Yi Cheng paused for a moment, then smiled and opened his mouth. Allowed her to feed him a spoonful. Yanxi, full of anticipation, asked, "Is it good? Is it good?" Yi Cheng nodded. "It is delicious. You should eat more. It is rare to have food you enjoy, so do not worry about me." The sight of the small female orc feeding him this broth evoked envy and admiration among the male orcs who had been subtly observing them. In the beast world continent, most females were accustomed to being spoiled. Whatever they desired, the male orcs would go to great lengths to procure it for them. Even during the food-scarce winter season, females would eat their fill before leaving the scraps for the males. Yet here was a kind-hearted little female orc who, despite not being fully satisfied herself, was concerned for the male orc beside her. How could this not inspire envy and jealousy among them? What a wonderful thing it would be if such a benevolent little female could be theirs. Yanxi was utterly oblivious to the psychological workings of those male orcs. She nodded and remarked, "This meat needs to stew a bit longer before I can manage to eat it. However, the soup is ready to be savored. Last, I will finally be able to indulge in meat." Yet before the two could take a single bite, an unexpected guest arrived. "What is that delightful aroma? It smells so enticing. I want to eat." Yanxi paused and turned to the speaker. It was a robust female ape orc, towering at nearly 2 meters in height. Following her were 2 male ape orcs, each also exceeding 2 meters. Upon hearing the female ape orc's words, the 2 male ape orcs, drawn by the scent, spotted the pot before Yin Xi, which was bubbling with something. They asked in astonishment, "Where did you obtain your fire? And whatever is in your pot, hand it over to us." Yanxi's expression darkened upon hearing their demands. Not only was she irritated by their words, but Yi Cheng had also never experienced such blatant attempts at theft. He unleashed the oppressive force of his red talent, his tone decidedly impolite as he declared, "Leave." Even within the ape orc tribe, no one dared to bully another so openly. Moreover, his strength did not permit him to be subservient. The 2 male ape orcs, both possessing merely green talent, found themselves firmly pinned to the ground by Yi Cheng's pressure, their limbs splayed out to prevent them from collapsing entirely. Why Yi Cheng's exertion of pressure was controlled, directed solely at these 2 ape orcs, leaving the female ape orc behind them unperturbed. It was a rule of the beast world continent that under no circumstances could one lay a hand on a female orc. Although the situation had originated from the female ape orcs' provocations, they were now on the territory of the ape orcs and had to restrain themselves. However, this restraint did not apply to the male ape orcs. Being of the same gender, their methods of resolving disputes tended to be more straightforward and brutal. Fight it out, and if that didn't suffice, fight some more. The female ape orc, Ima, continued to insist, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Yet the 2 guardians at her side were held in check by Yi Cheng, leaving her without allies. The onlookers, not being Ima's mates, saw no reason to defend her and risk offending a red talent wandering male orc. Orcs understood the principle of self-preservation. The wandering orc, whose true form had yet to be revealed, was a being of considerable strength that they dared not provoke. Furthermore, any wandering orc capable of traversing the beast world continent alone was assuredly not someone to be trifled with. Only a fool would risk their life to assist that female ape orc at this juncture. Frustrated at being denied meat, and with her protectors subdued, Ima stomped her foot and let out a piercing wail to the heavens. Yanxi rushed behind Yi Cheng and grasped his arm, inquiring, "Is she calling for reinforcements?" Yi Cheng furrowed his brow. He detested those who summoned their companions when they were unable to fight back. It was also because he lacked any companions to call upon himself. Otherwise, he too would have considered summoning someone to handle such nuisances, just as Yi Cheng pondered this. A member of the Horned Sheep tribe, whom Yanxi had previously aided, stepped forward and addressed them. An elder among them said, "Rest assured, if the ape orcs refuse to reason, we of the Horned Sheep tribe will certainly come to your aid." Yanxi was taken aback and turned to the Horned Sheep orc. Were the orcs of the beast world continent truly this loyal? Her actions had merely stemmed from her instinct as a healer, saving a cub from their tribe, coupled with a personal desire to leverage them for her medicinal business. She never anticipated that they would repay her kindness so generously, feeling somewhat unworthy of such gratitude. The female Horned Sheep orc, noticing Yanxi's gaze, nodded and introduced herself. "I am Anan, a blue talent female orc. You may call me Anan. Rest assured, since you saved my younger brother, I will protect you." Yanxi, deeply moved, stepped forward and grasped Anan's arm, which was significantly taller than hers, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Anan. My name is Yin Xi, and this is Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng is a wandering orc who saved me, and I have chosen to follow him. He is a red talent, red-bellied, fragrant snake, and extraordinarily powerful, possessing ice abilities as well." Standing before them, Yi Cheng felt a smirk tug at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Yanxi praise him so. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he released the two male ape orcs he had been suppressing with his pressure before more of their kind could arrive. After all, they were on another's territory, and he had to exercise restraint to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially with Yanxi at his side. Moving forward, he realized that he must consider the consequences of his decisions more carefully in the future. "What is going on?" The leading ape orc, larger than the average of his kind and also possessing red talent, inquired. Ima pointed at the pot behind Yanxi and declared, "I want to eat the meat cooked by that female. Yonghe, go fetch it for me." Upon hearing this, the male ape orc named Yonghe glanced at Yi Cheng. The aura of danger emanating from this wandering orc was palpable, leaving Yonghe quite taken aback. The gathering of orcs had only just begun, and already such a formidable character had emerged. This year's orc gathering was indeed lively. Yonghe stepped forward, intending to engage Yi Cheng in conversation, but Yanxi interjected, grasping Yi Cheng's arm and feeling both anxious and unwilling to concede. Stated, "I haven't even had a bite myself. How can you come here demanding that your male orcs take it from me? Although this is your territory, shouldn't you as hosts exhibit some etiquette?" Yanxi's barrage of words flowed like a machine gun, entirely unperturbed by whether they understood her references to hosts and etiquette. She was resolute in her stance that she was in the right, emboldened by the absolute strength Yi Cheng represented. Yonghe was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the sudden outburst from this petite female orc with striking green skin, seemingly fragile enough to be crushed between two fingers, daring to speak so boldly. Naturally, he did not comprehend the meaning behind her words about hosts and etiquette, but he could not directly ask for clarification without tarnishing the dignity associated with being a red talent male orc. Seeing that Yonghe remained silent, Yanxi frowned and continued, "I can share half with you, but you must offer something in return. If you refuse to exchange, you are nothing more than robbers, akin to those wandering orcs who prey upon a solitary, vulnerable beings. How could you bear to bully those of us who are so pitiful?" Yanxi sought to cultivate public sentiment, knowing they were in the domain of the ape orcs. If others learned that the ape orcs were so unreasonable and devoid of principles, who would dare to foster good relations with them? Yonghe found himself at a loss for words. To label them as wandering orcs who merely stole was a bit much. He turned to the two male ape orcs accompanying Ima and commanded, "Asen, Aci, return and accept your punishment. Bring 100 bone coins to exchange for meat. This matter will be settled here." Upon hearing the mention of bone coins, Yanxi returned to Ainan's side and quietly inquired, "What are bone coins?" Anan, having previously worried for Yanxi, explained bone coins are a form of currency that can be exchanged for goods without the need for barter. You can acquire what you desire directly. Yanxi nodded in understanding. These bone coins were likely the currency of the Beast World continent. However, she was uncertain of their actual value and continued to ask, what can one bone coin be exchanged for? Anan pondered for a moment before responding. One bone coin can be exchanged for 100 bundles of hay from our tribe. Do you understand now? Yinxi opened her mouth wide and nodded, indicating her understanding that it was indeed the case that a single bone coin held significant value. They must have profited handsomely. After Yi Cheng received the bone coin from the hands of the ape beastman, Yinxi fetched a pottery jar they had previously exchanged and poured half of the cooked meat into it for the insatiable ape beastman, Ima. This lucrative transaction invigorated Yinxi, who worked with remarkable agility, even offering them a pottery jar at no charge. Ima finally savored the meat, thoroughly satisfied as he was escorted back to the ape beastman tribe by the male ape. Only Yonghe glanced at their campfire, his eyes flickering momentarily before shifting to Yanxi, who appeared to have struck a splendid deal, finding her amusing. This little female was indeed quite fascinating. He had never encountered such an expressive female before. Noticing the beast mark of a serpent on her neck, Yonghe thought little of it. Such an intriguing little female would undoubtedly require the protection of a formidable male beastman, as he observed Yanxi. Yi Cheng stepped forward, blocking his line of sight. Yonghe was taken aback and turned his attention to Yi Cheng, who smiled and inquired, "You are a wandering beastman with a red talent. Have you ever considered joining our ape beastman tribe? We boast over 2,000 combat-ready beastmen, 46 females, 5 shaman, and 6 red-talented beastmen, among whom is a purple-talented wizard." When Yi Cheng mentioned the purple-talented wizard, his enchanting vertical pupils flickered. The ape beastman tribe was indeed a powerful entity. However, the unpleasantness of the day was undeniable. Why, Yi Cheng replied, "I will contemplate this." Yonghe nodded, saying, "Very well. Take your time to think it over. I shall take my leave now." Why, Yi Cheng watched as Yonghe departed. Once all the 8 beastmen had vacated the area, the marketplace returned to tranquility. However, given Yi Cheng's recent display of prowess, it was likely that no one would dare provoke them again. Although half of the food had been taken, the remaining portion was sufficient for Yanxi and Yi Cheng, and they quickly finished every last drop of the broth. As they concluded their meal, those beastmen who had long coveted their firebrand finally made their move. Previously, they had refrained from approaching while the pair was eating, but now that the meal was finished, they too desired a campfire for the evening. The intimidation from Yi Cheng lingered vividly in their minds, preventing them from acting recklessly. They approached with offerings of prey to barter for fire. Anan, along with the male beastman from her horned sheep tribe, carried half a portion of their catch to exchange for fire. It was Yanxi's first realization that fire was such a scarce commodity. While traveling with Yi Cheng, she had casually made a few torches, thinking it unwise to draw attention to her lighter in this beastly world. Previously, while lighting a fire in front of others, she had used her homemade torches. Anan instructed the male beastman from her tribe to place their catch atop the offerings made by those beastmen who sought to trade for fire. She then turned to Yanxi, saying, "Yanxi, this is Xingbai, who grew up alongside me, that he is an orange-talented horned sheep beastman, and we wish to exchange for fire." Yanxi nodded in greeting to Xingbai, who shyly smiled back, clearly obedient to Anan's instructions, indicating a close bond between them. However, now was not the time for such discussions. Yanxi replied, "You need not give me anything. I have yet to thank you for your earlier assistance. Just take the fire, it's no trouble." Anan insisted, "We hardly provided any help. How can we accept your fire? Accept this meat, and next time, when you have something valuable, I would feel justified in trading with you." Yanxi was about to protest further when Yi Cheng interjected, "Let it be. Allow your people to take the fire themselves." Anan, somewhat intimidated by Yi Cheng, swiftly agreed, All right. She gestured for Xingbai to ignite the fire. Yet, Yanxi held Anan back. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Xingbai is so obedient to you. Your relationship must be more than just growing up together, right?" Anan was taken aback, not expecting the relatively new acquaintance. Yanxi, to discern the nature of her relationship with Xingbai so easily. Watching Xingbai as he lit the fire, a hint of sorrow glimmered in her eyes. She confessed, "We both harbor feelings for one another. But my father insists on finding me a male beastman with greater talent as my first mate, believing it will enhance my chances of inheriting his attributes. Thus, no matter how much we care for each other, he can never be my first mate. At best, he would only be my second." Yanxi paused, feeling a sense of melancholy at the thought of such ethereal matters tearing apart two lovers. Noticing Yanxi's sudden shift in mood, Anan chuckled. "Let us not dwell on me. Tell me about you. After bonding with your mate, what talent attributes have you gained?" Yanxi was momentarily puzzled. What talents had she acquired? She had no idea. Did the Black Earth space count? No. How did she even realize her relationship with Yi Cheng? Yanxi asked, perplexed. Anan was equally stumped by her question. She pointed to Yanxi's neck and said, "Your neck bears your mate's beast mark. It's evident you two are bonded." "Only bonded males and females possess such marks," Yanxi awkwardly replied. "Couldn't it be carved or drawn on?" Anan laughed. "Yanxi, you are utterly charming. The beast mark appears automatically on both partners' bodies after they bond. It cannot be carved or painted on. Even if drawn, it would not last long. Unless one partner dies, the mark will remain with the bonded couple for life." Yanxi nodded, gaining some understanding of the rules of this beastly world. She was uncertain how the beast mark had manifested on her. All she knew was that it was present when she awoke, that it could not be erased or washed away, that why Yi Cheng's human design on his neck was even more peculiar. She had left nothing on him, yet he bore her human symbol. As for the idea of the beast mark appearing spontaneously, Yanxi remained skeptical, as it was yet another situation beyond her comprehension. After hearing Anan's explanation, Yi Cheng too felt a sense of confusion. Noticing the scarcity of beastmen exchanging goods at the Horned Sheep tribe stall, he approached an elderly beastman sitting between two tents, meditating, with his stall relatively unoccupied. Yi Cheng plopped down beside the elder. The elder's powerful aura caused him to open his eyes immediately upon Yi Cheng's arrival. Recognizing him, the elder pondered before asking, "Noble red-bellied, fragrant snake beastman, is there something you wish to inquire?" This seasoned male beastman was astute. Understanding that Yi Cheng had come to seek answers, that why Yi Cheng asked, "Is it possible for a female beastman to possess no talent whatsoever?" The elder paused, glancing at Yanxi. The fact that the red-talented male beastman had a female devoid of any talent was indeed a cause for pity. And no matter how high his talent, choosing a female with no abilities would surely jeopardize his future. He sighed. The talent of a female beastman signifies her fertility. The higher her talent, the stronger her reproductive capability. In my 14 years of life, I have never encountered a female beastman with absolutely no talent. The elder's words subtly conveyed to Yi Cheng that Yanxi, with her complete lack of talent, bore no capacity for reproduction. After speaking, the elder noted Yi Cheng's lack of overt emotional response. He continued, "However, when a highly talented male beastman bonds with a female, she may randomly acquire a talent attribute. This could be the male's talent skill or a fraction of it, thereby enhancing the female's fertility." Yi Cheng inquired, "Is it possible for the acquired attribute to be something other than a talent skill or the male's talent?" The elder nodded. "That is indeed possible, but depends on whether the beast deity favors that female. If so, this talent may increase in potency as the male's abilities grow. Alternatively, if the female later bonds with another male with stronger talents, additional attributes may also be added, largely depending on chance." Yi Cheng nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The black soil space that Yanxi obtained after becoming his partner might very well be a gift bestowed upon her by the beast god. This black soil space would expand as her talents progressed in the future. As for the final question, can all talented male beastmen, when paired with females, bestow talents upon them? Old Jiao Yang shook his head and replied, "Not necessarily. Some can, while others cannot. However, the likelihood of a talented male beastman passing on abilities to a female is significantly higher if every male beastman could grant a talent to a female. He wouldn't insist that his daughter find a highly talented first beast husband, but he has no desire to separate his daughter from Xingbai. After all, they are both children he has watched grow up. Yet their clan has far too few combat-capable male beastmen, and, as a wandering tribe without a fixed habitat, he must consider the welfare of his own tribe. Wai Yicheng nodded, having gleaned all the information he needed. Previously, he had been a wandering beastman, never imagining that he would one day have a female partner. Thus, he inherited little knowledge about females from his father's memories, that he only knew that male beastmen ought to treat female beastmen well and cater to their every need. Just as he was about to stand and leave, old Jiao Yang inquired, "Esteemed Lord Red-Bellied Fragrant Snake, are you seeking to join a tribe?" Yi Cheng paused, halting his movements and sitting back down. He asked, "What news do you have? Rest assured, as long as you inform me, no one will dare to provoke you during your time in the Ape Beastman tribe." Old Jiao Yang nodded gratefully and said, "On this continent, there are 5 powerful tribes. Point 1 is the Qingyao tribe located at the easternmost edge. It is said that there are beastmen there with silver talents, and not just one. Another is the Mengkue tribe, dwelling in the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The male beastmen in this tribe generally have low talents, yet their females possess exceptional reproductive capabilities. They are the only tribe on this continent with a population exceeding 10,000 beastmen. Additionally, there is the aquatic tribe residing in the sea, rumored to have many highly talented beastmen, though few have seen them, and they do not interact with the beastmen on land. Another is the lion beastman tribe on the Guangzhou Plains. Their numbers may be the smallest among the 5 tribes, yet every beastman there is a formidable fighter. They occupy a fertile piece of land in Guangzhou, and during the snow season, they are perhaps the only tribe unconcerned about food shortages. Lastly, there is the Ape Beastman tribe, which is hosting this gathering. They are also quite powerful, and their females have strong reproductive abilities, although they typically give birth to one offspring at a time, thus lacking the prolificacy of the females from the Mengkue tribe, who can bear multiple children at once. If you wish to join a formidable tribe, I, Old Yang, suggest you consider bringing your female partner to the Ape Beastman tribe. After pondering for a moment, Yi Cheng, noticing that someone was interested in purchasing medicinal herbs, stood up and walked toward the stall. Before departing, he stated, "I will ensure your safety during these days in the Ape Beastman tribe." Old Jiao Yang respectfully replied, "Thank you." Wai Cheng paid him no further mind and approached the stall to sell medicinal herbs. However, the beastmen arriving to purchase the herbs were even more loquacious than before. They squatted on the ground, sifting through the neatly arranged herbs that he and Yanxi had laid out, turning them over repeatedly. Wai Cheng furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the fact that this was the territory of the Ape Beastmen, he would have lost track of how many times these beasts would have met their demise. Yanxi also noticed these rude beastmen. She contemplated confronting the 3 or 4 of them, but was held back by Anan. Confused, Yanxi looked at Anan, who cautioned, "Do not approach. They are not here with good intentions. That it is clear they do not come to buy anything. We cannot let you, this delicate little female, go near them for fear of harming you." Yanxi recognized Anan's good intentions and patted her arm, saying, "I know my limits." She then turned and walked towards Yi Cheng, with Yi Cheng's absolute strength present. All discordant elements were but paper tigers. These 3 or 4 males appeared indistinguishable from humans, as they bore a striking resemblance to them, were it not for the animal skin skirts they wore. Yanxi might have thought they were genuine humans. She grasped Yi Cheng's arm, and he looked down at her, pulling her slightly behind him. He addressed the male beastman at the stall, saying, "If you wish to barter, do so. Refrain from rummaging through our goods, lest I feel inclined to turn you over and examine what breed you truly are." Wai Yicheng's words were already quite diplomatic. They could look but not treat the items as if they were their own possessions. The leader of the male beastmen seized a handful of herbs and tossed them at Yi Cheng's face, exclaiming, "Are you saying we cannot look at your wares while you sell them? What kind of logic is that?" The herbs struck Yi Cheng's face, dirt smearing across him, causing his eyes to narrow dangerously. He grasped Yin Xi, who was ready to defend him, and with a sneer, he replied, "I have memorized your scents. We shall meet again after the gathering." The male beastmen were startled, stepping back in fear. This wandering beastman was a red talent, and they had heard of him. However, reassured by the presence of their tribe behind them, their fear dissipated. One of them scoffed, "What does it matter if you remember us? Do you intend to seek revenge? Let me tell you, our tribe also harbors red talent male beastmen. Do not think you are the only one." Clearly, they had come seeking trouble, and Yi Cheng was not one to be trifled with. Yin Xi, witnessing this disrespect, could no longer remain silent. "You little bean sprout. Do not speak out. We are conversing with your male beast man," one of them jeered. Yin Xi, filled with indignation, retorted, "You bully my person, and now you expect me to remain silent." She pulled Yi Cheng back, declaring, "If you dare lay a finger on me today, I will make you the public enemy of this continent, the first batch of exiled beastmen expelled from this gathering. Even if your tribe comes, they will not be able to protect you." These male beastmen realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. They indeed dared not harm Yin Xi, for doing so would make them the enemies of all male beastmen on this continent. With Yin Xi's interruption, their momentum weakened, and they exchanged glances, ultimately turning to leave. As they departed, Yin Xi spat, "They only know how to bully us wandering beastmen. A bunch of cowards." She scolded them for quite some time, only to find that no one echoed her sentiments behind her. Feeling a bit miffed, she wondered for whom she was doing this. Just as she turned around, she caught sight of Yi Cheng. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile, looking at her with admiration. Yin Xi frowned, asking, "What are you laughing at? You were bullied, yet you can still smile? Aren't you supposed to be very powerful? Why didn't you fight back?" Yi Cheng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Sometimes brute force does not resolve issues. It may complicate matters further. However, the way you scolded them just now was incredibly majestic. I found it quite captivating. And the fact that you were standing up for yourself only makes me like you even more." Suddenly, Yin Xi felt flustered by his words, shooting him a glare as her cheeks flushed inexplicably. Yi Cheng continued, "We just earned 100 bone coins. There are still many days left in this gathering. Would you like to stroll around and exchange items at other stalls?" Upon hearing that they could go shopping, Yin Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she remembered that they still had their stall to attend to. "But our stall will be unattended." Just then, a Nan chimed in from behind, "You two go. If you don't have any valuables in your tent, we can keep an eye on it today for these medicinal herbs. I'm not sure how you plan to sell them." Yin Xi replied cheerfully, "Feel free to sell and exchange however you like. I want to be picky that I'll bring you back some food." Nan smiled. "Very well then. Enjoy yourselves. Shopping holds an irresistible charm for any woman, especially since they genuinely needed to procure many items." With excitement, Yin Xi pulled Yi Cheng along, hopping joyfully from one stall to another like a little sprite. Yi Cheng followed behind, paying with bone coins, cautioning, "Slow down. There are many beastmen here. Be careful not to get bumped at Oh, you want me to carry you?" Her delicate, female skin was quite fragile, easily bruised by the slightest bump. Yin Xi shook her head, saying, No. When shopping, one must walk on their own, taking it slow, examining each item carefully. If I am carried, then what will I see? The joy of shopping would be lost, don't you think?" Yi Cheng found it difficult to comprehend her perspective. Throughout the afternoon, the two acquired numerous items, all of which were delivered to the tent of the Yang goat tribe for safekeeping. They strolled alongside the stream of the ape beastman tribe. Yi Cheng inquired, "Are you tired? Would you like me to carry you back?" Indeed, Yin Xi felt somewhat fatigued. Just as she was about to suggest heading back, she noticed the peculiar independent hills scattered throughout the ape beastman territory. One conspicuously abrupt hill was covered in trees of various sizes. This marvel reminded her of a similar sight she had encountered during her travels in Gue City, although the hills here were smaller. She pointed at the hills and remarked, "Those hills are quite strange. Along our journey, we've only seen continuous mountain ranges. Yet here in the ape beastman tribe, we can observe these small hills that if one doesn't look closely, they might even mistake them for man-made structures. Indeed, these were remnants of ancient human construction, long abandoned and decayed. Despite their height, a mere touch from a beastman could cause them to collapse, which is why the beastmen refrained from residing within. Are these man-made? Then why haven't the beastmen continued to live in such structures? Can we take a closer look?" Yi Cheng replied, "No beastman would dare. In my ancestral memories, I have no knowledge of anyone doing so. We can take a look, but we must be cautious. Do not touch them, or they might collapse." Yanxi nodded in agreement. Cradled in Yi Cheng's arms, they approached the building, which was entirely overgrown with vegetation. The plants had flourished so abundantly that the walls of the structure were nearly obscured. However, through a large opening, she glimpsed the interior layout, which inexplicably felt familiar to her. She struggled to free herself from Yi Cheng's embrace, eager to push aside the foliage and venture inside. Yet, Yi Cheng quickly restrained her, saying, "These structures are at least 400 to 500 years old and wholly decayed. Even a slight force could bring them down. Do not enter." Yanxi shook her head, determined to ascertain the material of the walls, as the interior hinted at a modern design. However, the distance made her uncertain. She asked, "Could you pry off a piece of the wall for me? I want to confirm something." She sought to determine whether these buildings were made from the steel-reinforced concrete she recognized. Yi Cheng hesitated, fearing that if he pried off a piece, the entire structure might lose its minimal load-bearing capacity and collapse. Although the area was deserted, it would undoubtedly cause a significant commotion. Nevertheless, seeing Yanxi's eagerness, he said, "We'll pry it off and then flee." Yanxi nodded. With remarkable speed, Yi Cheng managed to extract a piece of the material and swiftly returned to embrace Yanxi as they departed. Behind them, the sound of collapsing buildings echoed ominously. Yanxi nestled in Yi Cheng's arms and inquired, "What if it falls on someone?" Yi Cheng, without lowering his gaze, assured her no one is nearby. After they had run quite a distance and paused on a small hillside, Yi Cheng set Yanxi down, intending to hand her the piece of architecture when they heard a somewhat familiar voice. It was a voice she had heard earlier that day. "Yonghe, I am ready. As long as you are willing, we can be together forever." Upon hearing such a blatant conversation, Yanxi's curiosity ignited. She grasped Yi Cheng's hand, urging him to bend down as they cautiously approached the source of the voices. Parting the grass, they discovered the female ape beastman, Emma, striking a flirtatious pose, attempting to woo Yonghe, who was standing at a distance. What a juicy piece of gossip. She relished it. Her excitement caused her breath to quicken. Thus, some things are best observed in others' actions, enhancing her enjoyment of the spectacle. However, Yanxi's slightly louder breathing immediately caught the attention of Yonghe, who turned his piercing gaze in their direction. Yi Cheng swiftly lowered Yanxi's body and hurriedly led her away. Once they had left the vicinity, Yanxi remained cradled in Yi Cheng's arms as they made their way back. The image of Emma's bold courtship lingered in her mind, leaving a profound impact on her young heart. Even now, it resonated within her. Noticing her prolonged silence and somewhat dazed expression, Yi Cheng asked, "Are you frightened?" Yanxi stared at him, questioning, "Are the female beastmen of the beast world so audacious, boldly displaying such behavior in broad daylight, in a place where beastmen could pass by at any moment?" Her words trailed off, but Yi Cheng clearly understood her implication. Seemingly recalling something, he frowned and nodded. Observing his reaction, Yanxi skeptically inquired, "Have you also been pursued in such a manner by a female?" Yi Cheng stiffened, filled with a desire to defend himself. "I didn't even glance at those females." Yanxi inquired with an odd expression, "Were the females who pursued you like Emma, behaving in such a manner?" She gestured to mimic Emma's earlier actions, as she had just witnessed a scene of courtship that shattered her preconceived notions. Yi Cheng felt a bit awkward. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "Currently, it is the mating season. Many beastmen become aroused during this time. From what I know, numerous female beastmen exhibit behavior akin to that of the one we just saw." Yanxi retorted, but Ainen did not. The female young goat beastman also exuded a scent, although you could not detect it. Yi Cheng clarified for Yanxi, implying that Ainen might behave similarly to Emma. Yanxi recalled what Ainen had mentioned earlier about his father wanting to select a gifted male beastman for her as her first mate during the upcoming beastman gathering. This seemed plausible. The scent Yi Cheng spoke of bore similarities to pheromones, which only the opposite sex could detect, while the same sex remained oblivious to it. Noticing Yanxi's silence, Yi Cheng offered her the piece of architecture he had collected, asking, "Do you still want this?" Yanxi was momentarily taken aback, snapping back to reality as she observed the moss-covered object in his hand, unable to discern its material at a glance. She took it, attempting to break a piece off, only to crush it instantly. She hurriedly caught the fragments as they fell. Yet when she finally recognized the material, astonishment washed over her. This concrete. This beast world has indeed witnessed human civilization." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Yi Cheng's arm, asking, "Has there ever been humans in the beast world?" Memories flooded back to her, focusing on the forehead of the scorpion beastman who had captured her. bearing the character for death. Now reflecting upon it, how could there be modern characters in such a primitive place? This land had once known human civilization. She was utterly convinced. Sensing Yanxi's exhilaration, Yi Ching nodded, saying, "In my ancestral memories, the last pure human perished 300 years ago. You are the first pure human female to appear in these 3 centuries." Upon hearing Yi Ching's account, Yanxi's breath quickened as she asked, 300 years ago, were there many pure humans still inhabiting this land? Yi Ching pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not know. I was not yet born. Did I only learn from the memories passed down from my father's father that the last pure human died 300 years ago. But that individual was male." Yanxi released her grip on Yi Cheng's arm, her mind now a whirlwind of thoughts. She had witnessed modern, decayed structures here, and she knew that humans had once roamed this land 300 years ago. She understood that humans had left behind written language. Yes, written language. She seized Yi Cheng's arm, asking, "Where can I find books, the things that record written language?" "Where?" Yi Cheng gently patted her hand, saying, "Do not rush. Written records are held by the shamans of large tribes. The shamans of the ape beastman tribe possess written records. Can I see them?" Yi Cheng shook his head. "Written language is one of the most important things in this world. Not just anyone can view it, not even the chieftain or the shamans. How can I possibly see it?" Yi Cheng pondered in silence, while Yanxi gazed at him with expectant eyes. Why, Yi Cheng remarked, "Unless you present something that the ape beast tribe desires, we shall see if they are willing to show you their written records." What could the ape beast tribe possibly want? Yanxi lowered her head, momentarily unable to conceive of anything she possessed that would sway the tribe's chieftain to reveal their written records to her. That record held immense significance for her. Noticing her silence, Yi Cheng took her hand and guided her toward the orc gathering. It wasn't until they reached the tent that Yin Xi, still lost in her thoughts, regained her bearings. In the corner, the Yongo tribe's tent was bustling as Ainan's father, Old Yang, introduced a male ape beast to Ainan. Xingbai stood a distance away, his expression forlorn. Yanxi witnessed this scene and felt it was too agonizing to behold. She wished to look away, but Yi Cheng seemed to sense her reluctance. Aware that her mind was likely in turmoil, he nodded at the Yongo tribe members and ushered Yanxi into their tent. He seated her upon a fur and said, "Rest for a moment. I shall prepare some food for you." Yanxi retrieved salt, water celery, wild green onions, and a clay pot of well water from her dark earth space, allowing him to proceed with his task. She dared not glance at the lingering regrets between Ainan and Xingbai, nor could she afford to. Her primary concern was how to access the ape beast tribe's written records, hoping to discover information she so desperately sought. Outside, Yi Cheng observed that the items they had purchased were now placed between 2 tents by the Yongo tribe. The herbs at their stall had been redistributed, but few had been sold, which did not trouble Yi Cheng. His focus was solely on Yanxi's well-being and comfort. But he couldn't help but notice a female orc from the adjacent tent being led away by a previous ape beast. Clearly, she had gone willingly. After all, no male orc would dare force a female against her will. Within the neighboring tent, a weak voice inquired of the young goat orc standing outside, who had been watching the departing female. "Xingbai Ge, where's my sister?" Yi Cheng caught a glimpse of the young goat that Yanxi had previously treated waking up, now able to sit and speak. The orc named Xingbai looked at the distressed expression of a young goat sitting in the tent, his face more sorrowful than tears could convey. The young goat's face stiffened as he turned to his father. Upon noticing his son's gaze, the father sighed. "Your sister will return tomorrow. The ape beast has promised me he will join our young goat tribe and will leave with us after the gathering. He is a green, gifted ape beast, and I would never put your sister in harm's way." The young goat shook his head, protesting, "But my sister did not go willingly. She has feelings for Xingbai Ge." Old Yang glanced at his son and sighed. "Your sister has given her word." The young goat hesitated before murmuring, "Then what about Xingbai Ge?" Old Yang sighed again. "When your sister returns tomorrow, she will bond with Xingbai Ge. I have discussed this with the ape beast, and he has agreed." The young goat wished to say more, but Xingbai interjected, "Young goat, this is for the good of our young goat tribe." "I am fine. Please do not dwell on it further." The young goat felt a profound sense of desolation. They were simply too weak, too small, needing his sister to sacrifice her happiness for the stability of the young goat tribe. Or perhaps he was the one who was too weak. Meanwhile, Xi, having narrowly escaped Emma's advances, took a long route back to his dwelling. However, as he passed by the tribal shaman's dwelling, he overheard a conversation and halted in his tracks. "Are you certain that the little female treating injuries at the gathering stall truly sold an entire plant to those beasts, able to write and draw, even healing a male young goat of his stomach ailment?" "Indeed, we witnessed it ourselves. The plant was whole, and the little female even informed those beasts of its name, medicinal properties, and its appearance in the ground. Master Shaman, she is causing chaos, obstructing your path and undermining your authority among the ape-beast tribe." A heavy silence fell within the cave. Outside, He felt a sense of dread. During this gathering, the only ones selling medicinal herbs at the stall were that red-gifted wandering beast and his little female. He had noticed they had herbs available, but the shaman's comment about the little female being able to write and draw was alarming. Only the tribe shaman possessed such knowledge. How had the little female learned to write? Earlier, when Emma had courted him, that breathy sound had come from her that moment. The red-gifted wandering beast had been there, witnessing Emma's advances. Strangely, he felt a desire to prevent her from misunderstanding his relationship with Emma. Had the captivating little female not appeared, perhaps Emma would have been his best choice. Yet now, having encountered such a lively little female, he could not regard Emma with any interest. He pondered whether the little female would assume he and Emma were a couple after witnessing Emma's behavior. He had intended to catch up and clarify, but realized he lacked the standing to do so. Unintentionally overhearing the conversation regarding the little female at the shaman's dwelling piqued his interest further. The voices continued inside. "Master, should we disrupt her again tomorrow? After all, her actions are causing disorder and undermining your authority among the ape-beast tribe." The shaman considered before responding. "No, we cannot act ourselves. Your visit today has likely been noticed by someone with ill intent. You should return now, that I must devise another plan." "Understood." He, hearing the approaching footsteps, quickly concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath. Once the male orcs departed, he stepped out of the darkness, frowning as he gazed at the shaman's dwelling. Why could the shaman not tolerate that little female? He was perplexed. Perhaps this was the best way to get closer to her. Meanwhile, at the gathering site, Yicheng had finished preparing the food and entered the tent to call for Yin Xi, inquiring whether she preferred to eat inside or outside. The sky had darkened, and the tent was dimly lit, which made Yin Xi feel somewhat insecure. Rising, she replied, "Let us eat outside." Outside, many stalls had gathered around their area, igniting bonfires that provided some illumination, dispelling the unease brought on by the darkness. Upon exiting the tent, Yanxi glanced toward the young goat tent, but did not see Anan. Instead, she spotted Xing by tending to a youthful male orc. A moment of recognition struck her. This was the very male orc she had treated before. She approached, asking, "Are you feeling better?" The young goat paused, looking up at Yanxi in surprise. Xing Bai explained, "This is the female who saved you." The young goat, realizing it was Yanxi who had rescued him, attempted to rise to express his gratitude. Yanxi gently pressed his shoulder down, their skin briefly touching, causing her to withdraw her hand hastily. Feigning nonchalance as she said, "You needn't rise. Just give me your hand. I shall check your pulse." The young goat, momentarily confused, stared blankly at the little female before him. Yanxi squatted down, taking his wrist and placing it on her knee to check his pulse. Noticing her actions, Yicheng did not reprimand her, but instead moved behind her, an unspoken pressure emanating from him. The young goat trembled at the overwhelming presence of Yicheng's superior talent. Yanxi, puzzled, remarked, "Why is your pulse so rapid? This speed is clearly abnormal. Why, Yicheng, please fetch my pen and notebook from the tent. I need to record this." As she spoke, she did not even glance back, prompting Yaoqin to sit upright, for she intended to press upon his abdomen. Yaoqin felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Yet, Yanxi's hand had already moved closer, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This was his first encounter with a female outside of his sister, and it was the female who had taken the initiative to touch him. Yaoqin stared blankly at the radiant green little female before him, who emanated a refreshing fragrance. However, he suspected that it was not her natural scent, but rather the aroma of the verdant medicinal juice that clung to her. Night Ching quickly retrieved the pen and notebook that Yanxi had requested, resuming his position behind her, exerting an invisible pressure on the little lamb. Yanxi inscribed tonight's examination summary in the notebook, her gaze falling upon the potato in Xingbai's hand, which was larger than her head. She rose and plucked a few leaves from her stall, instructing Night Ching to grind them into a medicinal paste, which she then applied to the little lamb's navel, saying, "You need not drink this juice any longer. Instead, consume warm water and eat this potato for a day. Tomorrow, I shall check your pulse again. If you have an appetite, you may begin to eat some meat." After delivering her medical advice, she eyed the potato in Xingbai's grip, swallowing her saliva as she asked, "Could you spare me just a little? Just a small portion will do that I can trade you some of the meat we cooked." Xingbai, noticing her desire to eat, chuckled, "You can have all of it, little female." Yanxi shook her head. No, I cannot possibly consume so much." She returned to her stall, scooping out a small bowl of potato, declaring, "This will suffice it." As she stood to head back to their tent, she recalled something and turned to Yao Qin, saying, "Apply that medicine to your navel for one more night, and I shall return to check on you tomorrow." Yao Qin, still in a daze, nodded, watching as the little female and the formidable wandering beastman returned to their tent, sharing laughter as they consumed the food meant for their horned lamb cubs. He could tell that the wandering beastman did not particularly enjoy cooked food, yet the little female relished it, and they shared the food from the clay pot, each taking bites, after finishing their meal. The wandering beastman prepared hot water for the little female, bringing it into the tent for her to bathe. Yao Qin withdrew his gaze, staring blankly at a spot in the distance, lost in thought. Pondering, "When will I have my own female? This winter, I shall come of age, and next spring, I may also face the season of heat." Xingbai, holding a piece of bean paste, reassured Yao Qin, "Your sister will return tomorrow. Do not worry." Yao Qin was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he had forgotten about his sister amidst these thoughts, a wave of guilt washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly asked, "Xingbai, being only the second beast husband to my sister, do you not feel any resentment?" Xingbai paused, his mood somewhat dampened, that he replied, "To say I am content or untroubled would be disingenuous. However, my talents are insufficient, and my strength pales in comparison to that of the ape beast man. So I must resign myself to fate. But ultimately, I will still be your sister's second beast husband, and that is something. You are fortunate. You are a horned lamb with a green talent, possessing the ancestral blood of a mutant Yao Qin. Thus your father named you Yao Qin. You must cherish this divine gift from the beast god and strive to elevate the horned lamb tribe." Yao Qin, feeling similarly disheartened, inquired, "Xingbai, why do we not join a tribe? Why must we endure the hardships of being wanderers? If we join a tribe, your sister's first beast husband would be you, and no one could force her." The horned lamb beastmen lacked formidable combat strength, making survival on this harsh, beastly continent even more arduous. The suffering they had endured was known only to themselves. Xingbai remained silent, unable to respond to Yao Qin's question, but it was then that the old horned lamb, who had been listening, interjected, "Joining any tribe means that the name of our horned lamb tribe would cease to exist on this continent. Father, is it truly worth it to have your sister compromise her happiness for the sake of a mere title?" Yao Qin could not accept the notion that a name should be exchanged for his sister's well-being. He understood it was not worth it at all. Growing up alongside his sister, who had treated him as if he were her own child, he could not bear to see her endure such compromise for something she did not desire. The old horned lamb, at this moment, felt a twinge of regret. Yet, with the ape beastman now unknown in his whereabouts with his daughter, the situation had become irreversible. Yin Xi, having spent the afternoon wandering the market, was aware that human civilization had once existed in this world. Now, she found herself anxiously yearning for more information about that bygone human civilization. Yet she had no means to acquire it. Night Ching had fashioned a large clay pot into a bathing tub, filling it with warm water. After a bath, she was so fatigued that her eyelids felt heavy. Night Ching laid out a large piece of beast skin on the ground for Yanxi to rest upon, and after applying a fresh layer of green medicinal juice to her, he encouraged her to sleep while he stepped outside to wash her clothes, ensuring they would be ready for her in the morning. Yanxi, half closing her eyes, murmured, "I feel a bit scared." Night Ching, lifting the tent flap, reassured her, "I will be right by the entrance. I will return once your clothes are clean." The garments, crafted from snake skin, were quick to wash. Once clean, Nightshing hung them inside the tent on a rope to dry. He then went outside and devoured the meat he had obtained in exchange for firewood. Aware that fresh meat could not be stored for long lest it spoil, he could procure more fresh meat for Yin Xi to eat the following day. Furthermore, he had transported all the items they had exchanged for that afternoon into the tent, not out of fear of other beastmen stealing them, but rather because many of those items would later be placed within Yanxi's black earth space. Keeping them in the tent concealed their true quantity from others. Simplifying future explanations, he took a moment to cleanse himself with Yanxi's bathwater and lay beside her. She immediately turned to him, peering at the outline of Night Chung, and asked, "Do you think if we joined the ape beastman tribe, we could request to see the written records of their tribe?" This was the best solution she could conceive. Night Chung gently cupped her small face in his hands, replying, "No, we cannot. The fact that you're purely human is far more serious than the existence of your black earth space. We must not let anyone know." "Why not?" "Because your mind contains knowledge that beastmen do not possess." What knowledge could she have that beastmen lacked? Wisdom. Yes, that was the cultural treasure that beastmen could never attain. A culmination of thousands of years of human civilization. Yanxi felt an inexplicable sense of fear, her body trembling lightly. Thus, the truth of her being purely human must remain concealed. She must not express curiosity about the written remnants of ancient human civilization, for that would be tantamount to revealing her identity, an undeniable admission that she was purely human, as only a pure human would exhibit such interest in the artifacts of their kind. In a flurry, Yanxi exclaimed, "I recorded some notes in front of the horned lamb beastmen today. Could that cause trouble?" Nightshing pondered for a moment before responding. "Must those records be written down?" Yanxi shook her head. "Not necessarily. I simply have a habit of documenting things. Then let us refrain from writing in the future, shall we?" Yanxi nodded, a sense of trepidation washing over her. Nightshing wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, saying, "Fear not. I will protect you. That if you wish to see the remnants of human writing left on the Beast World continent, there are other tribes with altars that possess such records. Not just the ape beastman tribe." Yanxi shook her head. "I will not look. My life is of utmost importance." She was not particularly insistent on watching, though her curiosity lingered. Her own life was of paramount importance. Held in the embrace of Yi Chung, she offered no resistance, for she desperately craved a comforting hug to soothe her restless heart. Yet, Yi Chung misinterpreted her silence, assuming her lack of opposition meant consent. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her lips. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, he grew bolder. Just as he intended to shift and pin her beneath him, he realized she had already succumbed to slumber. Yi Chung paused, a bitter smile dancing on his lips, returning to his previous position with a sense of helplessness. He had genuinely believed she had accepted him, only to discover she had merely fallen asleep from exhaustion. He tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, leaned in, and placed a tender kiss on her small face, coiling his serpent-like tail around her, and closed his eyes. In that moment, an unusual sound echoed through the area. Yi Chung frowned and raised his hand to cover Yanxi's ears, fearing that the purity of her innocence might be tainted. This place was teeming with beastmen, and with the night being devoid of activities and the season ripe for reproduction, such pursuits were likely their sole amusement. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Yanxi, he ultimately decided against disturbing her. When Yanxi awoke the following day, a strange odor wafted through the tent, but she paid it no heed. Rising, she noticed that Yi Chung was no longer present. After retrieving her clothes from the rope, she stepped out of the tent and found Yi Chung preparing her breakfast. She sat beside him, a smile gracing her face. Having such a diligent beastman as a boyfriend was indeed quite pleasant. He required no assistance from her, fulfilling her needs effortlessly. Was this how the female beastmen in the tribe had come to be so spoiled? Seeing her rise from slumber with worries cast aside, returning to her cheerful self, Yi Chung felt a weight lift from his heart. He feared she might once again dread living in the beastly realm. "I have boiled hot water. I'll mix in some cold for you to freshen up," he offered as he entered the tent with a ceramic pot of hot water. Yanxi followed him inside. Once she had finished washing, Yi Cheng reapplied the crushed mint juice to her skin before they both emerged. He went to pour water. Yanxi noticed the little lamb from yesterday sitting at the entrance of the tent and approached it. When Yi Cheng returned with the water, he observed her heading towards the tent of the horned sheep beastman. Suppressing a smile, he set down the ceramic pot and followed her. Yanxi inquired about the condition of Zhao Jin and discovered he was fully recovered. You can start drinking some meat broth today, but avoid hard-to-digest meat chunks. You still have that mashed potato from this morning? May I trade you some meat broth for it? Zhao Jin blushed and replied, Yes, if you want, I can give you the biggest one. Yanxi shook her head, but we exchanged one yesterday. I plan to grow my own. Once I cultivate it, I won't need to rely on you for food anymore. Zhao Jin was taken aback by her determination to cultivate her own crops that he had considered it himself, but their nomadic tribe could not settle long enough to plant extensively. Hearing Yin, she expressed her intent to grow crops resonated deeply within him. You too wish to cultivate? That's exactly what I was thinking. However, since we are a nomadic tribe and cannot stay in one place for long, we can't plant much. I regretted that for quite some time. Yin, she was also astonished. It seemed beastmen on this continent had begun to contemplate agriculture. This was a significant leap forward. Speaking of cultivation awakened the latent bloodline within her, and she said, This plant provides a strong sense of fullness and yields a high output. It is an excellent food source for alleviating hunger. Zhao Jin replied excitedly, I thought that during the snow season, when food is scarce, we could use this as sustenance. It could be a lifesaver. If our tribe could settle in one place, I would plant it extensively so that my people wouldn't starve during the winter. The gravity of the topic weighed heavily, and Yanxi chose not to delve deeper. She stood and declared, Let us see who can cultivate this plant first. Zhao Jin looked up at her with a smile. I already planted some, though not extensively. I grew it in a wooden frame with soil, so the size is much smaller than wild ones, but the yield from one frame is still considerable. Hearing that the planting expert had already succeeded, Yanxi gave him a thumbs up and said, You're impressive. I only started yesterday. Zhao Jin chuckled brightly. If you need guidance, feel free to ask. Consider it a reward for saving me. Yanxi nodded. I won't hold back. She exchanged meat broth for a small bowl of mashed potatoes and joined Yi Cheng for breakfast. As they neared the end of their meal, Yanxi finally sensed something was off with Yi Cheng's demeanor. After breakfast, while Yi Cheng washed the dishes, Yanxi leaned in and asked, What's wrong? Yi Cheng turned to her and said, I can't cultivate. Do you think I'm useless? Not only could he not cultivate, but when they foraged for plants in the mountains, his sharp claws often inadvertently damaged the one she sought. Yanxi found his sudden self-doubt both amusing and perplexing. The formidable Yi Cheng. Feeling inadequate at times, she laughed. You are you. Your strengths lie not in cultivation, but in your formidable combat skills, especially that incredible ability to freeze everything in sight. It's truly impressive. Why compare yourself to others? They aren't significant to me. Why? Yi Cheng leaned closer and queried. Then what am I to you? Yanxi felt a rush of warmth and shot him a glare. He was becoming quite bold. Seeing her silence, Yi Cheng pressed on. At the ceremony, we were considered partners, yet you seem averse to intimacy. If you don't clarify, I truly want to know what I am to you. Yanxi gazed into Yi Cheng's eyes. Realizing this matter could not remain ambiguous. Can we start with a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Just as a couple, spending time together. And if it doesn't work out, it won't dissolve our partner bond. Yi Cheng interjected that I know. Yanxi replied, I heard from Anan that the beast mark only disappears when one party dies. But I want to ask if we could take it slow, just getting used to each other as company first. I'll try to accept you, and we can find a middle ground. After all, our temperaments and habits differ. I'll adapt to your lifestyle while you adjust to mine. For instance, I know you dislike cooked food. Yet you still accommodate me by eating it. I simply want someone to share meals with, as it makes the food taste better. If you still feel hungry after sharing with me, you can always hunt for more. As long as you don't bring back any blood. There are many aspects to consider when two people coexist. What do you think? Upon hearing her, Yi Cheng pulled her into his embrace, kissed her lips, and asked, Is this all right? Yanxi instinctively shrank back, her cheeks flushing. Such gestures were permissible between couples. She buried her face in his embrace and nodded gently, while Yi Cheng's smile widened until a disturbance from the direction of the horned sheep interrupted their playful exchange. Turning to look, They saw the ape beastman who had taken Anan the previous day returning, cradling a weary Anan in his arms. Seeing Anan in such a pitiful state caused an inexplicable ache in Yin Xi's heart. She rose from Yi Cheng's embrace, her gaze fixed on Xingbai, who received the heart-wrenching Anan from the ape beastman. Even from a distance, Yin Xi could sense his heart breaking. Xingbai said nothing, merely carrying Anan into the tent. Zhaojin glared at the ape beastman as if he were an enemy. The ape beastman exchanged words with the elder horned sheep, who nodded in response, before the ape beastman turned and left. With a sigh, the elder horned sheep entered the tent. Zhaojin stood before their stall, fists clenched, and struck his own face with a punch. Yanxi was startled and rushed over to grasp his hand, pulling him toward their stall. "Why are you hitting yourself?" With a gaze heavy with sorrow, Yao Jun looked at Yanxi, lowering his head as he despondently murmured, "It is all my fault. I am simply not strong enough." Yi Cheng pulled Yanxi close to him, urging her to release the hand that clutched Yao Jun's. That Yanxi's heart brimmed with kindness. Among the beastmen inhabiting the beast world continent, who was truly carefree? Certainly not the females. Yet even the females bore their burdens. Take, for instance, the female of the horned sheep tribe. She, too, must forsake her childhood companion, a male beastman, to secure a stronger mate for the prosperity of her tribe. Regarding issues of strength, Yanxi could offer no assistance to Yao Jun. Their sheep tribe was never a warrior race. This was an immutable truth that she could not verbalize to him. Even in this beastly realm, where they all possessed considerable abilities, weakness remained weakness, a sin in itself. Ultimately, Yanxi could only say, "Do not dwell on it too much. Anan and Xingbua have accepted reality. You need not confront your new brother-in-law with such reluctance. He comes to join you, not to tear you apart, that if you truly do not wish to see him, come to our place during the day to help us sell herbs. We will provide you with food. If that pleases you." Yao Jun slowly crouched down, sitting heavily on the ground, gripping his white hair in confusion at why Yi Cheng embraced Yanxi, stating, "Let him be. He will come to understand, in the beast world, male beastmen without the heart of a true warrior might as well perish early and be reborn." At that moment, a commotion of excitement erupted from within the horned sheep tribe's tent. The trio turned their heads to witness the old horned sheep dashing out, kneeling in the open air with fervor, chanting incantations. Yao Jun, perplexed, inquired, "Father, what is happening?" With tears of joy in his eyes, the old horned sheep gazed at Yao Jun, exclaiming, "Your sister is bonded with a monkey beastman last night, gaining the earth elemental ability. Truly, it is a blessing from the beast god. We are grateful for the divine gift and the blessings of the sacred earth." As he spoke, the old horned sheep bent down to kiss the ground several times. Yao Jun stared in astonishment. Yin Xi, witnessing the old horned sheep's devotion to the soil, felt her eyes widen in disbelief. That ground had been trampled by countless feet, yet he chose to kiss it, pursing his lips in reverence. A shiver ran down Yin Xi's spine, but she felt joy for the horned sheep tribe. Other beastmen nearby, hearing that the horned sheep tribe's female had, for the first time, mated with a monkey beastman and acquired such a remarkable ability, gathered around in curiosity. Such acquired talents were random. To receive one was indeed a sign of the beast god's favor upon the horned sheep tribe. Some male beastmen from other tribes, their minds racing, began to consider the horned sheep tribe's females. They had no intention of taking the horned sheep females, for such an act was strictly forbidden in the beast world. Rather, they wished to ascertain the fertility of the horned sheep females. If it proved strong, they would promote one of their own males as a suitor for the horned sheep female. After all, in this perilous beast world, allies were far more desirable than enemies. How to cultivate a good relationship with the horned sheep tribe? Naturally, by purchasing their surplus hay to establish rapport, allowing the horned sheep tribe to gain some benefits before any further negotiations could commence. Yao Jun, a straightforward young man, found their sycophantic demeanor distasteful and was about to voice his disdain when Yanxi covered his mouth. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Hush, speak less. This is how social dynamics work. Even I, a girl yet to step into society, understand this. Surely, you are not foolish." Yao Jun felt the warmth of her presence, the fresh scent of herbs lingering around her, blended with an indescribable allure. His face flushed crimson. and even his pure white fur turned a shade of pink, resembling a shrimp about to be cooked. Wai Yi-chung recognized that his little female was well-intentioned, yet he would not permit this youthful lamb to harbor any improper thoughts towards her. He pulled Yanxi back into his embrace, declaring, "Someone has come to buy herbs. You should introduce them." As he led her back to the stall, he cast a warning glance at Yao Jun. This young lamb was somewhat of an eyesore, frequently drawing his little female's attention. Yao Jun sensed the threat in Yi Chung's gaze, his fur bristling as it reverted from pink to white. He regarded Yi Chung warily, but Yi Chung merely glanced at him, issuing a caution to deter any misguided intentions towards his little female. Perhaps the surrounding beastmen had observed Yin Xi's ability to heal the horned sheep beastmen. Today, their herbs would sell exceptionally well, yielding numerous exchanges, including salt. Though the yellow salt was not particularly palatable, it was still essential. They needed to acquire enough to eventually refine it into white salt for consumption. That a key advantage of purchasing herbs from Yin Xi was that she sold them whole and would advise on optimal pairings for enhanced effects. This was a far superior experience compared to visiting a shaman, who would merely toss a bag of crushed herbal residue at you. Yin Xi willingly shared her knowledge, answering every inquiry without a hint of concern that they were there to learn from her. Should anyone express a desire to understand herbal medicine, she would gladly instruct her fellow beastmen. Thus, by the end of the day, all the herbs at their stall were sold out. Only when darkness fell could Yin Xi finally take a moment to breathe. Yao Jun, unable to assist, had prepared meat soup in a ceramic pot. Observing how Yi Chung prepared meals for Yin Xi, he had taken it upon himself to learn why Yi Chung frowned at Yao Jun's eagerness to help. If Yao Jun thought that cooking a meal would win him favor with his little female, he underestimated Yi Chung greatly. He could make Yao Jun's father and sister fail to recognize him. The meat Yao Jun cooked did not contain watercress, but included other ingredients that Yin Xi recognized but had yet to find: the flavor of ginger. This plant was excellent for eliminating odor in cooked dishes. After sipping the soup, Yin Xi immediately detected the ginger flavor. With delight, she looked at Yao Jun and asked, "Do you have more of that ingredient? We can trade for it. You can have whatever you desire." Yao Jun quickly shook his head, replying, "No need, no need. I'll give it to you. I discovered it myself. I found that adding it to food can eliminate odors and enhance flavor. During the snow season, a bit of it can also warm the body." Yin Xi nodded vigorously, recognizing the value of ginger. When Yao Jun returned from the horned sheep tent with a piece of ginger, thick as her arm and resembling coral, Yin Xi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She hurriedly took it to the tent and stored most of it in her black soil space, reserving a bit for seasoning when cooking meat later. Back by the fire, the three continued their meal. Yin Xi turned to Yao Jun and said, "What do you wish for? As long as we have it, you may take it freely." Yao Jun pondered for a moment before responding. "I wish for that green plant you used in the meat. I would like to try growing it myself." Yin Xi nodded. "I will give it to you shortly. That plant needs to be planted near water to thrive. If grown in dry soil, it may not flourish well." Yao Jun nodded in agreement, indicating he understood that Wai Chung watched the two converse, feeling left out and sulking as he ate the meat in his bamboo bowl. Once their meal concluded, Yao Jun voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Yin Xi had already noticed Yi Chung's silence and settled beside him on a stone that served as a stool. Explaining, "I noticed he's been feeling low all day because of Anan, so I spoke to him a bit more. Why Yi Chung tossed a piece of wood into the fire, where water was still boiling for her to wash up later." Turning to Yin Xi, he gently ruffled her hair, pulling her into his lap as he remarked, "Yet I saw you discussing planting with him. You had much to say." Yin Xi shook her head, pulling his hand away from her head. "My grandfather, my father's father, is a doctor. He understands a great deal and has his own medicinal garden. After school, I would help him plant herbs and discuss various planting issues. Cultivation is ingrained in our Chinese heritage. Give us a piece of land, and we instinctively wish to plant something. Currently, we have no time or convenience. Once we settle in one place, you must provide me with space to cultivate. I cannot manage so much alone. You eat so much. Don't think I am unaware of your secret hunting excursions. That I wish to nurture this little serpent until it is plump and pristine." Wai Chung raised the corners of his mouth, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her cheek, burying his face in her neck, where delicate kisses fell eliciting a fit of giggles from her. When Han Sun returned from washing the dishes, he was greeted by the sight of such a beautiful and warm scene. The petite female sat nestled in the embrace of the tall male beastman, who gazed at her with adoration and playful banter, while she teased him with her charming antics, and he tolerated all her little whims. Han Sun could not help but envy their dynamic, captivated by the moment. However, upon catching Yi Cheng's gaze, Han Sun felt a jolt run through him, and his eyes quickly dimmed. She was the female of another beastman, not his own. That wandering beastman would never permit him to approach Yin Xi. Han Sun set down his utensils and turned to vanish into the night. Yin Xi, noticing Yi Cheng's momentary daze, inquired, "What's wrong?" Yi Cheng turned back, planting a kiss on her forehead, and replied, "It's nothing. The hot water is ready. Allow me to fetch some for your cleansing." Yin Xi nodded, emerging from his embrace to step into the tent. The towering male beastman followed closely behind, carrying the warm water. Yin Xi chose the largest ceramic pot as her bathing basin, and once she was refreshed, Yi Cheng poured water for her, and they lay together on the animal hide. Yi Cheng took fresh mint, crushed it to extract its juice, and thoroughly rubbed it over Yin Xi's body. This served two purposes: to ward off any pesky mosquito beasts, and to obscure her beauty from the prying eyes of other male beastmen who might covet her. As he coated her in the verdant medicinal liquid, Yin Xi's cheeks flushed with shyness. Yi Cheng swallowed hard, his breath becoming heavier. It was the season of his estrus, and with her delightful scent lingering in the air and her sleeping form beside him, he wrestled with the urge to assert himself more forcefully, considering they were already partners. Yet, recalling how she had only recently begun to show a willingness for intimacy, he ultimately decided against making any advances. He pulled the animal hide over her as a blanket, urging her to lie down and sleep. He typically did not cover himself, but Yin Xi had insisted on it, claiming she needed at least to cover her abdomen lest the cold winds seep in through her navel and make her ill. He did not fully grasp her reasoning, but respected her wishes. Thus, as they slept that night, he placed one hide beneath them and another over her, though most of it ended up covering Yin Xi. Yin Xi sensed an unusual tension in the air that night. Turning her back to him, she lay down, her heart racing with excitement. Just days prior, they had shared the same space without any awkwardness. Why did the atmosphere feel so different now? Was this the fluttering of a heart in love? Yi Cheng, a skilled hunter, had already noticed the rapidity of her breath, indicating that she was still awake. Gathering courage, he leaned in, his cool body wrapping around her waist from behind. Startled, she instinctively shrank her shoulders, whispering, "I'm going to sleep now." Yi Cheng chuckled softly. "Yes, sleep well." Yin Xi felt a twinge of offense at his laughter. She turned to him, pinching the soft flesh at his waist, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Cheng frowned, capturing her hand that pinched him and intertwining their fingers, saying, "Be good, don't touch that." "Why not?" "I fear you may not be able to handle the consequences. Is pinching the waist such a heavy burden?" "Indeed, if you do not wish to grant me the opportunity for more, then refrain from pinching." Yin Xi pouted, aware that this was a man's forbidden territory, and thus she dared not press further. Observing the little figure making comical expressions in the moonlight, Yi Cheng felt a smile tug at his lips as he leaned down, intending to kiss her puckered mouth, when suddenly the fragmented sounds of the previous night returned. Yin Xi, puzzled, asked, "What is that sound?" Was it as she suspected? The noise seemed to emanate from the direction of the goat tribe's tent, where she had noticed another animal hide tent erected behind it, with Xingbai entering and exiting several times. Now, it seemed that the sound originated from that tent, likely Anan and Xingbai. She felt a surge of joy for the couple, blissfully unaware of the growing intensity in Yi Cheng's gaze as he watched her. Last night, he had been the only beastman awake, and he had approached them without hesitation. Today, she was preoccupied with discerning the source of the noise. When she might as well have simply joined them herself, he scooped her up and, like a gust of wind, whisked her out of the tent. Yin Xi found herself cradled in his arms, the rush of air filling her mouth and nose, compelling her to bury her face in his chest and remain silent, for he would not harm her. Having settled this in her mind, she suddenly felt Yi Cheng leap, and they plunged into a river. Yin Xi gasped her mouth and nose barely skimming the water, instinctively wanting to struggle. That why Yi Cheng unleashed a chilling ability, encasing them in an ice sphere. The sphere, hollow within, was denser than water and sank beneath the surface, muffling all sounds, even the flowing river. Yanxi marveled at the beastman's unique abilities on this continent, both dazzling and protective. Yi Cheng's thoughts were consumed by Yin Xi as he spread the animal hide beneath her, ensuring she would not come into direct contact with the icy sphere. Observing his urgency, she shivered slightly, about to speak when Yi Cheng leaned down, silencing her words with a kiss. Within the realm of his innate skills, Yi Cheng possessed unwavering confidence. This more aggressive side of him was unfamiliar to Yin Xi, and fear crept in. She curled into a ball, her wide eyes fixed on the man before her. Seeing her trepidation, Yi Cheng halted, lifting his hand to split the ice sphere in two. He stood up and moved to the other side, instructing, "Stay here and do not move. I will return shortly." Yanxi blinked, watching as the ice wall separated her from Yi Cheng. Seated upon the animal hide, she grappled with whether to take initiative. After all, she might truly remain on this beastly continent for a lifetime. But was she truly ready to engage with a serpent? Yanxi felt conflicted, lying on the vast hide and scratching her head. What could Yi Cheng be up to? Her mind drifted to the predatory glint in his eyes earlier in his sudden departure. Leaving her with a twinge of guilt, he remained by her side. And his requests were minimal, yet she had resisted thus far. Suddenly, she felt somewhat shameful for enjoying his care without reciprocating. She wrapped herself in the warm hide. A chill crept in, and just then, the ice wall between them cracked open. Yi Cheng, dripping with moisture, approached and said, "Let us go back." Yanxi glanced at him, then quickly averted her gaze. Yi Cheng, amused by her shyness, crouched down to observe her without speaking. Sensing the ice sphere beginning to melt and reinforced it, Yanxi felt embarrassed under his gaze and retorted, "What are you staring at?" With a sigh, Yi Cheng reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "If you remain silent, I might just—" "What you intend to do?" Yi Cheng did not respond, lifting her chin to meet her gaze, his eyes drifting to her lips as he leaned in closer. The atmosphere felt unbearably charged, prompting Yanxi to take the initiative. In a moment of imbalance, Yi Cheng stumbled backward, landing beneath her. Yanxi, playfully fierce, commanded, "Close your eyes and don't look. You mustn't move." "Only I can," he obeyed, his alluring lips curling into a smile as he replied, "All right." In the night of fulfilled desires, Yi Cheng cradled the soft little one in his arms, manipulating the ice sphere to rise above the water surface, breaking through its frozen shell and swiftly leaping onto the shore to depart from this place. Unbeknownst to them, not far downstream by the riverbank lay a robust black and white, striped great white tiger. The tiger sniffed the air, and with a leap, it stood upon the melting ice sphere that had lost the support of its master, inhaling deeply. The scent of the female was notably richer here. Its eyes gleamed with a dazzling golden light that it whispered to itself, "I must find this female. I absolutely must find her." The season of blossoms also marked the mating period for their white tiger clan. They had delayed their journey for several days and had only just arrived at the ape beastman tribe today. Listening to the sound from the gathering campsite at night, it was somewhat unbearable for him. Initially, he had not intended to attend the orc gathering hosted by the ape beastmen. However, his father insisted that after several years of maturity, having found no suitable female within the clan, he should venture out to meet females of other races. Regardless of the circumstances, he was to be marketed as a potential mate. Despite his reluctance during the journey, he ultimately succumbed to being dragged along by his older brother to the ape beastman tribe. This delay resulted in their late arrival today. He had no desire to linger in the camp. Having no concerns for the goods the White Tiger clan needed to exchange, he was not interested in casually finding a female mate. So he chose to escape into the night for some peace and to dampen his bodily instincts with the cool river water. Little did he expect to encounter a female with such an enticing scent. Earlier, Yi Cheng had mentioned that male beastmen were highly sensitive to the scents of female beastmen. Thus, upon catching her fragrance, he decided he must find this female and ensure she bore his tiger cubs, thereby alleviating his father's relentless pressure to find a mate and settle down. Previously, he did not feel the absence of a female mate. Even though his instincts were difficult to suppress, he could endure them while submerged in the water. However, encountering a female with a scent he adored changed everything. He excitedly returned to the camp, dragging along the frowning Xiongyu, who had been interrupted during a private moment, towards their father's tent. Shaking him awake and exclaiming, "I have found a female I wish to mate with." Initially irritated by the disruption, Xiongyu exchanged glances with their father, and both recognized the unspoken sentiment. Which unfortunate female has caught the eye of this little troublemaker? Let us offer a moment of silence for her. The White Tiger Clan leader, Ao, who inquired, "Who is it? From which race? I shall propose to her tomorrow if her tribe does not permit her to join ours. You may live among them. Chiozei, you will soon be a mated male. It is essential for a mated male beastman to stay by his female side and care for her well-being. This is an unavoidable necessity to not concern yourself with the clan's affairs, nor think of returning to strengthen our White Tiger tribe. It is truly unnecessary. Decide swiftly, and let us rid ourselves of this little troublemaker." Ao Hu and Xiongyu exchanged glances, both sharing the same thought. Have their father and brother so eager to send him away was a rarity indeed. And no one could endure being forcibly dragged away while with a female. Were it anyone else, they would have likely faced dire consequences. Yet, Chiozei was the most gifted and formidable within the White Tiger Clan. Even Ao, who shared the same red talent, could not match him. Let alone Xiongyu, who possessed only a green talent. Outmatched, unyielding to reprimands, and faster than any group assault, Chiozei was a unique presence within the White Tiger Clan. Years ago, Ao, who had often told his female that once he matured and found his own mate, he would temper his wildness. Yet, who could have foreseen that upon reaching maturity, he would dismiss the females of his own clan? His actions had left all the young females in tears, as he had yet to encounter one that captured his interest. Ao, whose frustration passed on to Xiongyu, particularly after he found a mate, intensifying his urgency to find a female for his younger brother, hoping to anchor him down and allow their White Tiger Clan a few years of peace. While they were on par with the lion beastmen of the Guangzhou Plain, residing not far apart, one on the plain and the other in the forest. These past years have been marred by the reckless antics of Chiozei. Each time there was a competition, he would vanish, leading to the White Tiger Clan being overshadowed by the lion beastmen, causing them to fall completely out of the ranking of the 5 great tribes. Falling out was one thing. They were indifferent to such hollow fame as long as their strength sufficed. Their only hope now was to send this calamity far away. Chiozei, however, retorted nonchalantly, "I do not know who she is, nor her race." Ao Hu and Xiongyu exchanged glances, each reflecting disappointment. Xiongyu sat down heavily, stating, "You have not inquired about anything. How can we assist you?" Chiozei's eyes sparkled as he proudly declared, "I will find her myself. I merely came to inform you that I have found a female I wish to mate with. Pray tell, where did you see this female?" Ao Hu asked. Chiozei chuckled. "Today, I went to the riverbank to calm my urges, initially enjoying the tranquility devoid of those annoying sounds. While soothing my instincts in the water, do you know what happened next?" Ao Hu threw a stone at him, exclaiming, "Enough, speak plainly." Chiozei deftly dodged the stone thrown by his father, saying, "I saw an ice sphere, a hollow ice sphere, submerged in the water, with a red snake and a small female within it. It was that small female whom I have set my sights on. I want her to be my mate." That Ao Hu and Xiongyu exchanged glances. That Ao Hu remarked, "The other party has a powerful male beastman guarding her. She has a mate, and thus, you cannot claim her for yourself. Do you understand?" Chiozei dismissed this concern, saying, "I can chase away that small snake and become her only mate." Xiongyu swallowed hard and said, "Brother, there is no need to chase anyone away. See, even my older brother cares for a female named Lan Su alongside several brothers of the White Tiger Clan. You can coexist amicably." Ao Hu chimed in, "Indeed, that snake is red, indicating a strong talent. Moreover, if he possesses ice-based abilities, he is undoubtedly a formidable red talent male beastman. You must cultivate a brotherly relationship with him. Furthermore, he encountered that small female before you. They may already share a bond. If you drive him away and the female becomes angry with you, would you not be digging your own grave?" They both silently agreed that he must not be allowed to stir trouble. They had to ensure Chiozei was sent away. Chiozei pondered, Why can't I claim her for myself? I wish to possess her. Hu and Xiongyu clenched their fists, realizing how deluded he was to think he could claim a female for himself. Unaware of the scarcity of females in the beastman world, that Hu's temper was on the verge of exploding, and he shot Xiongyu a look, urging him to reason with their younger brother. This troublesome brat needed to be dispatched as soon as possible for everyone's peace of mind. Xiongyu thought for a moment, then patted Xiuzei's shoulder, saying, "Brother, consider this. If your female becomes hungry, then I will go hunt for food for her," Xiuzei interjected, responding with an air of certainty. Growing up, he had been taught by his father, mother, and older brother that the male beastmen who had females cared for them in this manner, and he had long since memorized it. Xiongyu tightened his fists, nodding as he continued, "Yes, go hunt for her, but if you leave and she encounters danger, if she is captured by swift rogue beastmen, where will you find her? Or if she faces other dangers, and you cannot return in time to save her, and she becomes injured or worse, would you be willing?" Xiuzei frowned, encountering such a dilemma for the first time. Unable to comprehend, he stubbornly replied, "I have not encountered such situations. I will return as quickly as possible." Hu shook his head. "Even if you can avoid these troubles, consider the seasonal floods, the encroaching tides, the fierce winds during the storm season, and the scarcity of food in winter. Are you certain you can care for a delicate female all on your own?" Xiuzei found himself in a predicament. It seemed he truly could not manage a single female beast on his own. During the torrential rains and the snowy season, he too would go hungry. Observing Xiuzei struggle, the father and son duo continued to encourage him. "Therefore, you must peacefully integrate into that small family and forge a bond with the female beast's husband as if you were brothers. Did you not mention that the snake possesses ice abilities? You are of the water element. Your talents complement each other, that if you showcase your skills and abilities, they will see your strength and will be more than willing to accept you into their family. However, now that you have a female, you must refrain from scaring her into tears as you did in the tribe. Females require coaxing. At any moment, in any conflict, a little sweet talk and a humble demeanor will suffice to placate a female. Even if she were to relieve herself upon your head, you must endure." Xiuzei frowned and replied, "That simply cannot be. I take great care of my fur and cannot allow the female to mess it up." With a powerful punch, Who knocked him to the ground and bellowed, "I was merely making a metaphor. Now go, find someone, but do not act rashly. Return to us first with news. Remember, you are there to join them, not to cause destruction. Now hurry, hurry. Xiongyu, take him and go. I find his antics exasperating." Resigned, Xiongyu pulled Xiuzei away from their father's tent. As they exited, Xiongyu glanced at his female, Yanxi's tent, only to discover other male beastmen already inside. His efforts to persuade Yanxi to sleep with him that night had been thwarted by his foolish younger brother. He struggled to suppress his fists. "Go find someone first, but do not be reckless, understand?" Xiuzei waved his hand dismissively to, I know that I've memorized her scent. I'll find her myself." Seeing his younger brother's unfocused demeanor, Xionyu's fists itched again. He kicked Xiuzei's backside and said, "Then be off. When I am in the tent with Yanxi, do not dare barge in and interrupt, or you'll squander my chance and leave it for other males." Xiuzei looked at Yanxi's tent and realized he might have meddled in his brother's affairs. "This is easily resolved. I shall pull her out," he declared. Xiongyu watched as his oblivious younger brother dragged another male beastman. Hu, out from Yanxi's tent, feeling inexplicably balanced, he thought, "This brother of mine is still of some use." Yet soon Yanxi's furious voice echoed from within the tent. "Xiongyu, are you going to keep managing your brother? He keeps interrupting my affairs." Xiongyu hurriedly entered, playing the sycophant that I cannot control him. "I will compensate you for my transgressions." With that, he lunged forward. The sole victim of this farce was the white tiger male beastman, Hu, who had been pulled out of the tent by Xiuzei. Now, he found himself by the river, trying to cool off. Feeling quite displeased, he suspected Xiuzei had done this on purpose. Claiming he had matters to discuss, only to end up splashing in the water. He had a female. He was engaged in a harmonious bond with his beloved. Why should he be cooling off with Xiuzei? He was convinced Xiuzei was deliberately preventing him from getting close to Yanxi, so as to benefit his brother. With a mischievous grin, Xiuzei exclaimed, "Hu, do not be so petty. Join me. I encountered a delightful little female last night, and I intend to find her and court her. Luo, who, taken aback, retorted, which unfortunate female has caught your eye? With a playful punch on Luo, whose shoulder. Chiozei responded nonchalantly. You should say that any female fortunate enough to be noticed by me is indeed lucky. Luo, whose mouth twitched, and he silently mourned for the unfortunate female Chiozei had set his sights on. However, he reasoned that the female could not possibly belong to the White Tiger tribe, that if Chiozei were to pursue a female from another tribe, with his red talent and skills, he would undoubtedly be accepted by that group. This thought made Luo, whose lips curl in a smirk. It seemed Chiozei might leave the White Tiger tribe after all. I shall accompany you tomorrow to search. Luo, who offered, I can go by myself. Chiozei replied defensively, wary that Luo, who might covet his little female and attempt to steal her away. Luo, whose mouth twitched again, I am Lan Su's husband. I would never betray her. I merely believe you are too impulsive. Do not frighten the little female. After all, as a male beastman with a female, I know how to care for her emotions and feelings. Allow me to teach you how to win her favor and affection more swiftly. Chiozei pondered for a moment and said, that would be acceptable. After all, you are not as handsome as I doubt. Luo, whose fists clenched in frustration, thinking, this time, I must ensure Chiozei is sent far. Far away, even if it means giving him to another tribe for free, as long as I can rid myself of Chiozei. There will be no more interruptions when I am with my female. This torturous feeling was one that perhaps only Qiong could truly understand, as they shared a common plight. Meanwhile, Yanxi was completely unaware that she had become the object of attention, nor did Yi Cheng take notice. He was confident that his concealment of Yanxi was foolproof. And even if anyone detected the scent of the ice sphere he had left behind, they would not be able to locate her. After all, who could guess at the evergreen Yanxi was the source of such a delightful fragrance? That morning, Yanxi awoke late. Last night, Yi Cheng had kept her in the ice sphere beneath the water. Now, upon rising, she found herself splendidly suffering from a cold, sneezing one after another. Why, Yi Cheng was consumed by guilt. Berating himself for being so impetuous that, in his ice sphere, he had absolute confidence in ensuring their safety while blocking any scent. However, he had overlooked the chilling nature of the sphere, being a cold-blooded creature with ice abilities. He felt no discomfort, but Yanxi, a delicate human female, was not as resilient to the cold. When she first sneezed in the ice sphere, he should have stopped, but she insisted she was fine, merely having an itchy nose, so he did not heed her words. Thus, she ended up spending too long in the ice sphere to his horror when they returned in the middle of the night. She had developed a high fever, frightening him to the core that, in the beast world, even a minor cold could be fatal for a beastman, let alone for someone as fragile as Yin Xi. Fortunately, Yin Xi had the restorative spring water from her black soil space. After drinking it, not only did her fatigue dissipate, but her cold also improved significantly, leaving her with only a runny nose and occasional sneezes. Yin Xi prepared her own medicine and gathered herbs, instructing Yi Cheng to boil the concoction outside. It was not until morning that she finally managed to sleep peacefully. Upon waking, she found herself supported by Anan, who had just risen, and at that moment, their eyes met with Xing Bai and the ape beastman. Reflecting on how Anan suddenly had two husbands, especially as they had found their happiness together, she felt a sense of joy for Anan. Despite the minor imperfections in their situation, the scene shifted. Yanxi and Anan sat beneath a large tree behind the tent, basking in the sunlight while observing the bustling exchange of goods at the gathering across the way. She found it amusing to see Yi Cheng, typically socially awkward, flustered while selling herbs. Even the beastman standing beside him appeared more composed, facing Anan, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, matters of courtship in the beast world seemed to be deeply personal and not easily discussed. Moreover, with Anan caught between two male beastmen, she felt even more reluctant to touch upon such sensitive topics. Ultimately, it was Anan who broke the silence. What were you two doing last night? The noises were incessant. It was not the kind of noise one would expect from intimate activities. She had been utterly exhausted and had not recovered, so she had no energy to concern herself with Yin Xi. She assumed that with Yi Cheng's formidable presence, no one would dare disturb them. Unbeknownst to her, Yanxi hesitated to reveal the true reason for her cold. I suddenly fell ill. Did Yi Cheng disturb you? Anan shook her head, inquiring, is your illness better now? What ails you? I have a fever and am still a bit congested with a runny nose and sneezing. But I feel much improved that I will have some medicine shortly, and by tonight, I should be well. Anansong exhaled deeply and said, that's good that I haven't had the chance to thank you for persuading Huanqin. I heard from Xingbai that after I left with Yang, he became quite obstinate. Yang is my beast husband, and by forming a bond with him, I gained earth-based abilities. Would you like to see? Yin Xi eagerly nodded. She had only witnessed Yi Cheng's powers, which displayed an impressive aura of icy grandeur, exuding tremendous dominance. However, she had never encountered earth-based abilities before, and her curiosity was indeed piqued. I'm still not fully recovered, so I'm not very proficient yet. However, I can certainly show you something fresh, she said. After finishing her words, she pointed 2 fingers at the ground, and suddenly a wall of earth rose before them. Though it only reached about 10 centimeters before Nansong's face turned pale and she stopped. Yanxi quickly grasped her hand and urged, don't try anymore. Wait until you've fully recovered to show me. Anansong nodded and leaned against the large tree behind her to rest. She gazed at the harmonious scene of her 2 beast husbands at the nearby stall and remarked, now I understand why the females I met before were so fond of forming bonds with new male beastmen. Yanxi looked at her with a hint of confusion, her eyes reflecting pure innocence, but Nansong's cheeks flushed, and she leaned closer to Yanxi's ear to whisper, after I bonded with Xingbai last night, my talent has risen to orange. And I share the same level of talent as Xingbai. I used to have blue talent. Yanxi was genuinely happy for her. Anansong subtly gestured toward Yi Cheng and asked Yanxi, what kind of blessings have you received from the beast god after bonding with a male beast man of red talent? Yanxi immediately thought of the black soil space, but she naturally wouldn't disclose to Anansong that she had acquired a cultivable black soil space. She pondered for a moment and replied, does knowing about medicinal herbs count? Well, that might count, as the gift from the beast god are indeed diverse and peculiar, so your knowledge of so many medicinal herbs and their uses must be a result of the beast god's blessing, which is quite wonderful, Anansong said, sharing in her joy. Yanxi felt a bit awkward, a twinge of guilt arising within her for not being able to share her little secret with her friend. However, compared to Yanxi's discomfort, Anansong seemed to have undergone a transformation from a girl to a woman after experiencing 2 male beastmen. She leaned closer to Yanxi and whispered, I've heard that male serpent beastmen are like this. Is it true? Yanxi, upon seeing the gesture she made, turned to Anansong with wide eyes. Anansong's face turned crimson as she pushed her away and said, don't look at me like that, when we females are sharing secrets. Your gaze makes me feel like a rogue. Yanxi awkwardly shook her head and replied, that's hard to say. Yi Cheng doesn't allow me to talk about it. She felt that such intimate matters were between 2 individuals, not something to share with friends, as that would be inappropriate. Anansong, however, seemed unfazed and said, I used to feel quite averse to getting close to any male beast man other than Xingbai, but now that I've genuinely gained tangible benefits from male beast men, I believe that if something is beneficial to me, it's worth trying a few more times. Anansong had indeed experienced the advantages of reaping without sowing. However, wasn't that kind of benefit not applicable to every beast man? So, does that mean you don't like Xingbai anymore? Yanxi felt a pang of sadness for Xingbai. That I do like him. Xingbai and I grew up together. See, his beast pattern is over my heart. That signifies he holds a unique place in my heart. Anansong showed Yanxi the ram beast pattern on her chest. Upon seeing the ram beast pattern, Yanxi felt that Xingbai was indeed worthy. Anansong inquired, you previously only mentioned that Yi Cheng saved you, and in return, you bonded with him to repay his kindness. That sounds quite beautiful. Yanxi shook her head and replied, our situation is a bit complicated. It's not something that can be easily explained in a few sentences. Later, I realized that it would be quite difficult for a female to survive in the beast world, and after some contemplation, I ended up following him. Anansong asked in shock, how can there be anything that can't be explained? Did he force you? That's absolutely forbidden in the beast world. Male beastmen cannot bond with female beastmen without their consent. You. Anansong's mind became chaotic, and she suddenly felt sympathy for Yanxi. Hearing Anansong's words, Yanxi felt that the situation had escalated. She thought she shouldn't have disclosed such matters, and hurriedly clarified for Yi Cheng. No, no, that's not it. Please don't misunderstand. My situation with Yi Cheng is coincidental. It's quite complex, and it's definitely not as you think. After all, it was because she had bitten Yi Cheng's lip to save her life that they had inexplicably become partners. Are you sure? Don't think that just because he is powerful, you should compromise. That if you truly have any concerns, we are in the 8th Beastman tribe now, and there are several strong male beastmen who can help you drive Yi Cheng away. Song said that while Yi Cheng had no idea that his female was on the verge of not being his anymore. Yanxi quickly shook her head, insisting, no need, really, no need. Why? Yi Cheng is quite good. He is handsome, strong, has a good temper, and is very compliant with me. Have you fallen for the first male beastman you bonded with? Song asked. Yanxi fell silent. Did she like him? Yi Cheng excelled in every aspect. It was her first close contact with a male, and such an intimate relationship had developed. He also took her feelings into account. It was only natural for her to feel dependent on him. However, had she encountered other male beastmen when she first arrived in the beast world, perhaps she would have developed a similar dependency on them. But then again, life is filled with uncertainties. She genuinely enjoyed her current daily interactions with Yi Cheng. Thus, she did like Yi Cheng and wished to be an ordinary couple with him in this beast world. She raised her gaze to Song's neck, noting the 8 beastman pattern, and sidestepped Song's question by asking, will the pattern of the first beast husband be here? Song, seeing that she did not wish to discuss it further, refrained from pressing and answer her question. Not necessarily. It depends on the position of that beast husband in your heart. Under what circumstances would the pattern of the first beast husband appear here? She pondered, as her bond with Yi Cheng had been entirely unexpected, and she wanted to know more about the positioning of beast husband patterns. Song genuinely liked Yin Xi and earnestly explained, there are 2 situations in which a pattern can appear on the neck. Point 1 is that you greatly admire his strength. The neck is the most vulnerable part of beastman, so you willingly offer it to him. The other possibility is that you feel neither joy nor sorrow toward that person. It simply marks the place where the first beast husband should appear. So which one are you? I previously thought you belonged to the first category, considering that red-talented male beastmen are quite rare on this road. Even my younger brother, whom I believe had sufficient talent, only possesses green talent, with no special skills that we are merely waiting to see if the 2 eyes on his back can open, which would indicate whether he can awaken any talent skills. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the green talent level for life, which is somewhat regrettable. He is a returning bloodline of our ram tribe, and if given the chance to open the eyes on his back, his talent would make him the most formidable presence in our ram tribe. What Song didn't voice was her suspicion that Yi Cheng had forced Yanxi into bonding. Thus she believed that their relationship must fall into the second category. Yi Cheng was merely exploiting Yanxi's ignorance. This made her feel even more pity for Yanxi. What could be done? At this juncture, suddenly had an idea and leaned closer to Yanxi, suggesting, Yanxi, how about I offer my younger brother as your beast husband? Although he has yet to reach adulthood, he is a child I have watched grow up, and his temperament is certainly more trustworthy than that of Yi Cheng, who forced you. The more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. However, Yanxi did not share her enthusiasm. Her eyes widened in protest as she shook her head, exclaiming, he is still just a child. Seemed to take her suggestion seriously, stating, Yaojun will reach adulthood this snowy season, and once he does, he will be able to seek his female companion. Rather than letting him be claimed by others, why not have him as your beast husband? We could even become relatives. Yanxi continued to shake her head, insisting, no, I have Yi Cheng, and that is enough. Seeing that Anan was still intent on promoting her younger brother, Yanxi swiftly stood up, wishing to escape. However, the moment she did, a powerful hand encircled her waist, forcefully pulling her against a hard chest. The impact caused her nose to collide painfully with his solid torso, eliciting tears as she looked up to hurl an insult. She found herself enveloped by a male beastman, whose features resembled a sculptural masterpiece from ancient Greece. His handsome, sun-kissed face bore sharp blue eyes that sparkled like distant stars. His thick, rugged brows accentuated his strong personality. And beneath a prominent nose lay a closed mouth, exuding an air of mystery and allure. This dazzling male beastman held her in his embrace, lowering his head to whisper in her ear. His deep, melodious voice resonating like thunder, sending shivers down her spine. I have found you, little female. I know your secret. And just like that, she was hoisted away by the suddenly appearing male beastman. Indeed, he carried her off. When she glanced back to call for Anan to alert Yi Cheng, she saw Yi Cheng still at a distance, selling herbs. Utterly oblivious to the unfolding event, a wave of despair washed over Yanxi. She wanted to cry out for help, but as her abdomen collided with the beastman's shoulder, the pain rendered her mute. Not a word escaped her lips as she was taken away. Yanxi felt as though she could weep without tears. Why were the beastmen of this world so barbaric? Could they not communicate civilly? Why resort to abduction at the slightest whim? Furthermore, the beastman dashed away with such speed that Yanxi felt as if she could see afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he had taken her far from the beastman gathering. She hoped fervently that Yi Cheng would arrive in time to rescue her, for otherwise, her life would be forfeit. The male beastman brought her to a hillside adorned with blooming flowers and set her down. The impact left her ribs aching, and as soon as he released her, she furrowed her brow and pressed against the ground to soothe her pain. Unable to utter a single word, Chiozei had searched the beastman, gathering all morning for the pleasantly scented little female, but had found nothing. Frustrated, he made another round, only to finally discover her in a small tribal gathering. The area was crowded and chaotic, a poor setting for conversation. Thus, he led her to a flower-filled spot where females often gathered, placing her down he wished to exchange a few words with her, believing this serene location to be ideal for dialogue. However, while Chiozei deemed this place suitable for conversation, Yanxi perceived it as desolate and fraught with danger, of course. She lacked the capacity to confront a male beastman, leaving her at the mercy of this one who had seized her without hesitation. Recently, she had not engaged in any audacious acts. Why had he targeted her? Was it the group of male beastmen who had criticized her herbs the day before? Yet, she did not know who they were connected to, nor did she comprehend what offense she had committed. Was it possible that Yi Cheng had crossed someone? Thoughts swirled in her mind as she massaged her ribs, stealing glances at the male beastman who had brought her here. Seeing that the little female was neither crying nor creating a fuss, Chiozei felt an increased sense of satisfaction. However, the green potion smeared on her was somewhat bothersome. He leaned closer to Yanxi, inhaling her scent, recognizing it as the one he sought. This action bordered on impolite, prompting Yanxi to push and kick at him in an attempt to break free. Chiozei, however, merely lifted his head, gazing at Yanxi with delight as he exclaimed, "It is you, the female I have been searching for. The scent you left behind last night is unmistakable." Yanxi struggled to maintain her composure and queried, "What do you want with me? I do not know you." Chiozei chuckled. "I am Chiozei, the strongest male beastman of the White Tiger tribe. I want you to be my female. You may inspect the goods first." Yanxi was perplexed. Inspect the goods? How would one go about that? The next moment, she understood Chiozei's intentions all too well. When he grasped her hand, an ominous feeling washed over her. Her instincts proved correct. As she was overwhelmed by a wave of goosebumps, panic surged within her, and just as tears threatened to spill, a gust of wind sliced through the air, accompanied by a biting chill. Yi Cheng had finally arrived. Chiozei swiftly lifted Yanxi and leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a massive ice spike that had lodged itself in the ground where they had just stood. Yanxi recognized this scene all too well. As Chiozei steadied himself while holding Yanxi, she caught sight of Yi Cheng, who was accompanied by Yao Jun. Upon seeing the male beastman he had intentionally lured arrive, Chiozei hesitated to further pressure Yanxi. Yanxi looked at Yi Cheng with pleading eyes, silently urging him to rescue her. Chiozei tightened his grip around her shoulders and addressed Yi Cheng. "I am Chiozei, the most formidable male beastman of the White Tiger tribe. I possess a red talent and water-based abilities that I wish to make her my beast wife. I brought you here to discuss this matter, for you lack the capacity to care for a female on your own. Additionally, I have uncovered her secret, and I demand that you allow me to be her beast husband." But a heavy silence enveloped the air, as if a flock of crows had flown overhead. Yanxi stared at Chiozei in shock. A secret? What could he possibly know about her? Surely, he could not have uncovered her identity as a pure human or the existence of her black soil space. realizing that she was shrouded in secrets only deepened her trepidation. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qiu Zhe, who had so abruptly appeared and abducted Yanxi. He too pondered what secret Qiu Zhe had uncovered. Did he discover Yanxi's human identity? That was implausible, unless he became her mate and learned of her beast markings. He could not ascertain her true nature. The notion of discovering her black soil space was equally unlikely, as she had never extracted anything from it in a public setting. Any item she procured had been taken from her tent, and unless Qiu Zhe possessed some form of X-ray ability, he could not have uncovered that secret. With these possibilities ruled out, Yi Cheng began to understand what secret Qiu Zhe had indeed discovered about Yanxi. Silence reigned among them until another white tiger emerged from the underbrush. He surveyed the two factions before transforming into his beastman form. Smiling at Yi Cheng and Yao Jun, he said, "Misunderstanding. This little brother of mine is quite straightforward. He merely had his eyes set on this little female and wished to sincerely express his desire to join your little family. He has little experience interacting with beastmen, which led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo, who from the White Tiger tribe. This is our tribe's strongest male beastman, Qiu Zhe. He has been an adult for several years, yet has never engaged with another female. He is still a pure-hearted male beastman, that he is virtuous, benevolent to his kin, and shows great care for the little flowers and grasses. He particularly excels at looking after the young white tigers, making him a true warm-hearted gentleman that I hope this esteemed red talent male can sincerely consider this exceptional beastman." Luo, who, with a clear lack of integrity, sang Qiu Zhe's praises in hopes of preventing the little female from rejecting him. Yi Cheng remained silent, but Yao Jun, who had rushed over and was out of breath, remarked, "If he wishes to become Yanxi's beast husband, why not ask her directly? Abducting her and fleeing is the act of a rogue beastman." Luo, who forced a smile, replying, "That is precisely why I called it a misunderstanding and why little brother has been preoccupied with enhancing his strength within the tribe and rarely interacts with others, which led to this unfortunate situation that we apologize and wish to make amends. Esteemed red talent male and the little female, whatever you desire from our White Tiger tribe, we will gladly provide." Qiu Zhe, disregarding the surrounding trivialities, lowered his head and addressed Yin Xi, saying, "So your name is Yin Xi. I am Qiu Zhe. Remember that. I intend to pursue you and make you my mate. I hereby inform you that I shall frequently appear by your side. And you mustn't be afraid. It would be best not to reject my kindness towards you. Be obedient, and I shall provide you with everything you desire." Yanxi lifted her gaze to him and asked, "Can you let go of me now?" Qiu Zhe furrowed his brow. Given her request, he felt compelled to comply. Just as he was about to release her, he tightened his grip on her wrist and declared, "No, you have yet to agree to be my beast partner. Oh, for heaven's sake." Yanxi thought of knocking on his head to see if it was filled with mush. Helpless, she cast a pleading look towards Yi Cheng, hoping for a swift rescue. Yi Cheng did indeed speak, but his words were somewhat lackluster. He stated, "You hurt her." Qiu Zhe paused, hastily releasing the small female's wrist and bent down to examine it closely. Indeed, her wrist had turned red, that he mused to himself. "This little female's skin is so tender. I barely exerted any force, and it has reddened." Seeing that he no longer held her, Yanxi seized the opportunity to dash towards Yi Cheng's side. Qiu Zhe raised his hand to stop her, but reconsidered and ultimately let it fall. That he watched as the pleasantly scented little female returned to the side of the male snake beastman who had coerced her. He thought, if she can accept a male beastman who has forced her, surely I, the strongest beastman of our tribe, can win her heart. One day, I too shall have her running towards me without hesitation. He looked at Yi Cheng and remarked, "I discovered her secret last night. You shouldn't engage in such activities with her in a place that isn't absolutely safe. Fortunately, I intervened and eliminated your potential risk." Yi Cheng remained silent as he lifted Yanxi into his arms, allowing her to sit upon his forearm, and turned to walk back. Yanxi was somewhat astonished that the usually hot-tempered Yi Cheng did not retaliate against the White Tiger tribe male beastman. Qiu Zhe was also taken aback, but seeing Yi Cheng leave, he promptly followed behind at a respectful distance, stating, "My talent is red. I possess water-based abilities and why father told me you have ice-based abilities. Our powers complement each other. You, A beastman with no abilities cannot properly care for a female. I can assist you in nurturing her. I have the backing of the White Tiger tribe, while you are a wandering beastman. If you wish to join the White Tiger tribe, we would welcome you. If not, I can accompany you wherever you go. Why Yi Cheng remained silent. Rao Hu, smiling broadly, pulled Yin Xi aside and asked, "Little goat, are you also pursuing that little female?" Caught off guard by this sudden revelation, Rao Hu hurriedly attempted to deny it. "It's a pity your talent is green," he remarked, glancing at the two closed eyes on Rao Hu's back. "Do you possess ancestral blood?" Rao Hu hesitated before nodding. "Then you still have the potential to advance. If you were to advance to Red, you could contend for the position of her third beast partner. I wish you success. However, you might want to help our Zhe first. If he becomes the second beast partner, it will be easier for you to become her third," he continued. "We're all brothers here." Rao Hu, swayed by Rao Hu's words, neither nodded nor rejected the idea. As a wandering tribe beastman, he had heard too many deceptive promises, and, compared to Zhe, he appeared more mature. Zhe followed Yi Cheng and Yin Xi back to their stall. Upon seeing their safe return, Anan sighed in relief, especially with his younger brother trailing behind. The male beastman who had abducted Yin Xi also returned, showering her with excessive attention. Yet, Yin Xi was eager to wash her hands, feeling they had become soiled. Seeing the little female persistently washing her hands, Zhe frowned and remarked, "I bathe every day. I am quite clean." Yin Xi shot him a glare and retreated to the tent. Zhe, wishing to enter as well, was blocked by Yi Cheng. He turned to Yi Cheng and asked, "You didn't stop me before. Why now?" Yi Cheng glanced at Rao Hu, signaling for him to help watch the stall, and gestured for Zhe to speak behind the tent. Zhe scratched his head and ultimately followed Yi Cheng to the back of the tent, in the very spot where Anan had conversed with Yin Xi. The two distinctly different male beastmen stood their ground. Before Zhe could react, Yi Cheng delivered a punch to his face. This was Zhe's first experience of being struck so unexpectedly. Just as he was about to inquire about the reason for the assault, Yi Cheng stated, "I won't prevent you from pursuing Yin Xi, but you had better show some respect. Do not act on her behalf or make decisions for her without her consent. Otherwise, I will tear you apart." Zhe did not believe that his actions today warranted such a reaction. Wasn't he merely drawing Yi Cheng's attention? He would never harm the little female nor force her into anything. Moreover, wasn't it Yi Cheng who had coerced her? Frustrated, Zhe retorted, "I heard the little female speaking to that goat female. Your union with her was an accident, wasn't it? Did you force her? At least I sought your opinion as the first beast partner before proceeding. What right do you have to hit me?" He recalled his father's and elder brother's words. He was here to join this little family, not to wreak havoc. He had no intention of bringing up this matter. But when Yi Cheng accused him of coercion, he could not remain silent. When had Zhe ever been subjected to such indignities? Although he may not have left a good impression on the little female today, he certainly did not commit an unforgivable act against her. As for his relationship with her first beast partner, it was already tenuous. Perhaps it was best not to pursue it at all. He was determined to win her heart. Why Yi Cheng paused, frowning. His union with Yin Xi had indeed been accidental, occurring without either party's awareness. It was not forced, he replied. You will need to discover Yin Xi's habits on your own, but do not act without her consent or make decisions for her. Otherwise, you had best leave. Hearing Yi Cheng's tone soften, Zhe sensed a glimmer of hope. However, he had never faced such strict limitations. He whispered, "How am I supposed to become familiar with the little female? If I can't get close to her, can she ever become mine? That's your concern. Just don't infringe upon our interests, and you may do as you please." With that, Yi Cheng turned and departed. Watching Yi Cheng's retreating figure, Zhe felt a sense of defeat for the first time. Rao Hu appeared at the opportune moment, offering consolation. Thinking of giving up? Zhe sat down against a nearby tree, shaking his head. "In my life as a beastman, there is no such thing as giving up." Rao Hu's eyes sparkled as he replied, "You are right. In pursuing a female, you must possess the determination to surpass all the White Tiger tribe members. All of us from the White Tiger tribe support your pursuit of this little female." Zhe inquired, "How did you pursue Lan Su in the past?" When it came to discussing his pursuit of Lan Su, Rao Hu had plenty to say. "Let me tell you, females are soft-hearted beings. If you treat them well with unwavering devotion, one day, when they feel pity for you, you will succeed. Blah, blah, blah. Rao, who shared various philosophies, whether right or wrong, ultimately summarizing, whatever the female desires, make sure to provide it for her. Even if she desired luminous stones from the heavens, he would stop at nothing to procure them for her. Thus, a fervent suitor soon appeared by Yanxi's side. Upon waking in the morning and lifting the tent's fabric curtain, a bouquet of vibrant wildflowers was thrust into Yanxi's face, and the rich fragrance caused her to sneeze multiple times. Throughout the day, he assisted them at their stall, indiscriminately handing out medicinal herbs without discernment, nearly endangering the orcs. During lunch, he attempted to prepare a meal for Yin Xi, but shattered their exchange ceramic pot in the afternoon. When everyone expressed their disdain for him, he fanned Yin Xi to spare her from the heat. Preventing her from succumbing to sun sickness, night fell. When Yin Xi wished to retire, he insisted on entering the tent to ward off mosquitoes for both her and Yi Cheng. After Yin Xi vehemently refused, he ultimately kept vigil outside the tent. The peculiar sounds that echoed through the night prevented Yin Xi from finding repose. Last night, she had found amusement in watching others' performances, but tonight, her interest was completely disrupted by Chiuza outside the tent. Even Yi Cheng lay flat, devoid of any whimsical thoughts. Yin Xi nudged Yi Cheng's arm as she lay on the animal hide. He turned toward her, pinching the hide, and inquired, "Still awake?" The question that had long puzzled Yin Xi escaped her lips. "Why don't you drive him away? If you truly set your mind to it, you could easily overpower him." She had witnessed Yi Cheng in action, the ferocity of which she would never forget. That why Yi Cheng remained silent for a prolonged moment before responding. "This is the territory of the ape-orc tribe. That is merely an excuse. You paused for quite a while before answering me, did you not?" Yin Xi retorted. Why Yi Cheng chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, his forehead resting against hers. There were certain truths he wished for her to remain ignorant of for a while longer. However, since she now inquired, he resolved to enlighten her. Yin Xi, the beast world is not as safe as you might imagine. It is divided by the orcs into 5 seasons: the flower season, the rain season, the heat season, the gale season, and finally, the snow season. Generally, the most pleasant time of the year is the flower season, which coincides with the mating period for nearly all orcs, lasting approximately 60 sun days. Following this is the rain season, a brutal time when floods surge like wild beasts, an unstoppable force that devours everything in its path. Even I dare not confront the torrential floods head-on. Once the floods recede, seawater inundates the land, drastically reducing the habitable areas for orcs. Disease, hunger, and conflict are beyond your imagination. The heat season brings sun sickness, and the gale season ushers in fierce winds and orc tides. Each natural disaster signifies the loss of blood and life. And then, there's the most merciless snow season, the longest of all, lasting a full 90 sun days that an female orc can survive without the protection of a sufficiently powerful male orc. This is why I must find a tribe for you to join. If we cannot locate a tribe with formidable strength, my last resort will be to secure 1 or 2 powerful male orcs as your husbands to assist you through the snow season. For the other seasons, I can protect you, but during the snow season, I will become utterly immobilized, lacking the strength to shield you, leaving you reliant on other male orcs for protection. Entrusting your care to unfamiliar male orcs from other tribes fills me with unease. It is best to align you with male orcs who will swear unwavering loyalty to you, that I cannot bear to wake one day to find you lifeless, a cold corpse. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's analysis of the extreme weather and natural disasters she might face in the beast world, Yin Xi felt a wave of terror wash over her. To be frank, had it not been for Yi Cheng's protection on this journey, she could not fathom how many times she might have perished. Yi Cheng sensed her fear and embraced her, reassuringly stating, "Rest easy. I will keep him in check. Until you grant him your consent, he will not dare to offend you. Moreover, as he pursues you, consider him free labor. If you truly wish to be rid of him, I will send him away and find you a more powerful male orc to safeguard you." Yin Xi mumbled in his embrace. "Is it because he possesses a red talent that you have not chased him away?" Yi Cheng, unwilling to deceive her, replied, "Indeed, there are many orcs with talents below red on this continent. However, Those with red talents are few and far between today. As such, red-talented orcs are exceptionally formidable, each possessing their own unique ability. My ability is ice, while his is water. Together, we wield far greater power than we could individually. Yanxi comprehended Yi Cheng's implication, that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Yet, for someone who had been educated in a monogamous society for so many years, the notion of accepting another man was daunting. She had only just begun to reconcile her feelings for Yi Cheng, and now she was expected to embrace a great cat as well. Her heart rebelled against the idea. Why Yi Cheng perceived the turmoil within her and gently suggested, "Let us sleep for now, and no need to agonize over this. Spend a few days with him, and if you still find it unacceptable, I will help you send him away." Feeling despondent, Yanxi rested her forehead against Yi Cheng's chest, her mind swirling with thoughts. Ultimately, it was better to succumb to her cold than to resist sleep, and she gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, upon waking and lifting the tent's entrance, she was met with another exquisite bouquet of flowers she had never seen before. However, this time, he did not thrust it directly into her face, but held it a bit farther away. Chioza, with a somewhat awkward expression, forcefully pressed the flowers into her hands. Yanxi gazed at the blossoms, reflecting on Yi Cheng's words from the previous night. "Come with me. I have a few things to discuss with you," she said. She was content with her current, tranquil life and had no desire for other orcs to intrude upon it. The two walked to the large tree behind the tent. The gentle breeze carried the enchanting scent of unknown flowers. Invigorating and delightful, they stood beneath the tree for what felt like an eternity, neither speaking first. Ultimately, Yanxi mustered the courage to organize her thoughts and spoke, "Please do not come here anymore, if you would." Chioza's expression turned somber, having encountered too many setbacks with Yanxi. The proud Chioza found his confidence waning as he asked, "Why? What do you desire? I can procure anything for you to my father and brother. Luohu say that female orcs adore flowers. So I rise at dawn each day to gather the most beautiful blooms for you, delivering them as soon as you awaken. Your own beast husband has expressed acceptance of me, and I offer significant advantages. I am a red talent with water abilities, the strongest male orc of the white tiger tribe. Why do you refuse to accept me? Is it because I was too brash when I first approached you? But have I not changed since then? Am I not striving to win your favor?" For the first time in his life, Chioza found pursuing a female to be an arduous task, more challenging than bringing down a dozen or 20 prey. His pride had been trampled beneath her feet, yet he lifted it once more to present it to her, only to find her still indifferent. Anger surged within him. He longed to fight, to unleash his frustrations. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Yanxi, voicing his grievances, yet refraining from laying a finger on her. Witnessing his volatile state, Yanxi genuinely feared he might lash out in a fit of rage. She recoiled in terror. Seeing her reaction, Chioza mocked himself internally and turned away. He thought to himself, perhaps this is the retribution bestowed upon him by the beast god for having bullied so many female orcs in the past. Now suffering the same indignities from the one he cherishes, Yanxi observed his furious expression, which seemed on the brink of violence. Yet he said nothing and simply walked away, seeing his forlorn silhouette. She steeled her resolve. If she could not provide what he sought, it was better to clarify things sooner rather than later, to prevent him from harboring false hopes, leading him to believe she was toying with him without offering genuine affection. Feeling dejected, Chioza returned to the White Tiger tribe, but he summoned his father, brother, Luohu, and all the male orcs of the White Tiger clan to engage in combat at the Ape Orc Arena. Battling from dawn until dusk, that he defeated every orc present, and only then did the pent-up frustration within him begin to ease. The male orcs of the White Tiger tribe, exhausted from his relentless assaults, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Even Ao, who, witnessing his son's despondency, managed to rise, panting heavily. "Shall I confront them tomorrow?" he proposed. "You mustn't go. The young female is quite delicate. If you raise your voice even slightly, it will startle her. If I frighten her, she will surely shun me even more." Chioza's father cautioned, "I shall go to praise you, that I will speak to her gently. I won't be as reckless as you have been. Let us see what your father can accomplish tomorrow." Chioza was still reluctant to refuse, when Xiongyu remarked, "Listen to father. He has consumed more salt than you have meat. Chiozé retorted candidly. Impossible. If that were the case, father would have choked to death long. A-G-O-T-A-O. Cheongyu. Damn it, he was merely expressing himself. Yet he took it literally. The following day, Yanxi awoke feeling significantly more invigorated. Her cold and fever from the previous day had completely subsided. With her health restored, her appetite also improved, and she found herself in the mood to prepare delicious meals. Moreover, the bothersome large tiger had not made an appearance today, further elevating her spirits. While she busied herself cooking behind the stall, a middle-aged male orc, who had been introduced to all the medicinal herbs and their effects by Yi Cheng, stood before her stall, yet made no indication of wanting to purchase anything. Instead, he kept glancing in Yanxi's direction. Once she finished her tasks, he turned to Yi Cheng and asked, "Could you have the little female introduce everything to me once more? My hearing isn't as sharp due to my age." Upon hearing his claim of poor hearing, Yanxi replied, "Uncle, please come and sit down. I'll take a look at your ears." Who was momentarily taken aback. What was meant to be an excuse turned into an unexpected reality as this little female took him seriously. Since he was there merely to gather information, he was more than willing to engage her in conversation. He stepped over their stall and sat down on the stone bench. Yanxi sat down properly, requesting Who to extend his wrist. Not knowing her intentions, Who obediently offered his large hand. Yanxi supported his wrist with one hand while checking his pulse with the other. The moment her hand touched his wrist, she frowned. She then placed his wrist down and moved behind him, intending to assess his neck. Whose body reacted instinctively, swiftly grasping her wrist before she could proceed. Yanxi gasped in pain. Hearing her intake of breath, Who quickly released her, saying, "Apologies, little female. I am not accustomed to being touched by an orc on my neck. It's a reflex." Yanxi rubbed her wrist, signaling Yi Cheng not to be alarmed. She said, "Please remain still. I merely wish to examine your shoulder, not your neck." Who nodded apologetically. "All right, I will try to endure." Yanxi nodded and tentatively placed her hand on his shoulder, applying pressure as she inquired, "Have you sustained an injury here before?" "Perhaps to the bone." Who slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, you guessed correctly. 3 summers ago, I did indeed injure this area, but I healed quickly back then." Yanxi shook her head. "The surface may have healed, but the underlying bone has not mended properly, or perhaps it has healed misaligned. If you trust me, I can have my beast husband realign your bones. What do you think? It may hurt a bit, but once it's properly aligned, you won't feel as much discomfort during windy or rainy weather." Who was taken aback. This little female spoke with a confidence that rivaled their tribe's shaman. He had come to gauge the character of this little female and her companion, the red-gifted wandering orc, but was surprised to find she had indeed discerned something. "All right then, what do you need me to do?" Who inquired. Yanxi replied, "You don't need to do anything. Just relax your body to my beast husband will touch your neck, and I ask that you remain still and try to relax." Who took a deep breath. "Very well. I will do my best not to move." Yanxi nodded, gesturing for Yi Cheng to come over. She guided Yi Cheng to place his hands on the middle-aged male orc's shoulder and neck area, instructing him, "Right here, I lack the strength, so you will have to do it." Yi Cheng nodded, assuming the proper stance, and with a firm grip, he applied pressure, resulting in a resounding crack of the bones. Who immediately broke into a sweat from the pain, yet he did not utter a sound. Yi Cheng stepped back, while Yanxi reached out to touch Whose shoulder. She directed Yi Cheng, "In this spot. Just press down firmly." Yi Cheng nodded, applying pressure on Whose shoulder, and with another crack, Who let out a muffled groan, feeling half of his body go numb from the pain. The little female's hand continued to press on Whose shoulder as she sighed. "If only we had acupuncture. But alas, we can only reach this extent." She patted Whose shoulder and said, "Uncle, try lifting your arm and moving it a bit." Who regretted coming to test this little female. Now half his body felt numb, and she was asking him to lift his arm. Was she trying to incapacitate him? He had reason to suspect that this little female knew his identity, which is why she was taking revenge. Nevertheless, he obediently lifted his arm. To his surprise, he found that his previously bent arm could now extend straight without the piercing pain he had felt earlier. The excruciating pain that had nearly provoked a beastly roar was now gradually dissipating. He swung his arm vigorously, discovering a delightful sense of comfort. Standing up, he laughed. "Little female, you are more skilled than our tribe's shaman. Thus, I invite you to join us." Just as Ao, who was about to extend an invitation for them to join the White Tiger tribe, he remembered the purpose of his visit and quickly refrained. "I find your herbs quite impressive. How about you pack them up and sell them all to me? I'll take them back home to... Do you prefer bone coins or goods in exchange?" Ultimately, Ao, who left behind 50 bone coins, taking with him all the medicinal herbs Yanxi had brought from the Black Earth space. Yanxi tossed the bone coins in her hand, smiling as she entered the tent, preparing to retrieve the herbs she would sell the following day. Why Yicheng followed her into the tent, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and asked, "Were you doing this on purpose?" Yanxi blinked her eyes innocently. "What do you mean? His shoulder truly had an issue, and my treatment was indeed effective. I just made him endure a bit more pain." That male orc undoubtedly had problems, yet she felt no malice from him, which is why she had not gone to fr. Why Yicheng was aware that the orc was from the White Tiger tribe. Yet he played along with Yanxi's act. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "I'll keep an eye on the food. It should be almost ready. Once you're better, come out to eat." Without turning her head, Yanxi responded, "All right." After dinner, the two of them freshened up. Yanxi stood before the increasing pile of goods they had exchanged for medicinal herbs over the past few days. The items, both useful and temporarily unnecessary, were accumulating. Each day, they would bring back their exchanged goods to the tent for display, while most of the items were stored carelessly in the Black Earth space, awaiting the time when she would sort through them. After placing the day's acquired goods in the tent, she stowed away the less conspicuous items into the Black Earth space. Once they finished, the two prepared for sleep. However, as the night deepened, the camp was once again filled with that embarrassing sound. The two young bodies, having just begun to experience the stirrings of passion, could hardly withstand such provocations. Yanxi leaned in to kiss Yicheng, only to be evaded. He held her tightly, saying, "There's been too much happening lately, and we haven't had the time to inquire about powerful tribes. We cannot afford to be reckless like last time. Thinking that hiding in water would conceal your delightful scent, I hadn't anticipated that there were male orcs in this beastly world who could manipulate water, which poses a danger to you," she replied. "Then let us go somewhere secluded." As she spoke, and she pulled Yicheng into the Black Earth space with a swift motion, upon realizing they had suddenly arrived in a bright and unfamiliar place. Yicheng understood that Yanxi had brought him to her Black Earth space. His mesmerizing vertical pupils glimmered with a predatory gleam as he gazed at his quarry, causing Yanxi to shrink back in slight trepidation. In a low, husky voice, Yicheng said, "Shishi, would you accept my life?" Hearing his words, Yanxi inexplicably felt no fear. She propped herself up, leaning closer to him, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting smile as she replied, "Do you like it?" He liked it, but he hoped she wouldn't beg him later. "Certainly. It is evident that the battle-hardened Yanxi has succumbed first." She tidied up and offered her some revitalizing well water, gently placing her within the animal hide. He himself nestled inside as well. They would spend the night here, not departing from the Black Earth space, until they awakened naturally. When Yanxi roused from her slumber, Yicheng was no longer on the stone bed. Rising, she observed Yicheng quietly organizing the items they had intermittently placed into the Black Earth space over the past days. The items were strewn about, as Yicheng meticulously categorized and arranged them. What needed to be sown was sown, and what required storage was stored. Upon tidying up, they realized the bounty of possessions they had reclaimed was indeed considerable. Some were exchanged for medicinal materials, while others were procured with the 100 bone coins granted by the ape beastman. Noticing Yanxi was awake, Yicheng went to the well to wash his hands. He touched the animal hide hanging from a branch, finding it still damp from washing. However, Yanxi's snakeskin skirt had already dried. He retrieved the garment and dressed the still drowsy Yanxi, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. He remarked, "It is time to venture out. You must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal for you." Yanxi nuzzled against his chest and replied, "Eating stewed meat every day has become tiresome. How many days remain until the gathering? When can we depart? Or rather, which race do you wish to join?" Yi Cheng had yet to ponder this, stating, "Let's first step outside. I shall consider it further and inform you once a decision is made. This matter cannot be resolved in just a day or two." Yanxi nodded, allowing Yi Cheng to embrace her. With a thought, the scenery before them shimmered, and upon opening her eyes, they had exited the black earth space. The two suddenly appeared before Chioza, who was waiting in their tent, both staring wide-eyed at each other. Chioza's pupils constricted, realizing that this was their most significant secret. Upon spotting Chioza, Yanxi felt a jolt of surprise and turned to look at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng set Yanxi down, his gaze icy as he stepped toward Chioza, emanating an aura of lethal intent that only someone faced with Yi Cheng's murderous aura, like Chioza, could perceive. That it became clear that this was Yi Cheng's true strength. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his temples, his body stiffened, and his mouth seemed rendered mute, unable to utter a single word. Chioza was internally alarmed, despite both being of the red talent. He felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if this wandering beastman could effortlessly strangle him. No, it was not merely a feeling. Yi Cheng was indeed far stronger than him. Chioza struggled to swallow, and with great difficulty, he managed to kneel before Yin Xi, compelled by the overwhelming pressure. Why Yi Cheng did not intervene nor retract his oppressive aura. Under the immense weight, Chioza crawled to Yin Xi's feet, raising his hand in a desperate attempt to grasp her right hand. However, Yin Xi instinctively stepped back, glancing up at Yi Cheng. Why Yi Cheng nodded in reassurance. Though still somewhat fearful, Yin Xi did not retreat this time. Chioza continued to crawl closer, seizing Yin Xi's wrist, and with a slight pressure of his sharp canines, he pierced the skin of her finger. A drop of her blood melded into Chioza's mouth. The moment the blood touched his tongue, Chioza released her finger. Looking at Yin Xi with great effort, he proclaimed, "I, Chioza of the White Tiger clan, swear to the beast god that I willingly dedicate my life as Yin Xi's servant, offering her my unwavering loyalty, never to betray her." As soon as Chioza's vow echoed, a thunderclap resounded in the sky, seeming to affirm his declaration. Following the thunderstrike, Yi Cheng withdrew his oppressive aura directed solely at Chioza. Chioza's robust form crumpled. Collapsing onto the ground, he curled into a ball, his complexion flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, as though enduring excruciating agony. His neck emanated a piercing light, with a narrow opening of his eyes. He reached out towards Yin Xi, imploring her for assistance. Yin Xi, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, looked helplessly at Yi Cheng. With a sigh, Yi Cheng instructed her, "CC, take him to the black earth space and assist him." Yin Xi was even more perplexed, questioning, "What can I do to help him?" Yi Cheng's gaze remained impassive as he observed the trembling Chioza writhing in pain on the ground, explaining, "He has just sworn an oath to the beast god, pledging his life as your servant, offering you absolute loyalty, never to betray you. He has uncovered your secret. Should he not comply, I would have no choice but to end his life. The higher the talent of the beastman, the stronger the binding force of the oath. However, if the master remains near the servant during this time, the servant will endure much less suffering. The duration of this pain is contingent upon the beastman's talent. The more gifted they are, the longer they will suffer. Therefore, you must take him to the black earth space and assist him. Why Yi Cheng did not mention that if the master were willing to bond with the servant's pain would vanish instantly. Yet he was reluctant for Yin Xi to bond with Chioza at this moment. Moreover, this was the consequence of Chioza's reckless intrusion into their tent, leading to the discovery of their secret. Yin Xi found herself deeply conflicted. At the break of dawn, she had been discovered regarding the secret of the black earth space. And then Yi Cheng seemed to have done something to Chioza, compelling him to swear an oath of lifelong servitude to save his life. Now, Chioza lay in agony, and Yi Cheng urged her to take him to the black earth space. However, it appeared that not taking Chioza, there was not an option either, as he writhed in pain within their tent. The tent was already cramped, and to avoid drawing attention from the beastmen outside, Yin Xi grasped Chioza's wrist and swiftly took him into the black earth space. Leaving Yi Cheng alone within the tent, his fists clenched and then relaxed, repeatedly. His little female, uniquely his, would likely attract more and more male beastmen's attention in the future. Chioza was merely the first. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he turned and exited the tent. His silhouette bore an inexplicable desolation. Upon seeing him emerge, Yuchi hurried over and inquired, "Where is Yin Xi? Where are the medicinal materials you intend to sell today?" "I have come to assist." Yi Chang cast a chilling glance at Yuchi, a mere glance that left Yuchi feeling a bone-deep chill. In a voice as frigid as ice, Yi Chang commanded, "Get lost." What audacity did the likes of him have to covet his little female? Just because he possessed green talent, he fancied himself worthy to become Yanxi's mate. That would depend entirely on Yi Chang's consent. Yuchi, thoroughly intimidated by Yi Chang's murderous aura, retreated back to the tent of the corner sheep tribe, trembling in shock, not daring to meet Yi Chang's gaze. The overwhelming presence of the wandering beastman was terrifying, so powerful that he could not bear to look directly at it. Meanwhile, within the black earth space, the dynamic between the two, one human and one beast, had shifted. Upon entering the black earth space, Chioza transformed into his beast form, a magnificent white tiger. The stone bed, ample enough for both Yi Chang and Yanxi, was far too small to accommodate Chioza's massive form. Yanxi had never encountered a white tiger of such size before and instinctively recoiled in fear. However, upon noticing her retreat, Chioza let out a pained roar, contorting his immense body as he rolled off the stone bed to endure the torment alone. This was the punishment from the beast god for his transgressions. Though endowed with absolute strength and combat prowess, he had willingly chosen to declare himself a servant for life. Thus, the beast god sought to trample his dignity, forcing him to embody the essence of a servant for eternity. Under the immense pressure exerted by Yi Chang, Chioza found himself without options at this moment. He could only hope that the little female he yearned for would draw nearer, for when her hand had rested upon him earlier, the pain had lessened. Now, as she distanced herself, it felt as if countless sharp objects were burrowing into his flesh and bones. Yin Xi, not one to be heartless, was unable to ignore the almost pleading look in Chioza's eyes. She gradually approached the massive white tiger, whose body bore striking black and white stripes, the white fur predominating, and a prominent kingly mark upon his forehead, signifying his supreme status among the white tiger clan. Yanxi crouched down, extending her hand to touch the front limb of the massive beast. Noticing Chioza's low whimper, she discerned that he posed no threat. She gently stroked his forelimb and inquired, "How do you fare?" In the tender embrace of Yin Xi, Chioza felt an immense sense of comfort. An invisible bond of affection formed between the two. Chioza shifted his massive tiger head closer to Yin Xi, causing her to tumble to the ground. Seated on the floor, she found herself cradled by the weight of the great tiger's head. Although she was aware he would not harm her, the sheer heaviness of his head made it difficult for her to breathe. With great effort, she managed to utter, "Could you lift your head a bit? It's quite heavy to tea." That moment, Chioza inched closer, alleviating some discomfort. Upon hearing Yanxi express her unease, he adjusted his position, gently resting his head on her lap. However, given his current beastly form, the size of his head rendered the scene somewhat comical, as if Yanxi were attempting to groom an oversized, unmanageable brain. It seemed Chioza also recognized that his posture made Yanxi uncomfortable. Gradually, he transformed back into his humanoid shape, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her abdomen. Having risen that morning without the opportunity for Yi Chang to apply the green mosquito-repellent ointment, Yanxi's skin bore a healthy glow, a blend of white and pink. The delightful scent emanating from her body eased the prickling sensation Chioza had felt. And being Yin Xi's devoted servant, he instinctively yearned to draw closer to her. As Yin Xi experienced a ticklish sensation from the gentle rub of the beast, she struggled to push him away. Yet, Chioza tightened his embrace slightly, rubbing against her abdomen with delicate affection. This only heightened her ticklishness, prompting her to giggle as she playfully protested, "Please stop, it tickles." Chioza lifted his gaze to meet Yin Xi's, who was now smiling down at him, her previous green sheen replaced by a natural beauty that left him momentarily mesmerized. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Yanxi felt compelled to push him away. Strangely, despite having entered into a servant contract with him, she found it difficult to regard this masculine beast with any sense of estrangement. His affectionate nuzzles were surprisingly warm, and the sensation of grooming is large. White fur was undeniably pleasing. Qiuzei's well-maintained fur was exquisitely soft, and even in his beastly form, the strands of white hair atop his head felt delightful to the touched eye in this moment. Qiuzei's thoughts were consumed with admiration for his master. My master is so beautiful, so fragrant. I longed to be close to her, to kiss her, to embrace her, to lift her high. Yet, Yanxi felt their closeness was excessive. If he were merely a large, playful dog, she would not mind taking on the role of caretaker. However, Qiuzei was a fully grown beastman, and she doubted he would grant her such a privilege. As she pushed him away, she caught a glimpse of her own humanoid beast pattern imprinted on Qiuzei's neck. She grasped his jaw, staring at the mark dazed. It was typical for beastmen to bear such markings when they entered into a bond. But as a pure human, she was distinctly different from the beastmen of this world. Yet, this beast pattern did not discriminate between her humanity and their beastliness, as long as a blood oath existed. A bond could form. Her contract with Yi Cheng had been forged unexpectedly, while her bond with Qiuzei had been compelled by the revelation of a secret, under duress from Yi Cheng. She mused on the peculiar nature of their connection. The blending of their essences seemed unimpeded by their biological differences. This realization filled her with trepidation, as the more entwined she became with these beastmen. The harder it would be to extricate herself from this world. Moreover, the appearance of her humanoid beast pattern on Qiuzei's neck, despite not having formally bonded with him, felt oddly domineering and peculiar. Was the influence of the beast god truly so profound? The sight of her mark on Qiuzei's neck made it seem as though something significant had transpired between them. If she were to venture beyond the black soil space, would Yi Cheng misconstrue the presence of her beast pattern on Qiuzei? As Qiuzei was pushed away, he gazed at her with a pitiful expression. If he were a small, endearing puppy, she would undoubtedly find him adorable. Yet, as a full-grown male beastman, such an expression was somewhat jarring. Having witnessed his true form as a massive tiger, she struggled to reconcile that image with the endearing demeanor he now displayed. Seeing that Yanxi remained unmoved, Qiuzei opted for a different approach. He leaned in and, before she could react, placed a gentle kiss upon her. His kiss was tentative, a mere brush, before he withdrew. He longed for her to accept him as her mate. Yet the twist of fate that led them to sign a master-servant contract intensified his desire for her affection. Yanxi initially perceived his advances as too forward, ready to reprimand him, but upon witnessing his cautious demeanor, she found herself unable to chastise him. Observing her tacit acceptance, Qiuzei extended his tongue to lick her cheek, leaving her face damp with his saliva. Surprisingly, it did not carry an unpleasant odor, but rather held a unique scent. Neither as fragrant as Yi Cheng nor entirely like water, which was odorless. Instead, it was a subtle, elusive fragrance that beckoned her to draw closer and discern what it truly was. Thus, Yanxi found herself embraced and licked for an extended period. She understood that this was a manifestation of Qiuzei's affection, akin to a dog showering its owner with love. However, as his incessant licking caused her skin to wrinkle, her tolerance began to wane. The moment she felt a flicker of aversion, Qiuzei, attuned to the mysterious bond they shared, released her, looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Yanxi turned her head away, unwilling to feel sympathy for him. She believed it prudent to distance herself for a while, allowing him to process his feelings. As she attempted to rise, Qiuzei turned his massive tiger head toward her. Yanxi froze, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Reflecting on the absurdity of feeling awkward around a large dog, she contemplated turning away, just as she made up her mind. The large dog lunged at her, knocking her back to the ground and eagerly licking her face once more. Yanxi, she struggled vigorously, but Qiuzei interpreted her resistance as playful banter. With her lips pressed tightly together, she silently protested. Sensing the turmoil within her, Qiuzei gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes, his sincere demeanor leaving her perplexed. Why did she not find his earnestness appealing? Realization dawned upon her that Qiuzei was akin to Yi Cheng, a fully grown male beastman. Recalling Yi Cheng's words, she managed to rise, feeling a pang of guilt toward Yi Cheng as she sought to push Qiuzei away. Qiuzei emitted a low whine, pleading for her understanding. Yanxi felt a swell of helplessness. Yet recalling Yi Cheng's instructions, she regarded the pitiable large dog beside her, ultimately averting her gaze. After what felt like an eternity, she watched Qiu Zhe frolicking in the distance, howling with joy that a wave of regret washed over her. She should not have allowed her compassion to lead her astray. Upon glancing around, and she realized her black soil space had inexplicably expanded, seemingly doubling in size. Even the well appeared larger, overflowing with water that spilled over the rim, saturating the ground and causing the surrounding plants to flourish with newfound vigor. In contemplation, she wondered if this was what Anan had referred to, the benefits bestowed upon a female by a male beastman after forming a bond. Although she had not formally bonded with Qiu Zhe, the manifestation of her humanoid pattern on his neck indicated that the beast god had indeed granted her the advantages of this male beastman. The formation of this beast pattern had always eluded her understanding. It seemed to have emerged after Qiu Zhe had sworn an oath, radiating a brilliant light from his neck. Later, in the black soil space, when he transformed into his beast form, she had remained largely indifferent. Yet, upon his return to his beastman shape, her humanoid mark had already appeared on his neck, differing from the one on Yi Cheng's. Perplexed, she called out to the distant Qiu Zhe, "Qiu Zhe, come back, we are going out." Upon hearing Yanxi's calls, Qiu Zhe turned his head and dashed towards her as if propelled by the wind. As he approached, he instantly transformed into a beastman, lifting Yanxi into his arms and spinning her around joyously. Yanxi felt a sudden weightlessness, as if she too could sense Qiu Zhe's elation, and she laughed happily in response. However, when Qiu Zhe finally set her down, she felt dizzy and was caught off guard by a sudden kiss from him. She paused, lifting her gaze to meet Qiu Zhe's eyes, which were wide open, silently probing whether he could continue to kiss her in such a manner. Yanxi lowered her eyelids, silently rejecting him. Qiu Zhe released her, gently caressing her face with his hand. A faint smile gracing his lips, he said nothing, but rested his head on her shoulder, closing his eyes, a tentative exploration of whether he could embrace her like this in the future. Yet, Yanxi did not push him away, for it was this very Qiu Zhe who had brought her out of the dark soil space. As they emerged, Yi Cheng immediately sensed the presence of two additional auras within the tent. He sprang up and turned to enter, only to find Qiu Zhe holding his little female. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed an icy blade, prompting Qiu Zhe to release Yanxi and retreat a good 3 to 4 meters away. Faced with Yi Cheng's dangerously intense gaze, which felt suffocating, Qiu Zhe felt a surge of resentment. Yet his body bowed in submission. He knelt on one knee, for he permitted himself to kneel only before his master, reserving both knees for the master alone. Yanxi was taken aback, observing the silent conflict between Yi Cheng and Qiu Zhe without intervening. Certain matters seemed to lie beyond her purview. Noticing that Yi Cheng appeared to be unilaterally tormenting Qiu Zhe, she assumed he was still angry. Taking a step back, she was relieved when Yi Cheng did not direct his ire at her, prompting her to turn and fetch water for her ablutions. While Yanxi was rinsing her mouth, Yi Cheng turned to witness her actions. Striding forward, he seized her wrist, demanding, "What have you done to him?" Yanxi, startled, quickly clarified, No, I truly haven tea." In response, Yi Cheng retaliated with a powerful strike against Qiu Zhe, causing Yanxi to gasp in shock as Qiu Zhe was sent crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his lips. With a darkened expression, Yi Cheng coldly admonished, "Do not sully her with your filthy body." He felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness over his cherished possession, incensed that this lowly slave dared to approach his little female in such a manner. Yanxi tugged at Yi Cheng's arm, hoping to quell his anger. Why Yi Cheng turned to her, contemplating, "My little female is actually pleading for that lowly slave." He recognized that Qiu Zhe, who had sworn to be Yanxi's servant, shared an innate closeness with her, suggesting that their master-servant bond was more profound than a mere partner contract. This bond allowed the servant to sense the master's emotions, meaning that from now on, he would no longer be Yanxi's closest beastman. That contemptible slave had claimed that position. Regret washed over Yi Cheng for not having eliminated Qiu Zhe earlier. Yet he noticed the human-shaped beast tattoo on Qiu Zhe's neck, depicting Yanxi standing, a stark contrast to the seated, curled-up design on his own neck, which had been imprinted during a moment of her extreme fear of death, intertwined with her emotions at the time. He lamented not having spent more time with Yin Xi before sealing their bond, as it would have nurtured some affection in her toward him, preventing the tattoo from being placed in such a position that if he had only now bonded with Yin Xi, would his tattoo have appeared over her heart instead? Such musings were futile, for the past could not be altered in a fit of anger. Yi Cheng leaned down and kissed Yin Xi, wishing to erase any trace of other male beastmen from her being, desiring solely his scent to linger on her. Only when Yin Xi leaned softly against him, gasping for breath, did Yi Cheng's turbulent emotions begin to settle. What was he envious of? Hadn't he anticipated this? Seeing Yin Xi nearly suffocate, he felt no reproach toward her. Ultimately, Yi Cheng managed to pacify himself. Once Yin Xi's breathing steadied, she looked up at him, cautiously asking, "Are you no longer angry?" Yi Cheng tenderly caressed her small face, affectionately resting his forehead against hers as he softly replied, Yin Xi wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully declaring, "I'm a bit hungry." Yi Cheng smiled, saying, "I prepared food and was waiting for you both to emerge so we could eat together." From that moment, their duo was destined to grow into a trio. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's mention of an addition, both Yin Xi and Xiao Zhe turned to look at him. Yi Cheng, ignoring Xiao Zhe entirely, took some mint leaves from within the tent, crushing them in his palm before applying the green juice over Yin Xi's entire body. Watching the harmonious scene between the two, Xiao Zhe noted Yi Cheng's almost provocative demeanor as he flaunted his closeness to Yin Xi before him. Swallowing hard, his gaze remained adorably naive, yet his thoughts churned. One day, I shall be able to act in such a manner toward my master, and none shall dare to criticize me. After thoroughly covering Yin Xi with the green juice, he styled her hair into a bun before lifting her to sit on his arm. Just before exiting the tent, Yi Cheng cast a glance at the beast tattoo on Xiao Zhe's neck. Inhaling deeply, he retrieved a scarf he had woven from snake-shed skin and tossed it to Xiao Zhe, instructing, "Cover the tattoo that belongs to Yin Xi. Do not allow any beastman to see it." Xiao Zhe, holding the scarf made of Yi Cheng's snake skin, felt puzzled. Why was this necessary? While it made sense to bind something belonging to his little female, using Yi Cheng's snake skin felt off-putting to him. He despised the thought of harboring another male beastman's scent on himself. Do you understand? Yin Xi's pure human beast tattoo must remain hidden from all. Xiao Zhe nodded, "I understand." Although he was confused, he recognized that he had no right to resist Yi Cheng. Lacking Yi Cheng's inherited memories, he was unaware of the peril associated with Yin Xi's pure human beast tattoo. Nevertheless, regarding his master's safety, Xiao Zhe decided not to dwell on whether to wear the scarf. If he truly disliked Yi Cheng's creation, he could simply craft one from animal hide himself in the future. Thus, Xiao Zhe obediently donned the somewhat loose and ill-fitting scarf, trailing behind them as they exited the tent. When Hu Yin spotted Yin Xi finally emerging at the entrance of the tent, he was taken aback by the sight of the white tiger tribe male, Beastman, following her, along with the faintly obscured tattoo on the male's neck that belonged to Yin Xi. Hu Yan's eyes darkened. Had Yin Xi acquired a second Beastman husband? The old ram, standing behind Hu Yin, exclaimed in astonishment, "A master-servant contract. In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. That white tiger male has made such a foolish decision." The wandering beastman had mentioned that his female lacked talent, which translated to nearly no fertility whatsoever. What a waste of a red talent, male beastman. Oh no. Now there were two. Hu Yin, momentarily stunned, turned to his father and asked, "Father, what is a master-servant contract?" The old ram gestured for his son to observe the white tiger male's neck, explaining, "The tattoo that covers most of his neck is a master-servant contract. Have you not noticed? Yin Xi, this little female, bears no tattoo from that white tiger male. The tattoo only appears on the male beastman. This signifies that the red talent white tiger male willingly offers his unwavering loyalty to Yin Xi, vowing never to betray her. The beastmen of the white tiger tribe know the extent of this situation." Yuan Shuan could no longer endure the words spilling from his father's lips. He gazed at the conspicuously concealed beast pattern of Yin Xi on the neck of the male orc from the white tiger clan, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Why had he not realized sooner that even without forming a bond, he could have followed Yin Xi? As a servant, he could have devoted his life to her. Yet he yearned to see the beast pattern of Yin Xi more clearly on the male orc's body in that moment. The male orc cast a sidelong glance at him. The intangible pressure of his red talent enveloped Yuan Xuan once again. Emanating from another male orc, his face turned pale and his body stiffened. The pressure from Xiuzhe was merely a fleeting moment, a warning, although he had become Yin Xi's servant and was shorter than the others. Not every male orc was permitted to pry into his affairs. After breakfast, Xiuzhe pondered for a moment and finally spoke to Yicheng. I need to return to the clan for a while, but I shall return swiftly. Why? Yicheng remained silent, turning his gaze towards Yin Xi. Yin Xi, taken aback, asked, "Why do you wish to see me?" Yicheng, looking at the adorable Yin Xi, replied with a smile, "He will be your servant from now on. Living with us." Yin Xi hurriedly interjected, "That is unnecessary. He can still return to his clan. I do not force orcs." She turned to Xiuzhe and said, "Xiuzhe, if you wish to return, you may do so at any time." Truly, Xiuzhe, gazing at his charming mistress, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing as he turned to walk back to the White Tiger clan. As Yin Xi watched Xiuzhe depart, she turned to Yicheng with confusion and asked, "What does it mean that he said nothing?" Yicheng gently ruffled the hair of his little female companion, feeling quite pleased, and replied, "A servant cannot be away from their master for too long. He will return shortly." Yin Xi paused and asked, "What happens if a servant is away from their master for too long?" Yicheng thought for a moment and leisurely replied, "I have heard that they gradually lose their sanity, becoming unstable and driven solely by desire for violence." Yin Xi expressed her surprise, saying, "Then perhaps he should return less often." Yicheng reassured her, "It is not entirely irreversible, and a brief absence does not affect them." "So how long is brief?" she inquired. "I am unsure, but perhaps around 30 solar days." He had never seen a servant without a master before, so he did not know 30 solar days was merely hearsay. Upon hearing the 30-day time frame, Yin Xi sighed in relief, saying, "Well, that's manageable." Yicheng, upon hearing her response, buried his head in her neck and said, "You will accompany me tonight." Yin Xi, it was a rather large social faux pas. Yet Yicheng did not relent, saying, "Tonight, we shall go to the spatial realm, and he will assist us in setting up a tent." Yin Xi swallowed hard and tried to negotiate, saying, "But I have not fully recovered yet." "You drank from the well water. Is it possible to not let him in? We can set up the tent ourselves. I am not accustomed to having outsiders." Yicheng dismissively replied, "Then you shall slowly become accustomed." Yin Xi found it increasingly difficult to communicate with him. His mind was filled with nonsense. Meanwhile, back in the clan, when Xiuzhe mentioned moving in with the little female, Aohua and Xiongyu were beside themselves with excitement, each curious about how he had managed to spend a night out that led the little female to agree to be his mate. The two followed Xiuzhe to his tent, asking, "Did you bond with that little female?" Xiongyu added, "Did her first beast husband give you any trouble?" After all, he was their little brother, who had never been suppressed by anyone. It was indeed a slight to become the second beast husband of the little female. Aohua inquired, did they request anything in return? Sending a son to live in a small family somewhat implied marrying off a son, yet they still needed to send something akin to a bride price to the little female's family. This also represented the formal acceptance of a male orc as her mate through a bonding ceremony, symbolizing the blessings and affection from the elders, hoping that they could use those resources to enhance their lives. Xiuzhe remained silent, packing his belongings, and before leaving, he simply stated, "Do not seek me out anymore. I intend to live with them." "Wait, did you truly bond with the little female?" Aohua grabbed Xiuzhe by the scarf draped around his neck. He had just found the scarf rather peculiar. When did his son start wearing such an accessory? It was clearly the shed skin of a red-bellied fragrant snake. However, upon seeing the little female's beast pattern on his son's neck, he was left dumbfounded. Xiuzhe pushed his father's hand away and said, "Do not speak of this. I am leaving." With that, he walked away, fearing that his father and brother would discover that he had become a servant to a little female rather than her second beast husband, thus tarnishing the reputation of the White Tiger clan. However, Xiuzhe knew that this matter could not remain hidden for long. He would take it one step at a time. Xiongyu watched Chiozha flee and began to scold. Ah, this little rascal is becoming increasingly reckless. Father, please do not be angry. Chiozha simply is not matured yet. He will be fine once he grows up. This doting brother was just like his father's indulgent son. Aohua remarked, No, something is amiss. When did your younger brother start speaking so uncharacteristically? And what about that beast pattern on his younger son's neck? If he was not mistaken, it was indeed a pure human beast pattern. So does this mean Yin Xi is a pure human? This is troublesome. Perhaps after bonding with a female, he has matured. Xiongyu asked, So does Chiozha have that little female's beast pattern on his neck? Aohua pondered for a long while, then nodded. Yes, but that is not the point that I'm trying to say. Do you think with his temper he could suddenly grow up and mature? Xiongyu retorted, No one would dare to make him suffer. If it were the little female, it is still possible. Xiongyu disagreed with his father's statement, saying, Experiencing a little hardship with the little female is nothing. Once that little female bears Chiozha some tiger cubs. If they have a minor disagreement, it will only add to the charm. Aohua, the old father, still felt somewhat uneasy and said, While your brother has not mentioned it, we should still send a gift to the little female. It is the custom. You go prepare something. Xiongyu nodded. Understood. Father, as for Chiozha's request for them not to seek him out, they completely disregarded it. Meanwhile, on Yanxi's side, that evening, she ultimately could not resist Yi Cheng's insistence. Under the night sky, after the three had finished dinner, Yi Cheng gestured for Yanxi to enter the tent, as it would be easier to access the black earth space that way. Yanxi had been subjected to his piercing gaze all day. As though if she refused him today, she would have no peace in the future. She thought to herself that it was just this once, and after tonight, Yi Cheng would return to normal. Ultimately, she acquiesced. Upon entering the black earth space, Yi Cheng urged her to freshen up, assuring her that the two orcs would have the tent set up in no time. Yanxi hoped they could finish quickly, so she would not feel awkward. As Yi Cheng contemplated their upcoming activities, his gaze towards Chiozha was laced with a hint of amusement. However, only Chiozha understood how cold that smile truly was. He was uncertain of how this wandering orc intended to torment him next. Nevertheless, he was already Yanxi's servant. If Yi Cheng were to go too far, Yanxi would surely intervene on his behalf. Thus, he remained silent, doing whatever he was commanded. Yanxi washed off the green medicinal liquid, revealing her originally fair skin. Meanwhile, the two male orcs had already erected the skin tent tea that moment. Turning around, they beheld Yanxi with her true complexion restored, glowing like a beacon, causing their eyes to shine in response. Yi Cheng stepped forward and placed a kiss on her forehead, saying, I will wash up now. Yet Chiozha stood there, staring blankly at the tips of his own toes, ultimately coming to a halt. His master had not beckoned him forward. The wandering beastman would not permit him to approach either. He could only remain stationary, gazing at the distant, seemingly radiant little female, his desire for her soaring to unprecedented heights. He watched as the wandering beastman led his coveted master into the tent. Just before entering, his master cast a lingering glance back at him, filled with concern. Chiozha lifted a naive expression, returning a guileless smile to his master. Once the tent's curtain fell, all pretense faded away. His eyes, now icy, fixated on the very tent he had helped erect. At tea that moment, it facilitated the wandering beastman's closeness to his master. He listened intently to the increasingly deliberate sounds emanating from within, a sneer forming in his heart. He knew the wandering beastman was doing nothing but provoking him. Thus, he feigned anger, yet inside, he stirred not a single ripple of emotion. He scoffed inwardly. If you have the ability, then act decisively. Did he really think such trivial theatrics would affect him? How childish. Inside the tent, and she felt quite helpless as she observed Yi Cheng performing a solitary act. To be honest, she found his words utterly insincere. However, it seemed as though the two men were inextricably linked. Yi Cheng remained unsatisfied unless he could witness Chiozha's despair from outside. Yanxi leaned in closer, whispering to him, Shall I step outside to make room for you both? Yi Cheng hesitated for a moment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned to look at her, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Would this make her think him juvenile? Yet, the man's competitive spirit surged within him. He wanted Chiozha to know that in Yanxi's heart, he was the foremost. Yanxi indulged all of Yi Cheng's childishness. saying, "Are you truly just speaking empty words?" Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's eyes brightened, and he lunged forward, leaving her no chance to say more. Yanxi instantly regretted her impulsive initiative when she regained some awareness. She heard Yi Cheng mentioning taking them out to the realm of black soil. Mustering her strength, she guided the two of them out of the black soil space, out while Yi Cheng placed a kiss upon her forehead, saying, "Rest well." Before departing, as Yanxi's consciousness began to fade, she heard Yi Cheng instructing Xiao Zhe to guard the tent entrance until she awakened, while he went to prepare food. Xiao Zhe did not respond, likely nodding in acknowledgement. The air was infused with an almost imperceptible scent from the two of them, allowing Yanxi to drift into a peaceful slumber. When Yanxi finally roused, it was already afternoon. The moment she stirred within the tent, Xiao Zhe recognized her awakening. That he rose to his feet, contemplated briefly, then approached Yi Cheng, who was engaged in trading medicinal herbs with other masculine beastmen, and announced, "Master has awakened." Why Yi Cheng paused, glancing at the simmering food on the stove. Having been stewing for the entire morning, the meat should have become tender enough for Yanxi to consume. He instructed, "Go fetch a clay pot and pour out some hot water from the stove for her to wash up. Let her emerge once she feels more awake to avoid catching a chill." Xiao Zhe was taken aback, thinking to himself, "It's the peak of spring in the afternoon. How could she possibly catch a cold? And why hot water?" Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing and proceeded to follow Yi Cheng's orders. He entered the tent carrying the pot filled with hot water, only to find the little female still seated on the animal's skin, her eyes closed, adorably dazed. It seemed she sensed his presence and extended her arms towards him. Pouting playfully, "Hug." Xiao Zhe was momentarily stunned. Just the night before, he had felt entirely confident, internally mocking Yi Cheng's childishness. Yet only he understood the torment he had endured thereafter. He glanced back at Yi Cheng, still occupied with a masculine beastman, pondering, does that wandering beastman know what the little female looks like upon awakening? Regardless of whether Yi Cheng was aware, Xiao Zhe thoroughly enjoyed the little female's request. He placed the pot of hot water down and approached her, crouching to embrace her. Yanxi nuzzled against him, but then frowned, realizing this was not Yi Cheng's scent. She recoiled, opening her eyes to find Xiao Zhe's adorably naive face. Relishing the closeness, instantly, Yanxi was wide awake. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, Xiao Zhe, it's you. Where's Yi Cheng?" Xiao Zhe remained silent, leaning in to rest his large head against her, pressing his face closer in an expression of bliss. Yanxi felt a ticklish sensation and gently pushed him away, saying, "I need to get up, wash up, and I'm hungry." If Yi Cheng were to witness Xiao Zhe in such a state, after all the coaxing she had done the previous night, he would surely become furious again. Thus, Yanxi hastened to rise, dressing herself. As she attempted to put on her shoes, Xiao Zhe steadied her, preventing her from stumbling. Yanxi was still unaccustomed to the situation. Once she had put on her shoes, she grabbed the clay pot and added cold water from the large water reservoir in the corner of the tent, rinsing her mouth before washing her face. Finally, she applied a layer of homemade skincare cream to her face, then retrieved a few mint leaves from a bee skin pouch, preparing to concoct a green medicinal paste to apply all over her body before going out. Xiao Zhe observed her searching for a container to crush the leaves and extract their juice. He recognized the scent of those leaves, familiar as the green medicinal paste that adorned the little female. He had witnessed Yi Cheng preparing this paste before. Thus, he stepped forward, snatching the leaves from Yanxi's hands, and after a few moments of kneading, quickly transformed them into a green medicinal liquid in his palm. Yanxi went to fetch a mirror, preparing to apply it herself. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she saw Xiao Zhe already applying the green paste to her face. Yanxi instinctively tried to evade him, saying, "I can do it myself." If Yi Cheng were to see this, they would both be in significant trouble. However, Xiao Zhe disregarded her protests, smearing the green liquid across her neck with his hands. Yanxi attempted to dodge his grasp, but her strength was no match for his, which only fueled his determination. When Yi Cheng entered, he beheld the scene of the two of them playfully tugging at each other. Upon seeing Yi Cheng, Yanxi immediately sought to rush to his side, but he merely dropped the tent curtain and gently pushed her back inside. Xiao Zhe, upon noticing Yi Cheng's arrival, took a few steps back. willingly ceding his position, clasping his hands behind his back without uttering a word of explanation. Why Yi Cheng also remained silent, grabbing a few more mint leaves from where Yanxi had just been, crushing them in his palm. The atmosphere grew heavy, each of them harboring a smoldering fire within. It was not until Yi Cheng applied the green paste to Yanxi that he spoke. This paste can repel mosquitoes. She has delicate skin and is prone to being bitten. Applying this paste will prevent her from being drained by mosquito beasts. The paste has a strong, cooling scent that masks her alluring fragrance. Thus, she must remember to apply it all over her body each day before venturing out. After saying this, he instructed Yanxi to turn around, swiftly gathering her long hair and securing it back with a clip, positioning it just right for Qiuzhe to see. Once this was completed, he took Yanxi by the hand and led her out of the tent to eat. Left behind in the tent, Qiuzhe blinked in surprise. Was that wandering beastman teaching him how to care for a female? Indeed, regardless of whether the little female accepted him as her beast husband, he would forever remain her servant. Caring for his master and caring for his female were fundamentally the same. Yet he had not anticipated that the wandering beastman would willingly share the intricacies of caring for females with him, and even tacitly allow him to get close to the little female. With a heart full of complexity, Qiuzhe exited the tent, only to see the wandering beastman ladling a soupy dish from the pot over the fire into a bamboo container. He then took 2 wooden sticks, placing the container into Yanxi's hands, gazing at her with a smile that radiated warmth as she ate tea. As the little female took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she lifted a morsel to feed the wandering beastman, inquiring if it tasted good. The wandering beastman nodded in affirmation. Qiuzhe, still grappling with his complex emotions, slowly approached and crouched behind the little female. Yanxi, noticing him, remarked, "Qiuzhe, the meat soup that Yi Cheng prepared contains a seasoning we traded for called garlic. You must try it and see if you like it." Yanxi, after savoring a sip of the soup in her bowl, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The mere delight of tasting the garlic-infused meat broth nearly brought her to tears. Qiuzhe was taken aback. The female had yet to satiate her hunger. So could the male orcs indulge as well? Yet, Yi Cheng seemed to divine his thoughts, saying, She has a small appetite. Go ahead and eat." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words and witnessing him scoop a bowl to offer to him, Qiuzhe was filled with astonishment. What did this vagabond orc mean? He had shown no mercy when he had struck him. Was he now attempting to ingratiate himself? But why? As the foremost mate of a small female, he possessed the absolute authority to discipline other mates or slaves of the small female. He had no need to curry favor with him. It was entirely unnecessary. However, with Yi Cheng extending a gesture of goodwill, Qiuzhe, despite his perplexities, hastily accepted the offering, mumbling his gratitude. Why Yi Cheng nodded silently. Observing that the Yao clan's member, Yao Jian, was seated at their stall, casting glances their way, he remarked, "Don't you enjoy discussing planting matters with Yin Xi? Why not come over and taste the flavor of this garlic?" His words were clearly directed at Yao Jian. Yao Jian, surprised, thought to himself that he hadn't sought trouble today. Yet here he was, being beckoned over. Had the sun risen in the west? Regardless of the sun's position, at Yi Cheng's call, he quickly set aside previous grievances, entered their tent, and filled his bowl, making his way to Yanxi's side to indulge in the meat broth. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma emanating from the bowl, his eyes lit up. "Yanxi, is there any more of this plant called garlic? I wish to cultivate it," he inquired. Yanxi turned to Yi Cheng. The items had been exchanged by her, and she too wanted to inquire if there were any surplus, as she wished to plant them in her black soil space. She had cultivated a plethora of medicinal herbs, but had only planted water celery, wild scallions, and the potatoes and ginger obtained from Yao Jian, along with this garlic. Yi Cheng smiled at Yanxi, saying, "We've exchanged quite a bit." Yanxi nodded and told Yao Jian, "After we finish eating, I will teach you how to plant it." Yao Jian eagerly agreed, consuming a bowl of meat broth but refraining from eating more. A taste was sufficient. He could never truly compete with a female for food. Moreover, the 2 red-gifted male orcs beside Yanxi appeared quite amiable. Although they seemed affable, it did not guarantee their true nature. As Yao Jian awaited Yanxi to finish, he followed the direction pointed out by Yi Cheng, and the 2 went to collect garlic, dig soil, place it into a wooden frame, plant it, and water it. Yanxi explained to Yao Jian, "This season is perfect for plant growth. Soon, green shoots will sprout. When you cook, you can simply pluck the green parts, leaving the roots intact, continue watering, and when the garlic has fully grown leaves. The part beneath can also be peeled and used in stir-fries, while this portion can be used for planting." Yao Jian nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude as he escorted her back to their tent. After washing the bowls, Qiuzhe noticed Yanxi's return. He set down the utensils and glanced at Yi Cheng. Seeing that he remained silent, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Are we going to plant that garlic?" "The small female has a planting space. She enjoys dishes made with that garlic, so we should cultivate more." Yi Cheng set aside the herbs he was handling, took Yanxi to wash her hands, and said, "We will plant it before we sleep." This implied that they would enter the black soil space to cultivate while they rested in the tent. Qiuzhe nodded, acknowledging that the small female's gifted space was indeed not something outsiders should know of. He had stumbled upon it accidentally and had nearly been killed by Yi Cheng for it. Reluctantly, he had signed a master-servant contract with the small female. After Yi Cheng had washed Yanxi's hands, he took her hand and asked, "Would you like to go for a walk to gather information about the powerful tribes?" Yanxi inquired, "Just the two of us?" Yi Cheng replied, "Let's bring Qiuzhe along. We can have Yao Jian watch the stall." Yanxi smiled and remarked, "So that is why you called him over for the meat broth just now?" Yi Cheng chuckled without responding, tacitly agreeing. Thus, the three entrusted their stall to Yao Jian and proceeded forward in single file. Upon reaching a certain spot, Yanxi noticed a higher platform from which traces of human architecture could be seen. Albeit in a state of ruin, that a series of ever louder shouts emanated from that elevated area. Yanxi asked, "What is that place?" Yi Cheng remained silent, instead turning to Qiuzhe. Qiuzhe, taken aback, realized that Yi Cheng was giving him the opportunity to speak. Glancing at the area ahead, he recalled having visited it a few days prior and said, "That is the arena of the ape-orc tribe. Currently, all the clans are gathering there, temporarily using it for contests of skill among the tribes." Yi Cheng looked down at Yanxi and asked, "Do you wish to see it?" Yanxi shook her head, stating, "Forget it, I do not want to." An arena is clearly a place for male orcs to fight. A group of muscular, simple-minded orcs engaging in brutal combat is hardly a sight to behold. It terrifies me. What frightened her most was the thought of such violence. She dared not watch. She was far more interested in the tribes they would be joining in the future, and asked Yi Cheng, "Where do you intend to gather information about the powerful tribes?" Yi Cheng straightened and replied, "We need not go far. There should be someone nearby who knows about these matters." Yanxi, puzzled, asked who. She looked around, realizing that it was only the three of them. She certainly had no knowledge that why Yi Cheng, being a vagabond orc, had not paid attention to such matters in the past, so he wouldn't know either. That left only Qiuzhe. Qiuzhe noticed both of them looking at him and reflected on Yi Cheng's unusual behavior toward him earlier, as if he had accepted him being close to the small female. He was not ungrateful. Seeing as they were inquiring about him, he naturally would share everything he knew. However, he hesitated, wondering what they sought to ask. Finally, he ventured, "Are you looking to join a powerful tribe?" Yi Cheng led Yanxi towards the stream they had previously visited, saying to Qiuzhe, "As a male orc of the White Tiger tribe, you should be knowledgeable about these matters. You also understand Yanxi's uniqueness. We must find her a tribe that can ensure her safety before the arrival of the rainy season, the windy season, the beast tide, or the snow season, thus preventing her from being in danger." Qiuzhe recognized the truth in Yi Cheng's words and understood that such sentiments were indeed the most correct. After contemplating for a moment and comparing several tribes in his mind, he finally said, "If we speak of the most suitable place for female orcs to reside, it would be the region of the lion orc tribe, known as the Guanzhong Plain." "How so?" Yi Cheng turned to him, gesturing for him to step forward and walk alongside them. Qiuzhe moved a few steps ahead to walk in parallel with them and continued, "That area is characterized by a vast plain to the front, backed by a mountain range, making it defensible and advantageous for attacks. It is also a gathering place for numerous prey and a vital migration route, ensuring a plentiful food supply for the various tribes." "The Guanzhong Plain? Isn't that where we encountered that orc tribe that invited us on our journey?" Yanxi recalled, feeling as though she had heard the phrase Guanzhong Plain before. Yi Cheng nodded at Yanxi, surprised that she remembered. Qiuzhe frowned and asked, Have you already encountered the lion orc tribe? Did you happen to see a lion orc with a perpetual scowl on his face? Yanxi shook her head, while Yi Cheng remained silent, looking at Qiu Zhe. Noticing their gazes upon him, Qiu Zhe clarified, the lion orc tribe is not far from the white tiger tribe. The lion orcs inhabit the Guanzhong plain, while the white tigers reside in the Guanzhong mountains behind it. Yi Cheng inquired, so what does this have to do with the lion orc you mentioned? Qiu Zhe shook his head, responding, it has no direct relation. I merely feel pity for him, as I've not heard about him in a long time. He is also a red-gifted male orc with earth-based abilities. Since childhood, our elders have compared us. Yet we have only met a few times, becoming rivals in the process. Later, after internal conflict arose within the lion orc tribe, his father perished, and his mother followed, a new lion orc chieftain. I have heard that in recent years, he has become a formidable warrior within the lion orc tribe, that I do not wish to be compared to such a being. I have avoided participating in competitions between our tribes, which has allowed the lion orc tribe to barely scrape into the bottom tier of the 5 major tribes in terms of combat prowess. The lion beastman tribe is indeed far inferior to their white tiger tribe counterparts. However, that poor fellow is unwilling to compete for hollow fame. Yin Xi inquired, has the internal strife within the lion beastman tribe come to an end? If not, it would be prudent for us to refrain from involving ourselves in their disputes. This implied her reluctance to join the lion beastman tribe. Qiuzhe furrowed his brow and remarked, then we are left with the ape beastman tribe, but the situation here is hardly favorable. Wherever there are beastmen, there is conflict. I heard from my father that recently, some beastmen caused trouble at your stall, specifically a shaman from the ape beastman tribe, who sent those wandering beastmen affiliated with them to stir up trouble. Yanxi exchanged glances with Yi Cheng, realizing they were indeed being targeted by the shaman of the ape beastman tribe. Confused, Yanxi asked, why would the shaman of the ape beastman tribe seek trouble with us? Qiuzhe bluntly stated, you have disrupted the customs of the shaman profession. Yanxi was even more bewildered and retorted angrily, what customs did I disrupt? Yi Cheng, who had some understanding of the matter, interjected, the medicinal herbs we sell are whole plants. The shaman treats beastmen by providing them with medicinal packets, without disclosing which ailments they correspond to, nor do they provide whole plants or reveal the names and effects of the herbs. The shaman's lineage is quite conservative and exclusive. They teach no medical knowledge to outsiders, passing it down solely to their own offspring. If their progeny perish without an heir, the art will be lost. Yanxi had indeed mentioned all of this, and she would meticulously advise on any dietary restrictions while taking medicine to maintain their mystery and strength. Shamans would never divulge such information to patients. This was the reason Qiuzhe claimed Yanxi had disrupted the shaman's customs. Hearing this from Yi Cheng, Yanxi could not help but laugh in anger. She exclaimed, what a joke. In the future, no one learns traditional Chinese medicine. While here, shamans refuse to teach. The fact that traditional Chinese medicine has developed into the future is truly a miracle. My grandfather once said that in his time, if any young person wished to learn traditional medicine, he would teach them regardless of their aptitude. That if everyone learned traditional medicine, how could Western medicine be so arrogant? The profound and wondrous techniques left by our ancestors cannot be compared to those foreign things. Unfortunately, it is I, a mere novice in traditional medicine, who has crossed over here. If my grandfather had come here, he would surely have dazzled those titanium alloy eyes in frustration. Yanxi picked up a twig and angrily struck the flourishing wild grass by the roadside. However, after just one strike, she felt a pang of regret for the grass she had just damaged. To her dismay, it turned out to be a ginseng plant. She had broken off its sprout. Yanxi discarded the stick and crouched down to begin digging in the soil. Seeing her carefully excavating the earth, Yi Cheng approached and said, let me handle it. Her sudden crouching must have meant she had discovered something of interest, for he had witnessed this multiple times on their journey to the ape beastman tribe. Yanxi cheerfully replied, be careful. This precious root can save lives in critical moments. Yi Cheng chuckled, you say that about every medicinal herb. Yanxi stuck out her tongue, still urging him to be cautious. For those studying traditional medicine, quality herbs are akin to life itself. The tall, masculine beastman and the petite female crouched together, delicately digging in the soil. An image that left Qiuzhe feeling somewhat disillusioned. Be careful, Careful, you must not damage its roots. They have very fine hair-like fibers, which are also essential. Be sure not to break them. Ah, I told you to be careful. And look, you snapped one. Yanxi chattered incessantly, and Yi Cheng, feeling exasperated, retorted, breaking one is no big deal. There are still so many. You can take it back and plant it, and it will surely thrive. Outside, he could not mention the black soil space. So he phrased it this way. Yanxi climbed on his back, pinching one of his ears as she said, "Those are all precious fibers. Breaking one is a loss. So be careful. My nails are sharp." You know that well. Yi Cheng did not turn his head, listening to Yanxi's complaints while carefully continuing to dig. Qiuzhe could no longer bear to watch and suggested, "Shall I give it a try?" Both Yanxi and Yi Cheng looked up at him, their expressions mirroring each other's. Had their prolonged companionship led to such a similarity in expressions? Yi Cheng stood up, carrying Yanxi on his back, and turned to her, saying, "The claws of animals are more dexterous than my hands." Yanxi jumped down from Yi Cheng's back, saying, "Then Qiuzhe, you do it, but be sure to be careful," before she could finish. Qiuzhe's two claws plunged into the earth about 50 centimeters from the ginseng seedling's root and swiftly unearthed a circular mound of soil, pulling up a whole ginseng plant, roots and all. He declared, "Isn't this a way to avoid damaging the roots?" Yanxi exchanged a glance with Yi Cheng and suddenly burst into laughter. On their journey to the ape beastman tribe, they had been painstakingly digging little by little, never considering the possibility of extracting the entire clump of earth. Now they found themselves laughing at their own foolishness. Qiuzhe, puzzled, asked, "Isn't that acceptable?" Yi Cheng, rarely smiling at Qiuzhe, replied, "It is, just like this, brutal yet efficient." With Qiuzhe's contract, Yanxi's black soil space had expanded more than twice its previous size, and the well had also doubled in size. The water in the well had increased significantly, spilling over from the well's mouth, forming a small stream within the black soil space, which promoted more vigorous growth of the plants. Now, the area available for planting in the black soil space had increased even further. With this method of digging a circular trench to plant, they could accommodate even more. Yin Xi, undeterred by their cleverness, urged, "Quickly, quickly. There's more here. Keep digging." In the eyes of ordinary beastmen, the shamans of the beast world continent are revered figures. Yet in truth their knowledge of medicine and herbs is quite limited, hardly surpassing that of Yanxi, a mere novice. This explains why Yanxi can find medicinal herbs everywhere. Here, ginseng grows by the roadside, and no one recognizes its medicinal value. Moreover, it grows in clumps and is impressively large, likely hundreds or even thousands of years old. Such wild medicinal herbs possess immense medicinal value, yet few beastmen on the continent are aware of it this moment. All of it was entering Yanxi's black soil space. Whenever Yanxi spotted a medicinal herb, she would point it out, calling for them to dig it up, and along the way, she discovered many varieties of excellent herbs. Standing by the river, feeling bored, she idly picked a blade of grass and dipped it in the water to play. Both Yi Cheng and Qiuzhe felt that Yanxi was so close to them that she was surely safe. That it was this overconfidence that led to Yanxi being pulled into the water by a fish. The two men, who were engrossed in digging herbs, only heard Yanxi's startled cry. When they looked up, they saw her falling into the river. Neither of them paid attention to the herbs anymore. Yi Cheng dashed forward and plunged into the water to rescue her. Qiuzhe stood on the shore, watching as Yanxi was dragged away by the fish. In just a few breaths, Yi Cheng's serpentine tail wrapped around Yanxi, bringing her to the surface, and she emerged clutching a fish nearly as tall as herself. She beamed and exclaimed, "Look, a fish! A big fish! I caught it!" The two masculine beastmen were left speechless, torn between amusement and concern. They had been worried sick about her, yet here she was delightedly holding a fish. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Otherwise, it would have been a disgrace for them, the red-gifted masculine beastmen, to fail to protect their female right under their noses. Hurry, it's getting away. Yi Cheng, exasperated, tossed her in a parabolic arc. Along with the fish she refused to let go of, onto the shore. Qiuzhe, quick to react, caught the drenched Yanxi. Yanxi still clung to the fish, refusing to let go, saying, "Look, a fish. Let us have fish for dinner. We have water celery, ginger, and scallions. All great for removing the fishy taste. I want fish for dinner." Qiuzhe looked at the little female, still gripping the fish tightly, and said, "This spiny fish is inedible. It's full of spikes that could choke a beast. Be good, release this fish, and I'll find you other meat." Yanxi shook her head, declaring, "You just don't know how to cook it." "Yicheng, I really want fish for dinner." As Yicheng furiously stepped ashore, he exclaimed, "You have no idea how ill you became the last time you lingered in the river for such a short while. Do you dare to plunge into the water again, as if you wish to fall ill once more?" Yanxi blinked her sparkling eyes at Yicheng 80 times. He felt an overwhelming urge to spank her, yet he could never bring himself to do it. Eventually, he conceded, saying, "All right, you gather the medicinal herbs, and we shall return to cook the fish." Yanxi nodded with a beaming smile, eager for a fish feast that evening. She looked around to see if there were any other beastmen nearby. Yicheng assured her, "There are no beastmen around. Hurry and collect your things." With his words, Yanxi gathered her belongings at a leisurely pace, storing all the herbs into the black soil space. Her clothing made from snake skin and the skirt were nearly dry as well. Nevertheless, the two male beastmen still worried about her health. They refused to let her carry the fish, instead transforming Qiuzhe back into his beast form. Allowing Yanxi to ride on his back, Yicheng effortlessly lifted the fish with one hand and began their journey back. Yanxi suggested, "Let us prepare the fish here before heading back." They had to replenish their water supply at the tent daily, so it would be wiser to process the fish here to avoid the lingering odor of fish at their home. Yicheng inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Yanxi nestled into Qiuzhe's warm fur and replied, "It's warm on Qiuzhe's back. I'm not cold." "Very well. You tell me how to prepare it," he said. When it came to food, Yanxi became quite chatty. She explained, "First, we knock it unconscious, then scrape off the scales from tail to head, and open the belly to discard the entrails into the water. Yicheng, your nails are sharp. Split the fish in half, leaving the bones and head for soup, and remove the bones from the meat. Then, slice the fish meat diagonally into thin pieces, wrapping them in large leaves. And we shall have fish slices to enjoy when we return." As she spoke, and she swallowed several times, overwhelmed by her excessive salivation. If only they had some chili as a seasoning, the fish would become even more delectable. The half-human-sized fish, after being processed, yielded around 10 pounds of meat. And she could not consume that much, but she was uncertain if everyone would enjoy it. Thus, she decided to prepare just this one fish, planning to catch more if they relished it on their way back. And she was filled with excitement. Upon reaching their stall, they found Xiao Qian diligently managing it and selling medicinal herbs from a distance. Yanxi called out, "Xiao Qian, we have something delicious for dinner." Upon seeing the girl on the back of the white tiger waving enthusiastically, Xiao Qian stood up and waved back with a smile. However, after just a couple of waves, he was met with the intimidating gazes of the two male beastmen opposite him. His smile faltered, and he lowered his hand. Previously, only Yicheng guarded him, but now with the addition of the red-gifted Qiuzhe, Xiao Qian felt somewhat disheartened, uncertain if he still had a chance to become Yanxi's beast husband. However, recalling that Qiuzhe was Yanxi's slave, he felt a glimmer of hope. As Yin Xi and the others approached, she displayed the fish wrapped in leaves to Xiao Qian that he cautiously asked, "Is this the meat from the spiny beast in the river? But why does this spiny beast have no spines?" Yin Xi chuckled, "We removed the spines beforehand and then sliced it into these pieces. Once we prepare the soup base, we will enjoy hot fish slices tonight." Yin Xi spoke with enthusiasm. Anan, who had not been seen for several days, approached, gently holding Xing by, while a Yao followed behind. The trio remarked, "If Yanxi says it's delicious, it must be truly delightful. I wonder if there's any for me?" Yanxi generously replied, "Yes, yes, yes. There's enough for everyone that we caught just one fish today, and if you all enjoy it, we shall catch more tomorrow." The atmosphere of everyone gathering together, eagerly awaiting a dish, was quite unique. This, perhaps, is the essence of every food lover. Yanxi busily directed Yicheng in cutting the ingredients, while also instructing Xiao Qian on ing the base, and reminding Qiuzhe not to let the fire be too strong or too weak. They were all quite occupied. While the flavor from using a clay pot was somewhat lacking, they managed to prepare the base adequately before adding water and covering it with the lid made by Yicheng. Once the water boils, we can cook the fish slices. The fish meat is tender and only requires a brief dip in the boiling broth to be ready for consumption. Those who wish to eat should prepare a wooden bowl and chopsticks. Everyone can have a taste. Yanxi added this last remark for the beastmen who were stretching their necks, drawn by the aroma of their food. Over the past few days, Yin Xi and her companions had become familiar with the beastmen at the nearby stalls. As most of her herbs were exchanged with them, these beastmen had their own motives, seeking to establish a good relationship with Yin Xi. In the beastly world, many beastmen consumed raw meat, which often led to illness. Thus, forging a connection with a wandering healer like Yin Xi was highly desirable. Moreover, Yin Xi was genuinely generous, readily sharing the names and effects of the herbs, making them even more eager to befriend her. Previously, the enticing scent of delicious meat wafted from their stall, leaving the others to salivate alone while they ate their own roasted, charred meats. Now that Yanxi was so generous to allow them a taste, it was an opportunity for them to establish goodwill. They eagerly exclaimed, "Oh, we've been waiting for you to say that. Your stall has the most aromatic food. It has tantalized our appetites. I must have a taste of this meat." Yes, I too must have a taste. Just for this aroma, please share your recipe, and I'll give you 10 bone coins. I can trade you a clay pot. How about that? We have all sizes of clay pots. I have salt to trade as well. I'll trade you. Such voices rose and fell, each eager to ensure they secured a taste of the food. It is evident that many relationships can deepen over a shared meal. Yanxi smiled. Everyone prepare your bowls and chopsticks. It's first come, first served. Form a line, watching as the 10 or so pounds of fish meat was distributed among the gathering of beastmen. They quickly finished it off, leaving many without even a taste of the soup. Even Yin, she only received her share because Yi Cheng had hidden a bowl for her in the tent. The remaining fish and soup were all shared out. Who would have thought that the spiny beast would be so delectable? Tomorrow, we must catch a few more to cook. You can't cook as well as Yin Xi. We can trade with her for how to prepare the spiny beast. She is incredibly generous, even sharing the names and effects of the herbs with us. The medicine she provides is far more effective than the exorbitantly priced ones from the witch doctor. Yes, this little female is truly generous. It's a pity that the red-gifted beastman beside her is so watchful. Otherwise, I would have loved to introduce my son to her, that if you have a son, why not give it a try? What if Yin Xi takes a liking to him? A beast husband cannot prevent a little female from accepting other suitors, can he? But you should consider whether your talents measure up, and whether you are as handsome as the 2 male beastmen beside her. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to even approach her. There are only a few red-gifted male beastmen on this continent. When compared to the appearance and strength of the 2 red-gifted male beastmen beside Yin Xi, hardly any can be found on this continent. They are well aware of their own limitations. The group of beastmen spoke candidly, none taking it too seriously, and soon they were laughing heartily, expressing their gratitude to Yin Xi before dispersing. They eagerly discussed plans to catch more spiny beasts tomorrow and how to trade with Yin Xi for methods to prepare them. The male beastmen cleaned up, washing pots and pans. Yi Cheng pulled Yin Xi into the tent, placing the bowl of fish he had reserved for her in her hands, and said, "Eat this before coming out." She had barely managed to eat a few bites. Today, upon seeing the fish, her joy was palpable, indicating her fondness for fish meat. Moreover, this fish was considerably more tender than the game he had hunted, requiring little cooking before she could indulge. He contemplated having Qiuzhe keep watch over Cici while he ventured to the riverbank to catch a few more fish that she enjoyed. By the time she awoke tomorrow morning, she would be able to savor the fish. Yanxi pulled at Yi Cheng's sleeve and said, "You haven't eaten either. Let us finish our meal together before heading out." She picked up a piece of fish and offered it to his lips. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as if something had filled his chest with warmth, bringing him great comfort. He opened his mouth and accepted the morsel she had brought to him, just as they had taken their first bite. The tent flap was lifted from outside. Qiuzhe, witnessing their interaction within the tent, considered retreating. Yanxi called out, "Qiuzhe, come quickly. We've brought back fish with great difficulty, and we've barely had a taste at why Yi Cheng has saved a bowl for us to share." Qiuzhe was surprised that the little female wished to share such a small bowl of fish with him. He initially thought to refuse, knowing she had hardly eaten and must still be hungry. However, Recalling that Yi Cheng had already eaten and that the little female had extended the invitation, he felt it inappropriate to decline. He glanced at Yi Cheng, who felt a twinge of displeasure, as that bowl was meant for Cece. Yet considering that he needed Chiozha to protect Cece tonight, he finally uttered, "Come in." With Yi Cheng's consent, Chiozha entered without hesitation, and the three of them shared the bowl of fish. In truth, they hardly consumed much, but the atmosphere among them had become significantly more harmonious than before. Chiozha took the empty bowl and said, "I will go wash it." Yanxi nodded and handed him the dishes. Yi Cheng then suggested to Yanxi, "Would you prefer to stay in the tent for a while, or would you like to step outside? I could prepare hot water for you to freshen up." Yanxi, thinking of Anan whom she hadn't seen for days, replied, "I will go find Anan to chat." Yi Cheng nodded, saying, "Do not wander too far this evening." Yanxi was about to exit the tent. She added, "We'll just stroll around the gathering. Everyone here is familiar." Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before agreeing. He watched her head towards the tent of the goat tribe to find the female beastman. He then retrieved the clay pot designated for boiling water for Yanxi. After Chiozha washed the bowl and returned, he glanced towards Yanxi, who was playing with the female beastman from the goat tribe, and paid little mind. Yi Cheng addressed him, saying, "Tonight, you will watch over Cece while she sleeps. I'll catch a few more fish to ensure she has something to eat in the morning." Chiozha paused, somewhat taken aback by Yi Cheng's request to guard the little female while she slept. Did this imply that he could engage in some playful antics with her? He felt a surge of excitement. Standing there somewhat agitated, he wanted to inquire if he could do something with the little female, but ultimately lacked the courage. He had not forgotten the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Cheng. He simply replied, "All right." With that single word, Yi Cheng could sense his current excitement. Internally, he struggled, reluctant to have any other male beastman notice his little female, yet reality compelled him to proceed as such. Chiozha remained entirely oblivious to his emotions. Even if he did sense them, he wouldn't care. His mind was solely preoccupied with the prospect of spending the night alone with the little female and the fact that Yi Cheng had permitted him to engage in some minor flirtations. As long as Yi Cheng approved, he believed that through their unspoken connection, he could win her over quickly and have her agree to become his true mate. In doing so, he would gain a measure of confidence within this household. Otherwise, he would perpetually have to feign submission, though he was not truly willing. Alas, Yi Cheng's strength surpassed his own, and he had no choice but to bow his head. Meanwhile, behind the tent of the goat tribe, Old Goat walked ahead, followed by Hu Fan. Upon reaching the large tree, Old Goat paused and turned to sit down. Hu Fan, struggling to maintain his stance, asked, "Father, why have you brought me so far? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Old Goat sighed and replied, "Hu Fan, sit down. I have a few words to share with you." After a moment's thought, Hu Fan settled beside Old Goat. He remained silent for a while, then Old Goat spoke. "Hu Fan, do you know that the females of our goat tribe possess considerable potential? Yet, why are there so few of our kin?" Without hesitation, Hu Fan responded, "Because we lack sharp teeth and claws. Our combat abilities are weak. Thus, when faced with danger, other tribes can resist, while we goats can only passively endure. This endurance often costs us our lives." Old Goat nodded, "Indeed. Only by banding together can we survive in this harsh, beastly world." Hu Fan lowered his head, remaining silent. Old Goat continued, "You are the only goat beastman in our tribe with ancestral bloodlines, and your potential was born at a green level. It is said that our ancestor, Hu Fan, had 2 eyes on his back. When you were born, you also had these 2 eyes. We old folks were overjoyed, believing that the goat tribe would prosper as a result. But Old Goat sighed at this juncture. He continued, "Father knows you have feelings for that little female, Yanxi. However, if you were a regular goat beastman with average potential, I would not impose many expectations on you and would let you pursue your affections freely. But now, I must urge you to reconsider. You are not well suited for one another." Hu Fan, initially anxious that his father was aware of his feelings, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing his father's conclusion. He clenched his fists but chose not to argue. Deep down, he felt a sense of discontent. Old Goat, observing his demeanor, sighed again and continued, "Yanxi has no potential whatsoever. Not a trace." Hu Fan looked up in astonishment at Old Goat, stammering, "How can that be? Even the least gifted females in the beast world possess some level of talent. How could there be a female without any at all? He understood that lacking any potential meant she had no fertility. As the goat tribe's most gifted male beastman with ancestral blood, the tribe would undoubtedly wish for him to continue their lineage. However, if Yanxi bore no fertility, the tribe would never permit him to become her mate. The chasm between him and Yanxi was already vast, and now another obstacle had arisen. Father is not deceiving you. I have never lied to you. It is the male beastman who claimed to be Yanxi's mate. That wandering beastman. Fan shook his head. How could he, being so powerful, divulge such private matters to you? Old Goat, seeing his son remain skeptical, replied, his strength is indeed formidable, but precisely because he is strong. He seldom interacts with other beastmen and knows little common knowledge. That day, he inquired about various matters and sought out powerful tribes, expressing a desire to take Yanxi there. I didn't pay it much mind at the time. But a few days later, seeing you and Yanxi growing closer, I realized I must intervene before you became too deeply involved. Fan's face turned pale. He was already deeply involved. Moreover, he had no desire to extricate himself. He still entertained the thought that perhaps he could follow in Xiujia's footsteps, becoming Yanxi's servant first, and gradually winning her over to become her mate. Being Old Goat's son, Old Goat could guess what was on his mind. He patted Hu Fan's shoulder and said, do not entertain thoughts of becoming her servant. Even if it costs me my life, I will never agree to it, unless you wish to forsake me and the goat tribe. Upon concluding his words, Lao Jiaoyang rose and made his way towards the tent. Just a few steps, yet his back seemed to curve even further. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Yao Sun felt as though there were deep abysses behind him, chains dragging him into an unfathomable depth, obscuring all light and preventing him from reaching the shore. Yet, even in such despair, he found himself powerless. He glanced up at the tent where Yin Xi and the others resided. Filled with laughter and joy, yet devoid of the female he cherished, that moment, it seemed as though no one could rescue him. Suddenly thrust into the realm of adulthood, Yao Sun felt an inexplicable fear. As for Yin Xi and Anan, Yin Xi observed Anan's voracious consumption of food, a sight both alarming and bewildering. She inquired, did you not eat enough this evening? Although the fish stew she had prepared had barely satisfied anyone. Including herself, the orcs would surely eat other provisions upon returning. Yet, Anan's manner of incessantly chewing and shoving food in her mouth was somewhat startling. Surely, she would gain several pounds overnight, Anan, unfazed, replied, I am preparing for pregnancy. But Yao mentioned that the pregnancy period for the female gorilla orcs lasts about 200 solar days, which is 60 solar days longer than that of our sheep females. I fear the hardships of carrying a child and the scarcity of food during the rainy season. Hence, I am storing energy in my body now. Yanxi, astonished, turned her gaze to Anan's belly and asked, are you already expecting a baby? It has only been a few days. Even if a Yao and Xingbai were to engage with you daily, one would not discover pregnancy so swiftly. Anan chuckled, I do not know if I am with child. I am merely storing energy. With the rainy season approaching, should I realize I am pregnant then, and find little food available, I would have to rely on the energy I have stored to nurture the child within me. Yanxi pondered, wondering if Anan's early preparations truly held merit. The fat stored in her body, would it suffice by that time? Her understanding of the beastly world was still limited. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. After all, there were unremovable beastly markings, spatial anomalies, and supernatural abilities. What was impossible in such a realm? Thus, she closed her mouth, choosing to respect their beliefs and practices. That Anan paused her chewing and asked Yin Xi, have you conceived a child? It seems you rarely engage with your male partner. I have never heard sounds emanating from your tent. Surely your beast husband is in his rutting period. Do they not seek you? Yin Xi froze, the weight of Anan's words. Have you conceived a child? Echoing her mind, drowning out all else. Was she pregnant? She and Yi Cheng had never employed contraception. However, Yin Xi believed it impossible for her to bear Yi Cheng's offspring. After all, in her understanding, two different species would experience reproductive isolation. That it was inconceivable for her to carry Yi Cheng's child. Their chromosomes did not align. Furthermore, the notion of a human carrying a serpent was utterly chilling. What could emerge from a union of a mammal and an oviparous creature? A serpent human? Or perhaps a beast man? Maybe even something monstrous, Such thoughts were too terrifying to entertain. She hastily checked her pulse, anxious to ascertain the possibility of pregnancy. Given that she and Yi Cheng had never taken precautions, she felt a wave of relief wash over her when she found no signs of a positive result. Science's assertions regarding reproductive isolation proved reliable. "Give me your hand," she said, "and I shall check your pulse to see if you are with child." Nan, delighted, extended her hand and asked, "Yin Xi, can you truly determine if I am pregnant just by feeling my pulse?" Anan's voice was loud, causing many nearby orcs to glance in their direction. Yin Xi, embarrassed, quickly pulled Anan away to a more secluded spot. The orcs of this realm had quite loud voices. Anan's exclamation could lead to a myriad of rumors about her. Just earlier, Chiozei mentioned that they had been targeted by the witch doctor of the gorilla orc tribe, that if word spread, it could create unnecessary trouble for her. Unaware of Yanxi's concerns, Anan continued to inquire, "Yin Xi, why are you running? Do you not wish to join a powerful tribe? With your strength, those robust tribes would surely welcome your addition." Anan's logic held some truth. Yin Xi replied, "Let us set that aside for now. I shall check your pulse." Anan eagerly offered her hand. Yin Xi placed 3 fingers on Anan's wrist, feeling for her pulse. Yet, she detected nothing unusual. It was possible that it was still too early to discern any signs. However, given the frequency with which Anan, the Yao, and Xingbai engaged, it seemed unlikely that she could have conceived. If you are eager for a child, perhaps you should not engage so frequently. Excessive frequency may hinder conception, she suggested. Anan, unabashedly frank, responded, "That may be difficult. I am now of age and in my rutting period. And Yao and Xingbai are also in their rutting phase. While we are not in a rush for children, you know how unbearable the rutting period could be." Anan's candidness about her interactions with her 2 beast husbands left Yanxi blushing furiously. The speaker remained unfazed, but the listener felt a growing discomfort. Noticing Yanxi's embarrassment, Anan inquired, "Are you not the same? When I am in heat, I yearn to be with a male beast." "What species are you, Yanxi? I have never seen you in heat, nor have I heard any sounds from your tent at night." Yanxi was rendered speechless by Anan's question. Rationality urged her to keep her true nature as a pure human a secret. Instead, she feigned shyness, stammering, I am shy and do not wish to discuss it. I must return now." As she spoke, she hurried away, fearing that Anan might pursue her with further inquiries about her lineage. Having successfully eluded Anan, Yanxi slowed her pace, observing the bustling crowd at the gathering. Most orcs had retreated to their tents, as there was little entertainment in this beastly realm. Those without partners had gone to sleep, while those with companions seemed to revel in the fleeting joys of the season. The cool night breeze sent a shiver down Yanxi's spine, and she found herself yearning for Yi Cheng's cool embrace, as well as Chiozei's soft, furry skin that was so comforting to touch. Suddenly, Anan's earlier words about pregnancy resurfaced in her mind. As a pure human, she was subject to reproductive isolation from all the orcs of the beast world. If she were unable to bear Yi Cheng's child throughout her life, would he harbor resentment? After all, the reason all male orcs surrounded and indulged female orcs was to ensure they could bear the next generation. Yet, if she could not give Yi Cheng a child, would he choose to remain by her side? She had never contemplated the possibility of Yi Cheng leaving her one day. If that day were to come, how would she survive in the beast world? Currently, he might indeed be quite interested in her. Yet emotions can wane, and when their novelty faded, would he still cherish, indulge, and protect her as he did now? A wave of uncertainty washed over Yin Xi, halting her steps as she gazed at the desolate gathering, unsure of her future path. The road behind her was irrevocably closed off, while the way ahead remained shrouded in darkness. A sense of panic gripped her, as if the boundless night were the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to swallow her whole. Her vision blurred, eyelids growing heavy, and she turned to traverse the gathering ground, heading into the shadowy forest nearby. Meanwhile, upon noticing Anan returning alone, Yi Cheng's eyelids twitched twice, an ominous thought striking him. He seized Anan's arm, inquiring, "Where is she? Did she not accompany you back?" Anan, taken aback, replied, "She did not return? That cannot be. I saw her heading this way, and she was running ahead of me. She should have arrived before I did." Anan's words deepened Yi Cheng's anxiety. He turned to Chiozei and asked, Can you sense where she is? Qiuzhe sensed Yanxi's location in his heart upon realizing she was missing. However, such sensations were rather mysterious. Typically, he could only feel her presence when she was experiencing emotions. Currently, she seemed devoid of any feelings. Qiuzhe shook his head and replied, "She may have been knocked unconscious, thus unable to transmit any emotions to me." Wei Chang took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly. His voice freezing to the core. "Search for her. Find her." After uttering these words, he dashed out of the stall to this moment, and then also recognized the gravity of the situation. Yanxi, a defenseless female, had not returned, and anything could happen. The worst possibility loomed. She could have been captured by the rogue orcs. This thought crossed the minds of everyone present. With red-rimmed eyes, Anan implored, "Yi Cheng, I will go too. Yanxi went missing with me. I must join the search." Yi Cheng, in his current state, perceived everyone as a potential threat and was in no mood to concern himself with anyone. His icy, bloodthirsty gaze fell upon Anan, causing her to recoil several steps in fear. Yet, the trio of Luo Shan, a Yao, and Xingbai stood resolutely before her, silently shielding her. Luo Shan understood that this incident was closely tied to his sister. For it was she who had taken Yin Xi out. He felt anxious, yet it was imperative to ensure his sister's safety. He said, "Our primary objective is to locate Yin Xi. Once she is found, you may take your revenge. I am willing to sacrifice my life for you." Anan's heart raced. She grasped the arms of her two beast husbands, gazing at her younger brother, who stood protectively in front of her. Her brother had grown up, now aware of the need to protect her. Hearing his son's words, the elder of the Jiaoyang tribe sighed. "All members of the Jiaoyang tribe, heed my command. The elders, females, and children shall remain behind. All others shall venture forth to search for her. We must retrieve Yin Xi, or else my son and daughter may pay the ultimate price." As Anan witnessed all the adult male beastmen, including her two husbands, spring into action, guilt washed over her. She truly had not anticipated that Yanxi would go missing on such a short journey. The gathering was not vast, and she had been walking just ahead of her. The realization struck her that despite the brief distance, Yanxi had vanished. Yi Cheng declared, "You had best pray that she is unharmed. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the extreme measures I might resort to." With that, he transformed, his serpentine tail emerging, and he sped away. Qiuzhe also shifted into his beast form, exerting all his strength to catch up with the speedier serpent beastman, Yi Cheng, stating, "Yanxi's beast marking is still on us. She should be in no immediate danger." Yi Cheng abruptly halted, raising his hand to touch the beast marking of Yin Xi on his neck. In his panic, he had completely forgotten about this detail. As he caressed the marking, he fervently prayed to the beast god, vowing that if he could retrieve Yanxi safely and without harm, he would make the beast god his sole object of reverence. Qiuzhe, caught off guard by Yi Cheng's sudden stop, had run quite a distance before turning back to see Yi Cheng staring at the moon, as if making a momentous decision for the first time. He comprehended that Yanxi might hold more significance for Yi Cheng than life itself. This concern surpassed the determination that had led him to claim a female solely based on her scent. Thus, he realized he was the intruder disrupting their harmony. For the first time, Qiuzhe acknowledged that he had shattered their tranquility. He was the extraneous element. Had he known earlier, he might have only recognized Yanxi as the sole female worthy of his attention. After all those years of searching, he had not fancied a single female of his own kind until Yanxi had captured his gaze. He had never been one to concede defeat, believing no male beastman could surpass him. Aside from Yi Cheng, he had yet to encounter a stronger opponent. Although the war beastman of the lion beast tribe also possessed the red talent and earth-based abilities, he had never regarded him as a worthy rival. Only Yi Cheng remained the target he aspired to surpass. Suddenly, Qiuzhe reverted to human form and exclaimed, "Yanxi is experiencing emotions." Yi Cheng whipped his head around to ask, "What emotions?" He felt immensely grateful for having allowed Qiuzhe to form a master-servant contract with Yin Xi, for this meant he could learn of her condition through Qiuzhe. Furrowing his brow, Qiuzhe replied, "It's chaotic. Her emotions are very low. Is she injured?" Yi Cheng anxiously grasped Qiuzhe's arm. T doesn't seem like an injury that I attempted to reach her with my heart's voice, Qiuzhe said, closing his eyes to establish a mystical emotional connection with Yin Xi. This brief moment awakened her from the control over her mind. Disoriented, she came to realize that she was bound to a wooden post. With a table before her covered by a beast hide in her hand, she clutched a charred stick resembling a burnt pencil, and the hide was scribbled with her handwriting. Upon closer inspection, she discerned only two characters, Yicheng. Dropping the stick, she raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. Where was she? Her last memory was of walking along the gathering path, feeling despondent, and then everything faded to black. Just moments ago, it seemed a voice had called her back to consciousness. Now that she thought about it, that voice bore a resemblance to Qiuzhe's. Upon awakening, the first sight that met her eyes was an emaciated elder clad in beast hide, his bones protruding. Seeing Yanxi awake, he sighed. Lamenting her rapid return to consciousness, he picked up the beast hide, and, upon noticing the two unfamiliar characters, his excitement was akin to a Parkinson's episode. Words. You can write? Do you know how scarce the written language is on the beast world continent? You must be the messenger sent by the beast god to save the beast world. With that, he suddenly knelt before Yin Xi, knocking his head several times against the ground, startling her. Uncertain of the situation, Yin Xi instinctively sensed a great malice emanating from this elder beastman. She was not foolish enough to claim to be a messenger. Her instinct for danger were intact. I am not a messenger. I am merely an ordinary female beastman. Truly, I am powerless, she asserted, wishing to convey her weakness, that they could easily overpower her with a single hand. Upon hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment, then said, "The words of a messenger are profound. Indeed, you must be the messenger sent by the beast god." After speaking, he resumed his head knocking. Yanxi thought to retract her previous statement, wondering if it would still hold any weight. Once the elder finished his ritual, he turned to a young beastman named Kalami and instructed, "Go fetch the tribe leader. I must formally introduce the messenger sent by the beast god to the clan of the 8 beastmen and to all the beastmen of the beast world continent." "Hurry!" Kalami scampered off, calling for others. Yanxi wished to refute further, declaring, "I truly am not the messenger sent by the beast god. I am just an ordinary female." That moment, the cave was occupied solely by the elder and Yanxi. He turned to her, chuckling, "Of course, I know you are merely an ordinary female. Not only are you an ordinary female, but you are also a completely talentless one. A talentless female signifies a complete lack of reproductive ability. How could you possibly be the messenger sent by the beast god?" Yanxi narrowed her eyes. "So you were just pretending for the others to hear?" "Certainly. Without them, how could anyone know you are extraordinary? Since there are no other beastmen here now, I will speak plainly. No shaman would tolerate your flagrant disregard for the rules. Thus you must perish." The elder's voice carried an ominous tone, as if someone had tightened a grip around his throat, sending a chill down Yin Xi's spine. Indeed, fear gripped her. These beastmen were unbound by law or morality. This despicable shaman had brazenly proclaimed himself a messenger of the beast god, oblivious to the manner of his own demise, who said the beastmen of the beast world continent were uncivilized and unintelligent. She was the first to stand against such claims. Wasn't this the essence of cunning? The art of using others as a weapon is executed with remarkable finesse, but he stands atop the moral high ground, proclaiming that by sacrificing her, he can bring numerous benefits to the beast realm. Even if those promises remain unfulfilled, she would be reduced to nothingness. By that time, who would remember her? Yanxi feigned calmness as she declared, "I have a beast husband. My beast husband is a male beast man with a red aptitude. And I also possess a red aptitude slave. If they discover you have harmed me, they will not spare you." "And so what?" He retorted that I am shaman of the 8 beastman tribe. Would they dare to oppose the 8 beastman tribe? Just as the old man finished speaking, a series of thuds echoed behind him as several bodies collapsed to the ground. The beastmen who had gone to summon the 8 beastman chieftain now lay sprawled out, their bodies twisted and motionless, the state of their lives uncertain. These beastmen were familiar to Yin Xi. They were the very ones who had previously caused trouble at their stall. The old man was taken aback and hurriedly drew a bone knife to press against Yin Xi's throat, his gaze shifting to the 3 powerful male beastmen, each enveloped in their respective aptitude attributes. The one standing at the center, a male beastman with red hair and a serpent's tail, was Yi Cheng. With each footstep of his serpent tail, the ground beneath him froze over. His aura was both intimidating and perilous, extending a full 6 meters. To his right stood Qiu Zhe, surrounded by a swirling ring of water that floated in the air like satin ribbons. To Yi Cheng's left was Yin Xi, whose body was surrounded by a halo of crackling white lightning, each tendril seemingly lethal. Upon seeing Yin Xi among the trio, the old shaman's face lit up with glee. Yin Xi, quickly eliminate those two beastmen. Our tribe has received the envoy of the beast god. They're here to seize the envoy from us. Kill them. The envoy of the beast god will lead us 8 beastmen to prosperity. As long as we offer her as a tribute to the beast god, our tribe shall become the most powerful and noble race on this continent. Yin Xi frowned. He had no faith in such foolish rhetoric. Old shaman, release that female. His voice was calm. He did not wish to make enemies of 2 beastmen with red aptitude, especially since one of them belonged to the white tiger tribe. Should the 8 beastman tribe come into conflict with the white tiger tribe, it would not lead to prosperity, but rather to ruin. The old shaman widened his eyes. Yin Xi, you are an 8 beastman. Do you dare to disregard my command? Yin Xi replied coolly, you are merely a shaman, not the chieftain. I am a warrior of the ape tribe, and I only heed the chieftain's words. The old shaman realized that the current situation offered him no advantage. In a swift motion, he cut the ropes binding Yanxi, granting her freedom. That he watched helplessly as Yanxi rushed towards the wandering beastman. This young female is knowledgeable about various herbs, skilled in healing, and versed in ancient scripts. I suspect she is pure human. That if you examine the necks of her 2 beast husbands and observe her beast markings, you will discern whether she is indeed pure human. That if she truly is, she would be a treasure for the entire beast realm, and no one could claim her for themselves. I merely uncovered her mystery and brought her back to see what race she belongs to. Only pure humans possess no aptitude whatsoever. May I ask this formidable red aptitude, serpent male beastman, can you tell me what race she belongs to? His gaze turned to the concealed beast markings on Yanxi's neck, seeking confirmation of his suspicions. If it could be confirmed that she was indeed human, it would validate his conjecture entirely. If mere scrutiny could uncover truths, he would have torn away the scarves concealing the necks of Yi Cheng and Qiu Zhe. No one could withstand such probing. It was clear that the shaman harbored suspicions about Yin Xi. Moreover, his deductions were nearly accurate. Qiu Zhe, upon hearing that Yin Xi was devoid of any aptitude, looked on in astonishment. He turned to Yi Cheng, who radiated an even colder aura, refraining from explaining anything to Qiu Zhe. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the old shaman seated on the stool. Sensing an escalation of tension, this old shaman knew too many of Yanxi's secrets. He must die. Without needing the old shaman to utter a word, Yin Xi stepped in front of him, blocking Yi Cheng's path. You have already saved the girl. She is unharmed. Please leave. While Yi Cheng held Yin Xi in one arm, sharp ice shards forming in his other hand. He must die, he declared. Yin Xi's lightning surged with intensity. This is the territory of the ape beastman tribe. Have you considered the consequences of killing the tribe's shaman? Do you wish for her to lead a life of perpetual wandering just like you? Yi Cheng hesitated, casting a glance at the frightened Yanxi nestled in his embrace. Rendered speechless by fear, he did not want her to endure the hardships of a life on the run. However, even so, he did not retract the ice shards. That if he lives, he will bring endless trouble to Yin Xi. Yi Cheng's words subtly acknowledged Yanxi's identity as a pure human. If the shaman survived tonight, he would reveal Yanxi's true nature to the entire beast realm by morning. Such a revelation would spell disaster for her. Yin Xi regarded the young female nestled in Yi Cheng's arms, as if having made a decision. That if you trust me, take her away from here now. I will handle the rest. Yi Cheng paused, looking at Yin Xi with surprise. In that moment of shared understanding, it seemed that the 2 men had reached a silent agreement. Yi Cheng retracted his abilities, lifting Yin Xi and turning to leave. As long as you handle this matter, there remains a chance for you to find us alive, he promised. What he was promising remained known only to the 2 men. Qiu Zhe, witnessing Yi Cheng's decision to spare the old shaman, followed him, glancing around before ultimately choosing to accompany him. He caught up with Yi Cheng and inquired, "Are we not going to kill that old fool?" Given Yanxi's uniqueness, even the combined strength of our entire White Tiger tribe may not suffice to protect her. Moreover, if her identity as a pure human is revealed, my father is bound to learn of it. But my father is discreet. This so-called shaman is untrustworthy. My suggestion is to eliminate him now to avoid future troubles. Wai Yi Cheng gently patted Yanxi's back. He will ensure the old man is dealt with. Qiuzhe was taken aback. How can you be so sure? Yi Cheng remained silent. Sighing softly, he was reluctant to part with his young female once more. But he realized that Yonghi's survival was a prerequisite for such an outcome, that if Yonghi were to perish, it would not be considered a breach of contract, would it? With that thought, Yi Cheng's mood lightened as he embraced Yin Xi and headed back. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Yonghi faced the old shaman. The old shaman, having overheard the cryptic exchange between Yonghi and Yi Cheng, felt an unprecedented sense of danger as he found himself alone with Yonghi. Grasping his bone knife, he held it defensively across his chest. With terror in his eyes, he confronted Yonghi. "Yonghi, what are you planning? You dare to kill me, a fellow ape beastman." Yonghi's eyes were filled with conflict. Having grown up in the tribe, he was among the young ape beastmen that this old shaman had watched over. Though his father had succumbed to illness due to the shaman's negligence, Yonghi had never doubted the shaman's medical skills until he witnessed Yanxi save countless lives. It became clear to him that his father had been delayed in receiving proper treatment. He was aware that each day in the beast realm, some beastmen perished, whether from illness, old age, conflict between tribes, or hunting accidents. He had grown accustomed to it. But he should not have set his sights on the young female. "I had given you a chance. I had the chieftain assign you tasks to keep you occupied, hoping to prevent you from causing trouble for her. Yet you have chosen your own demise. No one can save you now." After Yongha concluded his words, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning capable of shattering an orc's skull. The arm-thick lightning struck the old shaman's head, instantly reducing it to a pulpy mess. This gruesome scene was witnessed by Emma, a female orc who had come to the tribe seeking medicine from the old shaman. With a piercing scream, Emma drew the attention of more simian orcs. Trembling, she pointed at Yongha and exclaimed, "Yongha has killed the old shaman." The onlookers were astonished. How could someone as affable as Yongha possibly commit such an act? However, when Yongha turned around, he was drenched in the blood and brain matter of the exploded shaman, resembling a monstrous orc that had emerged from the depths of hell. The orc chieftain soon arrived, and upon witnessing Yongha's terrifying appearance, he commanded his men to restrain him. The chieftain declared, "First, detain him. We shall pass judgment after this assembly." Yongha was swiftly overpowered and bound by the surrounding orcs. Offering no resistance, but he had prepared himself for the worst when he made the decision to act. Meanwhile, at the stall, Yanxi and her companions were having their own experiences. Upon seeing Yi Cheng return with Yanxi in his arms, Anan was about to approach with concern, but was halted by Yi Cheng's expression was far from pleasant. Since they had located her, it would be best not to provoke his ire. It was evident that he was in a state of furious agitation. At the entrance of the tent, Yi Cheng instructed Qiuzhe, "Bring in hot water." Qiuzhe nodded and turned to carry in a pot of boiling water from the stove. Noticing that Yi Cheng was cradling Yanxi without entering the dark soil space, he poured the hot water into the large ceramic basin Yanxi typically used for her ablutions, mixing in cold water until it reached a suitable temperature. He then addressed the two entwined figures. "The water is ready." Without lifting his head, Yi Cheng ordered, "Stand guard at the entrance. No one is to enter." Qiuzhe nodded and exited. Yi Cheng lowered his forehead to rest against Yanxi's, murmuring, "Take a bath and get some sleep. Everything that transpired today will soon be behind us." Yanxi lifted her gaze, forcing a stiff smile as she replied, "All right." Yi Cheng helped her rise, observing as she stepped into the basin fully clothed, not even bothering to undress. Frowning, he pondered the sudden turn of events from that evening. His mind devoid of any romantic inclinations, he watched as Yanxi scrubbed away the stains and the green medicinal residue from her body. Once her skin revealed its natural tone, Yi Cheng inquired, "Is the water getting cold? Do you want to come out?" Yanxi obediently nodded. Yi Cheng furrowed his brow. She was unusually compliant tonight. He fetched her a clean change of clothes. Just as he intended to call Chiozei back to fetch more water, Yanxi grasped his wrist. Wai Chang turned to explain that he merely wished to summon Chiozei for the water. But Yanxi's kiss interrupted him. He hesitated, feeling her tremble against him, and instinctively wrapped his arms around her, deepening the kiss. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heated and the scent emanating from her intensified. Even Chiozei outside could catch a whiff. He leaned in and urged, "Let's go to the space." "Not here." Wai Chang released Yanxi, both of them breathless. He pressed his forehead against hers, saying, "Let us go to the space." Yanxi wrapped her arms around his waist, and with a thought, they vanished from the tent. Chiozei breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining his watch at the entrance, ensuring no one could approach within the space. Yi Cheng struggled to soothe Yanxi's emotions. As he noticed her eyes flutter shut, he frowned. Something was amiss tonight. Initially, he believed she was merely frightened, and that calming her would suffice. However, it was clear that this was a deeper issue. He was unaware of what had transpired during her abduction that had left her in such distress. He disliked seeing Yanxi so submissive and cautious. He preferred the lively, playful version of her. Yet today was not the day for such sentiments. He resolved to let her rest peacefully for now. After she had freshened up, he embraced her, holding her tightly as he soothed her to sleep. Yi Cheng watched over her throughout the night, sleepless, as the girl in his arms seemed to dream of various things, sometimes crying, sometimes pleading, and at other moments laughing like a child. When she finally awoke naturally, Yi Cheng remained in his protective position, cradling her. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a strikingly handsome yet fierce visage. Yet, the more she looked, the more she recoiled. Wai Chang had initially intended to greet her with a smile at her awakening. But upon noticing her sudden avoidance of his gaze, he held her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. Her gaze flitted away, causing a pang of anxiety within him that he sensed that something troubled her. She seemed to revert to the shy demeanor reminiscent of their earliest encounters, a state Yi Cheng could not accept. He lowered his head and kissed her. Yanxi paused, her prior wariness fading as she gradually relaxed. However, her compliance did not bring Yi Cheng joy. It only fueled his agitation. In his frustration, his movements became less gentle. Yanxi winced in pain, but did not cry out. Wai Chang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He halted, resting his forehead against hers as he implored, "Tell me, Cici, what happened to you? Please, don't keep it to yourself. I can't guess. If you share it with me, we can face it together." Yanxi forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired." Wai Chang was taken aback, looking at Yanxi beside him and lamenting, "I'm not as perceptive as you. I can't read your thoughts. Just tell me, and I will do my utmost to remedy it. Having lost you last night, I will accept any punishment you deem fit, but please don't remain in this state that I sense your unhappiness. When you're unhappy, I wonder if I failed to meet your expectations. You perhaps prefer someone like Chiozei, a more robust orc who can offer you warmth when you need it? If that is the case, I can leave. All I wish is for you to be happy, to smile freely like before, unburdened and eager for each new day. Whatever it is, please share it with me, no matter how trivial. Only then can I understand how to alleviate your worries." The young woman raised her hand to cover her face, silent tears spilling from her fingers. The more she listened to him, the more she felt her own sentimentality was excessive. She had never been one to indulge in such emotions. Initially, she had simply sought to cling to a powerful ally in the beastly realm, regardless of the means or conditions. After all, he would protect her in their future life together. However, this was contingent upon her ability to bear him a child. Only then would he selflessly safeguard her. But what if she could not conceive? They were two distinct beings, separated by reproductive barriers. She could never carry his offspring. Fear gripped her at the thought of his departure, leaving her to navigate the beastly realm alone. She could endure solitude, but could not bear the agony of withdrawing her affections after having invested them. Indeed, humans are the most greedy of creatures. Sniffling, she lowered her hands from her eyes, her reddened gaze settling on the flustered man beside her, who was visibly disturbed by her tears. She understood that regardless of what the future held, this man was genuinely devoted to her in this moment. Seeing her in such distress, Yi Cheng's thoughts turned solely to her. He pulled her into his embrace, soothingly assuring her, "Do not cry. If something troubles you, speak to me that I will resolve it. If I cannot, we will find another way." Yanxi looked up at him, contemplating that perhaps an early end would bring closure, freeing her from incessant worries. She asked, "Did you hear what that old shaman said?" Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing that she was finally able to articulate her thoughts, he pondered intently over the words spoken by the old ape beastman, trying to discern which of his statements had struck a nerve with Yin Xi. Ultimately, he distilled his thoughts into 3 key phrases. 1. The old ape beastman had declared her to be a messenger sent by the beast god to the beast realm. And the other, he had questioned whether Yin Xi was truly a pure human. In truth, neither of these concerns warranted anxiety. For the beastman named Yong, he would assist him in eliminating that old witch doctor. Only the mouths of the deceased can be trusted to remain sealed. Furthermore, the few wandering beastmen who aided the old ape had been dealt with at the onset, alleviating any further worries. The moment Yi Cheng locked eyes with Yong he understood that he was willingly undertaking this task for Yanxi's sake. Thus, he had uttered that fateful phrase, "As long as you handle this matter well, and there remains a chance for survival, I shall agree to your request." This sentiment might have eluded the comprehension of Qiuzhe, who was present at the time, yet Yi Cheng was certain that the male ape beastman, Yong grasped its meaning, that he was not blindly consenting to grant Yin Xi another beast husband. Rather, he was drawn to Yong's lightning-based abilities that in the hierarchy of powers, male beastmen have the same innate talent, but differing abilities are worlds apart. For instance, his own anomalous ice abilities stood in stark contrast to Qiuzhe's natural water powers. Despite both possessing the red talent, he could easily overshadow Qiuzhe. This disparity was also tied to his previous suppression of his innate gifts. Yong's lightning abilities, akin to his ice powers, were also anomalous. Should the finest male beastmen on this continent, endowed with exceptional talents and abilities, become Yin Xi's partners, she would command an unassailable position, with no one daring to oppose her. Hence, Yin Xi was troubled by the old ape beastman's assertion that she lacked talent and, by extension, the ability to bear offspring. This statement carried profound implications. It implied that all male beastmen in the beast realm revolve around their female counterparts, who were expected to bear their young. If Yin Xi possessed no talent, she could not bear his offspring. She feared that her inability to conceive would displease him, lead to his anger, and ultimately result in his departure, leaving her unprotected. The crux of the matter lay in her own failure to provide him with a sense of security. Yi Cheng contemplated this and said, Shi, do you know why I became a wandering beastman?" Yin Xi stared at him blankly, shaking her head. While Yi Cheng inhaled deeply and continued, "Serpent beastmen are emotionally detached. They only show warmth to their own females. Even their offspring are often abandoned once they reach independence. I was cast aside by my father in the forest and became a wandering beastman." Yin Xi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, thinking, could there truly be such a ruthless father in this world? Yet Yi Cheng understood his father's actions, explaining, "I do not blame him, for the red-bellied snake is a peculiar creature. Upon reaching adulthood, they inherit memories of their parents' acquaintance, becoming unable to distinguish whether they are the child or the parent, often treating their mother as a mate, and why father abandoned me for this reason. Although he cast me far away with my brother, I managed to return, only to be beaten nearly to death. After several attempts, I dared not approach the original tribe too closely, nor stray too far. For my parents resided there. Once I reached adulthood and inherited my father's memories, I never returned to my birthplace. I am uncertain whether my brother is capable of discerning who is the son and who is the father. However, I can distinguish my own identity as the son, and thus, I have not gone back since he feared that the emotional detachment characteristic of serpent beastmen would erode the last remnants of familial affection. As Yi Cheng recounted his past, it felt as if he were narrating someone else's tale. However, when he mentioned his mother, he paused momentarily, betraying a flicker of regret for having lost maternal affection at such a tender age. After sharing his story, Yi Cheng lowered his gaze to Yin Xi and said, "I share this with you to convey that I do not care whether you can bear me offspring. I have heard you say that pure humans from your land only bond with their own kind and never with beastmen. You must be terrified at the prospect of bearing the child of the beastman. Therefore, for me, your lack of talent or ability to conceive has no bearing on my desire to be your partner, nor does it affect my resolve to become your beast husband and protect you for a lifetime." Tears welled in Yanxi's eyes once more as she replied, "But doesn't that mean you are a loss? You will never have descendants." The old witch doctor was correct. She could not conceive his child. "We are two different species," she lamented. In the biology studies I have undertaken, it is taught that two different species, even when combined, face reproductive isolation. The greater the difference in our chromosomal structures, the greater the reproductive barriers. Thus, I will never be able to carry your child or that of any other male beastman. That is of no consequence. Truly, it matters not. Regardless of whether we have offspring, my desire to care for you remains unchanged. No matter what the future holds, I shall guard you and fight for you until my last breath." Yi Cheng vowed silently in his heart to protect Yin Xi, pledging his life to her. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was unmoved. Yin Xi threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Since the previous night, she had been consumed with worry over this very issue, unsure of how to broach the subject with him. She feared that revealing her concerns might drive him away, yet remaining silent felt unjust. Ultimately, their relationship had become strained. She recognized that for Yi Cheng to make such a decision, it must have required considerable sacrifice on his part. Yet she felt powerless, paralyzed by her fear of death. In the end, she was selfish, desiring to keep him by her side for her own protection. In this realm of beastmen, she lacked the courage to continue alone. Unable to repay him by bearing children, she nonetheless sought to express her gratitude in some small way, and thus she bestowed upon him a tender kiss when they next emerged from the tent. It was already the afternoon of the following day. Chiozei had prepared a meal, awaiting their return from the dark earth space. Upon their return the previous night, he had sensed Yanxi's low spirits without needing to use telepathy. Now, seeing her smile, he felt a surge of happiness for her. Yet, her increasing coldness towards his affections left him inexplicably anxious. Nevertheless, Yi Cheng, after observing her finish her meal, suggested that she return to the tent for a bit of rest, as he had matters to discuss with Chiozei. Yanxi nodded, understanding his intent, and refrained from interjecting as she turned to enter the tent. Outside the tent, the beastman named you was seated at the entrance. Gazing longingly at Yin Xi, who had given him no acknowledgement, and feeling a pang of disappointment in his heart, he could hear his father sigh nearby, prompting him to ponder before ultimately averting his gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Chiozei sat by the fire, intending to boil water for Yin Xi when she awoke. Yi Cheng tossed a piece of firewood into the makeshift stove and, in a voice only audible to Chiozei, remarked, "You heard the old witch doctor claim that Yanxi has no talent and therefore cannot bear offspring. It is true. She lacks any talent, which means she cannot bear the young of male beastmen. I had not previously clarified this matter with you, as I selfishly wished for us to protect her together, allowing her to thrive in this beast realm. She only learned of this yesterday, and it has greatly impacted her. She fears that I will abandon her for her inability to bear my children. Yet I swore to the beast god that I would never leave her, which is why she now smiles. If you seek a female to bear offspring, then pursue another as your partner. After all, your contract with her is that of master and servant, which does not preclude you from seeking other female beastmen. Just bear in mind that you will need to reside in the same tribe as us. Rest assured, I will not impose unreasonable demands upon you simply because you are Yin Xi's servant. We shall coexist as neighbors, and you may still seek companionship with other female beastmen to have children, without interference from us. However, I require you to swear to the beast god that you will never disclose Yin Xi's true identity." Hearing the words of the Night Lord, Chiozei felt as if the last flicker of hope within him had been extinguished. With a heavy heart, he lamented, how could she be a female devoid of any talent? Even the least gifted females on this beast world continent possess a green aptitude. Even a green aptitude implies some potential for reproduction. After all the effort I put into finding a suitable mate, only to discover that she is entirely talentless. It feels as though my lineage is doomed. As a male orc of the White Tiger tribe with a red aptitude and water abilities, he was the strongest warrior among them. The prospect of being unable to continue his line was something he could scarcely bear. He was discerning when it came to choosing a partner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to find one, nor would he have settled for just any female. Must it truly come to him being shackled to a female with no aptitude whatsoever? Furthermore, he would be reduced to her slave. The mere thought of revealing this to his kin would provide them with endless amusement at his expense, that if he returned to the White Tiger tribe in such a state, he would become the butt of their jokes for a lifetime. He would rather die than face them like this. Just then, fate took an unfortunate turn. His father and brother arrived to present him with a betrothal gift. Chiozei had yet to inform them that he had not bonded with Yin Xi. He was merely her servant. Thus, when Yin Xi was called forth, the White Tiger tribe members, failing to see the tribal markings on her, were met with a look of shock on the proud tigress face, who then stormed off in anger. Xiongyu, witnessing his brother's disgrace, sighed and turned to leave as well. They were so embarrassed that they didn't even want to reclaim the betrothal gifts they had brought. Yin Xi, feeling awkward, could hardly bear to look at Chiozei. He rubbed his temples, no longer wishing to pretend. You should keep these things for now, he suggested. He could not return home, and being Yin Xi's slave was a fate he could not escape unless he became her beast husband. Yet, therein lay another dilemma. If he were her beast husband, she would still be incapable of bearing his offspring. What a contradictory situation. Yin Xi, however, hesitated to accept them, feeling that doing so would only deepen her guilt towards Chiozei. Yet, it was Night Lord who remarked, "He will be our neighbor in the future, and there isn't much space here for these items. Let us store them for now." This suggested that Yanxi should place them in her black earth space. The betrothal gift from the White Tiger tribe were indeed substantial. 2 large prey, several processed hides ready for use, and a variety of fruits. After all, Chiozei was the mightiest warrior of the White Tiger tribe, blessed with the greatest talent. They would not slight him with meager offerings. The 3 of them moved the hides and provisions into the tent, with Yanxi storing them in her black earth space. The remaining prey were skinned, and once the hides were prepared, they would yield 2 large pelts, while the meat would serve as dinner for the evening. In the span of time, night had fallen. Everyone began to prepare the evening meal. On the other side of the tent, Ainin from the Angora tribe had been watching for quite some time. Seeing Yin Xi alone, she hesitantly approached her and called out, "Yin Xi." Turning around, Yin Xi met Ainin red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been crying. "Ainin, who bullied you? Tell me, and I shall have Night Lord avenge you," Yin Xi offered. Upon hearing this, Ainin rushed in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yin Xi was taken aback. The scene shifted to the 2 females sitting beneath a large tree behind the tent, while Chiozei and Yao stood guard nearby. After yesterday's events, none dared to leave their own females unattended to converse. Thus, the presence of the 2 male orcs provided some reassurance. Although it brought back frightening memories, Yin Xi still felt compelled to ask, "Why did you suddenly disappear yesterday? You had returned in front of me, and when I got back, you had vanished. You do not know how Night Lord looked at me, as if he wanted to kill me. I was truly afraid you wouldn't return. I wasn't fear of him killing me, but rather the guilt of losing a friend so easily." Ainin began to cry once more, and she quickly patted her shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Last night was indeed terrifying. I was captured by the shaman of the ape orcs." The Yao paused in surprise, drawing the attention of the other 3. Yin Xi, realizing Yao was an ape orc, felt a sudden pang of alarm. Yao, noticing her expression, quickly waved his hands in explanation. "I'm not aligned with the old shaman-esque faction. I belong to the tribe leader-esque side." "Well, that is not entirely accurate. I am now a male orc of the Angora tribe." Though his words were jumbled, and she understood his intent. Chiozei recalled that Yong he had mentioned he too belonged to the faction of the ape orc tribe leader. He inquired, "What happened with Yong he last night?" A Yao nodded in response. "Yong he killed an old shaman from the ape orc tribe last night and is now imprisoned. The tribe leader said he would deal with him after this gathering concludes." He was perplexed as to why someone as powerful as Yong he would resort to killing the old shaman. Upon learning that Yanxi had been taken by the old shaman, he began to piece together Yong He's motives. The old shaman must have posed a threat to Yin Xi, prompting Yong he to risk his own safety to eliminate him. However, he never anticipated that someone as composed as Yong he would go to such lengths for a female orc. Upon hearing Yao's words and reflecting on Night Lord's cryptic statement from last night, Chiozei suddenly grasped the situation. Their intentions were becoming clear. His gaze shifted to Yin Xi, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Last night, Yonghe had also heard the old shaman declare that Yanxi was devoid of talent and incapable of reproduction. Yet he had still shouldered such grave accusations to assist Yin Xi, all for a nebulous title of beast husband, without even knowing if he would survive to claim it. Most importantly, this female was incapable of bearing offspring. Were all these red aptitude male orcs blind? Each one of them. He himself was among the blind red aptitude male orcs. With a sigh, Chiozei resigned himself to his fate. His body relaxed as he nestled his head beneath Yanxi's arm, resting it on her thigh, startling her. She pushed him away vigorously, but he merely shut his eyes, unperturbed, clutching her waist as if it were a lifeline. He thought, if they are blind, then so be it. I am not the only one. There are many male orcs who share this blindness. Yanxi wanted to inquire further about Yonghe, but Chiozei's head had nestled closer, refusing to budge, even as she tried to push him away, which only made it more difficult. Surrendering to the futility of the struggle, she realized she would need an abundance of confidence to compete with a male orc in strength. She lifted her gaze to Yao, asking, what kind of punishment would Yonghe face for this incident within the ape-orc tribe? Yao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am not certain. The tribe will assess his contributions before making a decision. With his eyes closed in Yanxi's embrace, Chiozei breathed in her refreshing scent and remarked, the lightest punishment would be becoming a rogue orc, while the severest would be death. Killing a tribe shaman leads to only these two outcomes, regardless of any contributions he may have made. Hearing Chiozei's words, Yanxi's face paled, and she turned to Yao for his thoughts. When she saw that Yao did not refute Chiozei's statement, anxiety gripped her heart as she urged Chiozei, you must get up. I need to speak to Night Lord about this. Yet Chiozei remained still, continuing to hold her waist, indifferent to her pushing or tugging at his hair. His voice was calm as he replied, there is no point in seeking Night Lord. He has already negotiated terms with Yonghe. If Yonghe desires those terms, he will accept the blame for killing the tribe shaman. What terms? What have they discussed? Yin Xi inquired. Chiozei pondered for a moment before raising his head to meet her gaze. Kiss me, and I will tell you. Kiss me here, that he pouted, pointing to a spot. Get lost. Get up. Your head is so heavy, Yin Xi exclaimed, exasperated by his shamelessness. Previously, everyone had acknowledged that she lacked talent and reproductive capability. She had resigned herself to a future spent with Night Lord alone. In any case, it seems that in this beastly world, only that foolish Yi Cheng is indifferent to the fact that she cannot bear him serpent offspring. Consequently, her demeanor towards Chiozei became distant. He also appeared to be at a loss, hence he did not approach Yin Xi. Yet now, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly drew near to her, closing the distance, leaving Yin Xi utterly perplexed by his clingy behavior. Upon hearing her mention that her legs had gone numb, Chiozei stood up and horizontally cradled her in his arms, striding toward the tent while saying, how useless, just a short while, and your legs are numb. How late did you stay with Yi Cheng last night? Don't think I'm unaware. If you could spend that much time with him, surely you can spare me a moment to rest your legs. You little female, don't be too partial. My father did send a betrothal gift, and since you accepted it, we are officially recognized as partners. Yin Xi, feeling quite miffed, struggled in his embrace, retorting, wasn't it you who told me to keep it for now? Chiozei chuckled. Everyone knows our contract is a master-servant agreement, yet what you accepted was a betrothal gift that I don't care. Since you accepted the gift, I am now your beast husband that I want to concern myself with the specifics of our agreement. From now on, you are my female. While you have yet to accept me, I want to force you. However, you must not be biased. What Yi Cheng has, I must have as well. By the time Chiozei finished speaking, he had already carried the fuming Yin Xi to the stall. Seeing them return amidst a quarrel, Yi Cheng noted that although Yin Xi was still angry, she appeared much more spirited than the previous night. He bore no resentment toward Chiozei. Handing Yin Xi a damp bee skin to wipe her hands, his tone remained calm despite Chiozei's closeness to her. He inquired, would you like to freshen up? You should sleep early tonight. It's too noisy outside. You can rest in the space, and I won't disturb you. Tomorrow is the last day of the gathering. I've heard that there will be a bonfire at night, and everyone will gather to roast meat. They also asked you to make that dish of scalded fish slices again. I've collected the things they wish to learn about it, so I'll need to trouble you to prepare it once more tomorrow night, so everyone can understand the method of handling and cooking fish. Initially hesitant to meet Yi Cheng's gaze due to Chiuze's earlier embrace, Yanxi was taken aback when she heard him mention that tomorrow marked the end of the gathering. She inquired, "Is tomorrow truly the last day of the gathering?" Having previously felt that the gathering was excessively long, the thought of parting from these familiar beastmen now filled her with a sense of reluctance. Particularly towards Anan. She was her first female beastman friend in this beastly world. In this underdeveloped realm, it was indeed no easy feat for friends to meet, and they still hadn't decided which tribe to settle in. Moreover, Anan's horned sheep tribe was a wandering tribe without a fixed residence. The prospect of meeting again seemed nearly impossible that Anan and Yao approached, stating, "The annual beastman gathering lasts for 10 days. And since you arrived a few days late, tomorrow is indeed the final day that on the last day, various tribes engage in an exchange of females, followed by a ritual where the beast god blesses all the female beastmen participating in the gathering. After this ritual, the males will begin their courtship segment. Later in the evening, everyone will gather around the bonfire to enjoy roasted meat, which will make for a lively atmosphere throughout the day. Yin Xi, I suggest you take your 2 males to have some fun. It will be quite enjoyable." Being from a wandering tribe, Anan was well acquainted with the gatherings, attending each year to exchange for supplies for the upcoming year. Although Yin Xi relished the excitement, her own troubles were unending, so she decided to maintain a low profile. She assured them she would consider it. After the gathering dispersed, Anan and Yao returned to their horned sheep tribe's tent. Yin Xi, however, pulled Yi Cheng aside, saying, "I heard that Yonghe has been captured. He killed the shaman of the Ape Beastman tribe. This is a serious crime. What punishment might he face from the Ape Beastman tribe? Will he be executed?" Upon hearing her mention Yonghe, Yi Cheng recalled that one of Nan's beast husbands was indeed an Ape Beastman. He might have heard about Yonghe killing the old shaman and being apprehended. He replied, "He has assisted us, and I agreed to his terms. When he is able, he will come to collect what is owed. You need not worry." Yin Xi, feeling anxious, pressed, "Are we going to rescue him? Can't you help him?" Yi Cheng sighed and ruffled her hair, saying, "I can save him for a moment, but I cannot secure his future." "What do you mean?" Yin Xi still did not comprehend. Chiuze interjected, "Whether the Ape Beastman tribe chooses to exile him or execute him, as long as he is alive, his connection to the tribe will be severed. If he survives this ordeal, he will be free to roam without the shackles of his racial honor. Were I not a white tiger beastman, I would also wish to live as a wandering beast. How liberating that would be." Yet she was not concerned about this aspect. Instead, she asked, "ISNT it said that wandering beastmen are quite ferocious. If he becomes a wandering beastman, will he turn into a creature that only knows how to kill?" Chiuze frowned. "Who has misled you with such notions?" Yanxi paused and looked toward Yi Cheng. He cleared his throat and stated, "I never claimed that, did I? I merely mentioned that wandering beastmen tend to engage in robbery and exhibit ferocious temperament. Is there any difference between what you said and what I understood?" Chiuze chuckled. "It is true that wandering beastmen tend to rob. This is because ordinary beastmen will shun them, keeping their distance. They cannot obtain what they need through normal means, and ordinary beastmen are often unwilling to engage in trade with them. Thus, they are left with no choice but to resort to robbery. To label them as ferocious is also a consequence of their circumstances. However, it is true that wandering beastmen periodically experience a surge of innate abilities, referred to as divine punishment. Those who survive such divine punishment are certainly not to be underestimated. Perhaps this exaggeration has caused ordinary beastmen to further distance themselves from wandering beastmen, though Yi Cheng cast a glance at Chiuze, remarking, "You ought to speak more seriously. Otherwise she, being kind-hearted, might mistakenly believe that wandering beastmen are redeemable." Hearing this, Chiuze shook Yanxi's shoulders, looking earnestly into her eyes and warning, "You must not take pity on wandering beastmen. They are the forsaken of the beast god. While I mentioned that there may be a portion of wandering beastmen forced into thievery, male beastmen who become wandering beastmen have undoubtedly taken lives. They may have killed their kin, or they may have harmed others. They are far less organized and principled than ordinary beastmen. Especially during their annual innate ability surges, they can be so reckless that they harm even themselves, hoping merely to survive the divine punishment. Once their abilities are exhausted, they become vulnerable enough for a mere beastling to take their lives. Thus, after such surges, they seek a secure hiding place, only venturing out again when their abilities have fully recovered. This little female of theirs was too innocent and too kind-hearted, truly causing distress for these male beastmen. Noticing Yanxi's silence, Chiozei shook her shoulder again, insisting, "Did you hear? Not a single wandering beastman is a good person. Do not show them any sympathy." Yin Xi, feeling uncomfortable from shaking, frowned and nodded. Turning back to Yi Cheng, she questioned, "If Yanxi becomes a wandering beastman, does that mean he too is forsaken by the beast god? Will he resort to robbery and experience innate ability surges? Could he become so weak that a mere beastling could take his life?" Yi Cheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain it to Yin Xi. After all, what she said was indeed factual. However, Chiozei interjected, "He is a male beastman with a red innate ability and possesses lightning attributes. The ape beastman tribe would be foolish to allow Yanxi to become a wandering beastman. After all, he wields such formidable abilities, and there are few among the ape beastman tribe who are as strong as he is. So rest assured, he will likely just contribute free labor for a few years, without ever becoming a wandering beastman." Although there were a few other male beastmen in the ape beastman tribe with red innate abilities. Abilities indeed varied in strength, just as Yi Cheng could easily overpower Yanxi. Yanxi gazed at Yi Cheng, asking, "Is it truly so?" Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before replying, "His innate abilities are indeed quite strong. If I were the chief of the ape beastman tribe, I would never relinquish such a powerful male beastman. After all, a shaman whose remedies are uncertain pales in comparison to a robust male orc. Even a creature of the wild would grasp this distinction." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Yanxi managed to suppress her concerns for Yanxi. After all, it was due to her that he found himself in such peril, and guilt gnawed at her conscience. Once this matter was addressed, she inquired about the events of the following day. Noticing her interest, Yi Cheng remarked, "If you are keen, I shall have Chiozei escort you to observe. However, be forewarned that the courtship methods of those male orcs can be rather crude. It will be wise to keep your distance and avoid attracting their unwelcome attention. As for the evening bonfire and barbecued meat, we can certainly partake in that, for it coincides with the tribe's recruitment of wandering orcs that we shall assess the strengths and weaknesses of each tribe before deciding which to join." Yanxi nodded in understanding. Yet her curiosity about the grand matchmaking event in the orc world was piqued, and with an innocent expression, she asked, "How exactly are those male orcs' courtship methods crude?" Chiozei was taken aback by her interest in such matters. In her innocence, she was genuinely naive, and when bold, she was truly fearless. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Oh, it isn't that drastic. Come to the tent, and I'll enlighten you on their practices." "Why must we go to the tent? Can't we discuss it here?" Yanxi's expression was one of pure curiosity, her desire for knowledge overwhelming her innocence. During Chiozei's pursuit of her, he had left her life in disarray. She was intrigued by the idea that two individuals, each with differing temperaments and interests, could be thrust together for romance. It seemed quite unrealistic. It reminded her of the matchmaking events in her world, which she found inherently awkward. She was eager to discover what this event, akin to a matchmaking convention of her own time, entailed. Seeing her interest, Chiozei urged her towards the tent, stating, "Let us go to the tent. I shall explain everything." Yi Cheng, feeling exasperated, called out to Chiozei, "Do not frighten her." Chiozei dismissed his concerns. "You haven't scared her, so I certainly won't. Besides, she ought to be somewhat prepared for such matters." As they spoke, he had already ushered Yanxi into the tent. If at that moment Yanxi still did not grasp the implications of crude, then her 18 years of existence would have been in vain. She attempted to turn and exit, but Chiozei blocked her path with his towering figure, asserting, "Weren't you just being bold? The female orcs during the ceremony are not as timid as you." His demeanor suggested he had no good intentions. As she sought to leave, Chiozei wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, causing her entire body to stiffen against the heat of his presence. She murmured softly, "Qiuzhe, let us go outside." Hearing her gentle voice, Qiuzhe felt a pang of mischief. She always made it difficult for him to tease her. Holding her rigid form, he chuckled softly. Those female orcs will inspect their suitors. They reject the overweight, the short, the unremarkable, and the unattractive. Yanxi's cheeks flushed as she timidly inquired, "How do you know all this?" I observed them and even offered suggestions to those female orcs, recommending several male orcs. After their experiences, they expressed great satisfaction. Even my brother, I facilitated his pairing, and he remains grateful for the companion I helped him find. Qiuzhe candidly recounted his past deeds. Meanwhile, within the White Tiger tribe's tent, a distressed Xiongyu suddenly sneezed loudly, startling Ao, who beside him. He smacked his son on the head, exclaiming, "You could be a bit quieter. You gave me quite the scare." Xiongyu lamented his fate. Why was it always him who suffered? It was clearly his younger brother who had inexplicably become a servant to a female. Yet their father blamed him for not caring for his brother properly, subjecting him to such indignities. Xiongyu felt a deep sense of injustice. Was his younger brother truly a white tiger orc who needed his care? If he didn't drive the poor creature to madness or death, that would suffice for his own peace of mind. Who stood up, declaring, "No, I remain unconvinced about your brother. Tomorrow, during the final recruitment phase of the gathering, you must persuade that Snake Tribe Wanderer to join us. After all, he is a male orc with red aptitude, making him qualified to join our White Tiger tribe, although we generally dislike outsiders joining. For your brother's sake, we have no choice but to accept that Wanderer and his female, as for your brother, we can endure the inconvenience. The priority is to ensure he faces no further indignities. Else your mother in the afterlife shall not rest easy." Particularly concerning was the fact that the female was purely human. This detail needed to be kept secret within the White Tiger tribe to better protect their son. Xiongyu's mouth twitched. Did his father not feel a twinge of conscience to claim that red aptitude sufficed for joining their tribe when the White Tiger tribe had so few of worth? Moreover, his mother had passed many years ago, yet their father still brought her up, indicating his unwavering resolve regarding Qiuzhe. Otherwise, he would not invoke her memory. Typically, when he mentioned their mother, it signified a matter he intended to pursue regardless of the challenges. Reflecting on how relieved the tribespeople had been at the prospect of Qiuzhe leaving the White Tiger tribe, he knew that with each passing moment, their joy would transform into despair and sorrow. Without a doubt, the members of the White Tiger tribe would be inwardly lamenting the peculiar orc Qiuzhe, wishing he would not return, for they could not bear it. Yet, they were destined for disappointment, as their family was stubbornly resolute. Once a decision was made, no matter how difficult, they would see it through. Returning to the gathering, Yin Xi finally found a moment of respite after enduring Qiuzhe's teasing. She fled the tent and rushed into Yi Cheng's embrace, seeking solace that while Yi Cheng had anticipated Qiuzhe's intentions and had refrained from intervening, tacitly accepting the situation. Now, witnessing Yin, she emerged to lodge a complaint. Qiuzhe followed closely behind, unabashedly revealing his desire for Yin. She before Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Will your father approve of your lack of offspring?" Qiuzhe's actions at that moment clearly indicated his wish for Yin Xi to be his mate. However, Yi Cheng had long made it known that Yin Xi possessed no aptitude and would be unable to bear any male orc's offspring. If Qiuzhe persisted in wanting Yin Xi as his mate, he would end up like Yi Cheng, without heirs. Would he still wish to be united with Yin Xi under such circumstances? Qiuzhe lounged confidently across from Yi Cheng, and Yin Xi too was eager to discern his intentions. Turning to see what he would say, Qiuzhe declared, "I absolutely detest offspring. They are incessantly noisy and can steal away the tribe's finest meat and sweetest fruits. They have no relation to me. Yet I am expected to provide for and care for them. That it would be far better to have none at all, so no one would vie with me for resources." His tone was casual, yet Yi Cheng discerned that when Qiuzhe spoke of progeny, claiming his belongings, he showed no genuine aversion. Male orcs of the beast world, particularly those raised in tribes, are taught from a young age to respect their elders and care for their females and young. In such an environment, how could Qiuzhe not have an affinity for offspring? Ultimately, he had chosen Yin Xi over progeny. Such a significant sacrifice earned him Yi Cheng's approval. allowing for some harmless teasing of Yin Xi. As for whether Yin Xi would accept him and become his true partner, that remained to be seen. Yin Xi was taken aback by Qiu Zhe's words and stole a glance at him, only to find him smiling and winking at her. She buried her head deeper into Yi Cheng's embrace, resigning herself to the situation. She had never contemplated taking a second mate, yet Yi Cheng's warnings echoed in her mind. Her heart resisted the notion, but reality was harsh. Such a path could easily lead to gynecological ailments for women, especially in this primitive era where hygiene was often overlooked. Consequently, many females here suffered from such conditions, unaware until discomfort struck. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether this world recognized the existence of such infectious diseases. If such an affliction were to arise, compounded by the openness of this beastly world, a single infection could easily spread to an entire nest, or even an entire clan. In this medically deficient beastly realm, treating infectious diseases is far from a straightforward endeavor. Thus, for the sake of her own life, Dami resolutely refuses to entertain the notion of acquiring another beast husband. As for Qiuzhe, she believes that if he encounters enough obstacles, he will ultimately retreat, and she can only hope he withdraws of his own accord. Recently, he seems increasingly shameless, oblivious to her rejections, as if he has never known the meaning of embarrassment. She feels utterly helpless against such a brazen individual. Meanwhile, in the corner of the tent belonging to the Horned Sheep tribe, Yaojun observes the increasingly harmonious atmosphere among Yanxi and the other two by the fire, a pang of bitterness surging within him. Just days ago, Qiuzhe seemed unable to integrate with them, yet now their camaraderie flourishes. Here he is, the male beastman who appeared beside Yanxi before Qiuzhe, now forced to hide and watch her from the shadows. He chastises himself for being a coward. Unable to pursue the female he adores, when she is in danger, he flails about like a headless fly, ultimately failing to find her. It is evident that he is woefully inadequate. Burying his head in his knees, he succumbs to despair, the sighs of his father echoing in his ears, suffocating him with the weight of the atmosphere. Unable to bear it any longer, he considers stepping away for a breath of fresh air. But before he can rise, a hand lands on his shoulder. Looking up, he sees his sister sitting beside him, patting his shoulder. "Sister," he murmurs softly. Ainen affectionately ruffles her younger brother's hair before addressing their father. "Father, let my brother pursue the female he desires. For the future prosperity of the Horned Sheep tribe, I will take on multiple powerful beast husbands to make up for my brother's shortcomings." The elder Horned Sheep sighs. "If that young female had even a hint of fertility, I would agree. But she possesses none. Your brother will have no offspring. Then I shall give him one of my children." Ainen replies that, "I have already discussed this with Ao Yao and Xing Bai. When my brother has no heirs, I will offer him one of ours to ensure he has someone to care for in his old age." The doting Ainen continues to caress her brother's head. Yao Jun is taken aback, turning to look at his sister. Ainen smiles at him and then turns to their father, saying, "Father, why don't we also join a powerful tribe? Our Horned Sheep tribe has suffered too many losses of young male beastmen during the last winter season. We can no longer afford to wander alone. We should join whatever tribe Yanxi aligns with, so that my brother can spend more time with her. Given his capabilities, I am sure Yi Cheng and the others will gradually accept him in their Horned Sheep tribe. Yao Jun is the most gifted, yet in the presence of Yi Cheng and his companions, his talents seem trivial. Thus they must engage in a prolonged struggle, allowing Yanxi to grow accustomed to his presence before he gradually integrates into their small family. The elder Horned Sheep surveys his children and the other beastmen of their tribe. The older ones are aging, the younger ones are still children, and Ainen is the only young female beastman of breeding age. The other female has aged, and there are two younger females who have yet to mature. Among the young male beastmen, including Xing Bai and the new addition, the ape beastman Ao Yao, there are only four that relying solely on these four young males, the Horned Sheep tribe cannot thrive. The elder Horned Sheep, along with several older comrades, realizes that their combat and mobility have dwindled, and if this continues, they will become a burden to the tribe. The few immature young Horned Sheep remaining are the last hope for their tribe. With the looming monsoon season lasting 60 days, they cannot survive the upcoming deluge alone. Perhaps joining a powerful tribe is their only avenue for survival. The elder horned sheep turns to his peers, asking, "Big horned sheep, do you think we should join a formidable tribe?" The elder horned sheep beside him sighs, "Let's not burden them. This is the era of the youth that we should allow them to make their own decisions." This implies that they should heed the younger generation. The elder horned sheep sighs heavily once more. An older female beastman gazes at the elder horned sheep and says, "Brother, we should choose to join a strong tribe. These children are still too young. If we perish, they have yet to experience the wonders of this beastly realm. We must consider their futures." Although the elder horned sheep holds authority within the tribe, he often listens to this female beastman, who possesses some medical knowledge. They are not even close siblings. At most, they are distant cousins. Her mate perished defending the horned sheep tribe, and even her son has been lost. Among the few young horned sheep, 2 are her grandchildren. Her words stem from a desire for her grandchildren to survive. With another heavy sigh, the elder horned sheep states, "Since the elder sister has spoken, then Yao Jun, tomorrow you shall accompany Yin Xi and see which tribe they intend to join. We shall follow suit." Yao Jun's eyes light up, his heart stirred with gratitude. His sister, his father, and the other beastmen of the horned sheep tribe have agreed to join a tribe for his sake. They understand that by joining another tribe, they will no longer be known as the horned sheep tribe, but merely as the horned sheep beastmen of a certain tribe. They have weakened to the point of needing to join another tribe, a rather humiliating reality. Yet for his sake, perhaps it is not solely for him. They are willing to do so. Ultimately, he can pursue his heart's desire and continue to walk alongside the female he cherishes. Even if he cannot become her mate, striving for his heart's yearnings, he knows he will not regret or feel bitter about it. That night, Qiuzhe forcefully squeezed onto the bed shared by Yanxi and Yicheng. He wished to sleep next to Yanxi, but she preferred not to be beside him, leaving him to sleep next to Yicheng. After a while, he felt that sleeping next to a male beast man was less satisfying than being with a beast, prompting him to exit the tent. Upon seeing him leave, Yanxi wore a victorious smile, snuggling into Yi Cheng's embrace and closing her eyes. While Yi Cheng shook his head at the childish antics of the two. He adjusted the furs for Yanxi before closing his own eyes. However, once Yanxi fell asleep, Qiuzhe quietly returned, seeking to lie on the other side of Yin 11. Yi Cheng opened his eyes and observed Qiuzhe's stealthy entrance. Qiuzhe cautiously lay beside Yanxi, feigning nonchalance. While Yi Cheng said nothing, withdrawing his arm from under Yanxi's head and turning away for both of them. Seeing Yi Cheng relent, Qiuzhe felt a surge of joy as he wrapped his arms around the small female. As a furry male beastman, he was the type that female beastmen favored, especially during the winter season when they found it hard to resist the warmth of such a creature. However, Qiuzhe overlooked a crucial detail. It was not winter, but spring. Though the nights were not excessively cold, they did not require such a large, heated presence surrounding them. Yanxi woke up from the heat, groggily pushing away the warmth enveloping her and turning in search of Yicheng. In this weather, snuggling under the covers while enjoying the cool air was the most comfortable option. Once she found Yicheng's pleasantly cool body, she rubbed against him a couple of times and drifted back to sleep. Yicheng, already unable to sleep due to the number of occupants, turned when Yanxi wrapped her arms around his waist. He found himself utterly enamored by the sight of her unconsciously seeking him in her slumber. He glanced at Qiuzhe, a look of discontent crossing his face. "It's not cold yet. When it gets chilly, she will prefer to sleep with you. When the weather turns cold, one's body resembles a frozen sculpture, and no female would relish the idea of cuddling with such an icy figure during the snowy season. Hence, Qiuzhe indeed possesses a fair chance of becoming Yanxi's beast husband. Qiuzhe is certainly aware of this. However, it is currently the blooming season, and he might have some opportunities during the forthcoming rainy season. Yet, the rain season will not be as frigid as the snow season. It remains uncertain whether Yanxi would enjoy sleeping against him then. It is his first experience as a beast, and he eagerly anticipates what the dampness of that season might bring. The following morning, Yanxi was roused from her slumber by the clamor outside. Still groggy and irritable, she rolled about beneath her fur blanket, futilely covering her ears. Qiuzhe, hearing the commotion within the tent, brought in warm water for her to freshen up, noticing her still tangled within the fur. He set the water aside, leaned closer, and playfully remarked, "If you don't come out, I shall have to come in." Without requiring further provocation, Yanxi abruptly threw aside the fur, her head colliding with Chiyoja's nose. Producing a muffled thud, both of them instinctively cradled their respective injuries, groaning in pain. With her morning irritability compounded by Chiyoja's antics, she snapped, "What are you doing?" Chiyoja, wincing for his own discomfort, but relieved he was not bleeding, approached her, disregarding any resistance, and pulled her into his embrace. "Where does it hurt?" "Allow me to soothe it," he offered. Yanxi pushed him away, insisting, "No need for your help." Unfazed, Chiyoja held her firmly and declared, "Stop fussing. Night Chung is busy setting up the stall and won't have time to assist you that he called for me. Did you hear? He has permitted me to help you. He has already agreed to my role as your beast husband. It is only you who remains unconvinced." Yanxi struggled against his grip, retorting, "He may agree, but I do not." Hearing her words, Chiyoja pressed her down onto the bedding with mock severity. "If you refuse, I shall take what I want by force." Yanxi, unafraid, shot back, "If you dare to do so, Night Chung won't let you off easily. You would become a fugitive beastman." Chiyoja chuckled, amused by her newfound cleverness as she attempted to use the threat of a fugitive against him. He paid her no heed, pouring her some water for cleansing while retrieving her skincare products. Once Yanxi was refreshed, she showed no gratitude for his assistance, declaring, "I am quite capable. I am well versed in many customs and rules of your beast realm." The more knowledge she acquires, the better she can navigate life in the beast realm. Chiyoja merely smiled in silence, and as she finished applying her skincare, he took mint leaves in his palm, crushing them into a green medicinal juice, intending to apply it to her. Yanxi stepped back, insisting, "I'll do this myself. That no, you won't be able to reach your back. If those mosquito beasts bite you, your petite frame won't withstand their feasting." Chiyoja seized the opportunity to tease her. Yanxi wished to flee, but against the brute strength of the male beast men of the realm, she knew she stood no chance, just as tears threatened to spill. Night Chung finally entered. She quickly pushed Chiyoja aside and rushed to Night Chung, wrapping her arms around his neck and tearfully pleading, "Night Chung, please control him. He's being disobedient. Make him leave." Chiyoja feigned innocence as he stood, saying, "Yanxi, do not wrongfully accuse me. I was merely applying medicinal juice to prevent you from being bitten by those mosquito beasts." Yanxi turned to him, and had it not been for the mischievous smirk on his face, she might have genuinely believed she had misjudged him. Turning back to cling to Night Cheng's neck, she looked up with a pitiful expression and said, "Night Cheng, can it just be the two of us? I do not wish for anyone else." Night Cheng cherished Yanxi's complete reliance on him, yet he was acutely aware of the harsh realities of the beast realm. When natural disaster struck, he could not guarantee that a beast would be able to protect her effectively. At that moment, Yanxi's discomfort with Chiyoja was merely temporary. Once the snow season arrived, she would come to appreciate the advantages of having a furry beast man like Chiyoja by her side. By then, he could only hope she would not forget him. He stated, "Allow me to apply the medicinal juice. For everything else, let Chiyoja assist you, all right? I need to tidy up the stall and clear this area. The bonfire tonight will be lit here for the gathering." Yanxi's eyes widened in disbelief. His words seemed to embolden Chiyoja. Having received Night Cheng's tacit approval, Chiyoja became even more unrestrained. He could not fathom where to seek reinforcements now. After Night Cheng had finished applying the ointment to her body, Yanxi, begrudgingly seated on the fur, allowed Chiyoja to braid her hair. In truth, she could have done it herself far more swiftly. However, Chiyoja was eager to learn how to care for a female, and Night Cheng had also tacitly permitted him to approach Yanxi. Thus, the scene unfolded with Yanxi displaying clear reluctance, while Chiyoja experimented with her glossy black curls. He occasionally inquired, "Yanxi, why is the tip of your hair curled while the roots remain straight?" Could she explain that after graduating high school, she had invested a significant sum to achieve those relaxed curls, hoping to present herself as a refined young woman in college? No, she could not share that with Chiyoja. Even when he tugged at her scalp painfully, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Ultimately, when the pain became unbearable, she forcefully pushed Chiyoja away, cradling her hair, and tearfully exclaimed, "It hurts so much." Chiyoja, taken aback by her sudden outburst, found himself on the ground, momentarily dazed. Yet, seeing her tear-streaked face stirred an inexplicable ache within him, he hurried to his feet, attempting to comfort her, but she continued to cry, declaring, "It hurts. I don't want you to braid my hair. I can do it myself." Her fingers flew as she deftly tied her hair, unwilling to venture outside and allow others to witness her tearful state. She hugged her knees, burying her face in them, silently weeping. The sight of her small shoulders heaving only deepened Chiyoja's guilt. He squatted before her towering figure, feeling somewhat helpless. "I won't braid your hair again, but I wish to care for you. Once I have practiced with my own fur, I shall braid yours, all right?" He longed to be her beast husband and knew he must learn how to tend to her needs. He believed he had been gentle enough. Yet he had still caused her pain. Yanxi continued to cry, refusing to acknowledge him. Night Chung had tacitly accepted Chiyoja's presence, and she felt as though she were the one isolated and helpless. She did not appreciate Chiyoja's overt advances and resented his intrusion into her life with Night Chung. The two of them together was already quite satisfactory. She had no desire for another beast to enter their lives. Chiyoja's intentions, combined with Night Chang's tacit acceptance, left her feeling as though she were teetering on the precipice of immorality. 18 years of upbringing had instilled in her the belief that such behavior was wrong. Yet, these beasts were intent on tempting her. She was merely an ordinary person, not a saint. Faced with excessive temptation, she found herself vulnerable. When she envisioned becoming as liberated as those female beastmen, she shuddered at the thought of what she might become. The very notion filled her with shame. She wished to avoid such a transformation, to not cross that line, which felt akin to a point of no return. Yet, those around her could not comprehend her conservative and reserved thoughts. She lacked the fortitude to resist. Above all, she feared betraying Night Chung, who had shown her genuine care and accompanied her through her most anxious moments. As her mind spiraled with these thoughts, her tears ceased. Chiyoja began to reflect on whether he had been too forward, scaring the little female, but he had observed Night Chung behaving similarly. Why was it unacceptable for him? Night Chung, a wandering beast man, had likely been less appealing when he first approached Yanxi. If he could succeed, why could he not? He reassured himself that he would exercise greater caution and attentiveness in the future, as long as the little female continued to grant him the opportunity to draw closer. When Yanxi's turbulent thoughts finally subsided, she became aware of Chiyoja's lingering presence beside her, feeling somewhat distressed. She wished to create an alternate persona, but even her primary identity felt overwhelmed by his presence. After waiting a while longer, she realized he had no intention of departing. With a sudden surge of determination, Yanxi lifted her head abruptly, startling Chiyoja, who instinctively recoiled and plopped onto the ground. Yanxi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she quickly suppressed, "Do you not follow me?" she instructed. After she spoke, she rose and dashed out of the tent. Yiqing also wished to enter and assist Yin Xi, yet he felt it was essential for her to acclimate to Chiyoze. Thus, he refrained from going inside, though he remained vigilant about the situation within the tent. At that moment, observing her flushed face, which bore an expression of urgency, he surmised what she intended to do. Recalling her persistent disdain for the unsanitary conditions where the orcs relieve themselves, he set down his belongings and approached her. Inquiring, "Would you like me to help you find a cleaner place?" Yanxi shook her head and replied, "No, I can manage on my own." With that, she turned and ran off. Yi Chung, feeling somewhat uneasy, noticed Chiyoze emerging and contemplated, then said, "Yanxi needs to relieve herself. Perhaps you could assist her." Chiyoze paused, furrowing his brow with a hint of disdain. Observing his reaction, Yi Cheng's expression darkened as he retorted, "I would gladly go. After all, she is not one to reject my presence." With a sigh, Chiyoze conceded, "I will go." He pivoted and chased after the fleeing Yin Xi, catching up to her and lifting her in the opposite direction. "Chiyoze, what are you doing? I need to go that way," she protested, pressing her hand against her abdomen. Though the sanitation of the orc's restroom left much to be desired, she could no longer hold it. It was merely a matter of a minute or two, and she wished to make a swift return. "I'll take you to a cleaner spot. Just hold on a bit longer," Chiyoze insisted. Bounding along with her, as they jostled, Yanxi felt as though she would burst. Just as she was about to reach her limit, Chiyoze brought her to a lush riverside shaded by trees. He set her down and, revealing his claws, swiftly dug a small hole in the ground that could accommodate her. "Position yourself with your backside facing the river. The current will wash away the waste. And it won't smell," he instructed, Yanxi felt as if she might shatter from embarrassment. Could such a mortifying situation truly be spoken of? However, on the brink of a breakdown, she managed to utter, "Turn around." She then lifted her skirt and squatted down. And as the floodgates opened, all her inhibitions cascaded away. In that moment, she was exceedingly grateful that she had never found suitable materials for making undergarments. For otherwise, she would have surely soiled her pants. Chiozé rolled his eyes, about to comment on her fussiness, even in such a trivial matter, but his body obediently turned away. He then heard a sound distinct from the flowing river, a sound of release. The words he had been formulating evaporated, and a smirk crept onto his face as he realized she merely needed to urinate. However, seeing her in such distress, it was evident she had been holding it for quite some time. For the first time, the sharp-tongued Chiozé refrained from making a cutting remark. Once the sound subsided, Yanxi's voice emerged from a pit. "Chiozé, could you please go back and fetch my small bag from Yicheng? It contains soft leaves made of fiber. Have him bring that to me." After relieving herself, she discovered she still felt the urge to defecate. Her supply of tissues had been exhausted, and for larger needs. She had prepared soft leaves meant for fire starters, soaking and drying them as a substitute for toilet paper. Yet, in her haste, she had forgotten to grab them from the tent. Noticing Chiozé's prolonged silence, she lifted her gaze only to find him squatting above the pit, watching her. Yet she felt as though she might burst into flames from embarrassment. Her face reddened like a monkey's rear as she covered her face and shouted, "Go away! You're not allowed to look." Perhaps she had shouted too forcefully, as the urge to defecate surged forth uncontrollably. Everything she had consumed recently seemed to rush out at this most awkward moment, and she could barely contain herself. Yin Xi, if only there were a crack in the ground to hide in. She desperately wished for one that, after the initial release, she could not help but let out a loud fart. She felt completely petrified. Chiozé stifled his laughter, but ultimately, he could not contain himself and chuckled softly. Yet she wished for nothing more than to vanish. She stood and jumped into the river behind her, thinking no crack in the ground, but there's water. She wanted to die. No one should stop her. Chiozé was startled and leaped in after her, pulling the despairing Yanxi, who was no longer struggling against the water. "Back to safety. Let me go. I want to die," she lamented. Chiozé smirked, managing to suppress his laughter as he said, "What's the big deal about relieving yourself and passing gas? I can do that too." As he spoke, he released a loud fart in the water, sending bubbles to the surface behind him. Yanxi returned to life, using both hands to push against Chiozé, but he lifted her, allowing her to sit on his arm. "It stinks. What did you eat?" she complained, pinching her nose. Chiozé retorted, "Everything you've eaten lately, I've consumed too, and you dare complain about my fart. Your own waste isn't fragrant either." Gritting her teeth, Yanxi tugged at Chiozé's handsome face and said, "Could you please refrain from mentioning excrement and urine? It's incredibly embarrassing." Lowering his body, Chiozé submerged her backside in the water to wash it clean, stating, "After relieving yourself, you must wash, otherwise it will smell. I'll find some water plants to wipe with." Yin Xi, panicking, attempted to push him away. This beast, once he spoke, would undoubtedly follow through with his actions. Ultimately, she could not escape his strength, but neither did he succeed in his intentions, for he was thwarted by her piercing screams. Once Yanxi had washed her hands in the water and detected only the scent of the water plants, devoid of any metallic odor. She emerged. She wrung out the clothing made from the snake skin that Yi Chang had provided her. Such garments dried rapidly, and she was untroubled by the prospect of catching a chill after merely a short while. Meanwhile, Chiozé had also emerged from the water, transforming into his beast form. Utilizing his abilities, he swiftly dried the droplets from his fur, creating a large water sphere that he tossed into the river, akin to a stone plummeting into the water. Yanxi gazed in astonishment, reflecting, can abilities be employed in such a manner? Noticing her astonished expression, Chiozé approached and placed his hand on her skirt, instantly drawing out the moisture from within, leaving her garment completely dry. Yanxi swallowed hard. This was nothing short of a human dryer. During the rainy season or winter, there would be no worry about washed clothes remaining damp. Chiozé smiled and embraced her, drawing his hand across the back of her garment, extracting the remaining moisture, which he then manipulated to glide across her skin like silk ribbons. Am I not impressive? Accept me as your beast husband, and I can assist you in many tasks, he purred enticingly. Yanxi looked up at the sunlit, roguishly handsome Qiuzhe. Indeed, he was striking, but she resolutely resisted temptation. Clinging to the last vestiges of her dignity, she replied, "We've been gone long enough. Yi Cheng must be worried." Qiuzhe dismissed her concern, chasing after Yin. He won tea worry. I brought you out. You've seen how practical my abilities are, and you know I'm a red-gifted white tiger orc. I pondered, given how useful and dashing I am. I shouldn't be rejected by you. Provide me a reason. Tell me why you refuse me. And she cast him a glance and replied, I cannot bear male orc offspring. You know this, don't you? Qiuzhe countered. Then I'll say I don't want any offspring either. What do your father and clan think? He paused, realizing his father was still unaware of the situation. He dared not let his father know, as merely being labeled a little female servant was already embarrassing enough. If he remained without offspring, his father would surely be furious. Yet he was the kind of person who did not intend to seek another female partner. After all, it was he who sought Yanxi first. It made no sense to abandon her simply because she could not bear young, that if he were to forsake his female partner over such a trivial matter, what would that make him? Qiuzhe, once again, the beast markings of Yanxi had manifested upon her neck. Although these markings were merely those of a master and servant, they bore no influence on her future partnerships or her progeny. Regardless, he had irrevocably decided upon Yanxi. In this lifetime, she was to be the sole female he desired. Qiuzhe grasped Yanxi's arm, halting her progress, and, in a reflexive motion, she turned and collided with his embrace. As she prepared to voice her frustration, she found herself ensnared by the earnest gaze of his eyes fixed upon her. In that moment, the words she intended to speak were swallowed back down. He leaned closer, his face inching nearer to hers, allowing her to inhale the warmth of his breath. Struggling momentarily, she realized that Qiuzhe had no intention of releasing her. She lifted her gaze to him and said, Qiuzhe, let me go. This situation threatened to erode the last vestiges of her rationality. Yet, Qiuzhe responded, for you, I have relinquished my own offspring. Therefore, Yanxi, please refrain from uttering words that urge me to depart. Would you? If a male beastman resolutely chooses a female beastman, and she rebuffs him, he may endure a lifetime of solitude. Furthermore, I am still your servant. A servant cannot abandon their master for eternity, having encountered such a splendid female. It would be exceedingly difficult for me to find another as radiant as you. A life of solitude is no jest. His lips drew ever closer to Yanxi's, and, as he uttered his final word, his soft lips gently brushed against hers. Their connection was fleeting, yet his resolute choice glimmered in his eyes. Yanxi found herself unable to meet his gaze, her eyes evasive. She feared disappointing him, as well as Night Cheng. Observing her silence and lack of rebuttal, Qiuzhe felt no discernible displeasure and leaned down once more to deepen the kiss. Yanxi felt his breath intertwining with hers, compelled by an unknown instinct. She closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at the gathering of beastmen below the hillside, Night Cheng watched the pair locked in a passionate embrace, his fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly, yet he ultimately refrained from interrupting them. On her way back, Yanxi was consumed by regret, lamenting how she had lost her senses. She pushed Qiuzhe away when he kissed her. Now, she felt guilty towards Night Cheng, while simultaneously grappling with how to confront Qiuzhe. Upon encountering Night Cheng, she noticed that he had already tidied up their stall and moved their belongings into the tent. A wave of shame washed over her. She rushed forward and embraced Night Cheng from behind. She felt remorseful towards him, recognizing herself as a sinner for allowing another to kiss her. Most importantly, she had not resisted that beast. She considered herself a great sinner. Night Cheng had long since heard Yanxi's footsteps. He too wished to see how she would handle the situation. Ultimately, he found her response satisfactory. Regardless of how many beast husbands she had, it pleased him that she still considered his feelings upon her return. He turned to face the petite figure in his arms, lowering his gaze to her. Yanxi's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked up at him, guilt-ridden, noticing a slight injury at the corner of her mouth, swollen and red from Qiuzhe's kiss. Night Cheng narrowed his eyes. Yanxi shivered instinctively in his embrace, immediately sensing his anger. She tightened her grip around his waist, whispering, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She vowed to resist temptation and not succumb to Chioza's allure in the future. Knight Chung felt a pang of compassion for the contrite Yin Xi, but his ire was directed not at her, but at Chioza for injuring her. He lifted his gaze to Chioza, who wore a grin that nearly reached his ears. Knight Chung raised his hand and, with a swift motion, struck Chioza squarely across the face. Chioza staggered back several paces before regaining his footing, his temper flaring as he glared at Knight Chung, demanding, "What gives you the right to strike me? You were the one who invited me to accompany her. You should have known that if I went with her, I would inevitably act. You cannot bear to see her close to another male beastman. Yet I have already resolved to become her husband. What gives you the authority to treat me this way?" Chioza's anger was genuine. It was clear that Knight Chung had tacitly approved of their situation. Why would he not take action regarding his own female? Knight Chung regarded him coldly, while Yanxi in his arms flinched at the growing tension. She had rarely witnessed Knight Cheng's fury, but since Chioza's arrival, such instances had become ever more frequent. She tightened her embrace around his waist, feeling both fear and dependence on this side of Knight Chung. The surrounding beastmen began to glance their way, including those from the Yang sheep tribe like Ainin and Yao Jun, apprehensive that a confrontation might ensue. Sensing the tightening grip of Yanxi around him, Knight Chung suppressed his ire and addressed Chioza. "You have harmed her." Chioza paused, his anger dissipating in an instant. He hurried forward to pull Yanxi from Knight Cheng's embrace, inspecting her closely and ultimately discovering the small injury at her mouth. Frowning, he leaned down and gently blew on the wound, asking, "Does it hurt? I was too forceful earlier. I didn't realize your skin was so delicate. I promise to be more careful next time." Thus, the tension of their silent battle extinguished, all due to the minor injury at Yanxi's mouth. Yanxi was taken aback by Knight Cheng's sudden shift in demeanor, as he picked her up firmly, yet placed her down gently. Still feeling somewhat uneasy about Chioza's assertiveness, she pushed him away and returned to Knight Cheng's side. Knight Chung, still harboring residual anger, pulled her into the tent. Once inside, he enveloped her in his arms, kissing her fiercely, as if to consume every trace of other male beastmen from her. He wished to cleanse her of their scent, to keep her all to himself, away from the notice of any other male beastman. Yanxi tilted her head back, willingly reciprocating. When Chioza caught a whiff of Yanxi's enticing scent once more, he burst into the tent, exclaiming, "Stop kissing her. The fragrance on Yanxi is becoming increasingly potent. Where is that green medicinal juice? She just washed herself by the river, and a significant amount of it has been washed away." As soon as Yanxi was released by Knight Chung, she heard Chioza bring up that embarrassing incident again. She shouted, "Can you please stop mentioning what happened by the river?" Her outburst startled everyone around them. However, being inside the tent, the other beastmen remained oblivious to the events unfolding within. One advantage of beastmen was that matters deemed inappropriate for public discussion were confined to the tent, and others would not pry. When Yanxi emerged from the tent once more, she had reapplied the green medicinal juice. She sat there, fuming, watching Chioza and Knight Cheng finish moving their last belongings into the tent. This tent would only be used for one more night before becoming unnecessary. However, it belonged to the ape beastman tribe, and they could not take it with them. Such a heavy beast skin tent was not particularly suitable for travel. It was far less convenient than the parachute she had used. If time permitted, she could repurpose that parachute fabric into a tent, which would be considerably larger than their current accommodation. Observing Yanxi seated idly, Ainin approached and invited her to the ape beastman tribe's altar. Yanxi, puzzled, inquired, "What is the purpose of going to the altar?" She held a deep apprehension toward the supernatural phenomena of the beast world continent, particularly the shaman who could manipulate her emotions, rendering her momentarily unconscious, a truly terrifying experience. To this day, she remained baffled by how that individual had accomplished such feats. That it was neither a drug nor true hypnosis, but a genuine fear lingered within her. Thus, she preferred to maintain a respectful distance from the altar of the ape beastman tribe. Knight Chung interjected, "Yanxi has no aptitude. She does not require the blessings of the beast god at the ape beastman tribe altar." Yanxi was further bewildered, wondering what aptitude had to do with anything. Noticing her confusion, Chioza stepped in to clarify. The blessings of the altar's beast god select a female to ascend the altar, where a tribe shaman prays, bestowing her with a special blessing. This blessing is random. It could elevate her aptitude by a tier or grant her something else entirely. Yanxi remained skeptical, questioning, is there really such a good fortune? Am I simply uninformed? This sounds reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. Chiozo affirmed, indeed, such altars do exist. I have only encountered two of them. Point one is from the tribe of the ape beastmen, while the other belongs to the lion beastmen. However, the altar of the lion beastmen is not as grand as that of the ape beastmen. Would you like to take a look? Yanxi exchanged a glance with Yi Cheng, ultimately shaking her head. It was better to remain cautious. Her life was at stake if Nan wished to persuade her, reminding her that such a rare opportunity only came once a year. Although there was no guarantee she would be chosen, not attending would eliminate any chance at all. Yanxi, lacking talent, thought that if she were to attend and gain the favor of the beast god, her fortunes might change. Unfortunately, Yi Cheng had already spoken, declaring, if you don't wish to go, then let us head to the river to catch fish. We can demonstrate how to prepare fish slices for everyone tonight. Given her purely human identity, it was wise for Yanxi to avoid places densely populated by beastmen, lest she attract unwanted attention. She had already drawn enough notice by selling whole medicinal herbs at the beastmen gathering. Being overly conspicuous was not advantageous. As for her desire to see the writings left by pure humans of the past, she could wait for another opportunity to encounter such relics. Upon hearing that there would be fish for dinner, Yanxi nodded eagerly. Her appetite outweighed any thoughts of divine blessings. Chioze was already balancing the largest ceramic pot they had exchanged on one hand, awaiting their departure. The three of them, one human and two beastmen, strolled harmoniously towards the riverbank. Xiaojin watched the retreating figures of the three, contemplating before turning to head in another direction. Meanwhile, Yanxi and her companions had not ventured far before encountering the ape beastmen clearing debris from a building that had collapsed days prior due to a section of the wall being pried away by Yi Cheng. They intended to clear the area for the newly joined stray beastmen to reside in. Upon hearing this, Yanxi immediately grasped Yi Cheng's arm. She wished to examine the cleared debris for anything salvageable. Even if it was unusable, she desired to keep something as a memento. Understanding her intent, Yi Cheng approached the ape beastmen to inquire where they disposed of their refuse. The trio first made their way to the designated dumping site. Yi Cheng instructed Chioze, keep an eye out, and alert us if any beastmen approach. Chioze, unaware of their intentions, merely nodded in agreement. That why Yi Cheng carefully rummaged through the refuse with Yanxi perched in his arms. Among the heap, Yanxi discovered a crumbling diesel generator and claimed it. She also found a dusty mirror embedded in a wall, which she retrieved, along with a dozen plastic water containers. These plastic items, being the most difficult to degrade, surprisingly remained intact after all this time. Yanxi stowed them away in her dark soil space. Additionally, she came across some poorly preserved redwood tables and chairs. After tapping them, she found them to be relatively sturdy and took them as well. With some time and effort devoted to restoration, these items could hold some utility. She also stumbled upon some dusty iron fitness equipment, now rendered mere antiques. Not daring to move them, she swept her hand across these items and collected them into her dark soil space. Furthermore, she uncovered 3 diesel generators, clearly beyond repair, yet this did not deter Yanxi from scavenging through the detritus. Yi Cheng inquired, shall we continue searching? Yanxi, resting on his arm, shook her head. Her gaze swept over the remnants of the ruins. She pondered the mysterious demise of the previous human civilization. What calamity had befallen this planet? One thing was certain. This world had undoubtedly experienced unimaginably catastrophic events. Perhaps it was the Third World War or an alien invasion. A once glorious civilization had vanished in mere centuries. How had beings like Yi Cheng, half human, half beast, come into existence? No one could provide a satisfactory explanation. The traces of humanity had all but eroded with time. This collapsed building led Yanxi to speculate that it had been constructed at least 500 years prior. As the steel supporting the structure had corroded into dust, she knew that steel typically took around 500 years to degrade. What could have transpired on this planet 500 years ago? It was almost comical how the modern civilization and advanced technology that had once been sources of pride, along with the entirety of human culture preserved on paper and cloud storage, had disintegrated into nothingness in just a few centuries. What had once seemed foolish, the preservation of civilization through stone carvings, now felt like a harsh truth, as the remnants of human existence had dwindled to a mere whisper within a few hundred years. Thousands of years ago, humanity's ancestors had paid a steep price to emerge from the multitude of species, allowing humankind to ascend to the pinnacle of the planet's biological hierarchy. Yet within a few centuries post-industrial revolution, they had ravaged the very planet that sustained them. Perhaps humanity had indeed erred. They had failed to grasp a fundamental truth. The planet would flourish without humanity. Conversely, humanity, having forsaken their home, was destined for ruin. From what Yin Xi currently observed, she felt she could piece together the fate of humanity in this place. The only aspect that eluded explanation was the existence of beings like Yi Cheng. Were they products of advanced technology or biological experimentation? Had humanity lost control of them, only to be ultimately overthrown? Such questions remained shrouded in mystery. As Yin Xi contemplated these matters, Qiu Zhe issued a warning. Yi Cheng turned to Yin Xi and said, "Someone is approaching. We must leave immediately." He then leapt with Yin Xi in his arms, rejoining Qiu Zhe as they hurriedly departed the area out on their way to the riverbank. Yin Xi continued to reflect, while the two men refrained from interrupting her thoughts. Upon reaching the river, Yi Cheng set Yin Xi down, prompting her to realize they had arrived. Gazing at the rushing waters, she inhaled deeply. Regardless of what had transpired in previous human civilizations, it held no bearing on her current situation. Her own survival took precedence, and she had no desire to excavate the remnants of humanity's past. In fact, her interest in the writings left behind on the Beast World continent had diminished, as she recognized that whether she sought them out or not, they would not impact her present life. Thus, it was best to focus on her own existence. Recalling the fish that had weighed around 10 kilograms, she realized that with so many beastmen around, she would scarcely get a few bites before it was all gone. Tonight, the number of beastmen eager to sample their fish would likely increase, and given that the beastmen of the beast world generally had hearty appetites, they needed to catch more fish. Qiu Zhe filled the large ceramic pot halfway with water and set on the shore, preparing to enter the river for fishing. Yin Xi called out to him, "Catching them one by one is too tedious. Let us create a fishing net. We can catch many fish at once." A fishing net? The two male beastmen from the beast world had never heard of such a thing. However, under Yin Xi's guidance, the capable beastmen set about searching for vines. Meanwhile, Yin Xi contemplated crafting a fishing rod, although it might not be as effective as a net. Fishing was about the patience to wait for the catch and the joy of reeling in the fish. Remembering the last fish that had been half her height, she selected a sizable tree branch with sharp barbs. This branch would be challenging for her small hands to manipulate, so she called upon Yi Cheng to assist her in shaping it into the desired form, while she found a straight stick to serve as the rod. As for the fishing line, they could use the vines they had collected. Testing the durability of the vines, she found them to be quite resilient and unlikely to snap under the weight of fish. Following the image of a fishing rod in her mind, she fashioned her own rod. With the rod complete, the next task was to determine what to use as bait, upon encountering an assortment of unknown wild fruits along the roadside. Yin Xi recalled that Yi Cheng had mentioned these fruits were edible, growing close to the ground. They referred to them as ground fruits. This particular patch was abundant in ground fruits, though they had been trampled by the orcs who had passed by earlier. At this moment, she picked one of the ground fruits, skewered it onto her fishing bait, and hoisted her sizable fishing rod, preparing to head to the riverbank. Over yonder, Qiu Zhe and Yi Cheng had already gathered quite a number of vines. Yin Xi set down her fishing rod and began to explain to them how to construct a fishing net. Leaving the rest for them to figure out on their own, she continued her trek towards the river, her heart fluttering with both anticipation and trepidation. With less than graceful form, she cast the bait into the water. She thought to herself, "Forget about the form. If I can catch a fish, the manner in which I do it matters not." 10 seconds passed, then 30, yet still no fish had taken the bait. She pouted inwardly, thinking, as expected, my haphazard attempts yield no catch. Turning her gaze towards the two men crafting the fishing net, she nodded to herself and muttered, "The male orcs of the beast world truly possess remarkable manual skills." In less than a minute since she had cast her bait, they had already woven a fishing net with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. As she marveled at their efficiency, her body was suddenly yanked forward by the fishing rod. Unprepared, Yanxi quickly turned and gripped the rod tightly. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "There's a fish! There's a fish! It's on hook! Come help me!" The two orcs, noticing her being dragged towards the river, swiftly dashed to her side, each grabbing hold of the fishing rod. That Yanxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged, "There's a fish! Hurry, pull it up!" The three of them held the rod together. The two male orcs exchanged glances and, with a coordinated effort, pulled back. With a sharp crack, the rod snapped in two under the strain. As the broken rod threatened to be dragged away by the fish, Yanxi cried out in panic, "It's getting away! It's getting away!" Qiuzhe activated his ability, attempting to encircle the fish with water, while Yicheng swiftly encased the broken rod in ice and pulled it back with force. A fish, towering to the height of a person, was pulled onto the shore, flopping about. Yanxi leaped in joy at the sight of such a large fish. "What a magnificent catch! I reeled it in. Did you all see? This is my fish." Yi Cheng withdrew his power, and Qiuzhe straightened up, remarking, "Impressive. I never expected a female to catch a spiny beast, though your strength is somewhat lacking, and you nearly got pulled into the river by that creature." Yanxi shot him a glare, thinking it unfortunate that he couldn't compliment her properly, and chose to ignore him. She turned to Yi Cheng, who affectionately tousled her hair, and said, She, you are remarkable. You continue to improve." Hearing such praise from Yi Cheng made Yanxi's eyes squint with happiness. However, he continued, "The spiny beast is quite powerful. We'll catch the rest using the fishing net, and you can stay by the riverbank." Understanding her own limitations, Yanxi nodded. Today, catching such a sizable fish was already enough to boast about for quite some time. The remainder was entrusted to Yi Cheng and Qiuzhe. Qiuzhe had already tossed the fish Yanxi had caught into a large earthen jar. Upon encountering water, the fish thrashed about, splashing water everywhere, but could not escape, eventually settling down. Yanxi refrained from further attempts at fishing, instead observing the two men as they wove the fishing net to a length of 20 meters and a width of 5 to 6 meters before halting. The two men each grabbed an end of the net and waded into the river. Yanxi stood by the bank, eagerly anticipating how many fish they would catch in this net, as they pulled the net apart. Their bodies were jolted by a sudden impact. They understood that fish had indeed entered the net. However, they did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, they waited a moment longer, watching as the splashes in the water grew more vigorous. Yi Cheng shouted, "Pull!" Simultaneously, the two exerted their strength, dragging the net towards the shore. Yanxi watched as water gushed from the net, which was only partially revealed. When nearly half of the net broke the surface, Yanxi could see the fish thrashing within. She jumped up and down, exclaiming in excitement, "So many fish! We've caught so many fish!" The two male orcs strained to haul the net onto the shore. Once they had dragged it to a distance where the fish could no longer flop back into the river, they released it. With a loud splash, the net fully opened, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors. White, red, black, fish of every hue. The smallest were at least half her height, while the largest were as tall as two of her combined. The haul was so plentiful that even the large earthen jar they had brought could not contain it all. Yanxi frowned, saying, "There are too many fish. Our jar cannot hold them all." Why, Yi Cheng replied, "If it won't fit, we should process the fish here first." However, was it the aim to teach the orcs how to handle the fish? Due to the numerous spines, the orcs were reluctant to eat them, and they needed to learn how to deal with the spines. Qiuzhe suggested, "Let us keep one or two for later and handle the rest now. This way, our jar will only contain fish meat, and it should fit." Yanxi sighed, "1 jar of fish fillets. I hope it's enough for dinner tonight, but with so many fish, it might take us a while to process them." Qiuzhe scratched his head and said, "How about I go back and fetch a few more members of the White Tiger tribe to help?" Yi Cheng remained silent, already getting to work. He pulled the fish Yanxi had caught from the jar, discarding the water and cleaning it in preparation for storing the fish meat. He swiftly scaled one fish, then made a delicate incision in its belly, opening it up to remove the entrails, which he intended to toss into the river. Yanxi quickly interjected, Wait! The entrails can also be eaten, and the swim bladder can be used for medicine. The fish liver could be rendered into oil for fish liver oil." Qiuzhe approached, observing Yanxi's reluctance to discard even the entrails, and remarked, "If we're keeping the entrails, how long will it take us to process the fish?" Yanxi looked at him with pleading eyes, saying, I want these things. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, she felt compelled to collect any medicinal material she encountered. Qiuzhe was taken aback by her expression and chuckled. All right, you can have whatever you want. Yanxi beamed with delight, glancing around before mimicking the action of retrieving items from the large jar, producing two smaller jars from her spatial storage and placing them beside Yi Cheng, instructing him to place the cleaned entrails into one of them. She intended to keep the swim bladder and liver for her own use. The remaining cleaned entrails could be enjoyed in a hot pot for dinner. As Qiuzhe noticed, Yi Cheng had already filleted a fish and tossed the meat into the large jar during their conversation. He held up the fish bones and head, asking, Where should I put these? Yanxi glanced around again, pretending to rummage through the large jar, and produced a slightly larger jar from her spatial storage. She found herself unable to lift it, and just as she was about to call for assistance, a hand appeared behind her that Yi Cheng pressed against her back, retrieving the jar from her grasp. Yanxi turned her head to see Yi Cheng, his muscles taut with effort, and for a moment, her heart raced with affection as she stood on tiptoe, longing to plant a kiss on his cheek. However, he was too tall, and even on her toes, she could not reach his face. Yi Cheng paused. Noticing her frustration as she lowered her head, he smirked and leaned down, softly saying, Hurry and kiss me. I have work to do. Yanxi looked up, her eyes crinkling with joy as she quickly placed a kiss on his cheek, akin to a child who had just stolen a sweet treat. Yi Cheng's gaze was filled with tenderness. Meanwhile, Qiuzhe, having completed the preparation of a fish, turned to see the two lost in each other's eyes, their expressions almost intertwining. He complained, Yi Cheng, it took you so long to grab a jar. If you're feeling weak, just say so. I can help. Yi Cheng straightened up, carrying the jar towards him, and replied coolly, Get lost. Qiuzhe, unfazed, winked at Yanxi and said, Yanxi, I finished a fish here too. Pick out what you need. Yanxi nodded slightly and approached. This area was filled with their cheerful laughter and joyous voices. After a while of handling their tasks, the three of them became engrossed in their work and ceased their conversation. While they remained silent, other orcs had much to say. That a group of male and female orcs came running towards them. From a distance, it appeared that a dozen or so male orcs were pursuing two female orcs in a courtship display. Yin Xi, witnessing the grand courtship scene of the Beast World continent, felt her eyes sparkle as she whispered, Look, it's a grand courtship event. Qiuzhe asked curiously, Why are you so eager to see that? Yin Xi playfully slapped his head and replied, Focus on working. Less talking. Yi Cheng merely cast a brief glance in that direction before returning to his task. Although Qiuzhe had been struck, he was not angry and continued with the fish preparation. His claws were capable of handling heavy work, but filleting fish was beyond him, especially since he couldn't achieve the thin, precise cuts that Yi Cheng could. After filleting a few fish, he ceased and instead focused on scaling and gutting them. Cleaning the insides and discarding them into the ceramic jar Yanxi wanted, he then removed the fish heads and bones, leaving the flesh for Yi Cheng to slice. This approach indeed proved to be more efficient, eliminating the need for him to call for help later. Yanxi collected fish bladders and livers into a jar while glancing at the nearby courtship spectacle. There, she observed a dozen burly male orcs of varying heights and species, each bearing gifts for the two female orcs. Some were beautiful, others delectable, and some were flowers. The two female orcs appeared to belong to the ape orc tribe. The thought of the ape tribe's females reminded her of the courtship display between Emma and Yong. She noticed one of the female ape orcs accepting a gift from a male orc who was filled with delight and approached her to show off his offering. The female orc was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Yi Cheng shifted slightly, blocking her view. Yanxi, seeing Yi Cheng obstruct her line of sight, smiled awkwardly and explained, I'm simply curious about how the male orcs court in the beast world. Qiuzhe scoffed, saying, It looks to me like your eyes are practically glued to that male orc. And you dare call it mere curiosity. Yanxi turned to him, gripping his neck and shaking him vigorously. Angrily, she retorted, I'm just curious. They can court in public, so why can't I watch? Qiuzhe, caught in her grip, stubbornly replied, If you want to see, both Yi Cheng and I can show you. Just avoid looking at other male orcs too much. We wouldn't want them to think you're interested. Yanxi, she hadn't even seen much before Yi Cheng blocked her view. But instinctively, she glanced over again. She noticed the female orc who had accepted the male orc's gift returning it to him. The male orc, dejected, accepted the returned item and stood still, no longer pursuing the two females. Other male orcs, however, continued their pursuit. Yin Xi, she witnessed firsthand the scene of a male orc being rejected in his courtship attempt on the Beast World continent. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the male orc. It seemed the male orc sensed her gaze, turning to look at her, revealing a green female crouching beside two male orcs as they handled the spiny creature. Upon seeing Yanxi, the male orc hesitated momentarily before attempting to approach. However, just as he took a step, both Yi Cheng and Xioza stood up and shouted, "Leave." The powerful aura of their red talents radiated, causing the male orc to flee in fright, reverting to his beast form as he scampered away. Yanxi, watching the male orc bounce away, asked, "Was that a kangaroo?" Xioza squatted down and remarked, "I told you to stop looking at male orcs. You wouldn't want them to think you're interested, regardless of what it is. There are plenty of fish entrails in the jar. Hurry up and pick." Yanxi nodded, deciding to disregard the others. They still had many fish to process. As she selected fish bladders, she commented, "There will surely be many male orcs returning empty-handed today. Should we collect the gifts they discarded for the female orcs?" In her world, she often saw videos of people tossing their failed courtship gifts into trash bins during the Qixi festival, only to be picked up by others. Xioza shot her an incredulous look, saying, "You think those two red-talented beast husbands are just for show? If you want something, just tell us. We'll definitely get it for you." Yanxi paused, recalling the peculiar gift Xioza had given her during his pursuit. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she cleared her throat and said, "I didn't underestimate you. Never mind. Forget I said anything." She merely wished to take advantage of the situation. She didn't care for the rituals, but those items were genuinely beautiful or practical. She felt it was a pity to discard them. Yi Cheng, recalling their previous exploits at the Rabbit Orc tribe, said, "If we come across them, we'll pick up a few for you." Yanxi's eyes lit up, and she turned to him with a smile, thinking, "Yi Cheng truly understands me." Xioza, noticing the exchanged glances between her and Yi Cheng, pouted and said, "Yanxi, you're biased. Yi Cheng is your first beast husband, and I'll let him have his way. But from now on, you must also pamper me like you do him. Otherwise, I won't allow you to take on any more beast husbands." Yanxi's pupils widened in shock as she expressed her dismay. "I could be content with just Yi Cheng. If you have no business, you needn't cling to me incessantly." Xioza, infuriated, declared, "Dream on. I'm bound to you for life. There's no escaping me." Yanxi shrugged nonchalantly, thinking, "We'll see about that." Xioza, further irritated by her indifference, tossed the prepared fish to Yi Cheng. "Nitpicking, can't you be faster? There's still so many fish waiting for you to fillet." Yi Cheng, unfazed, suspended the fish slices in midair with ice, swiftly filleting the two pieces Xioza had just thrown him, and remarked, "I've finished. The slow one is you." Xioza gritted his teeth and brought over the largest fish to continue scaling. Damn it, he had just struggled with filleting fish, and now he was stuck with the least desirable task. While he was still moping, the voice of Wanjiao reached them. Upon hearing Wanjiao's voice, Yanxi stood up and saw him running towards them, clutching something. Wanjiao halted before Yanxi and said, "Yanxi, I've been looking for you for ages. I found the chili you mentioned. Is this it?" Yanxi looked at the ball-like plant in Wanjiao's arms, its surface smooth, and she felt uncertain. Just as she reached out to grab it, Xioza pulled her back, eyeing Wanjiao warily. "That wouldn't be something you're using for courtship, would it?" Wanjiao froze, noticing Yanxi's wary gaze on him. His cheeks flushed instantly as he hurriedly denied, No, I remember you said fish soup would taste better with chili. So I went looking for it. I enjoy planting, so I brought it to confirm if it's chili. This isn't for courtship. I'm not of age yet, and I'm in no rush. Besides, courtship can't be that simple. Yanxi deserves something better." Xioza pondered for a moment, releasing his grip on Yanxi. "You make a valid point." With that, he resumed squatting to prepare the fish. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng shot a discreet glance at Wanjiao, ultimately refraining from stopping Yanxi from taking the plant from him. This was something Yanxi had been seeking, and since she liked it, he would allow her to keep it. Later, he could offer other items to Wanjiao in exchange. However, he would never admit that Wanjiao could take his little female away with just a small chili. Wanjiao, sensing the oppressive auras lift from him, let out a sigh of relief. He indeed intended to use the chili to court Yin Xi. However, the male orc beside her was so formidable that he did not even dare to acknowledge his feelings. Nevertheless, he found great satisfaction in providing the things that the female he cherished desired. Yanxi held a green, round plant the size of a ping-pong ball, inhaled its scent for confirmation, pinched a bit and tasted it. A sharp, spicy flavor erupted in her mouth. It was quite hot. Yanxi joyfully nodded at Yaojiao, exclaiming, "This is chili. Where did you find it? Is there more? Ideally, we could find the plant and cultivate it ourselves, so we would have this seasoning in the future." Upon hearing her confirm it was chili, Yaojiao shyly replied, "I traded with another orc for it. I was certain it was chili and wanted to check with you first. Since you say it is, I'll give these to you. And I'll go find that orc to see if there are any plants available, then I'll trade for all the remaining chilies." Yanxi eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry back with more. The items for trading chilies will count as ours." Yaojiao turned and waved his hand, not responding to her words, and dashed off. Yanxi, clutching 7 or 8 chili pods, pretended to wash them in water, but in reality, she stored them all in the black earth space. Chioza inquired, "Can you directly plant that in the black earth space?" Yanxi shook her head uncertainly. "This is green. Green chilies are unripe, and the seeds inside may not have matured if they are not mature. They won't sprout. Yet, any plant tossed into your black earth space, no matter how wilted, can be revived with a bit of well water, right? The last garlic bulb and the potatoes and ginger you mentioned. Even just a single piece could grow." Chioza recalled the garlic bulb vividly, as he rather enjoyed its flavor. Yanxi explained, "Garlic can indeed be grown from a bulb, planted in the soil with some water, and it will thrive. The same goes for potatoes and ginger. Can't this chili work?" Chioza, though uninterested in planting, asked a few more questions because Yanxi was keen on it. Yanxi shook her head. "I'm not sure. We'll have to try planting it later. If it doesn't work, we'll have to wait for Yaojiao to see if he can find seeds or plants for us. If there are seeds and plants, I can definitely grow them." Chioza grimaced. He was quite displeased that other male orcs were fetching items for their little females. That why Yi Cheng felt similarly. However, each had their own expertise. He was not adept at planting, and he had trouble gathering medicinal herbs for Yin Xi, often inadvertently breaking the ginseng she had her eye on. Thus they might indeed have to rely on that horned sheep orc for seeds and plants. Those orcs without combat prowess were indeed more adept at foraging than the battle-ready male orcs. When the three, reeking of fish, returned to the gathering area, the scene had transformed dramatically. The previously bustling marketplace was now cleared of numerous stalls. Creating a spacious area, in the very center was a towering pile of firewood, reaching about 10 meters high, with orcs continuously adding more logs. Since it was still light out, the pile was still being built up. It was likely that they would ignite it once darkness fell. Yanxi had never seen such a towering bonfire and felt a surge of anticipation. Surrounding the bonfire was a circle of food prepared by various orc tribes for the evening feast. As Yanxi and the others returned, Anan waved to them, saying, "Yanxi, we've prepared the firewood you'll need for cooking." The trio paused, as if they had indeed forgotten to gather firewood. Today's pot of fish and meat was substantial, requiring an ample amount of firewood. Yanxi was immensely grateful to Anan for considering this. Approaching, Anan frowned and covered her mouth and nose, saying, "The smell on you is overwhelming. Did you fall into the den of the spiny beasts?" Yanxi sniffed at her fishy scent and laughed. "We processed a huge pot of fish today. It should be enough for everyone." Anan, who had enjoyed the last time they had fish slices, lamented that there hadn't been enough to satisfy her. Now, seeing that Yanxi and her companions had prepared so much fish, she hurriedly said, "Our stall only serves roasted meat, so we don't need much water. All the water here is for you." Ignoring Anan's disdain, Yanxi clasped her arm, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. We were so focused on processing the fish that we didn't think about needing firewood and water." Anan waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Tonight, all food from the orc tribes is provided free of charge. I'm still waiting for your fish slices. Each tribe and stall would contribute a dish. This culinary festival-like event thrilled her. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Chioza had already set down the ingredients they had brought back, with some washing pots and others tending to the fire. The previous soup base had been crafted by Yaojiao. Although Yanxi could manage it too, She lacked the strength of the male orcs, especially with tonight's larger quantity of ingredients. She asked, "Where did Yaojiu go?" Anan casually replied, "He said he was going to find some chili. He couldn't locate the orc he traded with before, and he has been gone all afternoon." Yanxi, this little horned sheep, was quite serious about it. She thought to herself, just as Yaojiu's excited voice rang out in the distance. He came running towards Yin Xi, shouldering 2 animal hide bags, stopping before her to set them down, exclaiming, "Yin Xi, I traded for all the chilies that male orc had. Look, there are red ones and green ones." Unfortunately, he said there are no seeds or plants. Yin Xi opened the 2 animal hide bags. One contained red chilies. She picked one up, broke it open, and saw that it was filled with plump seeds. She said, "These red ones have mature seeds, so we can use them as seeds. Tonight, we'll use the green ones, and we'll keep the red ones for planting. That I'll teach you how to germinate them later." Yaojiu nodded and lifted the 2 animal hide bags, handing them to Yicheng, while he took just 1 red chili for himself. Seeing him take only one, Yanxi called out, "Yaojiu, you're the one who sought Ed the soup base for the fish slices last time. If you have time, could you come help stir it again?" Yaojiu, his fatigue from running all afternoon vanished in an instant upon hearing Yanxi's request, eagerly nodded, "Sure. I'll set the chilies down and come right over." Yicheng, seeing Yanxi had already asked Yaojiu to help with the soup base, had no choice but to assign the stirring task to Yaojiu while he went to wash the other ingredients needed for the soup, such as chilies, ginger, water celery, and scallions. Preparing these ingredients would also take considerable time. With Yanxi's black earth space enabling rapid planting, the scallions and ginger thrived splendidly, though not in abundance. However, tonight's fish dish had enough seasoning. While Yaojiu stirred the soup base, he said to Yanxi, "Tonight, all the orc tribe's food is free. Once we finish here, let us go sample the dishes prepared by other orcs and see if they have any seasonings you want. If you find something delicious, ask if they have any extra for trade, and we can bring those seasonings back to plant, allowing us to enjoy even more delicious flavors." Yanxi was astonished by how quickly Yaojiu was thinking about food. She gave him a thumbs up, saying, "I must go and see if I can trade for more seasonings to plant." Yaojiu appreciated her use of wheat. He smiled and nodded, returning to his task without further words. Once the fish bones were sought to perfection, they awaited the seasonings from Yicheng to be added to the clay pot. The sizzling sound erupted as Yaojiu quickly stirred. Soon, the pungent aroma of chilies filled the air. All the orcs near the pot began sneezing, including Yanxi. Chioza, unable to tolerate the scent, remarked, "I ascend about time. Pour in the water." Yaojiu nodded. "Then let us add the water." As the water was poured in, the overwhelming odor diminished significantly, but several orcs continued to sneeze. That why Yicheng retrieved a large pot lid and covered it. Yaojiu turned to Yanxi, asking, "Should we make a non-spicy version? This flavor might not be acceptable to all orcs." Yanxi pondered for a moment and then nodded. When Yicheng heard their conversation, he went into the tent to wait for Yanxi to arrive. Outside, they had placed only 2 large earthenware pots. One was currently simmering soup, while the other was the one Yanxi had taken into the tent for bathing. Naturally, the pot she needed for bathing could not be used for cooking food. Therefore, she would inevitably retrieve another large one from the black soil space that, of course, to outsiders, it appeared as if they had taken it from the tent. As Yanxi entered the tent, she found Yicheng already waiting for her. With a smile, she approached him and wrapped her arms around his waist, saying, "How did you know I was coming in?" Yicheng lowered his head and placed a kiss on her lips. Replying, "I'm the worm in your belly." Yanxi's eyes sparkled with laughter as she retrieved another large earthenware pot from the black soil space. They had exchanged many pots, both large and small. Totaling around 20 or 30, they had also swapped 5 or 6 of these large ones, which allowed them to casually take one out for use. Chiose had also heard their conversation and had already started a fire nearby. Constructing a stove, he was just waiting for Yicheng to clean the large pot and place it over the fire. Yao Yin continued to stir the next pot of non-spicy soup base. Having sought it twice already, he was now quite adept at preparing the soup base in the large pot. As the wooden spatula flew through the air, his arm muscles bulged. Yanxi playfully poked his biceps and remarked, "Yao Yin, you actually have muscles. Aren't you still underage?" Startled by her poke, Yao Yin nearly dropped the spatula. He quickly gripped it tighter, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside, while the white fur on him gradually took on a pink hue. Yanxi found this amusing and wanted to touch his color-changing fur, but she was swiftly pulled away by Qiuzhe, who exclaimed, "Oh no, Yanxi, I think I've pricked my hand on a thorn. Could you take a look?" Yao Yin cast a slight glare at Qiuzhe, but upon meeting his gaze, he froze, ultimately choosing to remain silent and continue stirring his soup base. When he gestured for Yi Cheng to add the seasonings to the pot, Yi Cheng leaned in and said, "You are too weak." Yao Yin felt as though he had been placed under a spell, unable to move. Qiuzhe, ever eager for mischief, urged, "Hurry up and stir. Otherwise, the soup base will burn." Snapping back to reality, Yao Yin quickly resumed his actions. Once the soup base was nearly ready, he silently stepped back to allow Yi Cheng to add water. Both pots of soup base were complete. All that remained was to stoke the fire, and once the soup boiled, they could add the fish and meat to eat. The ingredients from the other stalls were also nearly prepared. Egg tea that moment. A beastman shouted, "Light the bonfire." The firewood pile was quite tall, so they lit several points around it. As the flames caught and spread through the woodpile, the air was filled with the thunderous cheers of the beastmen at the gathering. On the Beast World continent, there was no gasoline. Some of the firewood was a bit damp and did not ignite immediately. However, the beastmen had discovered flammable substances like pine oil, so the firewood ignited with fair speed. As the flames danced around, the entire gathering area was illuminated as if it were daylight. Seeing the bonfire ablaze stirred an inexplicable excitement within Yanxi. She had never witnessed such a large gathering in her previous life. Everyone's gaze turned to the bonfire, as if looking upon the light of their hearts. And for Yi Cheng, that light was Yanxi, the female from another world. After the bonfire was lit, everyone returned to their own tasks. Yao Yin took a moment to gather his courage and invited Yanxi. "Yanxi, shall we go try some food from other tribes? If we find something delicious, we can trade for more seasonings." Upon hearing the word seasonings, Yanxi eagerly nodded. She turned to Yi Cheng and Qiuzhe, saying, "I'll go with Yao Yin to try some food from others. We'll be back shortly." With that, she walked outside with Yao Yin. Yi Cheng exchanged a glance with Qiuzhe, who then stood up and cheerfully said, "Yanxi, wait for me. I'm coming too." Seeing Qiuzhe catch up, Yao Yin felt a sense of resignation. He knew their opportunity for a private moment was lost. After wandering around, they indeed found two familiar ingredients, star anise and yellow soybean. They also discovered a vegetable that tasted remarkably like cabbage, along with some seeds. Yanxi traded bone coins for these ingredients and returned to their stall, where a circle of beastmen had gathered. They were watching Yi Cheng handle the spiny beast. Upon seeing Yanxi and the others carrying numerous items, one beastman asked, "Yanxi, Yi Cheng mentioned you used several seasonings for that soup base. Could you spare some for us? We'd like to see if we can grow it ourselves." Yanxi promptly nodded, saying, Of course. Diverse culinary experiences require collective wisdom." She eagerly anticipated the next beastman gathering, hoping that everyone would bring forth more delightful dishes to share. She handed dozens of seasoning packets to the beastmen, stating, "This year, everyone should also look for food materials or seeds of edible plants in familiar territories. When next year's Beastman gathering comes, bring these seeds to trade with me. I will cultivate them and distribute more seeds to everyone, so that all can enjoy more delicious food." The crowd was eager to establish a good rapport with Yanxi, the wandering healer, and they all readily agreed that it was a simple task to collect a few plant seeds, and they were naturally willing. After watching Yi Cheng handle the spiny beast, the beastmen filled their containers with some of the cooked fish slices from their stall before departing. Those who tasted their fish all nodded in agreement, claiming it was possibly the most distinctive and delicious dish at the gathering. Having garnered unanimous praise for their fish slices, Yanxi and her companions were awarded a mysterious gift from the ape beastman tribe. Yanxi looked around at the prize, which turned out to be a lion's head sculpture that shimmered with a bright red HUE.UM. This item seemed even less practical than the pile of junk she had collected from the ape beastman tribe. She wondered if it could be planted. Perhaps she could try growing it in the black soil space to see if it would thrive. The cautious demeanor of the person who gifted her the 2 walnuts made Yanxi want to laugh. But she ultimately held it back. Yi Cheng, not understanding the situation, also regarded the item as precious and suggested she keep it for now, promising they would study it together later. Yanxi longed to tell him that these were merely 2 walnuts, and she sensed that the ape beastmen presented these to deceive those who were less knowledgeable. With so many people around, it was not the time for explanations, so she decided to put the 2 walnuts away. As the bonfire feast continued, everyone indulged in food and drink before moving on to entertainment. The bonfire gatherings in the beast world also feature performances. Male beastmen showcase their strength through direct combat, while the female beastmen were more vibrant and passionate, with some even dancing. Though not particularly graceful, it was still a lively segment that a female named Ainen transformed into her beast form to perform a dance. Though it possessed an indescribable charm, Yanxi found herself captivated. The graceful movements of the horned sheep beast were simply stunning. When she lightly touched the ground with her 4 legs, Yanxi felt as if she were witnessing the elegant dance of a swan. After the dance, Ainen shyly exited the stage, her 2 beast husbands looking on with immense pride. They seemed eager to tell all the beastmen that she was their female. Ainen bashfully approached Yanxi and sat down beside her. Smiling widely, clearly filled with joy, Yanxi added more firewood to their bonfire, where a pot was simmering, extracting oil from the fish liver she had collected earlier. The fresh fish livers needed to be processed quickly to avoid spoilage. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Noticing Ainen's return, she turned to her and asked, "What kind of dance was that?" "It was so beautiful." Ainen chuckled. "Is it truly captivating?" "In truth, I only know a little of this dance, while Yaoqin is proficient in it entirely." "Can male orcs also dance?" Yanxi asked in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Yaoqin, who was looking back at her. Upon meeting her gaze, his face flushed, and his entire fur turned a delicate shade of pink. Yanxi thought to herself, "Yaoqin is far too easily embarrassed. Whenever he blushes, his white fur transforms into a lovely pink hue. I find that color utterly charming." Ainen explained to Yanxi, "This is the courtship dance of the horned sheep tribe. Generally, females do not need to learn it. However, for male orcs, it is essential to master it, and they must excel at it. Many male orcs from our tribe win the affection of female orcs solely through this dance, thus gaining acceptance despite our lack of combat prowess. It truly is beautiful and graceful." Yanxi prays sincerely that I wish to witness the entire performance. Yet, I am aware that this is a courtship dance exclusive to the horned sheep tribe. No matter how curious I am, I cannot ask Yaoqin to perform it for me. Ainen leaned closer to Yanxi, asking, "Yanxi, would you like to take the stage and showcase a performance?" Yanxi hurriedly shook her head, saying, "I shall pass. My singing is dreadful. My limbs are uncoordinated, and I possess no skills whatsoever. I would rather not embarrass myself in front of so many orcs." As the performances dwindled, they transitioned into the talent recruitment segment, akin to a job fair in the modern world. Powerful orcs are highly sought after, much like Yi Cheng. Although he already has a female companion, her tribe lacks stability. If they were to join a tribe, it would significantly enhance its combat strength. Thus, the first to approach Yi Cheng for recruitment was the host of this orc gathering, the Ape Beast tribe, despite the incident involving Yonghe and the old shaman's demise. That knowledge remained confined within the Ape Beast tribe, with few others aware of it. Even if they were informed, they would spare the tribe's dignity by refraining from mentioning it publicly. Yet, Yi Cheng declined the invitation from the Ape Beast tribe's chief. The reason was known to the 3 of them, but the chief was unaware. He offered Yi Cheng numerous privileges, but Yi Cheng remained unmoved, ultimately leaving with a sigh. He had extended all his goodwill. Yet this wandering orc was still unwilling. There was nothing more he could do to it. Could be said that no other tribe could offer better conditions than he had. The White Tiger tribe arrived alongside the Lion Orc tribe. The White Tiger tribe were familiar faces to Yanxi and her companions. However, upon encountering their rivals, they couldn't resist throwing jabs at each other. Xiongyu engaged with Yi Cheng and Yanxi, attempting to bond, especially since their Chioza was a servant to the little female. Regardless of whether their younger brother could become the mate of the little female, they were still family. Familiarity among family makes negotiations smoother. Among the Lion Orc tribe was the Lion Orc named Yin Xi, whom they had encountered previously, accompanied by a taciturn young Lion Orc who barely lifted his eyelids. In front of them stood a robust Lion Orc, presumably the chief of the Lion Orc tribe. The chief, Shan Shi, arrived and noticed the rapport between the White Tiger tribe and the talented Wandering Orc. He felt entirely at a disadvantage, especially since the White Tiger tribe had shamelessly used the chief's son to woo the wandering orc's female, even making the exceptionally gifted White Tiger male a servant to the little female. Sean sure couldn't help but wonder if male orcs had sunk to such depths in their pursuit of females. He glanced at Yin Xi behind him and shook his head. Although Yin Xi had recently ascended to a red talent, he was too old. The little female might not be interested. Then he shifted his gaze to the silent Zhang Xiao. Feeling even more disheartened. Although young, Zhang Xiao possessed red talent and earth-based abilities, making him the strongest in the lion orc tribe. However, his utterly unremarkable personality failed to attract female orcs, and outside the tribe. He was even less appealing that he felt it was futile to rely on Zhang Xiao to charm the little female and win the heart of the talented wandering orc, lest he jeopardize his own interests. Shan Shi remained silent, waiting for the White Tiger tribe to initiate conversation with the wandering orc and the little female. Such recruitment wasn't determined by order. Otherwise, the stronger 8-beast tribe might offer even better conditions. And if the wandering orc and the little female were swayed by those advantages, they would have long since decided to join the 8-beast tribe. He was in no rush. He wanted to hear more and discern what the wandering orc truly desired. Xiongyu continued to boast about the benefits of the White Tiger tribe to Yi Cheng and Yin Xi, while Chioza remained indifferent that he was unconcerned about where they resided, as long as he could follow Yin Xi. At that moment, he was more interested in flaunting his little female to his longtime rival. Zhang Xiao. He pulled Yin Xi into his embrace and smugly addressed his silent rival. Zhang Xiao, do you see? This is my little female. I suppose you still lack a female companion. The female orcs in your tribe must avoid you like the plague. I tell you, there isn't a female orc in this world who can compare to my little female. You'll never experience such joy in your life. After finishing his boast, Chioza playfully pecked Yin Xi's face, causing her to blush like a ripe fruit. Unfortunately, her face was smeared with green juice, obscuring any visible redness. Although others couldn't see her blush, Yin Xi felt utterly mortified at such public display. She thought it only right to give Chioza some face in front of so many people. She understood that men sometimes required women to bolster their image in certain situations. However, couldn't he refrain from such antics in front of a crowd? Avoiding physical contact was one thing, but even words were off limits. She pinched his soft waist and whispered in his ear, "Do refrain from causing a scene." Chioza stiffened momentarily, then tightened his embrace around her, burying his face in her neck and theatrically lamenting, "Alas, Yin Xi, you're hurting me. There are so many orcs here. Let us save our fun for later in the tent." Yin Xi felt herself on the verge of breaking apart. What lewd words was Chioza uttering? No matter what she had or hadn't done, she would be unable to clear her name. Yi Cheng inhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly, suppressing his anger. Sitting beside him, Xiongyu noticed Yi Cheng's fury and felt a surge of worry for his younger brother. How could he dare to touch a beast's rear in front of such formidable creatures? Was he not afraid of being killed? Yi Cheng shot a warning glance at Chioza. Chioza merely pouted, having refrained from uttering anything more explicit that it was Zhang Xiao, who had been standing at the back. That finally spoke. His deep, resonant voice echoed in the night, delivering words that struck with lethal precision. "She does not yet bear your beast marks," implying that he and this little female had not yet reached that stage. All of Chioza's prior boasts were mere bluster. Chioza, not one to back down, tilted Yin Xi's chin and planted a kiss on her lips, challenging Zhang Xiao with his gaze. Before Yin Xi could protest, he enveloped the shy girl in his embrace, declaring, "I can kiss my female like this. Can you?" Yi Cheng delivered a sharp slap to Chioza's head, a gesture he had long restrained. What if other male orcs discovered Yin Xi's worth? Chioza bore no resentment towards Yi Cheng's strike. He recognized the necessity of gaining the upper hand in front of Zhang Xiao. However, he felt compelled to respond to Yi Cheng's action, saying, "I know my limits. Don't strike me so easily. I'll get angry if you do again." Yin Xi discreetly pinched his soft flesh again, whispering, "Please, don't speak." His words always seemed to invite trouble. Chioza leaned down and affectionately kissed Yin Xi's forehead, saying, "All right, I will heed my little female's wishes." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and glanced at Zhang Xiao with a teasing look, his eyes seemingly gleaming with the light of victory. However, Zhang Xiao, upon uttering those words, and witnessing Chiozha tenderly caress the small female. Once again lowered his head, he reverted to the silent, taciturn lion beastman, as if nothing could capture his attention. Shanshur observed as the small white tiger from the Baihu tribe, Xiongyu, had already exhausted his words. Yet, the red-gifted, wandering beastman from the snake tribe remained non-committal. He patted the shoulder of Aohua, the patriarch of the Baihu tribe, and with a cheerful demeanor, plopped down directly opposite Yi Cheng, extending the most generous goodwill. He stated, "Esteemed snake tribe beastman, greetings. I am Shanshur, the chieftain of the lion beastman tribe from the Guanzhong plain. Our tribe is situated in a prime location, abundant with prey and along migratory routes. Throughout the year, I can assure you that we of the Guanzhong plain need not worry about food scarcity. Moreover, we live adjacent to the Baihu tribe residing in the Guanzhong mountain range. And our two clans share a friendly bond. Chiozha and our Zhan Xiao grew up together, as close as brothers. Zhan Xiao possesses a gentle temperament, is not talkative, yet is reliable in his endeavors, showcasing remarkable combat prowess as the strongest lion beastman in our tribe. He was born with a red gift, endowed with earth-based abilities, and—" Chiozha interrupted, raising his voice. "Are you introducing your tribe or presenting Zhan Xiao as a potential mate? I absolutely will not permit Zhan Xiao to become the mate of my female. Especially considering my female possesses no gifts and cannot bear the offspring of male beastmen. The will not harbor such intentions." Upon hearing Chiozha's words, the assembly was left in shock. Aohua and Xiongyu were hearing for the first time that the small female Chiozha held was devoid of any gifts. Xiongyu swallowed hard and turned to his father. Aohua looked towards Chiozha, feeling an overwhelming frustration towards this rebellious son. After painstakingly selecting a female, it turned out she had no gifts whatsoever. The female beastman, without any gifts, implies a lack of fertility. Meaning Chiozha, with such an exceptional gift, would ultimately have no heirs to inherit his legacy. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? 300 years ago, that pure human male left no descendants. Beastmen and pure humans cannot produce offspring together. If this weren't in front of others, he would have dearly liked to chastise this son. Chiozha sensed his father's anger and felt a rare twinge of guilt, holding Yanxi, who was trembling slightly in his arms. A bit tighter, he declared, "I simply adore her and wish to be her partner. The absence of offspring is not of paramount importance, that if need be, my elder brother in Lanshu can have a cub for me. And when I grow old, that cub can care for me." Aohua pointed a finger at Chiozha, gritting his teeth, and said, ultimately, he uttered not a word more, and simply stood up to leave. He could no longer bear it. This rebellious son was beyond his control. Continuing down this path would surely shorten his own life. Xiongyu watched his father walk away in silence, feeling troubled about whether or not to continue with today's recruitment. However, upon learning that Chiozha's small female had no gifts, he cast a glance at Yanxi and Chiozha's arms and sighed, saying to his younger brother, "You must think clearly. A male beastman without offspring faces a miserable old age. You know this well." Chiozha lowered his head, resting his chin atop Yanxi's head, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand, but I still want Yanxi." Xiongyu sighed again, rising to his feet. "I shall check on father. If you wish to join the Baihu tribe, come find me." Chiozha nodded in understanding, his gaze drifting towards Yi Cheng, who, however, did not meet his eyes. Shanshur recognized that the wandering beastman's small female was devoid of gifts, equating to a lack of fertility. This posed quite the conundrum that he could not immediately think of anyone suitable to employ as a seduction. Those too powerful he could not bear to part with, while those too weak might not be appealing. After all, he did not want his tribe as few red-gifted male beastmen to face extinction. Yi Cheng, noticing the lion beastman chieftain's dilemma, remarked, "If we were to reside in your esteemed tribe, I would abide by your tribe's regulations and assist you in times of danger. However, I have several conditions." Shanshur, recognizing that Yi Cheng was the one with the ultimate say, quickly replied, "Speak, speak." Yi Cheng took a deep breath and stated, "I require a sufficiently large area for habitation, free of any lion beastmen or other beastmen nearby. Furthermore, we will not participate in your tribe as hunting, nor will we share in the spoils." Essentially meaning we will be honorary members of your tribe, but merely neighbors. You may seek my assistance in times of danger, and vice versa. Yanxi pondered this and deemed it not overly burdensome. All they needed to do was allocate a space. In return for a red-gifted, exceptionally powerful ally. It was akin to being graced by the blessings of the beast god, a windfall indeed, he quickly replied. These conditions pose no issue. However, I do ask for your assistance during the beast tide in the windy season. Rest assured, we shall take nothing from your hunts. Does this arrangement suit you? Yicheng contemplated this, then turned to glance at Yanxi, who seemed to be dozing in Qiujia's embrace, and gently inquired, Yanxi, shall we reside in the Guanzhong Plain? It is backed by mountains with expansive grasslands ahead. Water resources are abundant, and the variety of food is plentiful. I've compared several locations and selected this tribe. Do you find it agreeable? Yanxi was taken aback, not expecting someone who appeared so formidable would tenderly seek the opinion of a small female. He glanced at the verdant little female in Qiujia's arms, feeling somewhat disillusioned. He mused, could it be that this female, lacking gifts and fertility, possesses a more formidable power? If so, Yanxi rapidly organized a plan in his mind, finally directing his gaze towards the silent and still Yanxi. Ultimately, if all else failed, he might still have to resort to Yanxi for seduction. After all, with his imposing stature and perpetual silence, if he were not assigned a female, he would spend his life in solitude. His mother had been urging him to find Yanxi a female, stipulating that it need not be one capable of bearing children, but merely a companion to care for him. Though they might not have descendants, at least having a partner would suffice, providing him with a sense of closure regarding Yanxi's mother. Yanxi lifted her gaze to assess the 3 lion beastmen of the tribe. The chieftain, who had spoken the most, appeared relatively courteous and sincere, primarily making minimal demands while agreeing to a neighborly coexistence. This stood in stark contrast to the 8 beastman tribe, where the first requirement was to allocate a sufficiently large area for their habitation, which was impossible given that the 8 beastmen resided in a valley and could not afford to spare much land for Yicheng and his group. This fundamental issue was a non-starter. Given Yanxi's unique status, coupled with her pure human identity, it was imperative that no other beastmen discover her existence. Furthermore, her black earth space was a secret that could not be revealed. Both Yicheng and Qiujia were unwilling to take risks, thus necessitating a residence large enough to conceal Yanxi's secrets from the prying eyes of other beastmen. As for Yanxi, they had previously encountered him during a gathering at the 8 beastman tribe. He had kindly warned them of the dangers of a wandering beastman accompanied by a female traversing the beast world, inquiring if they wished to join their tribe, stemming from a genuine concern. Additionally, Qiujia could not help but measure his strength against Yanxi, whose golden shoulder-length hair framed a pair of golden eyes. Exuding an air of pressure when he gazed upon others, his tall, robust physique seemed naturally designed for combat, radiating a potent masculine aura. Yet his habitual lower gaze lent him a brooding demeanor, the juxtaposition of these 2 traits evoking a sense of contradiction in Yanxi. However, this was not the crux of the matter. She seemed to have noticed that while he kept his head down, his chest instinctively puffed out slightly as she scrutinized him. Yanxi turned to Yicheng and smiled. You may decide. Then she nestled once more in Qiujia's embrace, seeking a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Her time in the beast world had cultivated an early sleeping schedule within her, having accomplished a considerable amount of work today. And with the bonfire burning late into the night, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Receiving Yanxi's assurance, Yicheng nodded towards Yanxi and said, Very well, we shall join the lion beastman tribe, and we hope that the promises made by the chieftain will be honored. Yanxi, brimming with excitement, eagerly nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Our lion beastmen possess a multitude of earth-type abilities. As he spoke, he pulled Yanxi to the forefront and continued. Yanxi is the most formidable in our tribe regarding earth-type abilities. Once you arrive in our tribe, you can directly request his assistance in constructing earthen dwellings. These structures are incredibly sturdy, impervious to rain, and resilient against fierce winds. Even during the snow season, they provide excellent insulation, ensuring that your little females remain warm and untroubled by the cold. I am lending Yanxi to you free of charge. He will be at your service whenever you call. Yicheng glanced at Yanxi, who had been pushed forward and appeared somewhat stiff and uncomfortable, and nodded, "Thank you." Yanxi, still rigid, responded in a low, awkward tone. "You're welcome." As Yi Cheng and his companions confirmed their allegiance to the Lion Beastman tribe. Old Jiao Yang approached with his kin and addressed Shanshi. "Greetings, esteemed chieftain of the Lion Beastmen. We are the Beastmen of the Jiao Yang tribe, and we wish to join your noble tribe. Might there be a possibility for that?" After speaking, he brought forth his two children, stating, "My daughter is a newly adult orange-gifted female beastman with earth-type abilities. She is married to a green-gifted male ape beastman, and also has a spouse who is an orange-gifted male Jiao Yang beastman. My son was born with a green gift and carries a trace of the mythic beast's ancestral bloodline. The two eyes on his back have yet to open. Once they do, his gift will likely elevate to at least red." He continued, "Our Jiao Yang tribe has 4 adult male beastmen, 5 elderly beastmen, and 4 juvenile beastmen, 2 of whom are female with blue gifts." Old Jiao Yang shared his tribe's situation, hopeful that the Lion Beastmen would accept them. Upon hearing old Jiao Yang mention the trace of ancestral blood in his son, Shanshi's interest was piqued, and he scrutinized the beastman closely. Indeed, he spotted the 2 unopened beastly eyes on the boy's back. With a joyful smile, he proclaimed, "Our Lion Beastmen tribe warmly welcomes the Jiao Yang tribe's beastmen to join us." Noticing the close bond between Anan and the little female nestled in Xioza's arms, he inquired, "Will you also be seeking land to reside independently?" Old Jiao Yang shook his head with a smile. "That privilege belongs to the esteemed red-gifted beastmen. As we do not possess any red-gifted males, we shall naturally reside alongside the Lion Beastmen." Shanshi looked at Anan and said with enthusiasm, "Wonderful. Our tribe has many high-gifted male beastmen. Anan, you may choose several from the Jiao Yang tribe to protect you." Anan was taken aback, her smile momentarily faltering as she nodded awkwardly. Old Jiao Yang then added, "With strong male beastmen to protect Anan, I shall rest easy." The atmosphere was amicable, and events were unfolding as everyone had hoped. The chieftain of the Lion Beastmen received the outcome he desired and politely took his leave with his companions. Yin Xi emerged from Xioza's embrace, wrapping an arm around Anan, and asked, "Anan, do you also wish to join the Lion Beastmen tribe? Why didn't you mention this before?" Anan sighed, "In our Jiao Yang tribe, far too many adult male beastmen perished during the last snow season. This decision was unavoidable, but I am genuinely pleased to share a tribe with Yin Xi." Yin Xi smiled in return. "I am equally delighted to reside in the same tribe as you. You're my first friend of the same gender in this beast world." "What is a friend?" Anan inquired. "A friend is someone very dear, 2 individuals who enjoy each other's company." Yin Xi endeavored to explain simply. Anan nodded. "Yes, you're my best friend," the mythic beast observed from the back of the crowd. Watching Yin Xi seated beside his sister, feeling a surge of joy, he could follow her once again. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng cast a sidelong glance at the mythic beast, asserting that a male beastman without a red gift should not dare approach his little female. In the dark soil space that night, Yanxi filled a plastic water container salvage from the 8 beastmen's refuse with the fish liver oil they had boiled, aspiring to become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the beast world. She knew she needed to gather and prepare medicinal herbs meticulously. After sealing it tightly, she set it aside. Yanxi then attended to her grooming in the dark soil space, sharing a moment of intimacy with Yi Cheng before collapsing into a deep slumber. Yi Cheng tidied her up, then took a piece of beast hide to find Xioza. Xioza was consumed by a thirst for power. He excavated a channel at the well's mouth, allowing the water to flow out and form a small river within the space. This way, they would no longer need to water the plants manually. The water from the well would nourish all the vegetation in their domain. He had also planted garlic, ginseng, and the chili peppers that Yanxi adored, which he had not had the chance to sow previously. Ate tea that moment. Noticing Yi Cheng approaching with a piece of beast hide, he snapped irritably. "What is it? Haven't you provoked me enough?" Yi Cheng ignored his retort and stated, "Extract the scent belonging to Yanxi from this hide and mold it into a water sphere. I have a use for it." Xioza, still fuming, accepted the hide and utilized his abilities to mold Yanxi's essence into a water sphere. Tossing it to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng caught it swiftly, encasing it in ice before tossing the icy sphere back to Xioza, instructing, "Take this to Yonghe." Xioza paused, Instantly grasping Yi Cheng's intention, he clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "You want that foolish ape beastman to die." Yonha had taken the blame for killing the shaman for Yin Xi, and the best outcome would be decades of free labor for the tribe. While the worst would be death, why Yi Cheng wished to ensure that in the days ahead, Yonha would not suffer and reveal Yin Xi's secret, which would be met with severe consequences. That Yin Xi's scent was that consequence. Yi Cheng nonchalantly replied, "I merely want to provide him with a glimmer of hope to cling to during his future struggles." Xioza shook his head, now comprehending that Yi Cheng's true menace did not lie in his physical prowess, but in his cunning schemes. Such a treacherous drifter confronting his kind-hearted little female was no wonder she was rendered submissive, fearing even the slightest displeasure from Yi Cheng, dedicating her days to pleasing him. Xioza held the ice sphere and queried, "What do I gain from this?" Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by his inquiry. Such mutually beneficial arrangements required no additional incentives. Xioza pressed, "Next time I get close to Yanxi, you mustn't scowl at her, making her feel guilty, as if being near me could cost her life. And you mustn't strike me. I will take good care of her." The white Yi Cheng scoffed. "Get close to her. Have you found the right moment?" Xioza hesitated, a wave of discouragement washing over him. All he knew was that when he kissed her, she exuded a delightful fragrance. It was an enchanting scent, though faint in everyday moments. The minty essence masked it. And only when he was close could he catch a whiff of that lovely aroma. The it was precisely this that left him unsure of how to deepen his connection with Yanxi. Such a revelation would be met with disbelief from any beast, yet he did not wish to submit to Yi Cheng for guidance. Remaining resolute, he stated, "Just stay out of it. All I ask is that you agree not to display any negative emotions when I get close to Yanxi next time, nor let her sense your anger. Did you not notice how she spent the entire day trying to appease you? I am acutely aware of your significant position in her heart. However, I have entered your world, and I must progress with her. If every time she approaches me, she has to turn around and soothe you for a day or even several, how are we to live our lives? If that were the case, why did you tacitly allow me to pursue her in the first place? I understand your thoughts, but one day I will become her true partner. I do not wish to witness her perpetually anxious about your emotions, living each day in servitude to your whims. Even so, she remains his female companion, and he wishes for her to gaze upon him more often." Wai Yi Cheng was deeply affected by Xioza's words, which struck a chord with his innermost pain. That he was not oblivious to the validity of Xioza's assertions. They were indeed quite reasonable. This is the beast world continent, where the environment is liberating. The era of Yin Xi, characterized by monogamy, is long gone. What Xioza mentioned is bound to occur in the future. From Xioza's perspective, his actions are entirely justifiable. Yet some aspects are beyond his control. Having developed feelings for her, he yearns to possess her exclusively, desiring her undivided attention, wishing for her to fixate solely on him, disregarding other male beasts. How delightful. I was on the verge of despair, believing that I would never have the chance to showcase this work again. However, after heeding the advice of my seniors and making a few minor adjustments, it has surprisingly been released, bringing me immense joy. It seems as though he has tacitly accepted Xioza's pursuit of Yin Xi. He tells himself that occasionally he must let go, allowing Xioza to taste a modicum of sweetness so that they might protect Yin Xi together. Yet, when he observes that Yin Xi does not push Xioza away, something sharp pierces his heart, and he longs to shred every male beast that dares to covet his little female. Gazing into the distance with a somewhat dazed expression, he murmurs, "When you can feel this confusion and hesitation within me, you will understand the torment I currently endure." "What do you mean? I don't comprehend what you're saying." Xioza presses on. Taking a deep breath, Yi Cheng looks at him and says, "It's akin to my relationship with Yin Xi. You, a beast, stand here. What are your thoughts?" "I wish to join," Xioza replies candidly. Yi Cheng's lips twitch as he responds, "Did you not consider pushing me aside to take the lead yourself? That would be ideal, but Yanxi surely cares more for your feelings. I begrudgingly accompany you." Xioza understands that he occupies a lesser position in Yin Xi's heart compared to Yi Cheng. However, Yin Xi is rather reserved. She doesn't even allow him to listen, let alone look at her. Just moments ago, he could only suppress his desires and channel them into his work in the fields. "Get lost," Yi Cheng retorts without a second thought, turning to stride toward the tent. With Yanxi surrounded by an increasing number of male beasts, he will not foolishly squander his time. Qiuzhe chases after him, saying, "You asked me to deliver something. Surely Yanxi should see me off first." Yi Cheng scoffs and heads into the tent to awaken the drowsy Yin Xi, requesting her to escort Qiuzhe out of the dark earth space. Yin Xi squints, nods, and grasps Qiuzhe's hand, leading him out of the space. Yet Qiuzhe does not immediately release her. He wraps his arms around her waist, his voice dripping with temptation as he says, "Yanxi dear, tell me, how can I be like you and Yi Cheng?" Lowering my head to my own female is far preferable to bowing to Yi Cheng. Yanxi does not even open her eyes, pushing his handsome face away and collapsing onto the furs, her body flickering before vanishing entirely. Qiuzhe takes a deep breath, angrily exiting the tent to find Yanxi. Meanwhile, when Qiuzhe finds Yanxi, he is sitting like a statue on a mound of dirt, without any guards at the entrance of the cave, gazing up at the moon. Is this the treatment of a prisoner? Why does he feel like a master instead? Yanxi senses a disturbance in the air, turning to see the nimble, silent Qiuzhe landing gracefully. He is perplexed to see Qiuzhe here and asks in astonishment, "What brings you here?" Without a word, Qiuzhe tosses an ice orb that is beginning to melt towards Yanxi. Yanxi catches it, inspecting the orb with confusion. "What is this?" "You needn't worry that I will reveal anything. Having already acted, I shall fulfill my initial promise." Qiuzhe gestures toward the ice orb, stating, "The assembly has concluded. We will depart from the Ape Beast clan tomorrow. This is something that will fortify your resolve." Yanxi glances at the ice orb once more, nodding without further comment. Qiuzhe observes his calm demeanor, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why would a powerful male beast like you push yourself to the brink for a single female? Do you have any regrets? Yanxi recalls the words of the old shaman, declaring that Yanxi possesses no talent as a beast, meaning she cannot bear offspring for any male. Yes. Oh, why would Yanxi still be willing to slay the old shaman of the ape beast for Yanxi? Had he wavered or hesitated at that moment, he might not have resolved himself to become Yanxi's beast husband, even without the prospect of offspring. Gazing gently at Qiuzhe, Yanxi replies, "Are you not willing to become her slave, yet still aspire to be her beast husband? Do you now regret joining with her?" In his mind, Qiuzhe reflects on Yanxi's qualities. Initially, it was her delightful fragrance that drew him to seek her as his female. At first, he simply felt an insatiable desire to possess her. Later, upon sensing her rejection and her loyalty to Yi Cheng, he found himself envious. He had never encountered a female beast who remained faithful to a male beast in the beast world continent. In this world, polyandry is deeply ingrained in their psyches. The environment dictates that female bodies are weaker than those of male beasts, making surviving females increasingly precious. In his youth, he had once dreamed of finding a female beast who belonged solely to him. Even as an adult, that desire lingered. Yet, after so many years and having reached adulthood, he had never formed a bond with a female beast who would prefer to be with just one male, forsaking the protection of many. Eventually, he found one, only to discover that her heart belonged to another male beast, not him. Still, he yearned for her loyalty to manifest in himself one day. Thus, he shattered her resolve. It did not bring him joy. Instead, it sowed discord between the two, yet he harbors no regrets. He wishes for that female to see him, to not require exclusivity, but simply to acknowledge his presence, that he longs for her to think of him. Even if only occasionally, regardless of the good or the bad, he desires to be etched in her memory, hoping to mark her with his beastly insignia, becoming her true beast husband. I do not regret it, Qiuzhe asserts resolutely. Indeed, he has experienced hesitation, but he has never regretted his connection with Yanxi. It dawns on him that she has become so significant in his life that I am curious. Though you have never interacted with her, do not understand her, and are unaware of her temperament, how can you go this far for her? Yanxi ponders for a moment, scratching his head before responding. Isn't it natural for a male to treat the female he desires well? Qiuzhe, well, he truly is naive and innocent. Why Yi Cheng offered him an ethereal verbal agreement, and he dares to stake his life on it. He is in awe of the formidable spirit of this male ape beast, he says, then remember the scent within the ice orb. That is the essence of a little female, when you survive to stand before her. I may graciously offer you a place at her side. After all, Yanxi's a red-gifted male beast with lightning abilities, undoubtedly capable of protecting Yin Xi well. Yanxi watches as Qiuzei's back recedes. Glancing at the melting ice orb in his hand, now merely the size of his thumb, that he raises his hand, applies pressure, and crushes the orb that a fragrance he has never encountered floods into his nostrils. Yanxi inhales deeply, his eyes snapping open wide, shimmering with brilliance. His body, which had never responded to a female, now reacts. He chuckles softly, running a hand across his forehead, laughter growing until he releases a triumphant roar to the sky. He is a normal male beast. He is normal. Suddenly, he rises, unleashing his powers, silver-white lightning crackling around him. His gaze solidifies with newfound determination, just as he revels in his physical response to a female. A voice interrupts his elation. Yanxi, what are you laughing about? The one posing the inquiry is the chieftain of the ape beastman tribe. In fact, the chieftain is an elder of Yanxi in recent days. He has been troubled by the matter of Yanxi killing the shaman, to the point that his hair has turned white. Meanwhile, Yanxi remains here laughing as if possessed. The chieftain approached him with the intention of having a heart-to-heart conversation. There were no guards present, primarily because they all recognized that a male beastman like Yanxi would never attempt to flee. Thus, he has been residing here as he always has, and no one has come to trouble him. After all, Yanxi is the most formidable male beastman in the tribe, and no one has yet emerged who could force him. The scent of resentment still lingered faintly, sensing the presence of a female. The chieftain inquired, "Was there a female here just now?" Yanxi paused momentarily, then slowly seated himself and replied, "Does Ima count?" Upon hearing Yanxi mention Ima, the chieftain assumed she had indeed visited and did not dwell on it. He continued, "In the past few days, I have been advocating for you, and the tribe has reached a final conclusion. You are to work for the tribe free of charge for 20 years. During this time, you are not permitted to leave, and you must take Ima as your mate, ensuring she bears one of your offspring to inherit your talents. That in return, the matter of the shaman's death will be overlooked." Upon hearing the 20-year term, Yanxi's brow furrowed. 20 years hence, he would be old and frail, and yet still be expected to seek a young female to become her mate. Furthermore, being compelled to bond with a female he had no interest in was utterly out of the question. Standing up, he bowed to the chieftain and stated, "Chieftain, I wish to maintain the original judgment." The old chieftain was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What did you say? Do you comprehend what this entails?" Yanxi nodded, affirming, "I do. Become an exiled beastman means I shall no longer be able to declare myself a male beastman of the ape beastman tribe. The annual divine punishment devoid of female restraint would ultimately render me a mindless creature, known only for slaughter, reviled by all. Additionally, due to the potential weakness following the chaos of my gifted abilities, I could easily be killed and consumed by any prey in the jungle. Yet you still wish to uphold the original judgment? What do you mean? My efforts over the past few days have been a farce." The old chieftain exclaimed, exasperated, "Chieftain, I have a female I admire. I do not wish to mate with Ima." The old chieftain was momentarily speechless, then asked, "Who is this female you cherish? I can negotiate to bring her to our tribe, or if that fails, we can purchase her. It is far better than allowing you to become an exiled beastman." Yanxi turned to the old chieftain, bowing once more, and reiterated, "Thank you, chieftain, but I stand by my decision." He refrained from disclosing the identity of the female he cherished, yet insisted on becoming an exiled beastman. The old chieftain, frustrated, pounded his thigh and lamented, "You are the only child of Adi. What am I to say when I die and meet your father in the presence of the beast god?" Yanxi hesitated briefly, but replied, "I am sorry, but I must maintain my decision." The old chieftain pointed a trembling finger at him, exclaiming, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Go wherever your heart desires." Thus, when all the other tribe's beastmen departed from the ape beastman tribe, Yanxi bore the brand of exile upon his forehead, being cast out of the tribe, and that is another tale. Meanwhile, in the early morning, Yanxi was awakened by Yi Cheng, who, without allowing her eyes to fully open, began to scrub her down, dress her, and prepare mint juice. placing her aside as they made final preparations to leave the ape beastman tribe. Their scattered belongings had already been placed in Yin Xi's space of black earth. However, there were certain items that outsiders had seen, which they had to bring out for appearance as sake, seated on a stone. Yin Xi watched as Yi Cheng and Xioza hung various bundles of goods on themselves, feeling somewhat troubled. With so many items, traveling will be quite cumbersome, she exclaimed, urging them to set their belongings down. She suggested they create a unicycle, thus allowing them to place the items into two large ceramic jars, one nested within the other, leaving only the outer jar for show atop the unicycle for simplicity and convenience. At the very least, they would avoid the comical sight of being laden with goods, as they had just been in the beastly world. Male beastmen are adept craftsmen. For instance, the fishing nets they had previously made were quite successful. Presently, those fishing nets still lay in Yin Xi's space of black earth, kept for potential future use. As the other beastmen prepared to depart, they were intrigued to see Yin Xi and her companions abandoning their belongings to fell trees, eagerly waiting to see what they would create. After all, the items they produced were occasionally quite delectable and useful. When Yi Cheng and Xioza returned, carrying timber, he skillfully used his sharp claws to carve the wood into blocks the thickness of an arm, forming the upper part of the cart. Following Yin Xi's instructions, Xioza fashioned a wheel. Soon enough, each of them completed their assigned tasks, and together they assembled a single-wheeled cart. They then placed all their belongings into a large ceramic jar, securing it atop the unicycle. With one person guiding the way and the other pushing from behind, the task became remarkably effortless. The remaining beastmen observed the completion of this unicycle, noting how simple and efficient it was for transporting many items with ease. They all expressed a desire to trade for this technology with Yin Xi and her group, recognizing that they had invented it and that a small tax would be appropriate. Yin Xi considered declining, but Xioza shamelessly accepted their offerings, tossing them into the ceramic jar atop the unicycle. Consequently, he collected items and began teaching others. Before long, the gathering area was filled with unicycles, with each tribe possessing at least one. The Horned Sheep tribe was the second to construct a unicycle, making theirs larger due to their greater numbers. Once completed, they allowed the younger and elder beastmen to sit atop the unicycle, demonstrating its capacity to carry passengers as well. Many male beastmen, feeling empathetic towards the females, also permitted their females to ride on the unicycles. Thus, the unicycle enjoyed widespread application. Once all tasks were completed, it was time to bid farewell. One by one, familiar beastmen exchanged farewells before departing. Yin Xi and her group also gathered with the Lion Beastman tribe, where the White Tiger tribe's beastmen were present as well. Xioza, aware of his impulsiveness in becoming Yin Xi's servant while being associated with a non-reproductive female, felt he had brought shame to the White Tiger tribe. He rolled the larger unicycle he had crafted toward his elder brother, stating, "This can be used for the older beastmen when they tire. The younger beastmen can push it along. I shall return now." The proud tiger had been infuriated by his youngest son during this outing. It was rare for his youngest to send him off with such a gesture,